7 years ago, the very day that changed the lives of ordinary people took place. After the cataclysm, everything changed dramatically. What everyone was so afraid of happened. This catastrophe was called the opening of the dungeon. On that day, countless monsters began to emerge from the portal, and many people simply died at their clutches. And his parents were among those unfortunate victims who were unlucky enough to be in the epicenter of the disaster. And at that moment, when the boy was left without his dearest, he shed bloody tears and took an oath. He swore that he would become a hunter and tear all monsters to pieces. And now, 7 years have passed since the young boy began the journey of revenge for his loved one, who left him because of a cruel death. But something else happened that upset him very much. He had just been thrown out of the hunter training center. Now, he just sat on a park bench and tried to calm down a bit. But the cadet named Han Sung-yoon still wasn't going to give up on his idea. He didn't want to beat around the bush. He wanted to take action. At one point, his instructor simply told him that he would no longer be allowed to come to the hunter training center. Even then, Han Sung-yoon began to panic, but he still tried to understand the situation and at least find out the reason for his expulsion from the so-called academy. But the mentor just told him to listen to him and accept the fact that he would no longer be trained. He knew full well that a cadet needs to spend several months in the center. It was during this time that most of them awakened their abilities and improved as hunters. The problem here was that Han Sung-yoon had already spent 7 years at the center, and there were almost no results in his work. And since they had already had such a conversation, the coach was going to talk to him frankly and directly. After that, the older man called the guy a real mediocrity, and if they continued to train him, the reputation of the Hunter Training Center could suffer greatly. He was really surprised and even inspired by the willpower of this kid. Every day, his mentor watched him train until he lost his pulse, but every time it looked pathetic. Many of his classmates thought Han Sung-young was an idiot who was wasting his youth on them. And on the day he was expelled, the boy began to think that all this was really crazy. Is it really possible that after 7 years of frantic training, the level has not improved? Not to mention discovering unique abilities and acquiring skills, how could one not at least improve their only talent? The young man really did not understand how this could happen. He had never seen anything like this before. A mother and daughter were sitting nearby, and Sung-yoon overheard them talking about how the little girl's father had died. She exclaimed that she knew the story word for word, as she had heard it many times before. With a certain pride in her tone, the girl began to tell them that when the monsters first attacked their world, and no one dared to fight back, her father did not run away and continued to save people, where he eventually died. This was the right thing to do. So the mother asked the girl what she should do when she encountered difficulty, and the child replied that she would always look at any obstacles with her head held high. And once again, she promised that she would never give up. In fact, the guy was impressed by the words he heard from the little girl. It seemed that she had many times more confidence than he, who had already undergone so many years of training. The daughter jumped into her mother's warm embrace, and she praised her and held her even tighter. The young man had no choice but to approach them. Sung-yoon bowed politely, and then his mother asked him who he was. However, the boy ran away as quickly as he had appeared, leaving them both confused. He didn't say anything to them, but quickly moved on to another place with great enthusiasm. After all, he had already managed to stay in the training center for 7 years, meaning that he had the willpower. That's why Han Sung-yoon decided that he couldn't just give up and choose a different path. He could not just give up in the face of the first difficulties he encountered. By that time, it had already begun to rain quite heavily, but he still managed to get to the right place. Already at home, the young man knocked on the door. It was his mentor's house, and he again begged him to give him one last chance to try out, but the man stood his ground and told him to get out. Sung-yoon didn't stop, however, and continued to ask his mentor to help him pass the hunter's exam one last time. He couldn't just give up. However, such requests only made him more irritated. He had spent so much time trying to get the reality into his head, but the younger man was insistent. He pushed him and began to raise his tone with each sentence, saying that he had come here because he felt sorry for the money he had invested in his studies. His mentor had even agreed to give him half of it back. But Sung-yoon wasn't here because he had lost money on his studies, which hadn't paid off. He was even more angry that the man dared to shout back at him and slapped him hard on the cheek. The blow was indeed not light, because the young man flew into the nearest trash can that stood against the wall of the house and broke several more packages. He could see in his eyes that it was all about the money and that he was just cheating. In the end, Sung-yoon was left with his thoughts in the pouring rain. He also had unique characteristics, but now it seemed that none of that mattered at all. He knew that he shouldn't expect too much from this life, but he still wanted to be given at least a little bit of the talent that the hunters had. If that had happened, he wouldn't have been in this situation and wouldn't have had to cry out for help. But while he was sitting by the trash cans complaining to himself about his terrible fate, a sign appeared, and there was a small message. It said that the Tower of Trial had accepted his courage and willpower. Of course, this surprised him, and he had a lot of questions in his head. Everything around him was in water. He couldn't get to his feet because he always fell back into the puddle. Sung-yoon didn't understand what all this was and what was happening around him. He panicked so much that he started convulsively trying to get up and begging for a way out, as if he was being killed. The trainer of the training center, who had already gone back to his house, became very angry when this idiot started screaming again near his house, and he came out to him, starting to chase him away. The man came closer, saying he was sick of the persistent, but when he got to the trash cans, Sung-yoon wasn't there. And now things were really starting to feel very strange. He looked around, hoping to find the boy somewhere nearby, and was beginning to think it was a joke. When the young man was nowhere to be found, he finally decided for himself that he was being played and became even more angry. Unfortunately, it was no joke. Sung-yoon fell into a place that turned out to be completely filled with water, and he was simply suffocating, unable to even open his mouth. But a sign appeared in front of him again, informing him that the test tower had selected the strongest people on the entire planet and brought them here. At that moment, Sung-yoon thought that another cataclysm had occurred. Not letting him recover, the system asked him to choose the difficulty level and warned him that the harder it was, the higher the reward he could get at the end. In fact, he didn't understand what was going on at all. Sometimes it seemed like a dream, and now everything would return to reality. But he gathered his strength and decided to try himself here. For some reason, his inner voice told him that he would have enough strength. So Sung-yoon decided to hold on to the opportunity that the world had given him and clicked on the screen. Immediately after that, the young man began to fall even lower, as if into an abyss, and the system's voice said that at the end of his difficult journey, he would receive a test. And in the next few seconds, the entrance to the first floor of the tower should be completed. Also, all of the applicants' injuries were supposed to be healed, and Sung-yoon was asked to prepare for the test. A minute later, everything around him changed again, and the young man opened his eyes. When he saw what was around him, he was even more surprised to find himself in the desert. At the same moment, he was given a weapon to carry with him. It was an ordinary sword that appeared out of nowhere. The sword fell to the ground and remained stuck in the sand, and the system informed him of the theme of the challenge, which was survival. Also, the reward for the test had already been announced, namely the discovery of unique characteristics. When Sung-yoon heard this, he was both excited and surprised. These unique characteristics were what he wanted to gain against the 7 years he had spent in the training center and training diligently and relentlessly. And what he was supposed to get by working hard was being given to him as a reward for one test. It was crazy. He had hit the jackpot. First, though, he had to take the sword that was waiting for him a few meters away, so the young man moved to the weapon. But as soon as he took one step forward, a real sandstorm started behind him. A wave of sand covered everything in its path and was about to reach him. Now came another notification from the system that a training test was about to begin. The test tower was on the difficult level that Sung-yoon had chosen for himself, and immediately a sand golem appeared from this mountain of sand. A real devilish thing started happening in front of his eyes, which scared him. He had to survive, despite the monster's attacks for minutes, and the timer was running out. The reward was high, but the penalty for losing was also serious. In that case, he would have died. Probably, if he had just kept running, he would never have gotten away from the chase. Although this golem was slow, it moved much faster because of its height. The boy continued to run, trying not to be caught by the golem, but at the same time, he was already thinking of a plan. He was well aware that with his stamina, he would not be able to run for 10 minutes without a break on the desert sand. So, he had to fight with a sword in his hand to survive. The meaning of this test was obvious. Either die trying to escape death, or face it head-on and fight for your life. But it was really hard. Sung-yoon had no idea how he was going to defeat them. However, at that moment, he began to remember all the taunts from his classmates who had already reached the top, making fun of him. They said that he did not know his place and stood his ground like a stubborn idiot. All these thoughts that the cadet was just an empty space kept coming back to. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that he would die a miserable death if he continued to run away from difficulty and did not come up with anything new. For 7 years, he had done nothing but challenge the hunter's exam. As far as theory was concerned, the young man could proudly say that he knew more than any other experienced hunter, and if running away did not lead to his victory, he needed to find a way out in his theoretical knowledge. Sung-yoon knew that such golems stop moving as soon as their core is destroyed. But the problem is that it's in a place he can't reach. The guy ran on, not looking to the sides, just to get away from the monster that was already on his tail. Now it was time to think about creating such conditions under which he could be near the golem's core. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to turn the situation in his favor, and Sung-yun was already close to his target. He fell because the monster was moving all the time, but now he had a chance to get out alive. The boy took up his sword, not holding it very confident, as he stood on his own 2 feet because the golem continued to move forward. Although he somehow managed to hit the core of the golem, the guy failed. It was much stronger than he thought, and he couldn't break it at first. Sung-yun had only made the golem even more angry, and now he had to deal with an incredibly fierce creature chasing him. It was dangerous, but it was too late to run away, so the young man decided to strike at the core again. However, as soon as he was ready to strike, the golem grabbed his body with its paw, and Sung-yun was trapped. In the eyes of this monster, it was as if he saw the reflection of the people who had laughed at him, who did not believe in his abilities, and always repeated that he would never be able to become a true master. They always said the same thing, that Sung-yun was nothing but a mediocre artist, and reminded them of someone pathetic who was still trying to stand on his own and stubbornly moving on. His hands were covered in his own blood, but everything he heard was the impetus for what he did. He was really angry and wanted to break this cycle of bullying. He was tired of hearing such insults in his address. And this time, he stood his ground just as stubbornly and tried to do the impossible to the last. Sung-yun hit the golem's core, causing it to fall apart. It was successfully destroyed, and the test should have taken minutes and seconds, but the young man completed the training stage faster. When the young man was already on the sand, he began to realize what he had just done. The sand golem had been killed by him. This was the first time he had ever been able to do something so big. His laughter betrayed that he was nervous. After all, Sung-yun was one lesson away from losing. Nevertheless, he survived and defeated the monster. The young man had successfully completed the first floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, as promised earlier, he unlocked unique abilities, gained points, and also had bonuses. He was given the reward of accelerated E+ regeneration and more points. His emotions were running high, and to be honest, he wanted more. After successfully completing the challenge, Sung-yun intended to continue on the same path. For the past 7 years, he had literally been training hard, mixing sweat with blood, and all he had received in return was ridicule and insulting nicknames. He had no more time to think about it, because the system named the unique skill that would now be revealed. It was the ability of necromancy, namely the ability to focus on one person. After that, he could become a hunter himself, and all of his wishes would come true only if Sung-yun remained alive. Before he could take a step forward, a strange landscape appeared in front of him. Once again, he didn't know what was happening or what was coming next. This black fog had formed at the spot where the golem had died, so Sung-yun decided to check it out. As soon as he touched it, the necromancy skill was activated, and he was invited to absorb the spirit of the sand golem. He wondered whether he should accept it, but now he realized that this black mist was its special characteristic. But Sung-yun decided to try it and selected the yes button on the screen. Everything happened very quickly. Just a few seconds passed, and there was absolutely nothing left of the sand golem, and the guy's skill increased by However, the next day, after what happened, the red smoke seemed to have entered him. He could only possess 5 souls, of which he currently had 1. Sung-yun could now sense the spirit of the sand golem and its abilities. And another important question arose: how to use these characteristics. This question was immediately answered by the system. It said that it was necessary to increase the wealth indicators by using the spirits he possessed. Also, his Ela increased too, and his stamina too, and indeed, Sung-yun was now beginning to feel his strength growing. All of the abilities he had possessed at low levels were slowly but surely increasing. Even though they had never risen in the 7 years he had spent in grueling training, Sung-yun was really glad that he had another opportunity to do so. He now possessed the basic effects of a necromancer and could absorb the souls of the dead and possess them at will. Additional features were that the young man gained the ability to increase and improve his abilities, and the number of their values would be fully proportional to the rating of attributes and the quality of the souls he absorbed. He also had the ability to store the soul and use it as soon as he needed it. This made him very happy. With these abilities, Sung-yun could return to his world and finally become a hunter there. As he walked across the desert for a few steps, a portal formed in front of him that would take him to the waiting room. He had no choice but to enter it, so he moved forward. When he was in the room, he immediately fell to the floor, which he stained with his own blood. His injuries were much worse than he thought. However, when he got up, he was even more surprised. All these wounds on his body had healed. It was something like a complete recovery from the ordeal. But he still wanted to rest, and the first thing he noticed was the bed. There was only one bed in such a large room, although he should be grateful that it was there at all. He did not know what to do in the future, and whether he would be able to get out of the tower, and the purpose of his presence here was unknown. When the guy closed his eyes, the system informed him that he could use the 5 commands below. Then he read the lines where they were written: information, store, community, inventory, and test. These were the commands. As soon as he said one of them out loud, it would be executed immediately. In the end, he had to recover from what had happened. Now it was better to think about how to survive here. Then Sungyun heard that the floor test would begin in a little less than a day. He didn't have the opportunity to start the tasks at the moment. Then he was automatically transferred to the high-level community he had created earlier. Right now, there was an active chat there. The chats were in complete chaos. Moreover, as the young man noticed, not only hunters, but also several other ordinary people were drawn here. Messages came in one after another until the administrator entered the chat room and the chat became banned. For some reason, Sungyun was as confused by this as those who were already in the community. It was quiet for a few seconds, but then the sound of a message came again. The administrator said briefly that he had a few words to say to the applicants who had passed the test floor. This interested him, but what worried him even more was that these messages might also tell him how to get back, so he needed to focus on what was about to be said. The administrator wrote that he would teach players how to use the points they received for the challenges. These points were the main currency of the tower and were mainly used in the market. This administrator also said that they could be transferred and exchanged in the community. It was also said that without points, a player would not be able to get a drop of water and could only be earned through trials. The last thing Sungyun heard really confused him. Now he had no choice but to adapt to life in this tower. It would be impossible to live without points, so there was only one choice: challenge and complete one task after another to earn those damn points. That was the end of all the announcements, and the administrator left their chat room, taking the ban with him. The most painful thing for him was the fact that he could become a hunter, as he had dreamed, if he returned to his world now. But it was unlikely to happen quickly. These thoughts did not leave him. Moreover, if he was going to survive, he would need to have good resources to do so, and he had only one sword of poor quality. It was also already known that all the hunters who had come here had lost everything they had before and were starting over again. But the problem was that they were already experienced people and would definitely master all the skills they had learned before faster than others. So you shouldn't think that you are on the same level as them, and if you don't practice every day, you will never be able to reach them. But after a few such techniques, he was exhausted and lay on the ground for a while. It was thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room that he was able to devote a lot of time to training, but he was hoping in his mind that the next test would not be difficult. But unfortunately, the room could not quench his thirst and hunger, so he decided to switch for a few minutes to have a snack. He didn't have much of a choice when it came to food, and there wasn't much in the inventory itself. Sungyun bought a lot of things. As a result of all his purchases, he only had points left. If he hadn't gotten the extra reward for the trial, he wouldn't have even been able to dream of getting a shield. Almost a whole day had passed, and only minutes and seconds remained until the second challenge. Sometimes it seemed that time passed differently here, much faster than in that world. He was also unwittingly stressed by the fact that the chat window, where messages did not stop for a minute, was getting smaller and smaller before the second test began. The first floor wasn't that hard, but he was worried about whether he could survive again. But Sungyun had a different message. He said he would definitely stay alive. So, the time came when the system asked for permission to start a new task. Of course, the young man agreed. Now, he was on the second floor of the big tower. By inertia, he was thrown forward and could not stop. He unwittingly crashed into the branches of the trees around him and could not help but wonder that after the dead desert, a forest was waiting for him. This time the theme of the test was different and was called murder. It was necessary to kill the orc leader within the allotted time. It was definitely more difficult. There was a big difference between surviving the sand golem and killing the orc leader. He was right on top of a hill, and below was the settlement of these large monsters. Sungyun stopped at the edge, not knowing what to do at the moment. He was actually confused by what he saw there. After all, one orc, even if he was the leader, would still be better than their entire herd. There were sounds typical of orcs, and a guard stood in front of the entrance to their settlement. In Sungyun's opinion, entering an area that was overrun by orcs was not the best idea with his skill. He doubted that he would be able to defeat one of them, and he would have to fight off a large number of them. However, He couldn't think too long either, because he had a limited time to complete the task, so he moved forward and first hid among the bushes that were already near the reinforcement. Usually, there will always be rangers in such settlements, but so far, the young man had not seen them. Again, he did not believe that he would be able to overcome even a huntsman, and it was better to keep silent about this crowd. In order to defeat such monsters, hunters of at least E rank are needed to form a group, so his chances of winning are 0. Now the guy really didn't know what to do. The situation was far from the best. In the end, he decided that he would retreat from the area first, and then come back here when he had a plan. However, just as he was about to retreat, he remembered that there was another way to get through this ordeal more easily. It took him a while, but he managed to gather firewood from nearby places. He set one of the sticks on fire, and now it was time to move on to the idea that had suddenly entered his mind. He didn't know for sure whether this method would work, but he wanted to try it, so he put the torch he had made in his inventory. Now, he wouldn't have to waste time trying to light those sticks later. The first thing he had hoped for had worked, and he was very happy about that. Although orcs looked like pigs, they were actually a very honest race. Now the boy was hiding behind one of the nearby trees and waiting for the right moment. The rangers had to go hunting early in the morning and return after sunset, so he had plenty of time. However, he had only one single tool to help him fight through the many monsters with great advantages over him. And once Sung Yoon had passed through them, he would be able to reach the main test. According to the information provided by the Hunters Association, the orc guard wouldn't be on guard all the time. He could return to the village during meals or rest break. Now it was time for Sung Yoon to charge, throwing torches around on the trail. The fire moved from tree to tree, and the fire quickly spread around their home. Confused, the orcs ran from place to place, trying to put out the fire with water, but they were very unsuccessful. And then, when the flames had completely engulfed the village, Sung Yoon could no longer worry about meeting the orc gamekeepers returning from their hunting trip. And before the fire completely engulfed the entire village, the young man was going to take at least 2 orc laborers. The monsters did not stop carrying water in buckets to stop the fire and save their tribe, but such actions were not enough. As long as they were focused on doing something about the fire, Sung Yoon had the perfect opportunity to kill one of them. He successfully did just that. He attacked the giant from behind while it was drinking water and plunged his sword into its hard skin with all his might. The necromancer skill was activated as soon as he killed the orc, and then the boy absorbed another spirit of the monster. This was exactly what he had expected when he had formulated his plan. So far, everything was going right. When this process was completed, his skill level had increased again too, but another monster appeared behind him, looking very angry because he had seen his brother killed. The worst part was that it was the guard that Sung Yoon had hoped to bypass, but something didn't go according to his plan. The orc didn't wait any longer and attacked immediately. The blow was really strong and it was extremely difficult for him to withstand it. But he still tried not to give up. During the course of their competition, his fortune grew again. His strength increased by 1 and his endurance by... At the same time, when he got numerous cuts and wounds, the accelerated regeneration skill was activated, allowing him to quickly return to form. But Sung Yoon had already realized that it would be too risky to let his guard down here. His strength, agility, and dexterity had increased once again, even though he hadn't expected it after the guard's victory. But it pleased him. Now he didn't have to worry about his life after meeting another one of them. So now he was facing 3 orc laborers and 1 guard. It was more difficult than he could have imagined, and if he added the old leader, that would make 5. However, if he could get past the guards, Sung Yoon would have no trouble reaching his main target, the tribal leader. Because he had absorbed the guard's spirit, the 3 workers had no chance against him and looked helpless. Sung Yoon rushed toward them and began to kill them. Although he tried his best, it was not easy for him to get through the next problem. At this point, the young man noticed that the guard had moved away from the tribal leader. Apparently, he refused to fulfill his duties as his bodyguard. And now he could confidently say that he was the only thing separating Sung Yoon from the main task for which he was here. If he defeated this one, he would be able to reach the leader. The young man gathered all his strength into a fist and continued to attack. This time, he also managed to land blow after blow. Only a few more hits, and the monster was already lying dead before him. Now, all that remained was to defeat the last one, the one he had been sent here for. This battle was harder for him, but having passed the fight, the guy received an achievement, the one who passed through the flames. After receiving it, he also developed resistance to burns. During all this time, Sung-yoon had already fallen apart so badly that he no longer thought about the possible threat from the tribal leader. He just wanted to finish him off. There was no point in waiting, so the young man quickly rushed towards the leader and launched an attack. In a matter of seconds, he was already without limb. Sung-yoon simply chopped them off. Since the monster could not even hold a weapon, it began to run away in fright, as far as the eye could see, just to get away from this man. But the task was not yet complete, so the boy walked with confident steps to the house where the giant had fled. The chief sat in the back and hugged his children tightly, who looked with the same glint in their eyes at the man with the weapon who had broken into their home. The children were crying sincerely, not fully understanding what was happening, but it was obvious that they all cared about their family. After what he saw, the guy could not think about the proper thing. He could still hear his parents' words in his head, shouting that at least he should escape. As a result, he did, and they both died. But the young man quickly recovered and swung at them with the same anger. These monsters were completely different from him, and he stopped seeing their emotions as similar to his own. He didn't care if they became ghosts that would follow him around and haunt him. He just needed to kill each and every one of them. That was all that mattered now. Everything that happened next went by quickly, leaving rivers of blood all over the orc settlement, which was still partially burning. The second floor of the tower was also successfully passed. During all these battles, his shield had been severely damaged, but it was thanks to it that Sung-yoon was able to survive. While on the previous floor, he had succeeded quite quickly and easily, this time he was on the verge of failure. And when he went in to look at the number of remaining applicants, he realized that the number had been cut in half. However, he didn't care much anymore, because Sung-yoon saw a message from one of the chat room participants who had been able to find out how to get back by sending a signal. He would have given anything to be able to return home, especially since now he already has the skills to become a hunter. The young man went to the information page, where it was said that he could write any question he had, and the administrator would answer him after a while. It turned out that all this time, he had been able to send messages with the questions he was interested in. This chat soon developed an atmosphere for sharing information with all participants, which the others received when they wrote to the administrator. Sung-yoon collected all the key points together, excluding some of the small details. So, now he knew that after passing the 5th floor, there would be return stones on sale, and that they could be used to return to Earth, but only for a few days. And from the 5th floor, as it was said, the system would expand, and items would also be on sale that would help him leave this place. Right now, Sung-yoon could go back to the ground and become a hunter, but if he reached the floor and then went home, he would have a chance to become an A-rank hunter. So far, all of his characteristics have not changed, only improved, and his skills have grown. On Earth, such abilities would be called a jackpot, and after thinking about it, he was even more eager to return home. But before he could get there, he had to reach the floor. The second test was very difficult and the walk sounded like hell. But he tried to think positively anyway. In the end, his score, which had always been at 0, reached the average score. But he still needed to absorb the 5 spirits he had received when he risked his own life. When Sung-yoon opened the status window, he was truly surprised. His strength, agility, mana, and stamina were all increasing very quickly. It was all overwhelming. It was as if he was somewhere far beyond human capability. Now he was experiencing realizations that he could only read about in books. This guy's speed had really increased. He moved around the waiting room with incredible agility. However, the last jump was unnecessary, because Sung-yoon simply crashed into the wall, leaving a trail of his silhouette. He was unharmed, only his nose was bleeding. All this was because his body was not used to new opportunities. Then the boy decided to go to the store, where he bought a new shield of the dead giant. This shield was created from a dead giant tree by one of the dark wizards, and its effect will be triggered when the player is low on health. He also had a sword made of black iron. This purchase increased reaction and attack speed. This sword was also imbued with black magic. In addition to all this, the young man bought himself an assassin's cloak. When his dexterity is less than the required abilities, the effect of magical use is that his movement speed will increase by 1 minute. There was still quite a bit of time left before the next test, so he had a chance to get used to the new equipment. Now his goal was to become so strong that no one could catch up with him. And so the rest of the day passed. When the timer showed a few zeros and the system requested entry to the next floor, the young man entered the 3rd test. The difficulty remained high, and the theme of this task was a duel. Right now, the young man found himself in a large cave where almost nothing was visible. And in a few seconds, the Dark Watcher would appear. Like a sand golem, it could appear from anywhere, so Sung-yoon looked around to make sure he didn't miss its attack. The countdown began, and finally the Dark Watcher was also in the... He was ready to meet him, preparing to defend himself, but he still hadn't seen him. It took only a brief moment for him to show his face and quickly walk towards Sun Young. Today, the boy's task was to defeat this Dark Guardian, his double. They were both standing in the cave opposite each other. It seemed that this task was even twice as difficult as defeating the reinforced orcs. When the player received the first wound, the accelerated regeneration skill was active. If he hadn't reacted in time, the wound could have been split in half. But when the guy looked at his current enemy again, he noticed the pose in which it was standing. Now the creature was imitating his movement, just like his real double. But in order to finally understand whether it was true, it was necessary to face him in a real fight. A moment later, they began to fight, and Sun Young put his new equipment to the test at the same time. He moved quickly and quite skillfully, which helped him to move into a winning position in the competition. The monster was really angry, hoping to win, and now it was finally known that this monster was copying his movements and even had the skill of restoring the monster's C. Very unexpectedly for Sun Young himself, the creature began to attack. At the same time, the Dark Watcher copied all of his movements that he had made up to that point. And once again, the young man was convinced that this was a real double, copying his techniques and movements for attack. But there were also advantages to this case. He could use the weaknesses of his swordsmanship to twist this monster. At this rate, he would be able to pass the third level of the tower in no time. But then the young man noticed something very strange. Even for his way, the creature flew by him so fast that he couldn't follow the Dark Soror, but it managed to strike him. In a moment, it was right back at him, continuing to attack. The fact that it was still there meant that it wasn't done. This creature was able to increase its strength so much in such a short period of time. Now, the guy decided to use the unique skill of the Assassin's Cloak, which allowed him to move fast. If this fight dragged on, he would definitely be in great danger. He needed to separate from him within 1 minute. He managed to do what he set out to do, and thanks to this, Sun Young got close to the guard and was able to strike. He hit the guard's body on the first attempt, and he was unable to continue fighting for some time. But it was definitely not over yet, so Sun Young told himself to get his act together, no matter how difficult it was. But so far, the creature hadn't moved. Although this creature had a good recovery ability, it also needed to spend some time on this process. Right now, he had a good chance to kill the Dark Guardian in one blow and end his nightmare, but Sun Young still didn't know how to do it without a sword. He only had seconds left while the acceleration was still in effect. And yes, he might have really agreed to a real madness, but in his head, it looked like it should work, so the guy had to try. And it would be better to make such a strange move, but to survive and not lie dead in this damp and dark. A moment passed before he was near the Dark Guardian, and splashes of blood flew along the corridors of the dark passage. The monster was neutralized, and the young man was able to pass the third floor. Now, the transition to the waiting room of the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials was completed, and the new player was completely healed from all debuffs and injuries. With all the strength he had in his hands, he hit the wall, which immediately split into numerous cracks. This healing was a very powerful thing indeed. He also had a new soul in his own possession, in the form of the Dark Watcher. The spirit of the double that the young man received in the cave after passing through the first floor gave him incredible strength. The consistency of this spirit was so dense that it could not be compared to any of the monsters the young man had killed and absorbed before. Now his mastery of the unique skill Necromancer has reached the new level E. In addition to his additional abilities, he also gained a new one. Only now did Sun Young learn that he can absorb not only souls, but also the skills they possess. Moreover, when he absorbs the spirit of a dead person, there is a chance that one of the skills that is locked in the soul will be transferred to him. The same way he was able to gain accelerated regeneration. This happened after he had to come close to death several times. After all, no skill can be acquired at the snap of a finger. And in all of Sun Young's life, the thought never occurred to him that he would have such an incredible and unique characteristic. Of course, he shouldn't overlook the fact that the description only mentioned the probability of obtaining it, but he wanted to believe that his luck would turn around. Now the guy logged into the community chat to see if anyone had found any new information about the return. This was his third return to the waiting room, so everything that was happening seemed very familiar, as if he were at home. The chat didn't say anything about leaving the tower, but it did tell him about the next test that awaited him. A combined test, that was the name of the test. Sun Young now wondered if this would be the kind of challenge where groups of several players would form and fight together. It might have been a slight exaggeration, but one of the chat participants named Kim Seung-jun sent a reply saying that the next theme of the challenge would be a competition. And a competition between hunters could mean that they would have to start killing each other. It turns out that in the next test, there is a possibility that he will have to kill a person to move on. This test was supposed to start in hours, and the successful completion of the test would be considered a victory over the Goblin King within the allotted time. Defeat would occur when the participant failed to kill the king or killed those who were selected for the team. The penalty in case of defeat on the task is death. Perhaps at this stage, something more serious than just games really begins. Soon, he was standing on the battlefield with 2 armed men. Sung-yoon felt rather awkward now, because lately he had only encountered monsters here, and now he was meeting real people. One of the participants suggested that they introduce themselves to each other. Since they had already become a team, it would be worth knowing the names of their group. The girl took off this large hood that covered her head and introduced herself as Lee Hae-young. She specialized in team support and was also an E-rank hunter on Earth. The other guy who had joined their group was happy about this, because if there was another hunter from Earth, then their team wasn't a bunch of helpless idiots. His name was Lee Sung-hoon. He specialized in close combat and was a D-ranked hunter. He didn't behave very politely, which surprised Sung-kyung, because on Earth, all hunters at this stage were very polite. But anyway, now it was his turn to tell his name. He also said that he specialized in close combat, but it was awkward to tell who he was on the outside. So the guy decided to answer that he was not yet a hunter, but was just taking a training course. When he heard that a cadet was going to be with them, Sung-hoon was not happy. He simply called Sung-hyun a fool and told him to never get in the way when it came time to fight. However, Sung-yoon said he was confident in his abilities and would be able to fulfill the role he was assigned, even though Sung-hoon denied it. The man was not going to prove anything. He just said that he would kill him immediately if he saw him interfering with the team. In fact, Sung-yoon had long been used to such looks from his teammates, so now it hardly bothered him, and for a while, he even managed to forget about the nightmare that had happened back then. Sung-hun gave him a slightly different task. He told him to stay behind and take care of the small mobs. Besides the fact that the older man was really annoying him, the boy could confidently say that his own abilities would be enough to turn the idiot's words back. The young man had already learned that in the Tower of Trials, it's your skills that decide everything. So the test began when the entire team entered. They had to fight. They had to cooperate with their teammates and complete the task before the opposing team. Right now, the gates of the Citadel were opening before their eyes. They didn't have to wait long. A flock of goblins immediately poured out of the gate and rushed to attack the stranger. It was all a bit unusual, because it was the first time Sung-hun had ever seen goblins move in such a fighting formation. He threw a few more words at Seung-hyun, and then rushed into the battle to defend himself and to smash the goblin. He didn't even look in his direction. The boy simply had no words to describe his anger at him. His arrogance was beyond normal. The spell was going to be over any minute now, and Lee Ha-young had told me to hold on for a few more minutes. However, Sung-hoon was not satisfied with these words either. He said that he needed at least some buffs, but the girl had already used absolutely all of her spells. The guy saw that the other participant needed help, so he said he would leave her for a while. In fact, she didn't want Sung-yoon to go there, because she was sure he would die there. But it was too late. He quickly moved forward to help the whole team get one step closer to winning. However, she was also concerned that she would have no one to cover her from the rear. Without that, it would be harder for her to provide support, as the monsters could attack at any time. Even though many of them were already dead, this was only a small number of the many that awaited them. Looking around at all the dead bodies, Hae-young could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon fought hard against the goblin, who managed to wear him down little by little. One of them attacked him completely out of the blue, which he was not prepared for, and he was confused when he saw his opponent with a weapon in front of him. He was really unlucky to be in the same team as the cadet, because Sung-hoon had already managed to blame all his failures on him. However, the goblin failed to kill him. The same cadet protected him from death by killing the monster instead. The other green creatures shrieked. They did not like this at all. Panic set in. Of course, Sung-hoon was happy to be alive and almost unharmed, but he was really shocked that he had been helped by this weakling. Now the cadet told him the same words, to stand off to the side and wait, and never get in the way when he was fighting for the team. After killing a few more monsters, the young man received the new achievement, Goblin Catcher. It didn't take long to break their bodies. Sung-yoon was able to do it quite quickly. Now he also realized that the black smoke, which was his unique ability, remained invisible to others. Therefore, he could absorb the souls of monsters without any problem. His strength and agility increased again when he began to collect the souls of dead goblins. His resilience and endurance also increased, and this time he tried his luck, which was kind to him. Sung-yoon received a nice bonus in the form of one Goblin Guardian skill. It was called Watcher Sensitivity. Thanks to it, the overall field of view increased, so it would be easier to recognize approaching objects. Seeing the world from a wider angle was indeed beneficial for fighting, but it was unusual at first. Despite this, the young man believed that he had won another jackpot in this world, because it is unlikely that many hunters on Earth will be able to boast of such a thing. It seems that Sung Hoon's attitude has also begun to change. Even though this cadet was facing only weak goblins, he was still doing very well. From that moment on, he said that he would lead the entire operation, moving in the vanguard. Most likely, such a division could benefit the team. It was a rhetorical question, but also a response to Sung Hyun's arrogant attitude, so the young man asked if he had any objection. He didn't even need to be convinced, so when everyone agreed, he asked if he had any further instruction. Now it turned out that Sung Hoon was only supposed to protect Hae Young, while she would be the team's support. The girl herself would be responsible for navigating the terrain. To put it simply, it's the same thing she did before. Hae Young resumed her search for the target, picking up her staff. And all the souls of the goblins the cadet had killed were absorbed by it almost immediately. His skill at this level began to increase gradually, and had already reached the level of a martial artist. With each new body he killed, his skill increased, and there was still a lot of time left before the task was completed. Eventually, everything quieted down, although the goblins had been attacking from all sides and were not giving them any room to pass. As the whole team moved forward to find the remaining monsters, the young man sprinted forward, seeing his target. Hae Young and Sung Hoon didn't really understand what was happening and were already looking a little tense. There were dead monsters everywhere, and the young man walked over to the body of one of them and sat down next to it. Apparently, the other applicants had already visited this place. Given what they had seen, they must have had rocket turbines instead of ordinary legs, and the blood that flowed through the veins of these goblins was still hot, so they were only a few minutes late. If they hurry now, they will be able to catch up with the competition. The other team was already ahead. Everyone wanted to be the first. In addition to winning, they were also competing to the death. In case of a loss, everyone knew exactly what to expect. One by one, the losing teams would die, even though it was only the 8th floor of the Tower of Trial. Sung Yoon was confident that they would be able to reach their opponents if they didn't waste time talking this time. Meanwhile, the goblins were only growing in number. They did not stop their attacks and took revenge on those who came to their territory. The other teams moved forward just as confidently and cut up one body after another, leaving only traces. Some of them were getting sick of the sight of these goblins. Each time, they hoped that this would be the last battle before attacking the boss. Lee Hyun-henim was considered an incredible hunter, and he did a great and difficult job here as well. However, he always looked dissatisfied with what was happening. He had to do everything alone instead of a team. Henim's remarks made Lee Ji-hoo uncomfortable, and they were really out of place here. But he just told him to forget about it and go and open the gate for them. The whole team was ready to get it over with and rest. As soon as Hyung-nim gave the order, Ji-hoo quickly ran to carry it out. He treated him like he was some kind of dog. It was very annoying, but he couldn't put up any resistance because of his fear. Now all the conditions were fulfilled. Each of the candidates entered the Spire of the Goblin King. The battle with the boss is about to begin, and it will end only when one of the teams is left. And at this point, it will be impossible for those inside to leave the location. After these words, the team began to regret entering the location so early. They didn't know how long they would have to wait for their opponents, and they were already locked in here, at a time when they wanted to finish everything quickly and rest. Henim also didn't like it when a cube appeared above them, trapping them and the goblin boss. Then one of the participants started shouting loudly, telling him that he was getting closer. However, looking in the direction the young man was pointing, Henim just laughed. He was genuinely amused and wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and get the hell out of here. He was laughing at what he saw in front of him. The team with Ho Yeon, Sung Yoon, and Sung Hoon had already arrived. Before he started the fight, he said that he would fight them alone. Secondly, he asked Lee Ho-young to give him a buff to increase his agility level, and he gave all the other buffs to Song Hoon. She had to see with her own eyes how strong the cadet could. Although she hadn't fully believed that he would succeed, Sung Hyun had now dispelled all her doubts. But it's also possible that these people will be older than all of these monsters combined. Sung Yoon agreed with this thought, so he assured them that he would send a signal when he realized he was in danger. Until then, he fully relied on Lee Ho-young's support, which she immediately began to do. Now he had an agility boost that would take effect in the next few minutes. Sung Yoon was already convinced that he had surpassed the level of an average hunter. On top of that, he had just killed about a dozen goblins. The opposing team was already ready to start fighting when they saw the enemy approaching them. Now he was strong enough to handle this challenge. Lee Ji-hoo stood in front of everyone else to use his shield and stop the enemy. As soon as he was in front, he immediately activated it, taking the blow to his shield. A pyramid appeared above the three of them in the form of a barrier that should have delayed the enemy at least for a short time. The young man rushed in to break through the prism and attack them, so he tried to put as much force as he could into the blow. Sungyun managed to destroy the barrier with his first punch and threw three members of the opposing team to the ground in a wave. After they quickly got up, a fight broke out. Sungyun didn't fight them all one by one. He attacked them all at once, moving from one to the other. And Hanum had to admit that, unfortunately, his personal skills were inferior to this guy, but he still easily repelled all his attacks. In this case, Sungyun decided that he needed to act more decisively and faster. He began to skillfully apply the same techniques he had used before to end the fight as quickly as possible. Then the boy noticed something strange in his eyes. Hyungnim could see the trace of a dagger pointed at him, but as Sungyun continued to strike after strike, Hanum's field of vision began to narrow. Without realizing it, he allowed his enemy to get closer to him, and Sungyun struck him, knocking him down. It was a hard blow, and it seemed to Hanum that he was unlucky all the time. By chance, Sungyun had also collected special bonuses that would be added to the reward for winning on the 10th floor. He had to swing his sword a few more times, and the whole opposing team was lying down in their own blood. Lee Hae-young asked him if he was okay after the fight. The guy gave her a thoughtful look, then turned away again and said with a sad voice that he was fine. The girl thought that he was in shock because of the murder he had just committed. Yes, he had killed before, but those were monsters, not people. At first, she thought that Sungyun was strong and cold-blooded, but it turned out that this was not the case. Then the young man turned to the other members of the group and suggested that they go to the boss right now and face him on the battlefield. Ha-young and Shung-hoon were in favor and agreed immediately, so they set off. They didn't have to wait long, as the Goblin King met them just a few minutes later, and Sung-hyun instantly jumped on his back, starting to attack. The other two didn't even have time to react before the monster had already fallen from the blows the cadet had dealt. The main goal of the floor was accomplished. Since meeting Sung-yoon, Sung-hoon had completely changed his opinion of him. Now he thought that this weakling was a monster capable of destroying everything. Another floor of the Tower of Trials was completed. As a reward, all the stats were improved, and as a bonus reward, the young man received the instant acceleration skill, after which they were told to go to the waiting room. Sung-hyun was so shocked that he wanted to be the first to leave, and in a moment he was gone. Sung-hyun hoped that Hae-young would come back unharmed, but she didn't say goodbye to him. She started talking. She realized that perhaps these words were not the right ones to say, but she wanted to emphasize once again that he had only done what he had to. Without it, they would have met the same fate. She also added that if he hadn't done it himself, she would have definitely joined the fight. In reality, these were just words, and not many of them, but they made him feel better, and Sung-yoon didn't feel so burdened anymore. While he was talking, Hae-young sent him a friend request, which for some reason surprised him just as much. It could be said that they had passed this test at the expense of his strength, so she felt as if she was indebted to him, and that made her feel a little uncomfortable. In the future, when she returned to Earth, she told him to find Lee Ha-young of the White Guild. After saying that, the girl disappeared, and Sung-yoon was left alone to make a decision. He didn't know whether or not to absorb a human soul. If there were monsters here, he wouldn't even think about it, but he was still feeling a little heavy after killing 3 people. Now he was definitely sure that he had the ability to do it. He had a skill that would also be valued in the other world. Sung-yoon had previously put off the absorption process until later because he felt he was about to cross a healthy line. But now the time has come when he has made it clear what he wants to do, even though he had no intention of killing people to become stronger. However, in a situation where he had no choice, Sung-yoon was willing to kill. In addition to his original desire to become a hunter, new ambitions had already begun to emerge in his soul. This test tower was a real chance for him, and Sung-yoon was going to make the most of it and climb the floors higher and higher. The young man entered the waiting room on the 1st floor, where he exhaled a calm breath, knowing that he was going to rest. As soon as he stepped inside, the system began to expand. The number of candidates who had survived and would continue to compete was calculated, and their ranking was to be formed. At the same time, he was asked to enter his nickname on the screen. His nickname was changed from Han Sung-yoon to Hunter. This is the most suitable option for him. Soon the results were summarized, and each player was given a ranking and a place. The guy started flipping through the list, hoping that his name was somewhere on it. He didn't have to scroll long because he was 16th. After his nickname, several stages he had passed with his scores came up. His rating was much higher than the guy thought it would. He never expected to be so high and see such good characteristics in his profile. Sung-yoon also read that the first applicants would be recognized as pioneers in the field, and those who receive this status will have an additional bonus on the top floor. And if the player maintains the Pioneer status up to the floor, he will receive another new privilege, the Halo. It sounded like he would have an extra skill, which sounded very appealing, so Sungyun had already decided that he would try his best to stay in the lead. Then he left the chat room, thinking that he would read about it later, when the time came. Then the young man moved on to the next one, where he had to choose one of the souls he had in his arsenal. Among them was the player Li Xiong, Li Jihu, Im Sang-yoon, and the Goblin King. Then the guy chose the spirit he needed and began to increase his fortune with it. Now he clearly began to feel that he had crossed all the boundaries of human capability. Sung-yoon immediately went to the shop where he bought the return stones. They allowed players to leave the tower for 3 days and return to the place where they left off. Now he was wondering if he could travel there with all his equipment. His destination was Earth. He wasted no time and immediately went to his world, which he was very happy about. Han Sheng-yoon, the applicant, confirmed his intentions to return to Earth, and the transfer process began. Han Sheng-yoon successfully returned to his previous residence, and in 3 days, he will be moved back to the test tower. The first thing he wanted to do was lie down on his bed and fall asleep. These days, he had been training and completing tasks, only occasionally taking a short nap and a snack. He couldn't believe his eyes. Although it had only been a few days, there was a moment when he thought he would not see his home again, or at least not so soon. But he returned to his own room, where he had been living for a long time. To begin with, he chose what he had been thinking about, to lie down and sleep. Compared to the bed he had in the waiting room, his was a real heavenly den. But the smell was just awful. Sung-yoon couldn't sleep because of it, so he decided to take a bath first. When he stepped on the ground, he realized that he was standing on something. The something was his shield and sword from the tower. He decided to check it out, and it was indeed possible. You can take items from the Tower of Trials with you to Earth, and this apparently applies to every player. Now the boy always told himself that he needed to be more careful and smart. This will solve everything. Very soon, the number of those who will return to Earth will increase several times, and this will lead to a sharp increase in the number of those items, and prices on the market for hunters will begin to fall. The guy decided that he would have to get rid of his gear as soon as possible. The problem is that only those people who are qualified as hunters can sell items on the market. The young man looked once again at the wall with the rules of the dungeon. He had taped this letter there a long time ago. At first, he had only wanted to apply for the hunter's exam and then take it on his next return. But it turns out that he has a lot more to do than he thought. The phone of his mentor at the Hunter Training Center rang. He still didn't know what exactly happened to Seung-yoon and kept thinking about that pitiful student. Hwang Man-ho lifted the phone to his ear and said hello, listening to what the other party had to say. He didn't think the young man had mentioned him because the last time they had met, Man-ho had wanted to get away from him. Of course, he remembered the situation and suggested that Sung-yoon apply for a refund online. But what the guy said next shocked him again. He was still saying that he didn't need a refund. At first, Man-ho didn't even want to believe that he was telling the truth, and thought that he would regret his decision later, but the guy assured him otherwise. Sung-yoon called because he wanted to ask for something else. The man immediately interrupted him. He said that if he begged for the opportunity to study at the center again, he would refuse once again and hang up. However, the boy said the same thing he had said the night he came to his house. He wanted the coach to help him pass the hunter's exam. At the same time, Man-ho reminded him of the last certification, where the boy was not even allowed to take the exam. He got an F grade with a big stretch. Man-ho continued to push and said that a person without unique characteristics and skills would not be able to pass the exam, but then the boy interrupted him and finally asked if a coach would help him in this matter. In that case, Sung-yoon could have easily changed his mind about returning the money. Money is never too much. So the cadet offered him a deal. All that was required of Man-ho was to organize the exam for the hunter's qualification. Also, his physical condition had changed a lot, but in proportion to his progress. But now was not the time to consider himself a favorite. After all, Sung-yoon had managed to arrange the exam, so he should hurry. When he came out of his room, he immediately ran into his roommate, who was just entering her apartment. It was the same everyday life he missed so much. He even enjoyed seeing his neighbors pass by. When the young man came out and closed the door, he said hello to her. She knew only that he had been trying to become a hunter for several years. She looked at him carefully and then said hello as well. He missed his old life so much that he wished her a good day and smiled and walked on. She didn't say anything back to him, but she did notice that this guy hadn't been that tall before. Sung-yoon left the house and stood next to the road, trying to catch a taxi. That day, he was unlucky because not a single car stopped. That's when he decided that running to his destination would be a very good option. At this pace, he would soon be at the place where the exam would take place. The young man moved as fast as he had in the tower, jumping over the rooftop. After just a few minutes of running, Sung-yoon arrived at the Hunters Association. He went inside, where his instructor, Hwang Man-ho, was already waiting for him. He greeted him, and he was glad to see him now. It hadn't been long since they had met, although it had seemed like an eternity. Sung-yoon had been through so much in the past few days that it seemed as if 100 years had passed since his last day on Earth. In fact, the coach did not expect to hear something like this from him, and was curious to hear what he meant by these words. The young man was in no hurry to tell him, and they had no time for that. Kim In-hoo came up to them. He would be the evaluator and would evaluate Sung-yoon. He also added that at Hwang Man-ho's request, he would not have to go through an interview to pass the exam. Before he started, he asked if the cadet had any additional questions about the exam. However, Sung-yoon already knew exactly how the exams were conducted, so he was immediately invited to the classroom where he would take them. Kim In-hoo stayed longer with Man-ho, and Man-ho quietly reminded him of his request to remove Sung-yoon from the exam as soon as possible. He said that he didn't have to worry about it. For this exam, the monsters with the worst match to the exam monsters were chosen. Ying-hoo asked the cadet to choose the difficulty of the exam as soon as he was ready. He was allowed to choose any difficulty from 2. In the past, he had to choose the lowest difficulty on this exam to have at least some chance of passing it. However, this did not help him much, and he constantly lost to the same goblin. This was because he was weak and could not fight back. Man-ho allegedly teased him and jokingly said that he should prefer an easy task, but the young man said that he was choosing the 10th and most difficult one. A few seconds later, the system loaded the necessary monsters and his not the first exam began, where he had to hunt a firebird. Also, his movement was reduced by the Predator's Cry skill. Man-ho was 100% sure that this piece of garbage would never pass such a test and fail the exam again, so he tweaked his weapon a little bit. His mentor always thought of him as an idiot who couldn't sit still and was trying to get out of the mud he had already been stuck in years ago. The final result of the qualified individuals who passed the Hunter's exam was a list of 5 people, including Hwang Man-ho's name. He used to be incredibly happy that he could finally forget about all this preparation routine, that they were done with it and were having fun to celebrate the day. At the time, he felt like he was the best. But gradually, the gap with his peers began to widen. In the end, Hwang Man-ho gave up trying to bridge the gap. The world of hunters has a foundation, which is innate talent. He accepted this fact and then stopped trying to change anything. People are forced to give up when they feel a wall in front of them that they cannot pass through. And not just Hwang Man-ho, everyone did exactly that. It was incredibly painful to see all this and realize that your next attempt would do nothing, so it was better not to try, so as not to waste time and upset yourself once again. Sung-yoon's test started with difficulty. As soon as he saw the bird, he immediately realized that he had a strong opponent. But Hwang Man-ho was leading up to the fact that it was time for Sung-yoon to give up and stop trying to reach for things he couldn't reach. But he had a different idea. Even if this weapon was at a low level, it definitely wouldn't be able to just crack with such ease. The fact that the boy's sword broke in his hands at the very beginning only amused Man-ho's ego. He was really curious to see what he was going to do with the broken weapon in front of this creature. And Sung-yoon was excited about it as well. This was the perfect situation to test the skills he'd learned on the 10th floor of the test tower. This was the first time he had used instant acceleration, but he already knew how to use it. It was indeed much better than the speed boost he had used before. Now, the assassin's cloak with these skills was no match for his new abilities. With all his might, Sung-yoon tried to strike the monster, being 100% confident in his abilities. However, as expected, the sword was too short for the tricks he had concocted. He didn't lose his cool and picked up one plate from the floor, which was already quite damaged from the impact. Then Sung-yoon used his speed again and swung at the bird with all his strength, throwing it at her. That's how the fight ended. When the results were known, Hwang Man-ho became very angry with the examiner. He literally demanded that he be given a lower rank, but Kim In-hoo could not do anything about it. There was nowhere to go lower, because the cadet was able to kill the monster in 10 seconds. Moreover, this monster was aimed at those cadets who had already received the D rank at the intermediate certification. If it gave him a D rank, then Sung-kyung might have to file a lawsuit. As the two of them continued to talk, Sung-yoon continued to break things down, making his former instructor even angrier. But the exam was now finally over, and it was the first exam he had ever passed. Sung-yoon laughed slightly and said that he hadn't calculated his strength and didn't think that the tile would reach them. He finally got his wish. Sung-yun had successfully passed the exam he had been working on for years. The woman who gave him the certificate said that since he was registered with the Hunting Association, he could now officially engage in hunting activity. By that, she meant entering dungeons and selling weapons. Manhwa then demanded that Kim In-hoo explain how all this could have happened. He had said that Sung-yun would fail within the first 10 seconds, but it turned out that the cadet had actually succeeded in the task in that time. However, In-hoo really did his best, but based on the data they had in hand, Cadet Han Sung-yun would never have been able to pass the test. But that would have been against the rules. As Kim In-hoo has already said, the cadet can appeal in this case because his level is obvious. In any case, Hwang Man-ho was not satisfied, but at that moment Sung-yun entered the office, boasting that he had received the hunter's confirmation. In-hoo modestly congratulated him, telling him to accept his sincere congratulations. But the young man noticed that Man-ho didn't seem particularly pleased, so he asked him what was wrong. Then he began to act very awkwardly to hide his true emotion. He barely managed to get out the phrase hunter and Han Sung-yun because he didn't believe he would ever say such a thing. The young man also remembered that the instructor had once reached the rank of C. This was before he retired, but Man-ho didn't really understand what the younger man was trying to tell him. He kindly explained that he had just unwittingly remembered Man-ho calling him a bastard and a clumsy person. It had happened more than once, and he suddenly thought that maybe the instructor was the bastard. When Hwang Man heard this, he went crazy and threw himself at the guy standing next to him. The assistant instructor started to stop him, trying to prevent a fight. Sung-yun didn't even expect his provocation to be such a good plan to get his mentor emotional. However, it was much simpler than that. The young man thrust his fist forward when he was already close to him, and Hwang Man was hit hard in the chest. Now he was only acting in self-defense, so even if he were prosecuted, the court would be on his side. And the next blow was in response to his aggressive action. It seems that now Sung-yun was completely satisfied. Hwang Man was truly shocked when he felt the full force of the C rank on him, but the young man was indeed much stronger than he had been given credit for. Only later did he and Kim In-hoo leave the room, where the latter offered the younger man a direct job as an employee of the Hunters Association. The salary would be 1 billion won, but if Sung-yun wanted more, the matter was up for discussion. In-hoo assured him that he would be in a good position if he accepted the offer. Indeed, 1 billion won is a very good start for him. Kim explained that he could see the potential in him, so he didn't want to lose now, but the guy still had some questions. He could clearly see that the difficulty of the exam had been adjusted to be a few levels harder on purpose. Of course, he was not satisfied with this, but he did not want to make a big deal out of it either. It was a good offer after all, but it was not in Sung-yun's best interest to sign an agreement with someone he had no confidence in, so he simply threw away In-hoo's business card and left. The guy went home, and then he still had some time which he spent on unfinished business and resting in a soft bed. That's how the 2 days passed, after which he had to return to the test tower. At that time, the young man was watching the latest news, which was about a mysterious phenomenon called the test tower. People on Earth couldn't confirm for sure that it was real, so all the articles and posts on the internet were just about it. People from all over the country could hear about the tower. He was pleased that the world had finally learned about this strange phenomenon, and that it was now heard from everywhere. And he managed to get rid of his equipment for a very favorable price. Still, these 3 days were very productive, but they were already coming to an end. The guy looked at the screen of his phone, looking at the hour. A notification appeared that in a few seconds, he would be back in the test tower, which Sung-yun was already excited about. Time had completely run out, and the same thing happened again as the first time. Everything that was so familiar disappeared around him, and he was transported. Even now, the guy was looking forward to his future progress, and when he returned to Earth again, he would have many things to do. A few more insignificant seconds passed, and he was back on the bed in the waiting room. As expected, it was possible to safely mix objects between this tower and the real world. Everything that the young man had brought with him, he put in his inventory to use later. And now he decided that it was time to stretch his body a bit and start the tasks of the 5th floor. As soon as he got out of bed, he managed to get another achievement, First Return, and after that, a new skill, Eye of Truth, was created. Since the skill was new, there is no skill involved. It can be used for information gathering purposes, as the owner of this skill could use mana to obtain information about the target he or she is watching. It can also be used to reveal whether an opponent is telling the truth. This means that in addition to the data about the object of observation, he now also had the ability to immediately distinguish the truth from a lie. Perhaps it was all luck again? Once again, he was so lucky to have such incredible abilities here. Sung-yun also wanted to buy a new weapon. He chose the Thunder Sword, which could be bought with points. The next purchase was a Hunter Scout Shield, which cost him points. He did have to spend a lot on the weapon, but its options were very useful. He also had a 1% chance of striking an enemy with lightning. This was one of the key factors that made Sung-Yun pick up this sword. Now he was fully prepared to conquer another floor of the test tower. When he confirmed his readiness, he immediately jumped into the portal. After such a long time, he was already incredibly eager to begin the test. A little time passed, and Sung-Yun found himself there. This time, he had to hunt a werewolf boss in the wolf cave. If he succeeded, he would receive a werewolf headband, and if he failed, he would die. If on the first floors he was a bit scared of the task itself, here he was boldly waiting for his enemy, wanting to start the fight as soon as possible. As soon as he said the word, the red eyes of fierce wolves appeared from all the cracks, their vicious gazes falling on him. All of them simultaneously pounced on Sung-Yun, who was standing in the center. However, they did not have an easy time of it. These monsters were surprisingly weak and could be killed on the first strike. Some of them managed to survive, though they were wounded, and then, quite soon, real werewolves appeared behind them, which were many times larger than the wolves themselves. The tower still does not disappoint. Each test seemed better than all the previous ones. Now, he was really having fun and enjoying all these tasks. Sung-Yun may have been going a little crazy while he was here, but he was still incredibly happy to be able to take out all his anger on the monster. On the very next strike, the Hunter's Dagger skill reached, which advanced the skill to the next level. Also, the ability of accelerated regeneration has risen to rank D. Since the Hunter's Dagger skill had almost reached its peak growth, he needed to acquire a new swordsmanship skill. Sung-Yun himself wanted these monsters to attack him simultaneously and continuously. This added to the adventurousness and frenzy of the battle. The cadet had already hunted here 3 times, and as it turned out, the sword's lightning effect appeared even less often than he thought. In the very next minutes, the young man absorbed the spirit of the mad wolf. Repeating this action several times, he again managed to increase his skill to... This was very pleasing. The mastery of the unique skill was growing steadily and rapidly. If he did his best, he would be able to achieve an increase in the rank of his characteristics. Sung-Yun had also already reached almost the middle of the wolf cave. When he began to make his way further and noticed the road dotted with wolf corpses, he became a little wary. It seemed as if there was a conflict within the pack or someone else was here. And the guy was more inclined to the second option, because when he got up closer, he saw a clear cut. A blow that could only have been inflicted by a sword. Sung-Yun also noticed the footprints left nearby. All these factors only confirmed his assumption. He looked around and then acquired another skill, Aura Trace. This trace was left here after a rather powerful aura split the wall. His abilities were replenished quickly. It could be said that he managed to achieve a new goal with each new task. However, there were too many nuances that didn't fit in his head. Now Sung-Yun began to feel even more anxious. He was convinced that what he was looking for was waiting for him somewhere nearby. And soon he got confirmation of this, for he heard a loud roar and howl coming from deep within the cave. The werewolf boss was dead, but it wasn't at the hands of Sung-Yun. This was the only condition for victory, so the system began to determine the cause of the monster's death. This all surprised the cadet. The target of the entire assignment, the reason he was here, was lying dead right now. Someone had beaten him to it. While he stood there in complete shock and bewilderment, the system completed the analysis. The fact is that during Han Sung-Yun's test, someone broke into the task. Because of this, the goal of the entire test changed. Now he had to kill a candidate from another dimension who had unexpectedly burst into his room. For several minutes, the guy did not approach him. He was still shocked that such a thing was even possible in this tower. But this could only mean that the test tower exists simultaneously in different universes, in addition to the Earth itself. The question remained how this monster came to be here, but as soon as Sung-Yun turned his gaze to it, it immediately interrupted him. The stranger was also surprised that this kid from the undeveloped world was still standing in front of him, but he was looking for the owner of the test. When the young man did not answer him, he merely called him a barbarian and began to raise his tone, trying to get at least a few words out of him. This was certainly not the werewolf Sung-Yun was expecting, but the situation was also very fun and he was eager to compete with him, especially since this idiot had interrupted his personal test and destroyed an enemy that belonged to him. Sung-Yun had never thought that a situation where the target of a test would be killed by an alien from another universe would even exist, but he was still very lucky that the test was not counted as a failure, and he still had a chance to make things right. The knight had already thought that Sung-Yun was silent out of fear and could not say a word. In that case, he promised that he would end his suffering right then and there. Without another word, the knight ran towards Sung-Yun, but that was part of his plan. The young man was trying to catch his enemy when he was not expecting it, and he thought he had succeeded. Indeed, the sword touched the stranger's armor, but it could not pierce it. His plan was to cut the enemy's armor in half with the first stroke, but it turned out that this stranger was much stronger than he seemed. That was right, Sung Yun had fallen into his little trap. After a few words, the young man flew away from the stranger in knight's armor with a scream. Due to the strong impact and unfortunate landing, he severely damaged his arm, which began to bleed instantly. But Sung Yun was also stronger than the stranger expected. He managed to block the aura. If he hadn't done so now, he would have met a miserable and quick death, as he would have been cut in half. But now he also wanted to understand what was happening. The system recognized him, as he had never heard of it before, let alone encountered it personally. But why would a barbarian even hear of such a definition as floor invasion? The guy did not understand why he was unlucky enough to have such an incident during his test. But he shouldn't have held on to his anger and resentment. The tower was such an unpredictable place from the very beginning. Now the stranger wanted to end this long conversation. But Sung Yun had calmed down, or he was just very curious about what had happened and why. So he asked him to tell him what it was. Surprisingly, he agreed, adding that the young man was dead anyway and would never get out of here. He then began to explain that among the system's options are advanced functions that are activated on the top floor. One of the functions was called Floor Intrusion. If you buy such a ticket in the store, you can get the opportunity to get into the test of any other person. That made sense? But Sung Yun was still bothered by the fact that this stranger had called his world underdeveloped. He was curious to know more about the other world from which he came. Sung Yun was sure that he came from some other dimension if he said something like that. This time he decided to use the new skill, Eye of Truth, where he received confirmation that his opponent was telling the truth. But right now, in front of this stranger, he had done something unacceptable. He was angry that his words and actions were being questioned. But this anger only made Sung Young's desire to fight stronger. Now that he had learned everything he needed to know, he was ready to move on to the next task, even though the stranger was still shocked by his brazen behavior. Since he had already gained all the information, he decided to share one interesting fact. Thanks to the skill of pain tolerance, his injured arm practically did not bother him. In other words, he was not holding it because it was unbearably painful. Only now the guy let go of the wrist of his injured hand. Another instant regeneration skill automatically kicked in and the limb began to heal before his eyes. But it seemed to him that the stranger would share information with him only if he looked pitiful and helpless. Only now did the stranger realize that he was just testing his skills. But no matter what, if all this power was just what Sung Yun had demonstrated earlier, he would never get out of here alive. However, all of this was only amusing to Sung Yun, who was now fully prepared for battle. His strength began to grow rapidly, and his skills improved. On each floor, he gained more and more points and increased his agility, stamina, and strength. His mana had increased by 1 point, and his durability by 1 point. The stranger who burst onto the floor was not expecting this. He hadn't thought that here, at the very bottom of the tower, there would be such a strong competitor who, in addition to healing skills, would also have unique ability. While he was still under the impression, Sung Yun decided to act and activated the exclusive effect of the assassin's cloak to increase his speed for a minute. The instantaneous acceleration took effect, after which he made a sharp movement forward. All this only surprised the stranger in the armor more. He still didn't understand how the applicant from the next floor had so many skills with him. This guy's wealth was very high. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a force on the lower floors. Aura is a high-level skill, so a punch like that could have done a lot of damage. Nevertheless, the stranger was still ahead of him in terms of wealth, so he would be able to avoid fatal blows, but he was more concerned about something else. The armor that Sung Yun was wearing could not be destroyed by his normal ability. The equipment was too resistant, so the stranger decided to strike after strike to achieve some kind of result. However, before his first attempt, something stopped him. The thunder sword that the young man had purchased had a 1% chance of using lightning, which was just what he needed. If it had a lightning rod function, it would have added unnecessary trouble at the same time. But fortunately, the risk was now fully justified. In the beginning, the stranger had no idea that this fight would drag on. He had to win, because he was only facing a representative of the same floor, so he did not even imagine that he would have to put in so much effort to overcome a cadet with many skills. In retrospect, relying on his armor and a single high-level skill was indeed foolish. Now, it was time for the outsider who had barged in on the trial to meet his end. When Sung Yun was about to finish him off, the stranger shouted loudly, trying to stop him. The stranger said that he could answer the questions that Sung Yun was so interested in, but he no longer needed to. In a moment, this exercise met its end at the hands of someone he had previously considered a worthless weakling. With each time, Seung-yoon realized that he was getting better at killing people. He no longer felt guilty about what he was doing. If he had felt uncomfortable about killing, it would have been a much more serious problem. Despite the fact that an unexpected surprise awaited him here, the young man was able to make it to the 5th floor, completing the task. This time he also decided to absorb the spirit and not leave it here. This happened, as before, quickly. He absorbed the spirit of challenger Cade Adrax, and his skill increased by... He almost missed the opportunity to absorb this soul, because when the challenger went to another dimension, he would dissipate like a mirage after death. But for some reason, he still hadn't received a notification about the reward, as he had on previous floors. The main reason for this was that the level of difficulty and reward did not match, and the components of the reward were revised once again. Now, as a reward for such a breakthrough, he received the 3 absolute skill, and as a bonus, he was also given points. And then some? Instead of the promised C rank reward, Seung-yoon managed to get himself an A rank reward. Means that this knight was really strong if the system credited such a reward for defeating him, but Seung-yoon still didn't believe that he was able to award such a treasure in the form of an A rank. Now he was transferred back to the floor waiting room. He was healed of all debuffs and injuries. One way or another, he had faced an invasion from another dimension, and now he wondered what else the test tower was capable of. The young man had tried to leave the tickets to the floor to the last, but now he realized that he had to make another decision. He entered the menu to write some questions. There were currently only... At first, he was going to ask the administrators about the floor invasion and whether he could find out about it in advance. For now, he decided that this would be enough, so he immediately sent a message with the question. He didn't have to wait even a minute before he got an answer. It was much faster than Seung-yoon thought. He thought he would have to wait for hours. He opened the message with all the explanations. So, floor invasion was a system that allowed an applicant to enter the test with another player, but there could be a maximum of 1 floor difference between them. Also, you could only enter personal trials, and it was impossible to enter special or combined trials. This is a system that expands after the 1st floor and is not currently available. It was possible to break the ladder to pieces for the person climbing it. The guy wanted to see more information, but it was not available to him at this stage. And since the question was only half answered, the ticket would not be counted as used. It turned out that this ticket was also not omnipotent and could not answer all the questions. Nevertheless, Seung-yoon was glad that the ticket was intact and he hadn't wasted anything. Now it was time to use the items he had brought with him from Earth. So he opened his inventory. He was allowed to use the chest of the Kraken Magic Tower to restore the shield of the Secret Hunter. As soon as he did so, the chest's use went down, but it was still more than he expected. The system also reminded him of a Purity Stone that he could use right now. To be honest, buying a Purity Stone might seem like a waste, but Seung-yoon thought that the feeling of freshness and lack of fatigue that comes with bathing was worth the few thousand won. There was still a little over an hour left until the next test, so since there was still time, he decided to check the scoreboard and check out the company at the same time. Everything had changed since the last time. This time, Hunter found himself immediately because he was in the right place. This really surprised him. He went from that place to the top in just one time. The results were very gratifying, and it made him even more eager to overcome all the obstacles that would be waiting for him on the next floors. And all this was most likely bringing him closer to the advantages of a pioneer, but he couldn't know for sure. So he would have to go all the way to the next floor to find out if it was true. Now, the hunter tapped the screen again and logged into the community. There were already quite a few messages there. Someone was offering to sell a way to acquire a mental confrontation skill that would be very useful in robberies and assassination. If you have this skill in your arsenal, you will be able to earn new achievements related to murder, robbery, and betrayal, and get quite good rewards. The state of this chat has changed a lot. There were a lot of messages related to murder and something similar, although some people tried to stop this chaos. Because of all this, the candidates were divided into 2 camps. Some began to say that it would be the right decision because they had to go through the tower, while others stood their ground and said that the killings were too much, especially since they had all passed the test of the top floor here, so they had committed murder. In addition to all this, the achievements for the death of another were the most effective. So many tried to earn them. It's like a field of chaotic disorder and madness, and all of this chaos is right in front of Seung-yoon's eyes. In such a short period of time, everything in the chat room had changed, and the players were even more determined to oppose each other. All of these mental confrontation skills are now being promoted even more actively, and they are trying to sell them in greater numbers. They did have the attractive effect of reducing the psychological shock of a premeditated murder, but on the other hand, it was a double-edged sword. Even if you use this skill every time to let go of the emotional pain, it won't solve the problem. The next notification popped up where someone in the chat room reported that the person who started the thread seeking information had changed his name to Suda Gong Yu. Since they were talking about the trials of hunters, it could all lead to one logical end. Sooner or later, they would all have to kill each other. Now everyone began to think that this mysterious Gong Yu deliberately wanted to set the hunters up for a fight to the death. I wouldn't want to repeat the same thing that happened last time. Sung Kyung memorized the nickname Sudi Gong Yu and hoped that this wouldn't turn into something worse. While he was reading all these messages and checking the scorecard, his time in the waiting room came to an end, and he could start the test. The topic of this floor was occupation. He had 1 minute to do everything, and during this time, it was necessary to capture any stronghold. And for the victory, the applicants were given a random chest with a reward. From what the young man saw in front of him, he thought it was the sea. Now, the selection of candidates was complete, and he had to work with his teammates to win together. But in all this time, none of his teammates had shown up. However, he was jumping to conclusion, because a short time later, a spear flew towards Sung Yoon. He immediately grabbed the weapon, stepping aside by himself, and then saw the owner of the spear. I can't tell you how annoyed Sung Yoon was. This had just been an attack by his own team, which was unacceptable. However, after saying that, the stranger didn't become any kinder. On the contrary, he called him an idiot who didn't understand anything. It was already known that killing was the easiest way to get a reward. He wanted to say that the most important thing was to get as many rewards as possible, and they don't care at whose expense it is. Of course, this guy didn't change his mind, but he warned him that he should have looked around before showing himself to be so kind and honest. There were people there. They were from the same team, but they were brutally killing each other as if they were enemies. No one in particular was to blame. Those were the rules of the tower, even though no one openly disclosed them. Now everyone just wanted to have many rewards and achievements. They didn't feel guilty about committing murder. Perhaps now Sung Yoon will finally understand the point. There are no friends here. Everyone, even a teammate, is a rival. These words sounded hypocritical, and Sung Yoon didn't understand them. He didn't even think that he would ever do the same. Another betrayal took place before his very eyes. Two people shook hands, agreeing to join forces. The man was really happy to find someone who was on the same page about all this. Together, they lamented what was happening around them and all these betrayals. And in unison, they said that it was unacceptable and terrible, and all the players should come to their senses. But in that very moment, a knife was in the man's heart. He was still holding her hand, not realizing what was happening to him. Without even realizing what was happening, he shook hands with a stranger who was his rival. Now the skill of a vile killer was acquired, and his resistance increased. The man fell down without even making a sound of pain. I should have been honest. First of all, everyone came here for achievement. So Sung Yoon should have stopped pretending to be so honest and innocent when the tower demanded something completely different. He didn't even look at the guy who wanted to repeat the same thing he had done a few minutes ago. But this time, he was even more unlucky. Thanks to his abilities, Sung Yoon moved very quickly and was able to hit him easily. His last emotion was genuine surprise when he realized what had happened. The way Sung Yoon moved was like a bolt of lightning. The strike was fatal, and now the hunter had also gained the trader's achievement, thereby increasing his own fortune. Special tests and combined tests are all just tasks that he will complete no matter what. These names are just words, but this test can be called a kind of event that he likes. This is where Sung Yoon can improve his skills in his unique characteristic, and if he's lucky, he'll pick up a few new skills as well. However, he didn't intentionally attack the other contestants on purpose to gain something new. He simply decided to fulfill the mission conditions and respond in kind to those who would be the first to attack. Other players also took the challenge, using all their strength to pass it. For those who had already mastered the magic of water, it was an ideal test to see if they could believe in their ability. The water around them was choppy, and Sung Yoon ran across a small bridge in the middle of the pond, stirring it up even more. Another challenger saw through his dome that someone was heading toward him. However, there was no fear in his eyes, because this barrier could not be broken through even with extremely strong abilities. But all his words instantly dissipated when he himself fell to the ground, receiving a powerful blow. Although Sung Yoon's actions were a bit cruel, the end result is what matters. He walked over to the man lying down, who already seemed unconscious. The other team members were afraid of his strength, even thought he was a runner, and decided to take a different path to avoid facing someone who looked like a monster. With his actions, the hunter could easily instill fear in his opponents. And, to be honest, he wanted to earn as many achievements as possible, but he didn't want to commit unnecessary murders. In the end, Sung Yoon quickly captured one of the strongholds, just as the task said. The occupation is interrupted as soon as an outsider enters the territory, so he had to keep the point under his control until the very end. It seemed like an easy task, given his capabilities and the time left. To be precise, a few minutes. The young man sat down on the ground, sitting next to his dead opponent, so he just had to wait for the allotted time. The high-ranking contestants who immediately confirmed their participation in the next test without using the return stones on the first floor must be outside the first floor, and most of the applicants around him were low-ranking people, so it was easier than he thought to pass the test. But that test on the top floor made me think about a lot of things. First of all, I shouldn't have trusted others, regardless of which side this person is on and whether they are on your team. There was an atmosphere of despair and darkness inside the tower. But self-hypnosis was the greatest hypocrisy, and even if he managed to distract his opponents and divert them to another stronghold, someone would eventually die. He was sitting in his thoughts, not paying attention to his surroundings, when suddenly the system announced that the capture of the territory was suspended because the enemy had entered. Only then did Sung Yoon turn around to face him. The young man's expression was confused, and the opponent was very pleased with it. In this challenge, the team was supposed to consist of 2 people, but unexpectedly, there were 4 of them on the ground. But here, without any explanation, everything was clear. Most likely, the 4 idiots decided to team up to form an assassination squad and earn as many achievements as possible. Sung Yoon got the gist of it, and now the whole team was going to do what they had come here to do. And that was to kill the one who stood in the way of victory and capture the territory. As they moved forward, a young man from the enemy team immediately used a heart fusion. This was the first time Sung Yoon had ever encountered this skill, and he did not know how it would work. Nevertheless, the system notified him that the challenger Han Seung-yoon would now share the pain with the challenger Kim Jin-hyun. He immediately activated the skill of increased pain tolerance, and any injuries would be felt less strongly. While all this was happening, one of the 4 who had attacked him began to attack and suddenly found himself next to Sung Yoon. This task was indeed more difficult when you have several strong opponents entering your territory who are well versed in their skills. Also, seawater splashed directly on the young man's face. He unwittingly touched it, which reduced his strength, as well as his agility and stability. These penalties were imposed for the next 3 minutes. This was the first time Sung Yoon had ever heard of a penalty being imposed for interacting with water, and it was quite a large one at that. This is real. He's in a lot of trouble right now. It's unbelievably horrible. At this rate, the next person to die could be Sung Yoon himself. These 4 are really strong, and he's been robbed of his power points. But even this situation didn't make him worry. He is an unusual player, so he decided to take full advantage of this. The strategy of leaving the enemy unarmed and reducing his stats was a pretty good decision, but the whole team made one big mistake that became fatal. Everything would have worked, but they chose the wrong enemy for the competition. Before any of them could say anything, Sung Yoon received the achievement One Strike Kill, and thus gained the skill Disdain for the Weaker. The effect of this skill was that when the opponent cannot exceed any of the user's characteristics, the strength increases in accordance with the differences in characteristics. All the enemy's stats were lower than his, so it was immediately activated and his strength increased by... The next skill was added to his arsenal immediately. He killed the next participant and became a cold-blooded killer, which increased his agility. The 2 remaining participants were in such shock that they could barely speak, but they had to think of something quickly to avoid the fate of the others. But before they could even do that, Sung Yoon ran with the speed of lightning right in front of their faces. Once behind his opponents, the hunter slashed at the next challenger, who instantly screamed when he saw the bloody marks on his body. It was happening so fast and there was only one more to kill, after which power over the stronghold would pass back to Sung Yoon. Literally, they were sharing the same pain, but fortunately, no major damage was done. The only problem is that this pain limits one's ability. The guy fell down and kept screaming, throwing his weapon aside. Now they were left face to face with Sung Yoon. By now, the competitor didn't look as confident as he had at the beginning, and he hoped with all his heart that he wouldn't come any closer. He threatened that if Sung Yoon took even one more step toward him, he would immediately slit his throat. But, of course, the young man did not give in to such provocation. His body was in pain, but thanks to his pain tolerance skill, he could at least move around. However, the hardest part was reacting with such speed to all the attacks of the opponent. As expected, there was only one answer. You need to kill the challenger who activated the heart fusion as soon as possible, and only then will all this end. If he doesn't do it now, it may be too late for him to suffer the fate of those who have already been eliminated from the competition. The feeling of having your throat literally slit was unbearable, so Sung-yoon suggested that his opponent try to feel the same way. He laughed, looking at the hunter with crazy eyes, who had already killed half the team. Sung-yoon didn't have time to stop, so he acted quickly and efficiently. He used the acceleration again, and his enemy didn't even notice that he had done what he had said a few seconds ago. With this act, the challenger Han Sung-yoon earned another cold-blooded maniac skill, earning him more points. At that moment, time was up, the test was over, and the point was captured by the hunter. Despite such a difficult situation, he managed to get out and pass the tower challenge. The other teams who managed to survive were incredibly happy to have passed another stage. They hugged each other, forgetting about all the horrors that could have happened. Whether it was someone's idea that most people were crazy about committing murder, no one could say. Even at the beginning, they were excited to be brutalized again. But in the end, the winners were those who kept the team they had created. There was a bloody mark on his face that reminded him of what had happened. But there were some exceptions. Some players believed that they had done nothing wrong and kept repeating that the only one to blame was the crazy man who didn't have time to dodge the blow. And now Sung-yoon wondered if he looked like a monster in the eyes of the other challenger, just like they did. He managed to make it to the top floor of the test tower. A random draw box was to be sent to his room as a reward for his breakthrough, and he received thousands of points and then moved to the waiting room. The hunter absorbed the spirits of player Lee Seong-jun and Kim Jin-hyun. The spirits of Wook Sung-jin and Han Seok-jun were also now with him. The mastery of the Necromancer's unique characteristic has increased to the rank of the unique ability moved to the new rank D. Now he opened his eyes in the familiar waiting room of the first floor. After that, the achievements viewer was activated. For the first time, it opened automatically. Then his name appeared on the screen, along with all the new skills and achievements he had gained. He was even lucky enough to be promoted to Class S. Just as he thought, the first return was not a simple achievement. Sung-yoon decided to take a closer look at the characteristics and clicked on the screen. This achievement was awarded for killing an opponent with a single blow, and as a reward, the player receives the skill Contempt for the Weak. The achievement of Cold-Blooded Killer was awarded to those who commit consecutive murders of contenders without question, and the player's strength increases. By a cold-blooded maniac achievement could be obtained by those who kill 5 or more participants in the competition. The reward was points. As other contestants said in the chat, there was a lot to be gained from killing others. It turns out that if a player earns an achievement, he or she receives various rewards, such as skills, points, or a boost in wealth. Now it's time to unlock the main prize for completing the floor. A raffle box appeared in front of the hunter. It was tied with a yellow ribbon, and a random item could fall out of it. At this stage, the young man could get items from F to B rank. In reality, it was all ambiguous. Although it was a difficult test, the chances of getting something very good or completely useless were equal. But Sung-yoon didn't want to wait too long, so he decided to just take out what was inside and start absorbing souls. As soon as he tore off the yellow ribbon that wrapped the box, a bright light appeared. Suddenly, a small monster jumped out. It looked like a Pokemon, and Sung-yoon's nervous laughter broke out. He already thought that he would have to catch it. Without thinking twice, he jumped right at the little monster and grabbed it with both hands. It was easy. Now he had the monster in his hands, although he still didn't know what to do with it. But now it didn't seem so fun anymore, and the green creature was not so helpless, because it bit the boy's hand sharply and hard. He was quite cute, too, so Sung-yoon tried to be more gentle with him, but this made him very angry. So he said that he was not going to feel sorry for him, so he threw himself at the monster again to catch it. This time, Sung-yoon hit the monster, and it was so dizzy that it could not respond with another bite. A moment later, the monster was torn apart, and a small pendant was found inside. As the system recognized, it was the highest level item that could be obtained from this box. If we talk about the highest class, it means that it is a Class B item. It was a steel pendant that was completely imbued with the soul of the blacksmith who had worked on it. It increased the effects of metallurgy and sword skills by, and if you also use mana, the exclusive steel defense effect is activated, but there is no recovery due to the use of mana. Finally, Sung-yoon picked up the pendant and examined it carefully. He was curious to know how this effect worked, so he looked at the screen, where it said that while using this effect, the skin would absorb all damage. When the sword skill is activated, it will absorb physical damage. If you think about it, this pendant had more stats than most Class A items. It could both attack and defend. Even though Sung-yoon didn't expect anything from this raffle, he ended up with a very good prize. He put the pendant on himself, and then heard that all his mana was now exhausted, so the effect of the pendant was suspended. It turns out that this is also an exclusive effect that consumes mana at the speed of light. You should start saving mana to use this pendant in critical moment. Now the guy decided to check the status window of the unique characteristic that was recently assigned rank D. However, when he tried to look at the information window, something else appeared on the screen. Normally, there would be a waiting time before the next floor was challenged. This time, that didn't happen. Although he didn't see anything wrong with starting the challenge a little faster, he wondered if everyone else had run out of waiting time. Before returning to the task, the young man went to the chat room, where he immediately came across a message from the ghost of the tower that the time for resting before the tests had disappeared. So now everyone can start the task right away. The chat room was still in disarray, and no one missed an opportunity to quarrel, even over such a trifle. But it seemed that most people didn't care that time had disappeared. No one seemed to be interested in the benefits of being a pioneer, and the community was dominated by an atmosphere of desperation to get home for good. He assumed that this was because most of the tower players were lower-level hunters, and compared to his floor, the way they communicated was very different. Everyone was even more focused on satisfying their own personal needs and were willing to kill as many as necessary. Sung-yoon was sure that all these maniacs had now calmed down, and the next one was going to be a personal test, so they had nothing to gain by engaging in a dialogue. It is worthwhile to beware of maniacal killers who disregard the lives of their comrades as mere tools to achieve a reward. And he was going to develop his skills, which would not depend on changes in the tower itself. It would be safer that way. Well, now he did tear open a window with information about the Necromancer's unique characteristic. He had an additional ability. Now he could use the souls of the dead to protect the body, and at that moment, the amount of energy that would be spent on the protective shell would be proportional to the force of the blow. More specificity was added, and the new possibilities of the basic effect were also useful. Previously, the main focus was on boosting stats, but now this has changed a bit. Now, souls could be used as a magical power for one's own protection. Sung-yoon hoped that there would be at least some increased probability of obtaining the skill. Anything could happen here, so additional body protection would never be superfluous. And now it was time to test how effective this shield would be. Well, it was worth the risk. Even if he chops off his arm, the waiting room still has a healing buff. He took a deep breath, and a moment later, the sword fell on Sung-yoon's hand. It all took such a short amount of time that he barely had time to feel the pain as the spirit absorbed all the damage he had done. But now, Wook Sung-jin's soul was gone, and he was left with 3 of the possible souls. The effectiveness of this skill had exceeded his expectation. Now it was better not to absorb all the souls at once, but to keep a few in reserve for his own safety. The young man opened the board summarizing the results of this test to see where he had moved this time. He was still in the lead, but this time, he was down 1 place and in 7th place. He was a little unhappy that he had slipped down, but it wasn't that critical. Still, to be among the pioneers, you need to be among the best. As a result, Sung-yoon spent several dozen minutes checking various characteristics and wasted a lot of time. Now it was time to take on the next challenge. A portal opened in front of him as soon as the hunter confirmed his desire to proceed with the task. The topic of this challenge is evident. He had minutes to complete it. The task was to complete 3 smaller tests in the allotted time. The reward in case of victory is the Grace of the Wind skill, and in case of defeat, the player dies. A corridor appeared in front of Sung-yoon. He carefully examined what he could, and felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from the previous trials. Literally, there was no sense of anyone's presence here, and it irritated him greatly. When the hunter took a few more steps forward, he entered the zone of the first test, where he needed to overcome his fears. It was a desert, which was to be expected from a test on top. The first test was to kill the sand golem that had met him on the first floor of the tower. Now this entire space was a reproduction of the training test. He had to pass all 3 to be successful. It turns out that during this task, the next ones that he has completed will also be created. To be honest, Sung-yoon was now strong enough to defeat a sand golem with his eyes closed. This meant that he would soon be on the reserved floor. But there was a complication. Now the sand golem was several times bigger than in the first test. It seemed like it had tripled in size now, but it would be even more fun, so the challenger prepared to attack. He picked up his weapon and was about to hit the golem in the head, but when he reached the top, he realized that the golem's weak point, the core, was nowhere to be seen. Sung-yoon assumed that the bigger the monster, the deeper the core would be hidden. Since it would not be possible to deal with this giant with a single blow, the young man decided that he would simply tear the body into pieces. But each time he cut only mere sand, so it was still impossible to destroy this monster without the core. These attacks did nothing to help Sung-yoon. On the contrary, he only made the golem even more angry. Because of his aggression, he began to smash everything around him. It got to the point where the young man simply could not get close enough to strike him. It was not difficult for him to dodge the golem's attack, but it was another matter to run away from the sand wave. Then it was time to use the 3 absolute skill. It would amplify the first 3 sword strikes, and each attack would also amplify the cutting power of the sword. Sungyun rushed out to attack again and calculated the strength of his sword. With the effect of this skill, he was able to cut the monster's arm with a single blow. Then the boy remembered the moment when he had to face the decision to go upstairs. He was incredibly angry then, but now he realized that perhaps he should even thank the knight who had fallen to his test. Even though this golem was recovering with the help of sand, it was necessary to continue to make slashing attacks until the core could be found. Sungyun prepared to attack again, first moving to a safe distance. After that, he rushed to cut the monster to pieces, swinging his sword as fast as he could. Several more minutes passed, and the young man was sweating, but he still hadn't found the monster's core. But now, Sungyun noticed that the golem was several meters smaller than it had been before. The thing is that its body cannot constantly regenerate itself with the help of the environment, so it has shrunk so much. If he continues like this, soon there won't be a single grain of sand left. After a few strokes, Sungyun could already see that the core was on the golem's back. The body was covered with a thick layer of sand, so it was not noticed, and it became more difficult to get there. He thought that no more than 10 minutes had passed, but now it would be more correct to speed up, since only minutes were allotted for the entire test. After such an intense diet, the golem became more agile, but now it was easy to strike the core. Although Sungyun would have loved to play with it longer, time was limited. When the golem's core was destroyed, the first test was counted as passed. Sungyun proved that he had overcome his own fear. He was going to absorb the spirit of the golem to get everything he could from the task, but this time, the result was different. He failed to absorb the spirit. Not only did he lose the spirit of the monster, but his skill level went down the drain. However, he was not going to dwell on the negative and simply moved on, so as not to waste time. Now Sungyun was in the second test zone, where he would have to prove that he had become wiser. The location of the second test was an orc village. As he thought, all the tests he had already passed before had to be repeated. Unlike the last time, everything was on fire at once. The village was engulfed in flames from all sides. It was then that Sungyun noticed the orc rangers. During the test on the second floor, he managed to destroy their settlement. It turns out that now he is seeing future events unfolding in front of him that he hasn't seen before. They had a fit of madness, which is common among monsters in times of great anger. But an orc in a state of madness is no longer a miserable E-rank creature. It is a truly powerful creature. As soon as Sungyun entered the gate, a crowd of angry monsters ran straight for him. Just like the last time, the orcs were incredibly homesick. Their current state was a perfect example of that. The acceleration skill activated as soon as he ran forward, and the 3 absolute skill was added. He had no pity for those monsters, and watching them suffer, seeing their families die before his eyes, was incredibly sweet. The second test was over even faster than the first. Sungyun was able to prove that he had become wiser and successfully completed the task. This time, he was not going to wait long, lest it happen as in the last task. The young man immediately absorbed the orc spirit so that it would not disappear. There were several spirits and all of them were absorbed. His mastery level was increased by chi, and he now had 30 spirits in his arsenal. The mastery of the Hunter's Dagger skill has reached its maximum and has been upgraded to rank Dian. The instant acceleration skill also peaked and was also promoted to the next rank. Well, now there is one last zone with a challenge. This time, the player must prove that they have overcome their doubt. And for some reason, Sungyun suspected that the full horror was about to begin. The 6th floor battlefield appeared in front of him, which surprised Sungyun. Since the previous 2 tasks had been generated exactly as they had been during the first pass, he thought that this time he would be facing a duplicate of the 3rd floor. The only difference he noticed was that the tiles were differently arranged. But there was nothing to be surprised about. The orc test was supposed to show his wisdom. He probably shouldn't look for any common sense or logical connection in the tower. Before the trial began, Sungyun received the Potion of Life. It was made from a special water that was filled with the riches of life. When taken, the potion restores lost physical and magical strength. Sungyun drank it immediately, and afterwards he felt much better. At least now he felt more secure on the set. The potion bottle had to go somewhere, so he simply threw it into the endless ocean of the tower. However, this did not end well, even though it was only a small bottle. The player activated the assassin's cloak to speed up and escape from the crumbling bridge as quickly as possible. The tests that have been generated so far have repeated the existing rules, so To pass this test, you need to find and occupy a stronghold. Until then, you can't interact with water in any way. Fortunately, it was faster. At least this wave couldn't overtake Sung Yoon. Everything was fine. He just had to keep moving in the same direction, and soon he would reach the right place. The young man continued to run forward, but at some point he did touch the water of the test, and his strength and agility decreased. His steadiness was also reduced, and now he would have to spend another 3 minutes with a penalty. Now, he was sincerely hoping that all those tiles would stay in the same order as they were then. But it was a clue that there was at least some common sense in the test tab. The water was once again very close, so Sung-Yun had no choice but to use the instantaneous acceleration. He had been through so many trials, but he never thought he would die in a place like this. But luckily for him, a platform appeared in front of his eyes. It was one of the strongholds. Soon enough, this damned ordeal would be over, and he would move to the waiting room. But when he was less than a few meters away from the platform, the tower went completely crazy, and the wave almost reached him again. Now, the unique effect of the pendant that protected the wearer was activated. In an instant, the protective shell absorbed all damage. The spirit absorbed the blow that had been dealt to the challenger, and immediately the soul of the orc huntsman disappeared from his arsenal. But at the same time, the young man felt the impact of the wave. Right before the blow could do any damage, the shield blocked it. The exclusive effect of the killer's cloak had come to an end and was now disabled. It all felt like a curse. In addition, his mana was already at 0, and if his instant acceleration failed, he would quickly be finished. Now the situation was critical, so the young man decided to take extreme measures to save himself. He used another skill that could save his life. He could use the spirit of the orc huntsman to replenish his mana, and finally his strength returned. Only minutes passed, although it seemed like hours. Fortunately, it was only a short distance to reach the point. But then he found himself in trouble again. A large pillar of water rose right in front of his eyes, and he barely managed to stop and keep his balance. Recently, the tower has been surprising him more and more, and during all these trials, Sung-Yun had learned that you need to be able to take risks here, so he decided to do it again this time. Another soul of the Orc Ranger disappeared, and the souls in possession were only, but at this point, everything stopped, and a notification appeared that the applicant was able to prove that he had overcome his own doubts. The third test was successfully completed. The test was over, but he still had to suffer in its last seconds. But soon, all the suffering was over. The task was completely completed, and he was rewarded with the Wind Delight skill and thousands of points. He also received a bonus reward. The accelerated boots would be sent to his event, but right now, Sung-Yun could go to the waiting room. Soon, he was there and could breathe a sigh of relief because he had now dealt with this hell. But this time, he was incredibly close to defeat and was literally a moment away from total failure. In this case, he was already afraid to go straight to the next floor. It is unlikely that he would have been so lucky in the tests in the future. Also, the number of applicants who passed the 7th floor exceeded the number of people. The system was about to be expanded, and a skills shop was open. The test set a crossing point, so a permanent return was possible. And then the floor invasion system was activated. Everything that all the players had been waiting for with great anticipation was finally theirs. But the icing on the cake was something else. It was the fact that Sung-Yun was one of those who were called pioneers, and it was time to choose a halo. This was an advantage that could only be obtained if the applicant had been named a pioneer on all previous floors. The halo also influenced the player's unique characteristics and skills, so the system asked you to choose wisely. It was strange that the tower suddenly started giving some similar advice. If so, then the halo is indeed very valuable. You could choose one of 3 halos, namely Ruler, Hunter, and Monk. First, the boy decided to read the description of each of them. The Ruler is the halo that has a different production depending on the person. In fact, it is closer to a universal type than a specialized one, and is closely related to the unique characteristics of the applicant. The potential increases significantly for abilities such as growth, combat, support, and production. The unique strength is the synthesis of skills, and this is the most appropriate halo for the current challenger, Han Sung-Yun. After reading this description, Sung-Yun was already sure that this was exactly what he needed. After all, the test tower itself said that it was the most suitable halo for him. But even though it said so, Sung-Yun wanted to familiarize himself with all the halos so that he could choose the best one for himself. The Hunter is a halo that anyone can easily adapt to. It is closely related to character and skill improvements, and the halo effect greatly increases skill level and stats. His unique strength is leveling up, and this halo was perfect for him. For some reason, Sungyun was surprised that this halo was also good for him. He thought that this one wouldn't be as good for him. So he decided to move on to the third and final halo, the monk. He was strongly influenced by talent and perseverance. The longer a player invests, the stronger they will become. But it takes talent and time. If you don't have talent, your efforts may be in vain. A unique opportunity is the path of practice, and this aura was not recommended for the applicant Han Sungyun. So, to put it bluntly, the young man decided to choose between the first two. He looked at all the characteristics again, even though he already knew which one he was more inclined to. In the end, the young man chose the Ruler Halo. The special effect of the Ruler Halo triggered the evolution of a unique characteristic. All other options were sorted based on the skills of the applicant. Summoner is a skill that can be used in such a way that by absorbing spirits, you can revive powerful skeleton dead. Magical Swordsman, talent for shoulder and magic increases, and the ability to gain concert skills increases 3 times. Creator, the talent for creating objects is also increased with the skill, and the ability to acquire skills related to production is increased by 3 times. When the system went silent, the young man asked himself, fascinated, if these were all the abilities of the Halo that now belonged to him. There really was nothing else to think about. He pressed the button to select the desired one, but the system didn't stay silent for long, and added that the Summoner attribute had been added to the Necromancer's unique characteristic. Some effects were modified, and new detailed effects were added. After that, a unique ability called Skill Synthesis was created. The guy opened the status window, looking at his stats, where many different things were added, and his previous abilities increased. At the same moment, something started to happen to him again. The new power just overwhelmed him. When it was over, the guy opened additional information about Skill Synthesis. There, the system suggested that he choose the 2 most useful effects for himself and combine them. If the skill levels differed during the use of the effect, the higher level skill would become the center of the synthesis. This was a good opportunity, because if you combine unnecessary skills, you can get something completely new from them. This is a real jackpot. Well, now the young man decided to review the list of possible skills and choose the material for synthesis from the possibilities available at the moment. Among them were accelerated regeneration, pain tolerance, burn resistance, contempt for the weak, hunter's dagger, battle prolongation, and ranger training. They were enough, so the guy spent some more time thinking about how to choose the right skills that he hardly ever uses and create something useful out of them. The first thing he chose was superiority to the weaker, and as the second skill he chose continuation of battle and pressed the screen to start the synthesis. It was quick and the fusion was complete. From these 2 skills he didn't need, one was created called Forced Breakthrough. Currently, the skill's mastery was 0, and with it, the applicant could break through unknown forms of restraint, such as skills or characteristic. However, the magic of the user must be higher than the magic level required for the restraint. He had already thought that he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief if he obtained at least an E-ranked skill. Here he had gotten even higher. It was indeed an incredible opportunity that he was lucky enough to have once again. Now Sungyun wanted to try again, so he looked at his list of skills again. The system again asked him to select 2 of them for fusion, and now he chose Ranger Training and Burn Resistance, and the fusion was started. Now he was looking forward to the new result, hoping that this one would not disappoint. It turned out that the skill created was only 1 level higher than those selected for the synthesis itself. He wondered why this was happening, and came up with only one answer. The previously synthesized skill, superiority to the weaker, and battle continuation, could work together perfectly well at the same time. But the combination of these 2 skills was not very successful in the end. At first glance, it was obvious that they didn't fit together. This journey from becoming a pioneer to receiving the Halo Award had been a difficult one, and now Sungyun was feeling a little strained. He wondered if he had achieved everything he had, or if he had just been lucky enough to have a unique characteristic. He stayed like that for a while, until he decided that he was wasting too much time. It was better to check the reward he had received than to think about such nonsense. Besides, this new skill didn't require any mana at all, which was a big plus. Admiring the wind was a skill that had no downsides at first glance. The guy also pressed the screen, after which accelerated boots appeared on his feet, which were created with the help of magic and were equipped with small wings that added speed to them. When exceeding a certain speed, the challenger will be able to move many times faster. Contrary to his own expectations, some of the stores left much to be desired. In addition to all this, the prices were also outrageous. They offered to allocate 8 grand for instant acceleration. It was too much even for such a useful ability. Moreover, he needed some kind of skill related to magic. And now that he had the magic resistance ability with him, Song-Yun wouldn't be surprised by something like the heart fusion characteristic that had made him suffer so much in the past. Its effect was that the mana in the body would be collected in a chain, and the mana would be used more efficiently. And the magic chains were engraved on the player's body. Now he was in a bit of pain, because his whole body was literally on fire. But as soon as it stopped, he felt an incredible lightness throughout his body. The mana that was used randomly created a chain and enhanced his physical ability. Just as Sung-Yun thought, he had chosen the right purchase, one that would be really useful in the future. He could use the spirit of the dead to resurrect a corpse nearby, and at the time of this process, the level of the dead would be proportional to the quality and quantity of souls that were absorbed. He was very curious to see what this new ability to summon the dead was, but it is better to familiarize yourself with it not theoretically, but immediately in practice. It would be easier to understand. Well, now he had to make another important and difficult decision. Since the young man had successfully passed the ultimate test, he was already allowed to leave the tower forever. From the very beginning, he had dreamed of doing so, but now he was wondering whether to take such drastic measures or to challenge one more floor and not return to Earth. Meanwhile, one of the applicants who had posted a message in the chat room about joining the team kept checking to see if anyone had responded. Unfortunately, no one had responded yet. He needed a tango and a hunter healer to enter the emergency portal in the Cataclysm Memorial Park. As he sat on a rock, looking downcast, 3 other players approached him and asked about his progress in the search. This question could be called rhetorical, so without waiting for an answer, they said that the entrance to this portal should be given to them, since the situation was such. Moreover, if the raid to the dungeon does not begin at the time allotted for this purpose, the right to enter will be cancelled. The 3 men continued to try to persuade him to take a good fee and give them the opportunity, but he still did not want to agree. He had already said so many times that he had no intention of handing over the pass, and was getting annoyed that they were trying so hard to convince him. So many hunters had already gathered in this park, but for some reason no one was eager to join his team. Maybe it's not for nothing? Well, he was really getting annoyed with this man, so he decided to come clean. This hunter was only an E-ranked hunter. Did he really think anyone would want to be on the same team as him? It sounded too harsh, as some of those present said, but he was telling the truth nonetheless. However, as they continued to harass the man, behind them, someone's voice came from the crowd, asking if the team was still open for recruitment. Sung-Yun stood there in full gear and immediately showed his credential, saying his name and that he was a C-rank hunter. After introducing himself, he asked if that was enough to join this man's team. He was incredibly surprised when someone finally responded to his offer and stood up, saying that Sung-Yun was completely satisfactory. The same man standing behind him spoke very negatively about Sung-Yun, saying that there was already a line of people waiting in front of him. But the young man immediately replied that if he really wanted it, he should apply to join Lee Chul-won's team himself. He also reacted quite aggressively to this by taking him by the shoulder. Sung-Yun slowly turned around and quietly and confidently told him to quickly remove his hand from his shoulder before he broke it. This energy was incredibly strong, and the man was already doubting that this guy was a C-rank hunter like him. They hadn't expected anything else from their Hyung. He had tried to show his confidence, but now he wasn't doing so well. While they were so happy that the elder was so strong, he turned to them with frightened eyes and said that it was not his fault. But since the representatives of the hunting association were present, he was willing to forgive Sung-Yun for his brazen behavior. He pushed everyone around him and told him to just consider himself lucky and to get out of here as soon as possible. When Sung-Yun and the other applicant were alone, the latter grumbled that everything had gone wrong from the start. His name was Lee Chul-won, and he was also a hunter. Sung-Yun told him that it was unlikely that anyone else would join him and the team, so it was better to go ahead and enter the portal right away. Naturally, he started to worry, because there were only 2 of them, and it was too dangerous to enter the gate with that many people. In the end, he didn't need much persuasion. Sung-Yun simply walked in first, and he ran after him, and they were inside. He started to shake his head, looking around the dungeon, not believing that they had really done it. Sung-Yun, however, said that there was no reason for him to worry about anything, and assured him that he could handle most D-rank monsters. Chul-won was really surprised by this kind of perseverance and confidence. Sung-Yun had told him that it was his first time in the dungeon, but he was already so knowledgeable. However, the young man simply thought that the Tower of Trial and this dungeon were the same thing. Then Chul-won spoke again. Of course, his words might seem too serious now, but he was putting his own life on the line here, so he demanded that the young man listen carefully. At the same time, the older man asked, as if asking a rhetorical question, who has the highest mortality rate in dungeon, E-rank hunters or C-rank hunters? Most likely people will think of the death of the weaker of the two, but in fact, C-rank hunters have a higher mortality rate. Those people who have reached only E-rank are very cautious and attentive to everything around them, because they know that they are weak and look back at the smallest thing. At the same time, C-rank hunters are overly confident in their abilities and are ready to test them wherever the opportunity arises. And it is because of their recklessness that they die. Their overconfidence leads to a fatal end. The same can be said about driving. The more overconfident a driver is, the more likely he or she is to get into an accident. And the place they are in now is much more dangerous than it first appeared. And since they'd already risked entering this place without a tank and a healer, Lee Chul-won was only beginning to be more and more disturbed by Sung Yoon's overconfidence. His words did make sense, so he took them into consideration. Even though he was an E-ranked hunter, Chul-won had a lot of experience in dungeon crawling, so he asked to be allowed to take the lead as their group leader. Actually, Sung Yoon really wanted to be the leader of the team, and he was even offended by the offer. However, he had no choice but to accept. Chul-won thanked him for his understanding, adding that he was doing it for their own safety, so he hoped that his words didn't offend him. Sung Yoon didn't say anything about how he really felt, and decided to trust him for now, as they began to move further into the cave. It didn't take too long for them to encounter the first underground monster. It was a man-eater. This kind of monster was known for being very skillful in using different weapons in a fight, so it was very disappointing that it was their opponent. Chul-won began to explain the plan, and said that he would first take all the attention, and then Sung Young should attack the ogre as soon as it opened its back. Sung Yoon was really curious how an experienced hunter would fight such a creature. As he stood to the side, he watched the swift movements of the guy holding the sword. But now it looked as if the two were having a mental contest, not a fight. It only takes 3 days to temporarily return to Earth, and now the guy has to waste that precious time on some unfortunate cannibal. Without waiting for the team leader's signal, Sung Yoon stepped forward and said he had to intervene. Chul-won was against it, because if another person intervened, the fight would become incredibly dangerous. But the young man did not hear these words. He used instant acceleration and found himself next to the foot and mouth disease. When the monster was already dismembered, Sung Yoon explained that he had intervened because he was in a hurry, and then thanked them for their understanding. Chul-won understood that everyone can have their own reasons for doing so, but at this point, the young man interrupted him and said that he had another request. He would like to take over the role of team leader from now on. He managed to bring a few more monsters together, and they rushed at each other, striking at each other. The young man jumped on one of them and kicked it in the neck with all his might. Chul-won was shocked to see such skill. He couldn't help but be shocked when he remembered that this was his first time in a dungeon, but he could do this. But for Sung Yoon, there was nothing difficult here. It was just a one-sided massacre, just like it was in the tower. Maybe Chul-won had just watched a super rookie fight and was impressed. After a few seconds, the monster was lying on the floor, and the young man stabbed it with his sword to get the reward. Sung Yoon took out a mana stone from its body. It was a magic stone that contained dark magic gathered from the heart of the ogre. Depending on its use, it could be of great help in metallurgy and alchemy. Chul-won felt so uncomfortable now and apologized to him. He could see that he was of no use to him except as a carrier. He even said that he wouldn't mind if Sung Yoon asked for more profit. However, the young man said that they should talk about it outside. If they weren't careful, they could end up in a terrible situation. So the young man decided to pretend to yawn and absorb the spirit of the man-eater during this time, after which his skill increased by... This was incredibly small. It would take a long time for him to increase his skill level if he killed only D-rank monsters. But there was no way out now. They moved on, and after a few minutes, they were able to reach the boss room with just the two of them. In the beginning, Chul-won had no idea about raiding the boss's room. It would be more accurate to say that he would have been very satisfied if they had made it at least halfway through the dungeon. But now it seemed to him that the man standing in front of him was quite capable of clearing the dungeon completely. Right now, they were about to invade the boss's room. Chul-won didn't mind, but said he'd rather take a break, though Sung Yoon refused the offer, saying he was full of energy. Well, now they were definitely ready to go through the portal to the room where the boss was. When they walked forward, they found themselves in a different place, where they saw the boss of the dungeon in front of them. Just as Chul-won had expected from this journey, the foot and mouth disease king himself was waiting for them. When the team leader stepped forward to face the boss, he became excited and asked what he was going to do. The young man said that he needed some time to think about it. But after these words, the E-rank hunter began to worry even more. He was sure that Sung Yoon had a clear plan of action in this situation, but when he heard the opposite, he panicked. When the young man got a few steps closer to the monster, he immediately began to attack. Surprisingly, the monster was very nimble, even though it was quite large. But it still wasn't fast enough for Sung Yoon to fight it on equal footing and at his own pace. This sight scared Chulwon more and more. He could see that Sung Yoon was about to die while fighting the Foot and Mouth Disease King, but he was desperate to keep fighting. He would have been less fortunate if he hadn't had the various abilities, but since Sung Yoon had gathered several useful ones, the spirit took over all the damage that was inflicted on the challenger. Well, it was a good way to test all his new skills. Sung Kyung was actually glad to be here in this situation. Looking around, he noticed that there was nothing left of the monster's throne, which was made of solid stone. The monster asked him ominously if he did not think that all this could be a sign of the defeat that would come to him right now, and there were sparks of cunning in his eyes. However, the monster was not so simple. As soon as the young man said that, it succumbed to the effect of the slowing wave skill, and Song Yoon's entire speed dropped by. However, within seconds, the effect was removed, as the player had twice the magic power of the user of the slowing skill. This skill was the result of a synthesis, so the guy had some doubts about it, but the effectiveness was on top. Unlike the team leader, Chulwon couldn't move. His body simply did not obey any of his commands. He was begging for help, lying on the ground with his chains chained to the ground. Sung Yoon was really annoyed by this. He was the opponent of this lizard, not anyone else. He wanted to start using his skills again to strike, but to do so, he needed to close the distance between him and his opponent. This lizard proved to be really strong, so Sung Yoon decided to switch to another of his abilities and called upon the dead. Of course, they would not be able to stop such a giant, but with their help, he could win those few seconds that were so necessary now. Nevertheless, his entire speed was increased by 8, and his total progress was eventually equal to. This small maneuver, which distracted the foot and mouth disease, saved their lives in this situation. Now the boss of the dungeon, who was nicknamed the Foot and Mouth Disease King, was dead, and the next boss of this place should appear here in a few days. Sung Yoon also had a very nice bonus waiting for him. This time, he was able to absorb one of the Foot and Mouth Disease King's skills called Spiritual Eye. When the possessor of this skill gets into a fight, he can recognize attacks in the invisible range. Except for the fact that all three of these portals appeared at the same time, nothing special happened. It was really very boring to watch. Those representatives of the Hunters Association who were at the gate were closely watching everything that was happening, but still did not notice anything unusual there. As usual, when the hunters of the advanced squad make a partial raid in the open portal and get free, the attacking team of the association will have to break into the dungeon and finish off the boss. It would seem that everyone is in the same Hunter Association, but for some reason, only their team was missing a commission. It was so unfair that I wanted to bite my elbows with envy. But if the advanced team completely cleared the portals in the other quarter, their control team could get their share as well. But this was all in my dreams, because for that, you need at least an A-rank mercenary. And is there any hunter worthy enough to do such a crazy thing? While he was flying in thought, he was called by his staff and informed that the advanced team of the third portal had successfully completed the sweep. It was strange to hear because it had happened so quickly. When Song Yoon Woo and Chul Won were brought out of the portal, he was even more surprised to see that it was only the two of them who went there. This meant that this group hadn't even made it halfway through. But the miracles did not end there. This portal became very dim and soon lost its color altogether. This could only indicate that the boss's room had been completely cleared. When the team passed by the man, he personally asked if they had indeed managed to completely clear the dungeon. But he didn't get an answer right away, because Sung Yoon had no idea who he was, daring to ask such questions. He hurriedly stood up and introduced himself as he had forgotten to do so in his surprise. His name was Shim Woo Jin, and he was the leader of the portal control team from the Hunters Association. They had come here to fully control the gate that had suddenly appeared in the park. But Chul Won assumed that these people were here because they wanted the right to occupy the portal. And that was right, because Woo Jin wanted to make them an offer to sell. But then Chul Won said that he had no right to make such important decisions. He even said with some pride in his head that the hunter Han Song Yoon had captured the whole dungeon by himself, which sounded too unrealistic. Woo Jin thought he was an A-ranked hunter, but the young man said something completely different, that he was only a C-ranked hunter, and asked him to get to the point. He was now only interested in the amount for which he was offering to buy the occupation of the portal, and if it became known that Sung Yoon had left the test tower, it could only bring unnecessary problems and unnecessary questions. So, after his request, the man finally got to the point. Woojin said that their team was willing to buy the permission to occupy the portal for 1 billion million won. Hearing this amount, the young man was dumbfounded. It was really a lot of money. Meanwhile, Hae-young was busy working. When she reached the top floor, she immediately left the test tower and has been working non-stop ever since. She picked up her phone and looked at the screen. She missed the days she spent in the trial tower a little, and now she was the head of the applicant screening team in the same tower. And without any doubt, she could tell that those events would definitely lead to great revolutionary change. Everyone upstairs was making a fuss about it. And even if the applicants hide their identities, she would never have thought that recruiting them would be so difficult. She hadn't even managed to recruit a dozen people, and all of them were on low difficulty level. This would definitely not be enough to surprise and win over the top. Come to think of it, she didn't know what the man was doing. This guy was so strong that it would not be an exaggeration to believe that he could clear the first floor by himself. Now Hae-young was regretting not proposing to him right away. As she was beating herself up about it, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up again to see who was calling at such a late hour. Immediately after the call, she received a message from the player Han Sung-yoon, who asked her to meet him if she returned home from the tower. After reading it, Hae-young was in real shock. So, the young man agreed to sell the portal, and he was immediately transferred the money as promised. He earned so much money that he could not even dream of. At times, he even looked at the account, because until the very end, he could not believe it was true. The trip to the dungeon turned out much better than expected, and the young man felt incredible. He even thought about buying a house. He was already sitting in a small and cozy cafe waiting for Hae-young, who had just entered the place and came over to him as soon as he called her. The girl looked like she was running as fast as she could. He felt a little embarrassed, so he said that he didn't have to be in such a hurry. But her expression changed at the same time. Hae-young sat down at the table and folded her hands in front of her. She looked into his eyes sternly, as if demanding an explanation for his failure to respond to her text message, which was why she had to fly here so quickly. She waited for a very long time for an answer, but she never got one. At this, Sung-kyung felt even more embarrassed and blushed. He apologized a little shyly for the unfortunate incident and said that he hadn't even looked at his phone because he was in such a hurry. Well, since it was his fault, Hae-young offered to buy her a cup of coffee and cheesecake. Of course. After they ordered, the girl moved closer to the topic of their dialogue and asked if Sung-yoon was still planning to climb the test tower, and to this, she received a yes answer. The young man was going to continue his journey there, but he contacted her because he had a request. Sung-yoon said that he would need to join a guild. That's when he would have the opportunity to attack the dungeon during his short return from the trial tower, and he only had a few conditions. The first was the right to refuse orders to appear from the guild. The second was a ban on interference in his personal affairs, which would be related to the Tower of Felling. The third point was that he asked for permission to use the guild's dungeon at any time. That was all. But the young man did not know for sure if there would be a guild that would be able to meet his needs. The atmosphere around them was a bit strained. Perhaps Sung-yoon had already gone a little overboard with these conditions. And it was true. Hae-young said that the conditions he proposed were impossible to fulfill, because the guild would only go into the red under such a contract. He was really asking for too much for the guild's condition. At the same time, the girl stood up, taking Sung-yoon's hand, which shocked him. She stared into his eyes silently for a while, but then she asked him in all seriousness to join her white guild. She could bet that these difficult and challenging conditions would be realistic to fulfill in this guild. Well, their dialogue ended very well. Sung-yoon had managed to get what he wanted, even though it seemed impossible at the time. So he soon went home, and the next day, sitting on top of his truck, he was about to go on another mission. From raiding a dungeon to selling the rights to occupy a gate, to joining a guild with strict conditions. He had a very productive day yesterday, but there was one more small task left to complete to join this guild. Ha-yeon said that he needed to clear a Class C dungeon alone. This way, the player could demonstrate his abilities so that it would be easier for her to persuade the higher-ups. Not everyone is given the privilege of using the guild's dungeon. The girl's words meant that not all guild members have the opportunity to bathe in chocolate and use their guild's dungeon. It had to be a new star rising on the horizon, or a hunter with a lot of expectation. Of course, Sung-yoon agreed, so he asked her to prepare everything necessary for his task. Ha-young promised that she would make sure he never regretted his decision. Well, within a short hour, he found himself in the Ijeon district of Nokjeong-dong on Cheongbo Mountain. Sung-yoon decided that this was the best place to start training before clearing the dungeon. Ha-young was already there, at the gate. There were also several other people guarding the entrance to the portal. She greeted them and told them that she was here to confirm the assault on the portal that was about to take place. The girl showed her documents, and the officer immediately informed her that her presence was confirmed and wrote something down in his tablet. There was still plenty of time, so he suggested that Hae-young sit in the shade to wait. But before she could reach the chair, Sung-yoon appeared behind her, barely managing to slow down in front of her. He hadn't expected the girl to be here so early. When he finally landed, the chair next to him almost fell over from the shockwave. Sung-yoon apologized awkwardly and said that he had run too fast to get here. Hae-young was surprised that he blamed it all on the wind that had come up from running, but she didn't say anything about it. She only said that he had come too fast and it was too early to start. He looked like a real weirdo in Hae-young's eyes, but the young man said he had nothing better to do, so he came here anyway. But since she had already gone through all the checks, she allowed him to start right away, even though it wasn't your time to do so. She told him to just let her know when he was ready to enter the portal, and Sung-yoon said he wanted to do it right now. So Ha-yeon allowed him to enter. Now, Sung-yoon needs to do his best to attack the dungeon alone and prove himself. They ended up in a yellow field, where the young man went on, but before he did, he told Ha-yeon to let him know if he was in danger. However, the girl assured him that she would be fine. She was wearing an artifact issued by the guild, called the Empress Pendant. This artifact had the function of protection and a weak invisibility effect. Because if Hae-young attracted the monster's attention, it would help Sung-young to some extent. So she promised to stay away from the battlefield so that he could unleash his full strength. So now he could fight and not worry about anything else. When he got a little further, he activated the skill of the Spiritual Eye. This skill had been given to him recently by the Foot and Mouth King, and Sung-yoon wanted to try it out. And he felt the effect instantly. He could sense the presence of enemies that had remained invisible to the eye until now. Later, these monsters were very close. There were several of them, and they were flying very fast. Hae-young was very surprised by this, because she did not expect to see a poisonous fisherman in a Class C dungeon. It was very dangerous for a candidate who was undergoing a test, so she forgot about the promise and the task she had given him, and shouted at him to run away. It was a dungeon that broke the rule. But what she saw in front of her was what you might call complete madness. Sung-yoon had silently fought all the monsters he'd encountered here, and now Ha-yeong was 100% sure that she'd made the right choice and hadn't made a mistake. Of course, the appearance of the lightning effect is very rare, but here it saved his life, even though Sung-yoon had already forgotten about its existence. The guy soon waved at her and told her that he had more or less cleaned up the place so she could come closer. It was impressive. He had managed to get to the portal leading to the boss's room in less than 1 hour, and he did it alone. But the most surprising thing was that they were now in a dungeon that broke the rules. The Poison Fisher is the kind of monster that cannot be taken lightly. It is one of those creatures that are recommended for group attacks, even for C-ranked hunter. Therefore, she still couldn't believe that Sung-yoon had dealt with it playfully. And if he had already managed to accomplish this, then this was definitely not the end of Sung-yoon's capabilities, but only the beginning. And what he'd show in the future was unimaginable. He absorbed the spirits to increase his wealth again, which immediately increased. With the level he had reached now, even the dungeon boss would not be a threat to him. So the young man went to the next room without hesitation, passing through the next portal. They went inside. Everything there looked even stranger than outside, and the presence of the monster was not felt, although they had already gone quite far. However, in a short moment, everything changed, and the monster appeared out of nowhere. Sung-yoon had moved them both here without asking Ha-yeong's permission, but he did so because the monster looked too dangerous. But Ha-yeon, on the other hand, felt indebted to him. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, they wouldn't both be here today. So there was no choice. This thing had to be killed. Sung-kyung left her behind and rushed forward again. She managed to stop him, though, and offered him her reinforcement skill, and they'd test his personal abilities later, when it wasn't so life-threatening. Although Hae-young would have been happy to help him with this, he said he could do it on his own and would be back soon. He decided to go all out and immediately activated instant acceleration. He also used the special effect of the accelerated boots, which added even more speed. He also added another skill, Wind Merciful, which added even more speed. And very shortly afterwards, the Uos of the dungeon, the Blue Flame Fisherman, was defeated. In 3 hours, the entire dungeon should self-destruct. Now, Ha-yeong is completely confused about who is the real monster among them. Since the business with the Fisherman King was over, they calmly left the boss's room. Ha-yeong admitted that she hadn't believed that a C-ranked hunter would be able to clear the dungeon so quickly on his own. And now the young man had finally passed the test and was allowed to use the guild's dungeon. The guild leaders weren't foolish enough to let a talent like Han Sung-yoon go. The boy was happy to hear this, but he didn't feel like he had done anything that extraordinary. Nevertheless, Hae-young said she would digress a bit from the main topic of the conversation. However, when players are summoned to the test tower, the difficulty they choose doesn't matter. Even on a low difficulty, those who perform well in the trials will face harder challenges as they increase in difficulty. Conversely, if the chosen difficulty is high and the applicant's results are not the best, the player may gradually slip to lower level. And based on these principles, the fact that he was able to achieve such growth can mean only one thing. His level in the tower was quite different. He had been named the killer among the contestants on the top scoreboard. That was why Hae-young hoped that Sung-young would be at least a little more careful in his actions. She herself would like to continue to guide him and personally observe the growth of such a talent. So, his exam was successful, and everything went better than it could have. All 3 days that the young man spent on Earth were productive. He ran around like a squirrel in a circle. As a result, his wealth was enriched, and his self-confidence grew. Soon enough, it was time to return, and the young man found himself in the Tower of Trial after a 3-day adventure on his native land. But he was very happy that he could come back here again and learn many more useful skills that he would not have been able to learn on Earth. When Sung-yoon was in the waiting room, he immediately requested to go to the top floor of the tower because he wanted to start the task right away. Come to think of it, he had already seen the signs for the intersection point. The young man pressed the fight button. He could also choose a tactic or a territory capture. However, he wanted to increase his unique necromancer characteristic as quickly as possible, and this is the most suitable option in this case. All of Han Sung-yoon's personal trials were focused on combat, and once chosen, the intersection point cannot be changed. The guy hoped that he would not have to choose anything else, but the system still gave out one more plate, which said that the player had the title of Pioneer. Right now, a personal chat with the administrator was about to open, and the system was searching for a person who specialized in combat. As Sung-yoon pondered over everything that was happening, the required administrator was the Lord of Steel Blood, who was the manager of the battlefield intersection point. Sung-young moved from his usual room to a completely different world of steel blood. He activated his spiritual eye skill to make sure that nothing was in danger and to get information about the place. This world was created specifically for her, the administrator of the Lord of Steel Blood. No uninvited guests could enter this place. After the tower, it was hard to surprise the guy, so his reaction was not so violent. But he was also informed that the Lord of Steel Blood was not happy with anyone making a mess of the place. The administrator then ordered Sung-young to stop suffering all over the place and follow the sword. The sword led him to a small house with a lantern hanging over the door. He had just received a message from the system that the Lord of Steel Blood was looking at him now. When Sung-yoon walked inside, he saw a girl sitting on a throne. She spoke sternly but respectfully, calling him a pioneer. She was the administrator who was going to consult him, the Lord of Steel Blood. She looked like a foreign beauty, and her appearance made it impossible to look away from her. But in fact, he was looking at the creature who was involved in the management of the felling tower. While the boy was looking at her, she had already managed to get right next to him. How did she do it? He was staring at her the whole time, not taking his eyes off her. She had said at the time that she was very curious to see what this monster looked like, and now she could tell that it was quite good. Sung-yoon was really surprised when he realized that this girl knew him. Then the beautiful girl added that she had been watching him and that the spectacle he had made on the floor was impressive. Of course, the young man did not know that someone was watching him all this time, but then she reassured him a little, saying that she knew about all this from the final results, and it was impossible to watch the tests of the candidates below the 8th floor. This was also shocking because she was an administrator, and it seemed that nothing was impossible for them within the walls of the tower. Judging by the look on Sung-yoon's face, he must have misunderstood something. The girl added that administrators, like deities, were not omnipotent, and they were not the ones who ran the tower. It all sounded like a lot of nonsense to him, but then the girl said that it was easier to see administrators as people who obeyed the laws of the Tower of Trial, so she added that he shouldn't be so nervous around her. After all, as long as she obeys the tower, she can't harm him. But she didn't want to waste time with empty words either. This personal consultation was a privilege he had earned, so he could ask anything he wanted. Well, he certainly didn't feel any hostility, so he thought about his question. First of all, he decided to ask what this personal consultation was all about. And as mentioned earlier, this personal consultation is a small bonus for first-timers, and he doesn't have to use his question cards to get answers from the administrator. Well, In that case, the guy moved on to another one. He was still worried about what had happened on the top floor of the tower, where he had almost died at the hands of an applicant from another dimension. He wondered why he came to him and wanted to know more about this floor invasion. Then the girl answered that there was no particular reason for this knight to come to him. This is because when entering any other floor of the tower in another world, the person who is preparing the invasion can not only steal the reward for the task, but also gain more valuable benefit. Applicants from other worlds come from places where the tower has existed for decades. They know very well that the reward for harming one of the applicants who is not from their own world will be very high. They also know that the tower of this world will someday be united with the towers of other worlds. And starting from the first floor, the focus will be on combined tasks, not personal ones, and then they will have to meet with applicants from other worlds. It all looked like a desire to destroy the competition in advance, before they ever had to meet. The girl put her glass on the table and asked if his question had been answered now. If we ignore the last question, we can assume that it has, but Sung-yoon still didn't know what this building was that he had spent so much time in. She would have liked to have had an answer to that question as well, but unfortunately, there was none. This also sounded strange to him, because she was the administrator, but she did not know the answer to this question. Then the girl told him that at the very beginning, absolutely all administrators were exactly the same people as he was, and only the candidates who died after completing the task of the first floor were given the opportunity to be reborn again, but as administrators. At one time, she wanted to climb to the very top of the tower to see the end, but there were always obstacles in her way, and she was never able to reach the end. It would be more accurate to say that none of the administrators could reach the very end, but that's how she became an administrator. What she meant to say was that the administrators were all former applicants, but for some reason, Sung-yoon was very angry. He was angry because he had hoped to learn something about the top of the tower, but the words about the top of the tower were not phrases that could be spoken lightly or carelessly. But somehow, Sung-yoon didn't seem to be that embarrassed by it, and it seemed like he wasn't scared at all. It was because of what she had said about the consultation, and called it a personal bonus for pioneers. In addition, he did not feel any hostility from this girl. However, he had no intention of allowing her to harm him so easily, even if she could. The girl had lived there for years, but this was the first time she had met someone who could destroy the administrator's residence. She had to admit, though, that the boy's actions had convinced her that Sung-yoon was serious. Now she was finally convinced that this player had great potential. At the same time, the Lord of Steel Blood decided to offer him something that surprised him, namely a patronage agreement. Later on, he left that place, but this situation never left his mind. The guy really could not believe that he had signed a contract with the administrator. But the girl could not miss such an applicant who was both brave and incredibly talented. So the young man also decided to trust her and signed the agreement. She had fun with this pioneer, and Sung-yoon really seemed like a unique player. But at the moment, he only had access to 3 new powers. Now it seemed more ambiguous to him, so the hunter decided it was better to be safe than sorry. He turned to the power that allowed him to always evaluate everything in a healthy way. It was called purity of mind. It was better to raise your bar in this way than not to be prepared for anything at all. No one could say for sure when the next time he would encounter a superficial invasion. So the young man returned to the waiting room, then opened the portal and wanted to go to the 8th floor assignment. When he entered the room, confirming his desire to proceed with the challenge, he noticed a huge number of creatures that looked like zombies from above. It seemed that this was an attempt to crush the enemy with a specific number, not with force. When he looked at them more closely, he noticed skeletons that were hostile to him. Almost immediately, the young man went downstairs to fight them. At the same time, he was protected, and as he expected, these creatures could not penetrate even such light armor. However, the bad fact was that his skill only increased by Hirei, which was incredibly low. He was really confused and was already starting to get annoyed. Now, Sung-yoon realized that it would be completely impossible to increase his skill in this particular trial. He managed to deal with all the skeletons incredibly quickly, but immediately afterwards, he heard a voice echoing through the rocks. The voice really sounded very annoyed and angry at the chaos created by the intruder. Regardless of who was speaking, the young man immediately summoned the dead to buy himself more time. He had absorbed the souls of all the dead to summon these skeletons, but now he had only 1 soul in his possession. He had not even known that such skeleton soldiers could also be suitable for such a fight. It turned out that they were quite good at fighting monsters, so the young man decided to leave them behind, and was going to go to the boss's room himself. It didn't take long to find the boss. Almost immediately, the boy heard his voice calling him a mortal in a dismissive manner. The king of the skeletons promised to pay this lowlife back in full for daring to make such a mess of his sanctuary. Very quickly, giant monsters arose from the ground and immediately began to attack the young man. He was already familiar with these monsters, for they were sand golem, although it was really strange to him that a skeleton could control them as well. The boss was going to instill as much fear in him as possible, but to be honest, he wasn't very good at it. Sung Yoon wanted him to summon someone stronger, not some miserable sand golems that he could deal with once he got to the core. He'd just be incredibly disappointed if he didn't have anything stronger than those creatures in his arsenal. These words made the skeleton boss very angry. He was incredibly annoyed that some boy dared to speak to him in such a tone and was still sure that these creatures would be enough to tear his body into small pieces. The skeleton ordered all the golems to attack, and all of them rushed at the young man as one. He immediately activated the skill of instant acceleration in order to compete with these giants on a level playing field. The boy immediately began to fight back against these monsters who attacked him from everywhere. This time, his skill level increased a little faster, by 1 death. At this rate, he would soon level up to a higher level. The Skeleton King was now questioning who was the real monster, because the newcomer had blown his servants to pieces in a matter of seconds. This leech saw the situation completely differently now, and it was Sung Yoon who reminded him of an inanimate and incredibly terrifying creature. The monsters kept trying to attack him until the young man killed them. He wanted to finish this trial as soon as possible, which seemed incredibly easy for his own level of strength. If you look at it that way, the Lich was able to summon completely different kinds of monsters very easily. And, of course, Sung Yoon hoped that he would be able to master this wonderful skill as well, which would be very useful in the fight. Then the young man found himself on an empty battlefield, which was nothing but corpses. He approached the king of the floor and asked if he could summon those monsters again. To be frank, the Lich himself was now afraid of him, seeing the boy as a real monster, and he was very confused by this question. And since he didn't want to answer it, Sung Yoon said that in that case, they would end this fight right now. Then the monster roared again and told him to stay away from it, and that new monsters would appear if he wanted them to. Lich was finally able to summon a few more monsters, and he managed to do so after a few minutes of them dying. The young man was still waiting for him to summon his monster, although he didn't understand why he needed to do that if none of the monsters were going to be a problem for him. Sung Yoon was getting fed up with this and decided to just end their conversation and kill the Lich. But the Lich started yelling again that he was going to summon his monsters right now. Well, he did, and the boss asked him if he was satisfied. But the boy only said that they had just started to have fun. He ordered the Lich to bring in all the skeletons that had not yet died, and then to put all their strength into these guards. Now, the real monster here was not this skeleton, but Sung Yoon. Lich asked the boy, frightened, how much longer he would have to do this. The young man replied only that he would have to do it until he wanted to stop it, and ordered him to do otherwise. Sung Yoon approached one of the sand golems and continued to fight. His skill had been raised again, and at this rate, he would be able to quickly reach the next rank. It didn't take too long for his skill to reach, after which his unique Necromancer characteristic was taken to the next level. Now he was also a C-ranked Necromancer, which made him very happy. This guy would make even the devil himself tremble. Lich vowed to curse him even after his own death, seeing the kind of demon he was facing. But the fact that with each call of the dead, the skeleton is getting more and more cracks only means that it will soon disintegrate into individual bones. It was really a pity, because the young man wanted to use him longer, but he was not able to do so. The Lich's last words were that meeting Sung Yoon was the worst thing that had ever happened to him. It's not fair to absorb a skill in itself, and now he won't have to level up from scratch. In fact, the test of this floor ended quite gently, but there was no guarantee that the next floor would be as easy. That's why the guy decided to prepare as thoroughly as possible for all further tasks. Apparently, this sword he had was still usable, but the main problem was his shield and skills. Since he had pushed the skill to its maximum, Sung Yoon had reached the point where he needed to replace the sword with something new. But unfortunately, his hopes were dashed, and there was nothing worthwhile to be found. But if he didn't have the skill, he'd have to create it himself. If he was going to improve the rank of the Hunter's Dagger, he needed to predict the most suitable combination as best and as profitably as possible. Looking at his skill window, he realized that the best skill for this synthesis would be a skill related to fencing. So the young man settled on these two to create an improved and new skill. He waited a few more seconds, and then the Demon Slayer skill was created. For some reason, he didn't expect to hear this name now. He didn't expect to hear it now, but it would add to his attack speed if he was competing against non-human life forms. It seems that this particular ability was created for hunting monsters. It was expected, but he was once again convinced that skill fusion was an incredibly useful thing. Now he was thinking about synthesizing the skills he had left. Gambling was supposedly a violation, but he realized that it was quite possible to win a lucky ticket. Before doing this, the young man checked the compatibility of the skills and the likelihood of synthesis. In fact, the threefold speed boost was already a cheat, but it turned out that this skill would also block pain. Well, since the waiting room was already equipped with healing, the young man decided to try out the newly acquired skill right now, especially since he didn't need any points right. Since all the souls had been absorbed, there was no way the shield could activate. Indeed, this ability is simply incredible. Even when he was outside the waiting room, it was as if he was still under the influence of healing. And in addition to this level of regeneration, he also had a new spiritual shield. To be honest, he didn't really need this thing called a shield anymore, but he wanted to use it until it broke. For some reason, the player was too attached to it. When he opened the screen, he realized that there was nothing worthy of his attention in the store either. Well, the time in this waiting room was coming to an end, so there was no point in stalling any longer, and the young man opened the portal to the test. And then what he had been waiting for happened, although he really didn't want to face it again. The first thing the player heard was a human voice, and then the system informed him that the goal of the test had been changed. There was another floor invasion. This man, named Lee Sun-hak, was the commander of the Murim Union. He stood on a mountain of corpses that he had killed while waiting for the true winner of the test. Now the young man would have to kill a challenger from another world in order to successfully pass the test. The man stood silently for a while and then asked the young man his name. In general, the boy was surprised that this man was asking him his name out of the blue, but he explained that he just wanted to know the same thing in return because he had told him his name and his position. But he hadn't decided to invade his trial with good intention, so why enemies would want to know each other's names, Sung Yoon still didn't know. Lee Sung-hak then explained again that there were some etiquettes between fencers, but he now realized that the younger man's thoughts and knowledge were limited in this regard. In fact, Sung Yoon had no words for it. It was as if out of all the applicants from other worlds, there was not a single normal person. Since the younger man didn't want to reveal his name, the man left him alone and instead took out his weapon to finish him off. Now the fight was on between the two contenders from different worlds. Sung-hak did not expect such an experienced warrior to be in this dimension, but it turns out that he can find a worthy opponent here. After a few well-aimed blows, the old man apologized to the young man for looking at him so arrogantly, but Sung Yoon still thought his words were hypocritical. The purpose of an invasion is to kill the challenger, who is the owner of the task, and take all of his reward, and he was not going to believe that this was not the case in this case. What was most annoying was that Sung-hak would suddenly start acting like a polite man. It was incredibly disgusting. Perhaps because they were from different worlds, they would never understand each other, especially from the very first word. The man put his sword forward, indicating that their battle would continue. Because of its unique characteristic called sword light, the boy was blinded for seconds. These seconds seemed like an eternity, and during this period, he saw absolutely nothing but endless darkness around him. At the same time, Sung Yoon activated his own skill to counteract his ability, which halved the effectiveness of the opponent's skill. The spiritual eye skill was also activated, allowing him to recognize enemies in the area invisible to him. Those long seconds filled with darkness were finally over. The Hellblood skill was activated afterward, but right now he felt uneasy because his throat had almost been slit. Sung-hak was really surprised when the guy identified his sword trajectory and managed to dodge death in time. But instead of a response, the player received only a sharp and strong blow in his direction. The young man was using some strange techniques that the old man did not know. It was strange and unexpected to meet a strong opponent here, but he was even a little happy about it because he thought there were none. The young man was also surprised that despite his great height, their skills were roughly on the same level. Well, from that moment on, Sung-hak promised to be more serious and fight to his fullest potential. The speed of his strikes had indeed increased, and it became increasingly difficult to dodge the younger man's attacks. However, it turned out that the steel defense was not enough to block the powerful blow. At the same time, the old man started talking about his recent techniques again. Lee Sung-hak had already thought that Sung Yoon was a good martial artist, but all his techniques were borrowed from somewhere else. But then the young man also said that the unique characteristic the old man had used was also a tower ability. He knew how to criticize others, but he didn't want to admit that he had a flaw. Sunghak thought that he was using his traps again, and then added that as a person who was a martial artist, it was very unprofessional and low to do so. But he kept his words to himself, because Sung Yun was almost behind the old man to attack. Perhaps it would be better for him to just die from the borrowed ability and get rid of these disadvantages. So far, Sunghak had managed to invade the floors very easily, and he had destroyed those who owned the task just as easily. With this sword, he cut down all the opponent, taking all the rewards for himself. In general, the people of the world called Earth were weak in terms of abilities in all respect. It was so bad that this place was called the Jar of Honey. The applicants from Earth had not been able to touch even a hair on his head until now. In addition, using the unique ability Sword Light that obscures the opponent's view, it was enough for him to destroy the enemy. And this time, the old man was sure that it would happen again, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. And just a moment ago, he was spitting on similar techniques. After saying this, Sunghak finally broke free of his chains and began to attack again and again, wanting to cut out all the organs of his opponent. Sung Yun's skills were also activated, and he was ready to take the blow and fight back with dignity. The old man again used his special sword skill to blind Sung Yun, but once again its effect was halved. It was hard to believe that this was all happening, and that someone had managed to defeat the representative of the Mirim Union. The old man's head flew away from his body, and Sung Yun stood a few meters away from the dead man, holding a sword bloody with warm blood. Thus, the test of this floor was also successfully completed, despite the fact that the first task had been hijacked by a strong contender from another dimension. He had managed to cope with such difficulty. The rank was much higher than the animal instinct skill itself, which was originally intended as a reward. Well, to begin with, the young man decided to move to the test room and see all the details there. He was also informed by the system that the administrators could now observe his test, but he didn't have to worry about that. Many of the administrators were impressed with his abilities, so Sung Yun felt flattered to have received such praise and recognition from such individuals. However, it wasn't over yet, and a new skill called Crane Sword appeared in his arsenal. It was strange, because he hadn't expected the administrator to give him new powers just like that. He also read that the Lord of Steel Blood had said in a displeased tone that the young man could accept this power. The girl also told him that there are cases where administrators sponsor a power to a player to gain favor with the applicant. At first, it seemed strange and pointless, since he had already signed a contract with her, but Sung suggested that there would be situations where they would have to fight. The White Crane Sword Administrator added that there would be many such situations in the future, laughing at the time. And this power will be so powerful that the user may feel a certain burden. The power was not that good, but it was used to try to buy her favor, so Sung Yun received this energy as a sign that much was expected of him in the future. But he had no doubts, and Sung Yun gratefully accepted her gift. However, now he wondered if the administrators could be watching them here as well. He decided to find out and asked if they were still watching him. Although he did not receive an answer to this question, he did read that he could infuse mana into his own weapon and use the sword chi. He had just been told that this power was not that good, but now he was seeing the opposite. At the moment, he only had a few points in his pocket. He would not have enough to buy the best power for himself. At the moment, he would only have enough to buy a Sword Master Chi power. This was the first of the two desired positions. He was indeed very hesitant to make the purchase now, or to gain even more points to get something more powerful in the future. He also remembered the old man he had met at the 9th floor trial. Sung Yun could easily call him a monster. So he decided to start by gaining more strength so he wouldn't die at the hands of bastards like that on the next floors. The skill he already had in his arsenal, called 3 Absolutes, also required the use of mana, but it felt completely different. The mana flowed to the sword as fast as a wave of a stormy ocean, but perhaps the power of this sword would be better compared to the flow of water that spreads over the entire weapon. Also, every minute, the mana consumption was higher by E, and in about a minute, it would increase to... For now, the sword's chi power was deactivated. He needed to think carefully to distribute the energy to the entire weapon properly and competently at once. So now, he decided to check the status window and see the reward for completing the 9th floor of the trial tower. From what he remembered, the reward was supposed to be a 6th sense skill. It would be quite nice if he could draw conclusions based on his own instincts and premonition. This seemed very useful and could help in making difficult decisions. There were many comments about the common areas that were added to the tower floor. One user wrote that in the common area, A foreigner asked him if he wanted to exchange power with its administrator. Such comments made him even more confused because he could not think of exchanging forces. You have the opportunity to see an incredible number of applicants and to exchange power with each other. All these rules were really interesting. In order to learn more about everything, he decided to go on a personal reconnaissance. There were also many players in this place now, completing their tasks. This was the common area they had been talking about all along. Some of them even used their question tickets to learn as much as they could about this place. So people tried to take as much as they could from this place before going back. But it wasn't that simple. Some gangs were watching this guy. They recognized the hunter from Korea. And yes, they were right. It was him, the Korean A-ranked hunter. They remembered his profile perfectly. No one doubted his abilities, but his behavior always left much to be desired. In the common area, it was forbidden to kill other applicants, but outside of it, these rules no longer applied. Due to the effect of a unique characteristic called the Eye of Terror, a part of this hunter's body was instantly paralyzed. The gang approached him as he watched in horror as they approached. The guy started talking to him sarcastically, saying that he was one of the strongest hunters in Korea, but now for some reason he didn't understand what was happening and looked so defenseless. It was really a complete nightmare. They weren't even on a mission, but these thugs still kept killing and threatening him while they were here. A girl who was standing nearby did not pass by and defended him, saying that if they did not stop, she would have to use the community feature to inform the majority about their illegal action. Hearing this, the men were less willing to hurt the poor man, so one of them simply stood up, taking the sword away from the hunter's body. However, the next moment, when he turned to her, his mind changed again and he began to threaten her. He told her to drop absolutely all of her items, and then they would be willing to let one of them live. She also felt uncomfortable hearing such statements about her. He was already reaching out to her, coming closer and closer. He stopped just in time because he looked into the distance and saw someone's silhouette approaching them quite nimbly. As Sung-yoon approached them, they called out to the stranger in black. He stopped in his tracks, but slowly turned his head in their direction, pulling off his hood. The whole company began to respond to him as brazenly, not even realizing the threat he could pose to them. They couldn't see this weirdo clearly, but they could partially see his appearance, so they guessed that he was also Korean, which caused even more anger and negativity. Strange and wide smiles immediately appeared on their faces, and they gripped their swords tighter. And he just wanted to pass by and wasn't even going to hurt anyone. However, it seems that his plans have changed. After what he heard, it was as if a green light had been turned on for him, so Sung-yoon couldn't stand there any longer. Besides, he didn't start it. When the young man had charged at them, two of the gang were about to use their abilities to defend themselves and block his blows, but the boy's speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to use them. Now the company was even ready to apologize to him and admit that they were wrong. The man had hoped that he would show mercy at least this time, but there was no such thing as mercy for bastards like these three, so Sung-yoon put another death under his belt. Well, now there were several dead bodies lying in the middle of the path, and drops of blood could be seen all around on the green grass and trees. The girl, who was still standing there in shock, apologized for not helping him. It was all over so quickly that she didn't even have time to realize it, but the young man assured her that everything was fine and she could not worry about it and just go on about her business. At the same time, the girl thanked him and walked away. The A-ranked hunter who had been hit the hardest asked the young man if he was a runner, because his abilities were quite consistent with that status. In the end, to some extent, he was. In the end, he was always among the top 10 players anyway. It was a great honor for this hunter to meet him, and he was somehow embarrassed when he continued to talk to him. Then the guy thanked him for saving his life. In general, this could not be perceived as personal support and rescue. Sung-yoon saw that they were going to attack him, so he killed them and helped him at the same time, but he just told the boy that it was no big deal and to go on about his business. The hunter turned his back on him and then slowly moved forward, but the man stopped him again. This young man asked to keep the corpses of the pretenders that Sung-yoon had killed. It may have sounded strange because the young man had no idea why he wanted them. The young man thought for a moment and then started talking again, saying that he was willing to do something for him in return for saving his life. He was going to give him some power as a way of thanking him for all this. This hunter and A-ranked representative wanted to reward him right now by giving him power. So, in a few seconds, a new ability called Steel Wings was added to the power category of the exclusive store. It was a very nice bonus, because the new power appeared unexpected. It was a power that would allow you to create wings on your back that would allow you to levitate. If Sung-yoon bought it with points, he could use it immediately. He already had new plans, and he decided that as soon as he returned to the waiting room, he would try the power in action. However, the screen that was right in front of his face did not disappear for a long time. The competition between the administrators was only growing, and now it was safe to say that they were still trying to get something out of the applicant. He decided not to think about it too much and just gradually get to the truth. Then he said that this common area was divided into an arena, and besides these well-known factors, this guy could share much more interesting information. The worlds that have been discovered so far during the surface invasion are Ares, Murim, and Kallian. It turns out that they can only encounter applicants from these dimensions if it is a surface invasion. This Korean also said that most of the applicants from the Ares dimension prefer chivalry. The Murim applicants are quite similar to them, but they are more aggressive than the previous one. Means that this Black Knight was from the Ares dimension, and Lee Sun-hak was from Murim. These are the conclusions Sung-yoon made. The hunter had also heard that Kallian was a world of races such as fairies, elves, and beastmen. According to Sung-yoon, this young man was quite well aware of this topic. He knew a lot about other worlds and their contenders. Then he explained that he had learned about all this before, using the opportunity to ask questions of the administrator. Well, while they were talking and walking forward, they had already reached the common area. Even though he was not a runner, he decided to give Sung-yoon his business card in case he needed it. He immediately read what was on the card and found out that he was facing the head of the applicant control team from the Hunters Association. The boy also added that his new friend and savior could contact him at any time if he needed it. They took a few steps forward again and finally entered the common area. Here, all abnormal statuses are removed, and fights between applicants become impossible. But it was time for the hunter to move towards the auction area. Sung-kyung was barely listening to him anymore. He suddenly had a place he wanted to visit. However, the guy wouldn't let him go just like that. He was quite curious, so he asked where he was going. Sung-yoon was going to the arena. He didn't think he would come here, but when he saw the arena, he couldn't resist. People were screaming, there was noise everywhere. Some were happy, others were very disappointed and angry. Actually, when Sung-yoon found out about this arena, he imagined it a little differently. In fact, it looked more and more like a playhouse with a bunch of children. However, since he had already come here, he had already decided to try his hand at it. Looking ahead, Sung-kyung realized that he should start by sitting in one of these chairs. When he sat down in the chair, he had to choose the option on the screen, either open a bet or duel. It turns out that the people he heard talking had made the same bet. Later, he learned that the reward for winning a duel is the core of the arena, and there would be different items, skills, and powers. He actually wondered if there would be a reward he would like. While Sung-yoon was waiting for the person to duel with him, the others started whispering among themselves when they saw the famous huntress Catherine from America. She was called the Witch of Hellfire. It really shocked all the applicants standing there, because most of them saw her for the first time with their own eyes. No one had sent her a duel request for a long time. Few people wanted to duel with such an opponent who had already won so many victories. Well, apparently there were only cowards here, and it was really boring. It turned out that she was just wasting her time in the arena, waiting for a duel request. So the girl decided that she should leave it soon, and as soon as she said that, she received the very request she had been waiting for. It was a surprise, but she was really glad that there was at least someone who was not afraid to challenge her. Katrine started reading the characteristics of this brave player. She learned that this challenger, named Han Sung-yoon, was from South Korea and had several useful skills. His number of wins and losses in the arena was 0. But she was really interested in this player, and, of course, she didn't want to refuse the duel. She liked the fighting spirit of this challenger, but she added that he should have watched his opponent before starting the fight. However, it was too late now, so the duel between Catherine Bene and Han Sung-yoon began. Just before the start, she emphasized that this duel should be considered a very valuable experience in life. Without any hesitation, the girl started attacking first, knowing in advance that this inexperienced player would be over quickly. But this guy was not going to give up either. He confidently picked up his sword to deflect her fiery attacks, and the first time he managed to avoid Catherine's blow. Despite the fact that she had many victories, and he had already realized that this girl was very strong, the challenger was not afraid of this. On the contrary, he was going to give her this mountain of experience for the future, if she was still able to use it somewhere. He didn't know it, but he was being watched through the portal. Han Sung-yoon seemed to be a truly unique contender, and watching him fight desperately against a strong opponent was quite a sight. The administrator was pleasantly surprised that he was able to master the energy eruption right now. She had made a great move by sponsoring him with such incredible power, and in the future was going to vouch for the placement of this applicant and do it faster than all the other administrators. This girl hoped that this applicant would also be able to fulfill her long-held and secret wish, which she had not been able to realize. It would be a shame to be deprived of such an exclusive effect just because she could not use the wind-admiring skill. Meanwhile, the fight between them continued. For Catherine, this challenger was also an interesting and unique specimen. She was very curious to see how long he could hold out against her forces. However, if the battle dragged on for a long time, Sung-yoon would definitely not be in a winning position, so it was advisable to end it as soon as possible. But now he remembered that he could use the lightning chi sword, which could perform a slashing strike. This meant that it was now possible to launch energy over a longer distance. When he thought about it, Catherine looked very unhappy, because she saw that he had time for some extraneous thing, and she preferred to be fully immersed in the duel. Now, Sung-yoon began to hesitate a bit about his thoughts, because he didn't know if he would succeed the first time, and he might not have enough time for the second. But it was almost the only way out, so he didn't want to back down. Since he had the opportunity, he decided to try his best. Using this skill, the young man instantly found himself behind the girl. She didn't even have time to realize what was happening because she simply lost sight of him. Feeling the presence of the opponent, Catherine did not even look back, but recognized that this challenger was really strong, and then admitted her defeat. Right after that, he was back in his chair, and then they started moving to the common area of the Go floor. Sung-yoon decided to take part in a duel to improve his skills and experience new possibilities. But the opponent was very strong, and as a result of the competition, his robe simply burned. He remembered the girl's name. Perhaps this time, he was just lucky to be alive. Sung-yoon had already thought that the skill she was using was fencing, but it was stabbing. Well, the young man had won once, and he wasn't going to stop there. So he decided to challenge another contender named Yuji Oiwaki. Later, the fight between them also started. The opponent was supposed to be strong, as he was ranked 8th on the Japanese server. Yuji himself was looking forward to the duel with Sung-yoon, because he knew that he was ranked as high as 3rd on the Korean server. He was curious to fight him, but the image he saw now was more like a frivolous fraudster. He was right in some ways, but it didn't take away from Sung-kyung's strength or agility. He even found it funny that they were having the same thought, but he was still about to launch an attack. This kind of talk made Yuji Oiwaki angry, and he also rushed forward with his spear. To be honest, he almost managed to hit Seon-young, but he turned away in time. Why did Sung-yoon think that the player ranked E in Japan would be more experienced? But perhaps he had become too strong himself and now expected more from his opponents, with whom he was starting a duel. This level reminded him more of a child's play than a real fight with a duelist. Everything was too easy, and he managed to win literally in the first minutes of the fight. Apparently, the guy still managed to snatch the skills that helped him so much to emerge victorious in every battle. Based on all this, he did not want to stop there. He continued to challenge other contenders to duels, and then almost instantly defeated each of them. While the fight was going on in his land, everything was quite calm and balanced in Murim's land. The young man approached a young man who was sitting on a rock and trying to meditate. The young man came to tell him that Master Lee Sun-hak was already dead, and that this information had been finally confirmed. And according to the news, they had managed to get so far, it had only recently become possible to connect to the earthly dimension. As people said, the Master decided to test a surface invasion of this particular dimension. This proved fatal, and Lee Sun-hak died without returning from this task. It's been more than 5 years since this guy stopped climbing to the top of the tower, but it seemed like the right time to resume it. He jumped on the large beast that appeared behind him. The young master was able to deal with a spiritual being that was known for its great strength so quickly. His fighting skills were truly excellent. The realization of this young man's strength gave me goosebumps. Now, this earthly dimension really interested the young man. He stood on the large body of the defeated monster. Then he gave an order to his apprentice to find out by all possible and impossible means who had killed Master Lee Sun-hak. After all his winnings, the young man returned to the waiting room on the top floor. Immediately after he lay down on the soft bed, all traces of tension and fatigue were blown away as if by the wind. This was always the case in the waiting room. He was happy that he had gone to this place after all, because he had unexpectedly gained access to several more powers and once again improved his skill. Just the thought of having the power to fly made his heart beat even faster, so he decided not to delay and start synthesizing the new skill right away. After a short hour of thinking, he managed to create a few rather useful skills. One of them was Counterattack Shield. Sung-yoon also created a skill that increased his movement speed called Secret Shadow Step. He also received an ability that increased the speed of the attack itself called Furious Swordplay. He even had a C-rank shield skill among them. It can be considered that he was really very lucky. After that, a rankings of the appointed team members was created. Kim Seung-hoon was currently ranked 1st. In 2nd place was a player named Lee Jong-hoon. The The third place was occupied by Sung Yoon himself under the pseudonym Hunter. And the sixth place went to the challenger Sudi Gong-yu, whose name was already well known to Sung Yoon. Once again, there was a combined test that almost none of the players liked. It was getting annoying, but then two friends met, one of whom had no idea that the other was still climbing the Tower of Trials. Sung Yoon also knew the two first and second place contestants very well, and it seemed like they had met before. When Sudi Gong-yu looked at Sung Yoon, he started to shout like a madman. He remembered the man he had met on the 4th floor of the tower. And judging by his reaction, it hadn't been a pleasant encounter, as one of the players had remarked. He was even shaking at the thought of the past. That's how awful this meeting was. When they met on the 4th floor during the next combined test, this hunter just wouldn't let him rest. He was someone who wanted to improve his skills through killing. But for Kim Seung-joon, cheating was a common and everyday thing. He did not see anything wrong with it. He created conflicts between all the contenders to turn them against each other and used all this time to benefit himself. This was his own survival tactic, and so far, he has been very successful because everything has gone exactly according to plan. But he continued to use the same strategy in another place called the Test Tower. The administrator behind it was called the Lying Clown. He always laughed at the deception of the player who made the contract. Even his mouth was tearing up with this sinister laughter. Sung Yoon could tell that this guy was really preoccupied right now. Perhaps it would be worth adding more fuel to the fire? So the young man started to speak, but Sudi Gong-yu interrupted him and added that this guy had torn apart his teammates like a beast in the test, and that was too much. Turning them against each other and watching them fight to the death was the limit. But the words he allowed himself to say to Sung Yoon were unforgivable. It was a complete lie. And instead of a foursome where everyone would have to stick together and complete the task, it was suggested that they form a threesome for teamwork. The Tower of Trials is not a place where you can behave so lightly. However, among the two of them, it was necessary to choose the one who was telling a lie. In the end, it's not that difficult a task, so very soon, the liar will pay for his own word. Things are not good. If something goes wrong, and Sung Yoon has to deal with the three of them at the same time, he's a dead man. In that case, he's really screwed. So Sung Yoon was already on his guard, though he didn't attack first. But Lee Jong-hoon stopped them all and suggested that they just calm down for now. Earlier, the challenger Sudi Gong-yu had said that he had met Sung Yoon on the 10th floor, and now, when he asked him about it, he confirmed it. So Gong-yu already knew the hunter's real name, because the nickname system appeared on the 5th floor. And if Sudi's challenger, Gong-yu, told him the young man's real name, everything would fall into place. And he continued to lie. Gong-yu said that the hunter's name was Lee Chulman. It didn't make much difference, though, because there was no way to prove his real name. At the same time, Jong-hoon turned to the hunter and asked him what he thought about it, and if he had anything to say. He held up the hunter's license card, which fortunately had his real name written on it. By mistake, Sung Yoon had accidentally brought it with him from Earth, but it turned out that it was really useful here. At the same time, the guy showed the card with his name on it to the other participants, proving that Gong-yu was wrong. Well, now it was immediately clear who should be eliminated from the team and who was the liar. It seems that only now did his wonderful plan begin to break down. In an instant, everything went against him. Kim Sung-hoon was about to deal with the liar and put an end to it, but Sung Yoon stopped him and said that he would handle the matter himself. Right now, he was too angry to let his rival fall into the hands of someone else. He wanted to kill him himself. Sung-hun did not dissuade him. He just let him do as he wished. And for Gong-yu, it was a real lucky ticket, because there were not 3 attackers. Sun was going to act alone. In his opinion, this decision was incredibly stupid. And even if all these challengers don't like him, there is still hope to kill Sung Young and survive. The trial is for 4 people, so if they decide to exclude him, it will be incredibly difficult to complete the task. Well, he's been talking about some really fun stuff, so it's time to take responsibility for his words. But he had no idea what the word meant. Gong-yu was just trying to survive this difficult situation. And Sung Yoon, although he's a pretty strong competitor, isn't the only one here who has that strength. Before the young man could answer or move, his feet began to wrap around the green stems of the marsh spirit. The magic resistance was activated, and the stems were destroyed almost instantly. Gong-yu was very annoyed by this. He had not expected his opponent to have such a skill in his arsenal. The 2 who remained standing nearby decided to move even further away. The battle promised to be fierce and dangerous, although Jong-hoon liked it because this way he could fully experience the fight between them. However, his elder still dragged him along, saying that there was nothing good or reasonable about such an idea. The fight between them would indeed seem difficult. They hate each other and would do anything to kill each other. Using his strong skills, Gong Yu was already hoping to turn the hunter into the prey. And indeed, Sung Yoon did not expect what he was doing. He already knew that Gong Yu was famous for his strength, but he seemed to be using some completely unfamiliar tricks. Now the killer wanted to fully enjoy bringing Sung Yoon down to the ground, showing his true strength. However, it was not so simple. The hunter also had a skill that was ideally suited for this kind of fight. Sung Yoon decided to use the counterattack shield. It was the first time he had used it, but he was doing great. Gong Yu was really surprised, even though it was just beginning. It was very unexpected, because Sung Yoon had easily been able to block his best attack with a single punch. Now, the other players standing there were also shocked by Sung Kyung's strength. He truly reminded them of a real monster with unknown power. No one had ever seen him among the high-ranking hunters before, and if he hadn't really been seen anywhere, it was likely that he had been an ordinary citizen before, but in that case, it was almost impossible to become that powerful. Unless you are a high-ranking hunter, it is incredibly difficult to reach the heights that Sung Yoon had just reached. But that wasn't what surprised them the most. The most surprising thing was that right now, Sung Yoon wasn't fighting his opponent at full strength, but he had almost crushed him. It even seemed to Seung Hun that this young man's level was on par with his own, even though he was the first in the ranking. Jong Hoon was intimidated by such power. The realization that this guy was so strong made his skin crawl. Perhaps it might seem strange, because Sung Yoon was 2 steps below Seung Hoon. Although all of this is just speculation, and perhaps his team's luck had been on his side in the tower's combined tests so far. That is, there was a high probability that he had been underestimated from the very beginning, because now all the skills of this guy said that he deserved to be in the first place. He didn't defeat his opponent by force, he simply crushed him with his own majesty. He didn't even have to use all his strength to get away with it. On top of that, the young man did it as if it was absolutely nothing. Gong Yu already realized that he would not survive here and was ready to beg Sung Yoon on his knees for mercy. He said that if he was killed, the whole team might die as well, because the 4 best players were supposed to take part in this test. And if one of them was killed, the Tower of Trials might go crazy. His face was sweating, in tears, and his heart was really breaking because of the realization of everything that was happening now. It was unlikely that the tower would give such a simple test that only 3 players could handle. With this in mind, Gong Yu hoped that he would still come back alive, because these words were his only defense. The other 2 contenders were still standing at a distance. Only when the boy looked at them did they say that they would not interfere in their affairs, and that he should do what he wanted to do. Of course, Sung Yoon didn't want to let the bastard live, and he only wanted to kill him. He didn't care if there were 4 of them. He just knew that such a person had no right to live, and the 3 of them would be able to cope with the test. Gong Yu wanted to hide his main trump card until the very end, but he realized that there was simply no way out. If he continued like this, he would simply die in this test. He was completely overcome with anger and hatred. This time, everything did not work out as he had planned. He hadn't succeeded in turning the players against each other, but instead had only made himself a victim and put himself in a hopeless situation. Now, Sung Yoon knew that it was much more dangerous to challenge freaks like this, or a 3-man challenge, but he really couldn't stand to be in the same group as a guy like this. Opening the screen in front of him, Sung Yoon went to the menu and selected inventory. He was going to use all of these items to their fullest potential. The 2 first and second place contenders were now respecting him. They considered him to be an unbeatable and strong player and were already hoping that all the problems were settled. Well, with all the issues with this liar resolved, they decided to finally move forward and begin the key task of this floor of the test tower. They moved forward quite quickly, looking around. On the sides, they were greeted by strange places and things, and soon the team came across a sculpture of a man sitting on a horse. It was very large, and all the guys hoped for was that it would at least not come to life. Of course, all this might sound rather strange, but knowing the tower they were in, it was possible. The group walked a few more meters and finally reached their destination. It was dark and gloomy, spacious, and filled with a strange atmosphere that made the heart sink. And there were 3 statues that gave them all a very strange feeling. Looking at them, it could seem that they were watching you and would not let you go a single step. Right in front of them on a big throne sat the Lord himself, conquering the darkness. He seemed the most terrifying of all. But despite all this, he knew no barrier to them. Just as their limbs began to go numb, it was time to warm up, so everyone got ready for the first fight of the task. The group had to stop the head that the Dark Reflection squad was carrying. They would carry it on their backs to get to the Lord. Sung Hoon told the others to each take on 1 target so that they could take them out faster and move on. Sung Hoon decided that the best way would be to take him out in 1 hit with a sword chi strike. This attack would be enough to take out the enemy right away. But this knight also had the ability to use chi energy, which was an unexpected twist. He's not as simple as he seems at first glance. Sungyun was beginning to wonder if the others were doing well if their enemies were so strong at the very beginning. It was already clear to everyone here that each of these knights had a level of strength that could easily be compared to the boss. In the situation they found themselves in, they had to keep their ears to the ground at all times to avoid trouble. One of them laughed that it was his brother who had just let his guard down and should have been more careful instead of giving out rules to everyone around him. Jong-hoon really didn't like the way he looked in that miracle hat, so he hated having to use it, but now was the time when he couldn't do without it. He was also very angry that the bastard had forced him to put such a horrible hat on his head, and this motivated him even more to deal with him once and for all, and to get rid of the accessory as soon as possible. Jong-hoon wanted to pay back what he had done with death, so from that moment on, he also came into play, taking on one of the knights. When dealing with magicians, close combat was the standard, so it would be logical to get as close as possible to gain an advantage. But this would only work if his opponent was an ordinary wizard. In this situation, things were a little more complicated. Sung-yoon's blood was boiling. After facing only weak opponents and meeting these giants, it feels uncomfortable. It already felt like a real fight. Now, the main thing was that each team member did their job and did not let each other down. But what they saw later surprised them even more. These knights had simply decided to run away because there were no heads left, making it impossible to resurrect the Lord. It would be nice to finish the job a little bit. There wasn't much time left after all, especially since they had to spend a few minutes with Gong Yu to kick him out of their group. Suddenly, Sung-yun heard a very strange sound. They were running very fast, but it made him slow down a bit and look back. It was probably the most frightening thing that could happen to them right now. When the young man came to a complete stop, he saw a horse and knight right above his head. It was the same statue they had seen at the very entrance, and this ridiculous thought that he might start moving sooner or later turned out to be a reality. However, it would be too late to run after him now. No one can catch up with him. All the time they need has been lost. This knight instantly jumped off his horse, holding another head in his hands, the last one left, and he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. Despite the fact that everything around him began to fall apart, he rode forward, but at some point the crown still came off and fell to the ground, with a slight sound that was lost in the background of the noise. Perhaps it was really too late, but these guys were not going to let him go, so they decided that they would try their best to stop the knight and rushed after him. However, their efforts were already in vain. The condition of the task was fulfilled, and the Lord who conquers the darkness was resurrected. Now, the three players became even more frightened, because they could not imagine what would happen next. Now, the previous task was replaced by another special test. Since the boss had already risen, it meant that they had to destroy him to win. Any blow would have to be cancelled by the power of untouchability. Also, those challengers whose fortunes are higher than the darkness devouring lords will be able to strike him. This is actually the first time Sung-yoon has heard of monsters being able to use this power. Again, having to deal with something complicated for the first time. He was so surprised that he was barely able to jump away when it attacked. All three of them barely managed to move away from his weapon, which would have killed each of them on the first strike. These abilities seemed like cheating to them. The power was incredibly powerful. If the strike itself is impossible, it means that they are completely powerless and cannot do anything. A lot of problems fell on their heads after they failed to complete this mission. You can consider that you have to do double work. No one even knew what to do to make it work anymore. Defeating these knights was now an almost impossible mission. They were too strong. The oldest of them suggested that we come up with a different plan and concentrate all our attention and strength on the main thing. But in order to get there, he had to first deal with his guards. But even here, Sung-yoon had one request for the others. He already had a plan in mind, so he asked the two brothers to detain the bishop for a while. Sung-hoon said that they would not be able to deal him even a minimal blow. Everything they had tried before was completely useless. So he continued to stand his ground and emphasized that they had to get rid of the guards first. However, he still convinced them to do something different and stick to his plan, because the idea that had spontaneously occurred to him seemed incredible. And yet, there was one way to kill the bishop that seemed most effective in their case. It didn't sound very convincing, because Seung-hyun didn't go into the details, but the other candidates decided to trust him and do as he said. In the end, Seung-hoon only added that they wouldn't be here for long, and that they shouldn't drag their feet. Together with Jong-hoon, they went to the bishop's house to detain him, as Seung-yoon had asked. Now he had 3 knights on his shoulders as guard. To tell the truth, it was kind of amusing, and Sung-yoon wanted to fight them. Well, it was time to start fighting, so he used a depth bomb on all of them. From now on, Any strike that will be dealt will be cancelled by force and inviolability. As expected, the two brothers did not succeed. All their blows were in vain. They could not hit the Lord. It seems that everything has only gotten worse, because now the power majesty of the Lord has been activated. Everyone should show respect to the Lord. Any action that he does not like will be instantly blocked and will not threaten him at all. Afterwards, the magic resistance skill was activated to deflect oncoming attacks and at least slightly reduce the damage from them. The body blocking was partially removed, and Xing Hong was left unprotected right in front of the powerful lord. It seemed that all was lost, and that was the end of it, but a real miracle happened to save them. Sun Yun apologized for being a little late, and now all the body blockages were removed. Sung Yun hadn't lied, and his plan had been really successful. But for some reason, he couldn't stop laughing when he did what he wanted so badly. Or could it be because of the feeling of victory that was almost in their pocket? The fundamental desire to become stronger burned in him like a fire. And now there was no doubt in his mind that Seung Yoon was the real monster here. It's such a strange feeling. Sung Hoon never thought he'd be staring at someone's back while standing behind them. Still, he wasn't jealous and wanted to congratulate him. The first place would now definitely belong to the challenger named Han Sung Yoon. If the area of the shield was reduced now, the energy density would increase, which would help them finish their test faster. The administrator, who had given Sung Yoon the power at the time, was now watching him closely through the portal. This applicant was once again showing such a high level of skill, and he also had a contract with her, which made her very happy. Usually, those applicants who climb the test tower prepare very carefully so as not to risk their own lives. They only go up one floor at a time, and that's only after they've been practicing for a long time. Sun Yoon had that valuable talent that is incredibly difficult to see in other dimensions. Perhaps he himself personified the same desire to grow and improve his abilities. It was evident in his action. But the problem was that over time, other administrators would also become interested in him because they would notice his potential and rapid growth. So she decided to build a closer relationship with this candidate before any other administrators did. So the whole team successfully passed the test, and points were awarded for completing the special task. This reward should have fully paid for the difficulty of this test. Jong Hoon really didn't understand how he managed to pull it off and even get out of the clutches of those knights alive. He hadn't even been injured when he had fought these strong men alone. Sung Yoon just said that he was lucky, because he had a skill that was perfectly suited to the test, and fate itself was on his side. Today, he managed to surprise them both, so Seong Hun suggested that they discuss everything in more detail in a personal chat, and send each other friend requests. Apparently, this meant moving to other dimensions, such as Ares or Murim, but it seemed to be the same as signing your own death warrant. So it turns out that an additional contract is something like that. But if this contract can be terminated at any time, aren't the administrators the ones who lose out? Well, right now, Sung Yoon can't really know the exact answer. First, he decided to take a look at what he had acquired on the previous floor. He took a bottle of skill enhancement potion from his inventory, and then greedily drank the entire content, leaving not a single drop behind. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a notification that the time allotted for recharging had already been completely exhausted. Now, the hunter could control his mana, like those applicants who already had an innate talent. However, there was no point in standing there and just watching. He accepted the invitation from the Lord of Steel Blood and then traveled to her personal world, dotted with white snow. In fact, she had already known that Han Sung-yoon would choose her as his guide, although she was worried that the other administrators would also try too hard to get his attention. Thanks to him, she won the argument, and now she has the treat in her pocket. Now it's clear why these two sent him invitations at the same time. It turns out they just decided to play. The whole time they were walking down the cold street, the girl was wearing only a light short dress. Sung-yoon really wondered how she was not freezing here, but she said that she was very comfortable. But now she wondered why he didn't ask her any questions. It turns out that he is just wasting this precious time that he has won for himself. The young man then replied that he had acquired the skill of mana management by accident, so he asked if she knew anything about it. Of course she knew about this skill. It was a very useful and rare skill. Before returning to the small building, she decided to tell him briefly about everything. The receptionist said that this ability should be used when maximizing the magical energy in your body. He himself had a feeling that his magical powers had grown a lot in this short period of time, and now he had an answer to that. They soon arrived at her house, where the girl took a cup of hot drink. There was a lot of delicious food on the table, but Sung Young said that it didn't seem like it. She gave the young man some tea, even though when she said that he was a very strange person to be able to do such tricks, he almost spilled half of it on himself. Sung Yoon blamed it on some kind of misunderstanding, but she was very amused by his confused look. In any case, she advised him to do it, at least to try. At the same time, the receptionist asked him if he had received a notification about the system expansion in the waiting room on the next floor. That's why he was able to come here, bypassing the tower itself. But the system extensions didn't stop with a feature that allowed another applicant from another dimension to enter the floor. The real goal was to allow the administrator to verify the abilities of the player with whom the contract was being signed. While he was quietly eating his cookie, he decided to ask her more about it. The only answer was that she had already paid the tower the necessary price to come to an agreement. The function of additional contracts was also opened, so it was easy to find other applicants with any level of strength. The only thing surprising was why he was chosen, so the young man asked her directly why she was helping him so actively. The girl said right away that she saw great potential in him, and great opportunities that would soon open up on his horizon. It was beneficial for her to have a contract with. Then she explained that administrators also benefit from players. They can also get some rewards, but that was not her ultimate goal either. At the same time, the administrator explained that they all enter into contracts for the same reason, which is to fulfill a long-held and secret desire. By signing a contract, they hope that the applicant will be able to fulfill it. While Sung-yoon was sitting quietly at the table, tasting the delicious food and asking questions about everything he was interested in, he received another invitation to the White Crane Sword's domain. So the girl decided to end her story there. Moreover, the powers had already been successfully transferred, which indicated a successful extension of the contract. Immediately after that, the young man went to the next administrator's domain. He very quickly moved into a new world for him, which was the complete opposite of where he had just been. Everything was in bloom here, and he found himself in the center of a dense forest. The boy walked a few meters and found himself in a rather large clearing covered with green grass. It seemed like a perfect field for training. It was very interesting to try to practice and test the training method that the Lord of Steel Blood had taught him. Without thinking for a moment, he decided to start practicing and improve his sword chi master. But immediately, he ran into a little trouble because the sword could not be activated by mana control. It was a pity. He really wanted to level up his lightning strike skill with the power of a sword chi master. But he had one guess about that. Could it be that the reason it didn't work was because the sword master was a chi master himself? Well, since he hadn't succeeded, the young man decided to postpone all these questions until later, especially since the administrator whose world he had entered was already asking when the boy would finally arrive. Judging by the title of the administrator he had entered, he must be as old as Lee Sun-hak, whom he had encountered on one of the floors, and his tone of voice was incredibly annoying to Sung-yoon. But it turned out to be quite different. In just a few minutes, the boy found himself next to the administrator of this universe, who turned out to be a young-looking girl with long blonde hair and big eyes. She greeted him, and then added that she had been waiting for a candidate like him for a very long time. For some time, he simply could not say anything. Instead of seeing an old man, he was looking at a girl who looked more like a teenager. When Sung-yoon had been silent for so long, she asked him if he was okay. It was only then that the young man spoke up and said that it was strange to see the administrator he had only corresponded with. She laughed heartily, saying that she understood him perfectly. Apparently, it was not so comfortable to talk standing up after a long journey, so she suggested that we move to a more comfortable place right away. The young man didn't mind, so he just agreed. Now he began to understand why they abandoned the chairs and decided to sit on the floor. It was a completely different and pleasant feeling. Then the girl continued to talk. She said that she had been watching him from here for a long time, and she was especially impressed by the moment when he engaged in a life-and-death fight with the challenger, Lee Sun-hak. Since then, she has admired him even more. From what she said, the young man realized that the administrator had been watching him since it was even possible, but he thought it was strange that she had decided to sponsor an applicant she had only met once. At the same time, she said that it was a completely firm decision and that he should rethink his value. Although Lee Sun-hak was unable to reach the highest level of sword chi power, he was still considered one of the strongest warriors in the Murim dimension. Once upon a time, once he entered the tower, he lost some of his strength, but he still had an extremely large advantage over the other players here. Therefore, defeating such a challenger could be called a real feat. The girl said that he should trust her in these matters, as an administrator who was bound by a contract with Lee Sun-hak. This surprised him even more. In addition to any other thoughts, he also assumed that it was quite possible that she would hold a great grudge against him, since he had killed one of the applicants with whom she had a contract. But then the girl said that there was no point in making things so tense around here. In fact, Lee Sun-hak was just a good candidate to get more points, that's all. Throughout her long life, she had managed to sign many contracts with many candidates of different levels of strength. but until now, she had never invited any of them to her domain. That was until she met Han Sung-yoon through that fight with Lee Sun-hak. All this time, the boy had been silently watching her and listening to her story, even though he was a little uncomfortable himself. She realized that he probably already knew where this conversation was going, but she decided to speak up. And the next thing she knew, Sung-yoon received another invitation to sign an additional contract. This time, the guy was already more skeptical about it all, so he immediately asked if he would have any advantages if he decided to sign an agreement with. The young girl immediately said that if he accepted the offer, she could make him an apostle of the White Crane Sword Administrator. But then the next question arose. Would he benefit from becoming her apostle? She then explained that in the Tower of Trials, apostle status is granted to applicants who enter into a special relationship with the administrator, and the latter can appoint only one person as an apostle in his or her entire life. She then added that only those applicants who became apostles would be able to take on all the powers that the administrator himself would have. The patronage agreement was really that important. The Lord of Steel Blood had offered to sign a patronage agreement, but for some reason, she hadn't told us about all these crucial nuances. The rules also stated that the supplemental contract was one that could be terminated at any time the player wanted to. Sung-yoon still didn't understand this decision, because the administrator was offering him such an important position that could be offered only once in his life, while remaining in very precarious conditions. But then she said that, like the woman, she had chosen him to fulfill a long-held wish. She wanted the sharpest sword in the world, a sword that would never break, and its blade would remain forever sharp. Now, the White Crane Sword saw in this boy the potential that would be sharper than any sword in any dimension. Perhaps this suggestion was indeed quite spontaneous, but she couldn't wait and miss out on such a player. Earlier, the Lord of Steel Blood had also mentioned this desire, which is why administrators sign contracts with players. Now he was becoming more and more convinced that this wish was indeed very valuable. Since he was very curious, he decided to ask about this secret and long-held wish of the administrator, which they so strongly want to fulfill. At that moment, the girl was staring ahead at a single point and did not take her eyes off me. In a monotone voice, she said that the administrator's old wishes are memories based on pity from the past. An old wish is a right given to administrators by the Tower of Trials itself. Just like the Tower's trials, these wishes are also tasks that an administrator can give to a contracted applicant. And of course, after the wish is fulfilled, the applicant receives a very high reward as a thank you for fulfilling it. At these words, her voice gradually faded away, and very soon she was completely silent, still staring at the same point. It was as if she was breathless at the thought that someday this could become a reality. But when she continued to talk, Sung-yoon was a little scared. The girl said that in this case, even the past could undergo certain changes. It all seemed completely impossible, and he couldn't believe that the past could be changed just like that, by fulfilling the administrator's wishes. But she interrupted him, saying that he should already be able to tell whether she was lying or not, if he had already successfully passed so many floors in the Tower of Tests. There was a silence between them, but later Sung-yoon broke it and asked if he could ask her one last question, to which she agreed. The young man asked if he would need to climb the test tower to fulfill the administrator's wish. In fact, the answer alarmed him a bit, because the girl said that he would need to go to the top floor of the tower. Now it sounded like something impossible to him, because he was at the very bottom and already realized that the further he went, the more hell would be waiting for him at the top. Although this answer was strange and hard to accept, the girl later jumped on the ground with joy and said that he would definitely not regret anything. In the end, the young man signed a contract with her. He was curious to see how it would end. It was like a challenge to himself. The top floor. Now he knew that this was the goal he had to go for, to look up to, and to reach. Only by reaching the top floor of the test tower would he be able to fulfill the administrator's long-held wish. But Sung-yoon also had to take into account the advantages that allowed him to become stronger almost instantly than the other applicant. In addition to all this, he also received an unexpected but very pleasant gift from the administrator of this dimension. Only at the end, she asked him if he had heard anything from that woman about all these desires and tests that he had to pass now. But she was even more interested in whether they had spoken about the creature who was looking for Han Sung-yoon. When she heard that he knew absolutely nothing about it, she was truly surprised. She wondered what the Lord of Steel Blood was thinking when she let him go on his next mission like that. Perhaps she still had too much faith in his powers. Of course, she believed in him herself, and she could see his progress, which was growing all the time. But she couldn't help but warn him of this danger. However, she also had to warn him that all of his question tickets would be exhausted if he continued with the story. Sung-yoon hadn't cared about these tickets for a long time, because he didn't use them anyway, and they were just stored in his inventory. But here, you can get really important information from the administrator by using them. So without further ado, he agreed. Even though he already had a lot of these tickets, and if they are all used for just one question, it means that it is really extremely important. It must be an incredibly important topic to discuss. So the girl started talking. To begin with, she said that in the Muram Empire, there is a so-called Muram Union, and the challenger, Lee Sun-hak, whom he had encountered on the 9th floor of the tower, held a very important command position in this union. This was the reason why the hunt for Song-yong began. Some people from that empire had already started following him to avenge their commander. They should be wary of him, because the alliance was made up of really strong warriors. Simply put, the Maremian alliance will try to pursue him until they pay him back for the murder of their commander in the same coin. But it would be more accurate to say that this alliance is in complete chaos. Because of their commander's murder, they needed to appoint a new leader. No one wanted to give up the position, so they fought to the last. But after hearing these words, Sung-yoon became even more curious about who was after all holding a grudge against him. It was the dragon sword of the Namgun family. Back in Tokyo, Senjuk began to experience strange phenomena. He was a being from the Muram dimension, where absolutely everyone is obsessed with martial arts. He was called a true genius. He was the one who searched for Seung-yoon, using the desire for revenge as his plan, but in reality, it was not quite like that. It was more out of simple curiosity. Of course, she didn't know when or where it would happen, but if she did run into Namgun Hayek, it wouldn't end well. Later, the young man returned to the waiting room, where he continued to think about everything he had heard from the White Crane Sword. It turns out that he is being hunted by a psychopathic killer from the Muram dimension, who also has a strong team behind him. In fact, the young man was already thinking about going to this world alone. But it wouldn't have changed much. He has no choice but to move forward and level up like a madman before meeting Namgun Hayek. So, after going to the next tower test, the young man decided to head home. In a moment, he found himself in his own room, where he was now visiting less and less. Finally picking up his phone, he read a message from Hae-young. She asked him to go to the Hunters Association as soon as he read the message. For some reason, it was hard to believe that something terrible had really happened here on Earth, but he didn't hesitate long and decided to go there at the girl's request. When Sung-yoon arrived, he saw a lot of people training at the entrance of the association. For some reason, there was a certain anxiety on their faces. They all looked very thoughtful. They were all discussing something among themselves, and out of the corner of his ear, he heard something about mobilization, although it was not forced. Based on the video alone, this guy is really cruel and knows no bounds to his cruelty. They had no idea what could happen to Japan. Han Sung-yoon arrived at the association very spontaneously, almost falling on everyone's heads. Dust was flying around him, and he was purposefully going to enter the room. When he saw the surprised faces of the people who had been talking about something recently and were now staring at him, he hastily apologized and ran to the door. Now the conversation about Japan and everything that was happening there faded into the background because these people had just noticed the guy flying. At first, they couldn't believe their eyes. Hae-young was standing next to another employee of the association. He greeted her, saying he was glad to see her again. The girl was also pleased to see him, but there was a slight excitement on their faces as well. Sung-yoon also hurriedly greeted him, but immediately asked why he was called here so suddenly. At the same time, Hae-young began to tell him that something terrible had happened in Japan that shook people from all over the world, and she called him here first of all because she was worried that he would not go there alone when he learned about this event. Well, apparently, talking to him wasn't that effective, so the employee decided to show him a video so he could see for himself. At the same time, the young man saw a video on the screen, which was taken from the body cameras of hunters guarding Japan. Everything was happening in Tokyo. Hearing the strong generation of the gate, the Japanese Hunters Association immediately formed a group of people to monitor further development. 7 A-rank hunters were sent to the place where all this happened, and this creature that appeared from the portal was shockingly able to kill 6 of them immediately upon their arrival. All this happened in a few seconds, and it was believed that this was the first invasion of Earth by an alien from another dimension. Everything he heard and saw led to one thing. This was the killer that the White Crane Sword Administrator had also spoken about. When the video ended, Sung-yoon asked if they had at least put together a team to send to help the Japanese, because the situation was really critical, and there was no telling who this maniac would threaten in the future. But the situation here was a little different. In this case, most countries focused on protecting their own hunters, seeing how ruthlessly Japan's hunters were treated. The same was true for Korea. They discouraged their people from going to Tokyo to help, knowing how it could end. They also wanted to show him the last video from the camera that was on the body of the only survivor at the epicenter of the events. The sight was eerie, like something out of a horror movie. It was hard to believe that all this had happened in reality just recently. The hunter begged him to take pity on him and not kill him. But what interested them more was not that, but the very words that Namgun Hyuk said. He said that he had come here to avenge the death of Commander Lee Sun-hak. Everything happened much faster than he thought it would. It turned out that they would have to cross paths much sooner than he thought, and he didn't know if he was ready for such a meeting right now. Hae-young had already noticed his serious expression and realized that he was not going to stay in Korea after what he had seen, even though it was not a forced mobilization. To soften the situation a bit, the girl suggested having lunch together and discussing everything in more detail at the table, especially since they hadn't seen each other for so long. Even though she already knew the answer, she still hoped that he would not go anywhere, but she had no ideas to dissuade him from doing so. However, all her hopes were dashed in one sentence. Sung-yoon said that he would answer Japan's request and go to Tokyo to help the hunters there. At this point, the girl could no longer stand it and started screaming. She didn't understand why Sung-yoon always acted so foolishly and rashly. It was really more like a death sentence than a simple help. Even though he's a hunter who wants to improve his level, he needs to be able to think about his future life as well. But all these convictions would have been in vain. Veer simply thanked her for her concern and patted her head a few times. Sung-yoon saw this as a problem that he needed to solve himself, because he knew very well what had caused Namgun Hyuk to come to Earth. Sung-yoon felt guilty about himself, and he was going to make amends. Since childhood, he had been taught everything related to martial arts, but even then, he was annoyed that some people could not hear the true sound of the sword. He was already violent from a young age, and during training, he attacked too hard. It was as if he perceived it as a real battle with the enemy, not just a training session with his friends. He was indeed a very skillful warrior, and by the time he was a young man, Namgun Hyuk had mastered the release of chi energy. His achievements exceeded everyone's expectation. They were really proud of him, seeing such great progress. It was a pleasure for the mentor to watch the child move forward so skillfully from an early age. But he still had to tell him that martial arts was not a way to hurt people. For their world, it was a way to improve and achieve complete perfection. Sensei emphasized that in no case should you harm a person physically or even kill them for no reason at all. As the young man began to advance through the Tower of Trials, all the people from his dimension were incredibly happy to see the young master making such rapid progress. But just as Namgun Hyuk thought, there was still something missing. The fact that he was advancing higher and higher in the test tower every day alone did not satisfy all his desires. It was not satisfying. He had accomplished such a high and important feat at a time when most people were just beginning their journey. He had to apologize to his mentor, who had accompanied him for so long and hoped that his journey would continue. But Namgun himself had completely different plans for this. There was nothing more fun than killing people, hearing their screams and pleas for mercy, and seeing so much blood around, knowing that it was your sword that ran through their body and left numerous scars. He was no longer satisfied with the deaths of these idiots. In his world of Mirim, he could not kill whenever he wanted, so not for the first time, he thought about leaving the universe. And for some reason, his intuition told him that this bastard named Han Sung-yoon would be able to dispel his sadness and add a lot of fun to his life. It wasn't long after he was called to the room where the other hunters were waiting for him. He was still determined to go to Japan. Besides, he was confident that he could stop Namgun Hyuk alone, although he hadn't expected such a quick meeting. There were only two of them there, and he knew them well. They had gotten along quite well on the top floor of the test tower, and now it was as if fate had brought them together. The guy was glad to see them again. He had already heard from the Hunters Association about their possible visit, but he didn't think they would come, especially so soon. He was also surprised that only 3 of them had gathered. They were the only ones who were able to respond to the Japanese request, although Sin Hong added that there would be 4 of them. Another hunter from America, who had gone with them, would be here any minute. They didn't care much about that anymore, because it was safe to say that each of the 3 of them had at least S-rank skills, which increased their chances of winning. However, they also had to recognize that you have to face a competitor who came from another world, a real monster. She was quite confident in her abilities, but they still looked at the world from a realistic perspective, so they realized that even 3 of them might not be able to overcome a representative of another dimension. They could only hope that the challenger from America would be strong enough to balance the power between them. They didn't have to wait long for another applicant from another continent to arrive. Soon the door opened, and they looked at the girl who entered the room. Sung-yoon was struck by the fact that the 4th member of their team was Katrine. with whom he had fought in the common area. With nothing to hide, she was a little shocked by the coincidence herself. When asked by the others how they knew each other, the young man said that they had crossed paths once, in the tower. Of course, she was not so eager to meet him under such circumstances, although what other reason could there be for them to meet than this, when they had to save the world? Catherine then said that she would have preferred to meet in a more or less calm and normal setting, not at a time when Japan was in great danger. Although they didn't meet in a normal setting from the very beginning, so it's very interesting how she would plan their next meeting. Well, maybe he was right about that, but he could have said it in a softer way. In a way, it reminded Shin-hoon of some kind of love quarrel from the outside, and he watched them both silently, not even knowing what his reaction should be. But when he heard that expression, they immediately stopped quarreling. Sung-yoon said that this was absolutely not the case and could not be true. But it was also good that they ended it, because there was not much time. Finally, all the candidates gathered in one place. Then the girl who was the president of the Hunters Association in Japan introduced herself. Her name was Eri Chika. Now it was strange to hear this, because when this girl came to meet him at the airport, Sung-yoon thought she was just an employee of the association, but at that moment the president of the Japanese association was standing in front of him. She told him that no more support was expected. The situation turned out to be much more serious than anyone could have imagined. So other countries are very careful about who they send to Japan. Even if we are talking about strong control, this case is definitely worse, because out of the entire world, where there are thousands of hunters, only 4 were able to join the help. Unfortunately, no one wanted to help Japan at that time. This was understandable, because they were scared themselves. But in this case, the country would simply suffer from evil. Eri Chika was incredibly grateful to these 4 hunters who had come at a time when almost everyone else had turned their back. On the one hand, it could be considered their duty. They couldn't do anything else. Sung-yoon then talked about giving them a higher reward if they did manage to defeat the one who was threatening the Japanese. He asked for the initial reward to be doubled, and promised that in that case, they would support the country more actively until the very end. The young man was not here to appear as a hero of humanity or to show humanitarianism. Sung-yoon was only interested in the rewards and growth he would receive if he defeated Namgun Hyuk. In such a crisis situation, Eri Chika behaved too emotional. The creature that appeared in Japan is a real monster, and since they would all have to risk their lives, she promised to double the reward, just as Sung-yoon had wanted. It wasn't just that the case was hopeless, they also had some chance of winning. Catherine Benet's abilities could make a huge difference in Tokyo. She had the power of fire that could envelop an opponent, and Sung-yoon knew exactly what it was like to feel that power on his own. If she could touch a stronger opponent with her feint, all of the enemy's stats would drop and all of their other skills would be completely limited. With this power, they can take the initiative into their own hands. Of course, this is only if they manage to touch the monster. That is, the team. You need to come up with a clear and detailed plan and stick to it. First of all, they had to make sure that Katrina could touch the enemy, and then it would be easier for the others to attack. The whole world was watching the latest news, and it was about a Chinese SSS-rank hunter who had traveled alone to Tokyo, where he faced off against a challenger from another world. They didn't move, but from the outside they both looked like they were talking to each other. This is a possible situation, and as far as we know, people can communicate in the test tower regardless of dimension or country. Namgun Hyuk had been sitting in one place for a long time and was waiting for a challenger named Han Seong-yoon. This was the only person he was interested in on Earth. But then he got a surprise. He was visited by a challenger from China, whose name was Peng Ziwen. He was going to punish the one who looked down on the Earth and people. Namgun didn't understand why the person he was talking about never showed up, but instead, various insects came here. They wouldn't even have any fun. But Ji-won decided to attack without any doubts, confident in his abilities to do so. At the same time, the team of 4 contestants was already on the spot, and they saw that the situation was really not good because the Chinese contestant decided to act alone. While they were sitting in the helicopter, Sung-yoon asked Catherine if she could land successfully in the right place if she was in the air. At first, she didn't understand what he was getting at. Then the young man said that he had an idea that might work in their case, but they had to take a risk. She had one skill called Leap of Purity, which allowed her to cancel absolutely all damage from falls. That was enough for his plan. If it all worked out, Sung-yoon would be able to strike Namgun hard, and Catherine would have to activate her power immediately. He didn't go into detail about the plan, just said that it was time to leave. Sung-kyung seemed willing to do absolutely anything to complete the mission alone, but the other members couldn't just stand by and watch. Catherine only thought this guy was crazy more. There was no mention anywhere of people throwing themselves into free flight in such a situation, and no explanation was given. Now, the young man was even glad that the Chinese hunter had made Namgun Hyuk feel so emotional. Sung Yoon had also told Catherine to activate her power immediately when he launched his attack. That hunter from China didn't even have the power to gather all the chi energy in himself, but he used a fist technique against Namgun. He would have been finished anytime soon, but the team was already in place. Namgun already had a few scratches on his face and asked this guy with anger and distrust who he was. It was strange to hear he had come to Earth to find him, but when he met him face to face, he had no idea who he was. In fact, Namgun was waiting for the moment when he could find out who the hunter was. The killer wanted to try to fight him in a real fight, but he hadn't realized that this was someone who would only perform fake tricks. He couldn't have imagined how much it annoyed Namgun Hyuk to realize how frivolous he was with his own power. But Sung Kyung didn't pay any attention to any of that. He only knew that he had to strike first before the opponent had any weapon. The Ashblood skill was activated, and it turned out that he hadn't struck that hard while in the air. In addition, the counterattack shield was able to shatter with just one blow. If this continued, the shield's reflective ability would be incredibly difficult to use. Perhaps it was only now that Sungyun realized what was called true released energy. The Murim Union representative could see that he was relying only on his magic techniques that he had learned in the Tower of Trials, and it was pathetic. All this made him incredibly angry, because when he came to Earth from his dimension, Namgun had hoped that this guy would be able to dispel his sad life. It seemed that he had completely lost his mind, and just wanted to keep killing to enjoy the screams of people. It was a good thing that the administrator decided to teach Sung Yoon a little lesson, and it saved his life. It could be considered a small gift. Then she took his hand, saying that this is what it looks like to inject ordinary mana. If you throw away this technique, it means that you can also establish a connection using the same mana. Even then, the young man felt a surge of ordinary mana, as he had before. But a few seconds after that, Sung Kyung began to feel something completely different. It was as if the white crane sword was inside him. This was exactly what he was supposed to feel, but now he had to use this ability in conjunction with the sword. Then the girl told him to try to do the same training after leaving her domain, but before that, to stand for a while. Coming back to reality, everyone was safe. No one was hurt, but the fight had just begun. Catherine witnessed Sung Yun instantly strike and block that powerful energy of Namgun Hyuk just as quickly. Both of them had become real monsters, and now she didn't even know whether to intervene in this fight herself. Namgun Hyuk was incredibly happy about all this. This was exactly the level of opponent he expected to see here on Earth. That was probably enough to satisfy him. The more difficult it was to build a sandcastle, and the taller and more detailed it looked, the more exciting it was to destroy it with your own hands. So far, all the applicants from any other world had been people who disappointed him because they were not interesting. But now a real psychopath was standing in front of the Murimu representative, which made the fight incredibly exciting. Sung Yoon was in no hurry to strike again. Instead, he asked everyone else to wait for the fight in a safer place. He explained that if he had to defend them again, all his concentration would be lost, and right now he should focus on the monster in front of him. Although it was sad to hear, unfortunately, it was true. Even in the last trial, they couldn't help him, and it would be better to just wait out the fight from the sidelines as spectators. And then Seung-hun assured me that if he saw an opportunity and was sure of success, he would definitely give the go-ahead for Operation Firework. It was painful, but the three of them headed back, leaving Seung-hyun alone. Looking at it from the outside, Catherine understood why he had told them to move away. Nevertheless, he continued to compete on a level playing field with this monster from another dimension. Sung-hun watched the two of them closely, but looking at it all, he felt that Sung Yoon was only one step behind his opponent, and at this rate, he would overtake him. He himself thought that it would be easier for him to resist Namgun if his chi energy skills improved. The White Crane Sword also suggested that Namgun Hyuk's sword skills were A rank, even though all of Sung Yoon's sword-related skills were only C rank. But even without those skills, he was an incredibly strong opponent. They had only just begun, and Sung Yoon already looked incredibly tired and almost collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, this was partly true, because he had spent too much stamina on recovery. If he used up even more stamina, it would have a great impact on the course of the fight. Of course, the three of them were watching the fight. Catherine saw that he needed help right now, so she threw a potion right into his hands. He didn't even listen to anything else, but looked at the girl with surprised eyes, immediately opening the small bottle. However, this moment served as the perfect opportunity for his opponent to strike. He was distracted, which allowed Namgun to push the boy away from him. When he had the potion in his hands, he happily drank the entire contents of the bottle by himself. Jung-hoon was already wishing that it had been filled with some kind of poison. At least that way they could have helped Sung-yoon. It was very painful, and Sung-yoon could barely stand up after being hit so hard. People have always had something called hope, and Han Sung-yoon was no different from anyone else in this regard. Although a small amount of stamina had been restored, he still felt terrible. And there was a stamp of despair on his face that betrayed his despair. It was only Sung-yoon's expression that gave the enemy so much satisfaction. Nam Gun-hyuk immediately rushed at him to strike him again, and the young man could not resist because he was still in a trance. However, he had a plan this time too. Although the situation was difficult and seemingly hopeless, Sung-yoon firmly believed that he would win, and he would do it alone. Namgun could clearly see glimmers of that same hope in the young man's eye. He wasn't going to give up just like now. He didn't even have the strength to move, but he continued to stare at his opponent with the same gaze, never taking his eyes off him. This only made Namgun-hyuk's desire to kill more intense, and he stepped forward again to strike his enemy. His next punch hit Sung-yoon's eyes hard. It seemed to be even more painful than the guy's previous punch. And the stamina that had been his fuel for recovery had also reached its end. If he were to gather all his strength into one punch now, he would only be able to make one attack. But the biggest problem was that he couldn't see anything at all, so he wouldn't even be able to make that one attack. Now it seemed that the situation was completely hopeless, and Sung-yoon didn't know what to do this time. Catherine and the others were watching from the sidelines and could already see that he was in a terrible situation, so they rushed to his aid without hesitation. If the opponent had approached him now and attacked him, he would have died a terrible and miserable death. But despite the fact that he was well aware of this, he forbade others to come close to the scene and ordered them to stay where they were. These were his comrades, and it was because of this that he had that frozen expression on his face that irritated Namgun-hyuk so much. Katrin almost got hit by him, though this time she managed to dodge in time. It seemed that they were not going to leave the battlefield and wanted to stay on the battlefield. Soon enough, he managed to catch her, and then Katrine started screaming for him to let go. It was a kind of bait and switch for Sung-yoon. Namgun could already smell his friend's hot flesh and kept talking about it, making him even more worried. Sung-yoon was now completely helpless. He couldn't even move, let alone help anyone else. Sung-yoon may have been helpless, but it wasn't just the two of them. Catherine had been saved with one simple spell as Namgun watched his victim's expression. Katrin had to be sent to the healers. She needed their help now. It was a sneaky move, but he had to admit that he was caught very easily here and simply managed to choose the right moment when he was distracted. Jong-hoon went with her as quickly as possible, away from the epicenter of the fight, so that she wouldn't get hurt even more. The boy threw the monster as far as he could. For now, it was the maximum he could do, and now they had to hide again. However, they were not lucky here either. Namgun almost immediately caught Jong-hoon by the head, not allowing him to move away far enough. Everything was exactly the same now as it was on that day a few years ago. An incredibly horrible day that he would remember for the rest of his life. Sung-yoon was unable to protect anyone, helpless and defenseless in front of his enemy. This is probably the worst thing that could have happened to him in all that time. It's just terrible. Sung-yoon recognized his battle as a disaster. It seemed miserable now, but now, tens of thousands of rats had made it to the surface to survive. At that moment, he decided that this was the only chance he had to use the last attack left in his arsenal. He had to know the right amount of proportion in everything. In any case, he was probably just playing with his own strength. This challenger from the Murim Alliance, Sung-yoon hated him, but the enemy really enjoyed watching this blind guy's reaction. The pitiful expression on his face was amusing. Those words might have been the last words Namgun-hyuk would ever say. Very unexpectedly for him, he was heavily attacked. Although the challenger from China had been hit hard, he was still alive and able to fight, so he did not hesitate to attack him to pay back what he had done on Earth. He had been able to bring the flames of Katrina here, but now he had to go away because the work was not yet done. They were trying to do something until the very end, and in fact, it was incredibly annoying, but no matter how much Namgun-hyuk wanted to use his powers, he could not use his skills. He just couldn't do it. These dual zones were formed within a radius of EM around the characteristic called Battle of the Mightiest. Except for Han Sung-yoon and Namgun-hyuk, everyone else was forbidden to stand on the platform. Even though his swordsmanship skills were all limited, he still had other options, such as fist technique. Sung-yoon stood there silently, seeing absolutely nothing, and his opponent was sure that he would do nothing, because a person who could not see was not a worthy opponent. But the fact that he could not see still did not destroy the hope inside him. On the contrary, it fueled his fire and thirst for victory even more. In addition, He had the skill of the spiritual eye, which allowed him to see what was not in his line of sight. Perhaps it was this ability that saved him now. But now he could see more than just the wall in front of him, which stretched for a radius of meters. Sung-yun could feel every stone in the vicinity. He could see everything in incredibly clear and detailed detail, making it easy to dodge. Being blind, he was able to see something more. It turns out that Sung-yun had never used the spiritual eye correctly before that moment. It was more like opening a third eye. What he was experiencing now was nothing compared to the moments when he had used this skill before. Thanks to what he had gained, he could fight on a level playing field with the weakened Namgun Hyuk, even though he had no sight. His opponent was truly surprised by what he saw in front of him. Now, Sung-yun reminded him of a real monster with unearthly strength. With each step, he moved better and better. He was only more confident in himself and his actions. Because of this, each subsequent swing of his sword was clearer than the previous one. Even with all that he had already accomplished, it was hard for him to reach a fight on his level. Sung-yun was at great risk. His stamina would soon be at 0, and his opponent's slowing speed would return to its previous state in minutes. It was necessary to take certain measures or deal with them while the fire was burning. The only thing that could turn the tide of the battle was known to him, even though it was a very dangerous act. In Namgun Hyuk's opinion, it was a completely senseless act that drove him into a dead end with no way out. Sung-yun ignored all his words as he prepared to use the Sword of Steel Blood, the power that the administrator had given him. Namgun looked so happy to see his opponent helpless, but in a moment he was the victim, as the sword blade was now in his body. Sung-yun managed to ram it through his flesh. The man could not even utter a single word. He also managed to touch the very core of the chi energy. Now he would have to act very quickly if he wanted to fully recover. He recognized that he had gambled too much, so he decided that he would finish this battle the next time he was more ready. But no one was going to let him go, even though he had already opened the portal and was about to return to his dimension of Murim. At that moment, everyone instinctively felt that they had to kill this monster here and now, because the next such opportunity might not come along. If we don't do it now, sooner or later it will become a threat to the Earth and any other dimension. All of them rushed to the portal as one to stop Namgun Hyuk. They were ready to do anything to keep him out of their hand. At this point, the counterattack shield skill was disabled, preventing them from accumulating damage and attacking. Then Sung-yun said that none of them should pay attention to any of this. The enemy was still in front of them and needed to be caught, so he ordered them to do everything possible to prevent him from escaping. From the beginning, Namgun Hyuk could have killed his opponent with one punch, and that would have been the end of it. So he asked him again if he wanted them to go all the way. It was actually very annoying, but the guy couldn't give him an answer. It's a terrible feeling when your enemy laughs at you. No matter how much they wanted to miss him, they failed to catch this monster. At the very end, Namgun said that this was not their last meeting, and he would be back very soon, and then the ending would be completely different. Sung-yun fell to the ground, completely powerless, and everyone immediately forgot about their enemy and rushed to him, hoping to save him. The young master, meanwhile, had already returned to his dimension of Murim, where he was met by several wards. They quickly approached him when they saw that he was bleeding and barely able to stand on his feet. From then on, he had a desire for revenge on this guy in his mind. He promised himself that one day he would drive him to complete despair and kill Sung-yun. And the boy was immediately sent to the nearest hospital, which was not far from Tokyo. Arichika was already there, hoping that the hero who had saved the capital and the whole country would soon come too. He did not know where he was yet. Very slowly, he raised his head and tried to sit up. At the same time, Arichika told him not to make any sudden movements and to be very careful. Sung-yun was very badly injured. His body was wrapped in bandages, and he lost one of his limbs in the battle. The girl didn't even know what to say in response to such a great sacrifice on his part. It looked very noble, even though he had only his own improvement in mind. She couldn't even look at him in that state, but he removed the bandages and activated the Ashen Blood skill, making the limb look as good as new. Sung-yun said that he was fine and feeling great, and then asked about the other members who had gone with him and asked where they were now. Putting on a light robe, he went to the ward to check on the others. First of all, he went to Katrine, asking how she was feeling. The girl was shocked to see him in perfect order, when just a moment ago he was standing without an arm. In fact, they all got hurt. Jong-hoon was now standing in the middle of the hospital corridor with crutches, and his leg was in a plaster cast. When he met Sung-yun, he immediately asked what happened to his face. Toby explained that he had entered Catherine's room and saw that she was full of energy and concluded that she was fine. The three of them were here, but he couldn't find Seung-hoon, so he asked his brother if he had seen him. But Jong-hoon told him that he had only met him in the morning and didn't even have time to talk to him because he was in a huge hurry. He must be in a terrible state right now after what he saw, especially since he could not do anything. It is not easy to accept the fact that he lost his arm. He didn't even want to talk to me. His face was just despair. It was night while he stood outside and watched the stars looking up at the sky. Finally, Sung-yoon managed to find him, and he turned around sharply, trying not to show his terrible condition. He already knew about this guy's skill of restoring a limb, but his ability still never ceased to amaze people. This skill is just incredible. Unfortunately, it cannot be repeated with his arm, and it could not be saved. He lifted his sleeve slightly, showing what had happened to it. For some reason, Sung-yoon partially saw himself to blame for this. He realized that if he had been a little stronger, such terrible consequences could have been prevented. But Seung-hoon didn't look so disappointed anymore. Luckily, he also had a good skill, so his missing arm didn't hinder his work that much. He took out a cigarette to smoke, and Sung-hyun didn't look particularly pleased. All this time, he had been trying to get to the top of the tower like a madman, and it was all for his own growth. Actually, it wasn't so bad, because just thinking about it made him stronger. And the strong should always help the weak. At least that was his life's credo, and Seung-hoon always followed it. Sung-hoon also realized something very important in this fight. It turns out that he had forgotten something very important. Nevertheless, Sung-hoon could be calm about at least one thing. Although he's very strong, he doesn't stop at one place and tries to climb to the top, but he's not a psychopath who uses his power left and right. When they first met in the Tower of Trial, he had no idea what he was up to or why he needed so much power. When asked to smoke, he said he had no such habits. He didn't smoke or drink alcohol. Then Seung-hoon took off his mask and smiled at him. Perhaps he had imagined his face differently, but now he could clearly see the resemblance between him and his brother. They were soon gathered in the hall and asked to stand for a photograph. The whole small ceremony did not take very long. But it was not the end, because they wanted to interview the heroes who saved Tokyo, so they prepared cameras and started asking various questions. After a few more hours passed, people started to leave. As soon as a young man walked a few steps forward, he noticed one thing that seemed to belong to Catherine. When he handed the pendant to her, she smiled and put it back around her neck. He had to spend some more time in the noise, but he came back to himself after a while. Sung-yoon put on his tailcoat. It seemed that its design had changed a bit, and it had been improved. All the items of equipment were perfectly clean to the point of shine. Well, from the point of view of Japan, they all stopped the disaster. Therefore, they were treated as real heroes. All 3 days that Sun-yoon returned to Earth were full of chaos. He had done so much. Of course, he didn't want to become so popular, but there was nothing he could do about it. The boy looked at his phone and saw that the internet had even Googled a video of their battle, and all this filming was done from the helicopters of the Japanese Association. So much had already happened. It was hard to perceive everything as reality, not as a dream. He could not even imagine that Kim Sung-hoon would turn out to be the Emperor of Lightning. Among all the S-rank hunters, he was considered the strongest, which was true, because he was incredibly skilled in his own ability. He was unrivaled in his field. He cleared portals with such speed that other hunters of the same rank could not even dream of such opportunities. Kim Sung-hoon was a true hero of Korea. Before saying goodbye to his friend, he told him that he could contact him for help at any time, and he admitted that he would be happy to recruit him to his team. Sung-hoon said that he could call him for any personal issue or any other reason that would bother him. But first, he wanted to become stronger so that he could wear the title of the Ghost Sword with dignity and pride. From that fight with Namgun-hyuk, the young man learned some very important lessons. Ashen Blood was a skill that boasted excellent effectiveness among his personal skills, but he would not be able to activate it if his stamina was at 0. The next goal was to master a skill that instantly restored stamina. As Sung-yoon was flipping through the store, he noticed that almost all the skills looked about the same and were good enough for him. So he decided to switch to a different method to get rid of his doubts while shopping. The time came when the hunter had accumulated enough points to allow him to buy absolutely every skill he needed right now. However, this time he failed and did not increase his rank. That and the benefits of synthesis had also disappeared. But there was one upside, because he could get mana, stamina, and health from blood, and he could also control the blood itself. Sung-yoon can master and control blood in the truest sense of the word. He can also shape the blood into any form he wishes. Now, he didn't even need to make any cuts to get to the blood, in case he wanted to have a lot of this red liquid. He had already been able to skip the moments when he was using this skill, and it seemed really good. It turns out that only those aspirants who have reached the Fire Sword stage can awaken the true ability of the bloody heavenly demon dagger. Sungyun thought that it was indeed a good weapon, but he could not have imagined that such a possibility would be hidden within the dagger. So, right now, he decided that it was time to start conquering the tower and go to the next floor to continue the test. As soon as he clicked something on the screen, he was immediately transported to the door. The young man opened it and stepped inside, where he was immediately welcomed into the Temple of Testing. This was not where he expected to be. But the creature who was waiting for him explained that now Sungyun would undergo the tests given by God, and all these tasks would continue until his death. Even though he was just like an adventurer, he decided to go through all these tests. It is because of this decision that one must bear responsibility until the end of their days. Sungyun didn't want to delay, so he immediately asked what he needed to do to pass through the first gate. The creature was truly shocked. It was strange to hear that this guy didn't know the rules that Ares had created. Since it was this god, Sunkyung assumed that this was the same dimension of Ares that the Dark Knight on the 5th floor had come from. The man who had greeted him in the room made a comment that he didn't understand how such a foolish adventurer had ended up here, but there was nothing to be done. He would just have to explain it all over again. He said that in fact these tests in the Temple of Testing would be simple. There will be a test of the body, a test of the spirit, and a test of faith. The body comes first, and at the very end, they come to the hardest part, the test of the mentality. He once again emphasized that it is very easy to break through the gate. In each test room, a high priest will be waiting for him. The player needs to convince him or kill him. It didn't matter. The main thing was to move on to the next room. In simple words, you need to break through the gate no matter what the difficulty. It sounded easy enough, and he already had enough information so he could draw his own conclusion. Besides, his strength was quite enough to go through the task. He could easily have become a candidate who would receive the qualification of a pioneer who had passed all the tests of high complexity. So, his path of trials begins right now. Without waiting any longer, he decided to use the new skill, Bloodsucker. As expected, this skill was incredible. The young man thanked him for all this information, expressing himself in a more sarcastic manner, and left the man dead on the ground. If he took into account all the administrators' nicknames, he could conclude that he had gotten their attention because of the deity-related test. But now the administrator of the Sword of the White Crane was disappointed that the applicant had gone on such a task without saying a word. He could read what was going on in their minds, but he had no idea how to contact them here and now. Sungyun walked over to the body of the man who had just been killed and knelt down next to it. He searched him and found some item. Now he also received a notification that he was being watched by the administrator of the Priest of the Seven Gods. With the help of this thing, the user could awaken the ability to prove his fate. He didn't know what it meant exactly, but he thought it could be taken as a one-time barrier. Of course, he was hoping for more during the body check. He would have liked to have found some more interesting items that would be useful in the future, so it was a bit upsetting for him. But soon enough, Sun entered the next gate, where the next priest was waiting for him. The voice was slightly surprised and said that he did not think that this adventurer would get to this place so quickly. Apparently, Johan's ideal days were already in the past. Before him on the throne sat the young girl who was his rival in this stage of the challenge. The young man took a few more steps forward and approached her. Afterwards, he asked her if she was the priestess of the second test of the Temple of Verification. She only smiled, and then quietly, and with a certain irony in her voice, said that she was. She remained calm and sat on her throne with her foot up. Her name was Jane. She was the priestess in charge of the second test of this temple. The girl gripped the wooden handles of the throne tighter, and her gaze seemed to change to an even more predatory one. She had been really calm up until now, but that was it. Jane stood up and threw her chair with all her might right at the adventurer, adding that it was a pleasure to meet him as well. In general, this was expected. Sungyun instantly dodged her attack and then decided to return the favor. After all, he could have tried to negotiate without competition, but she was the first to use violence. It turns out that this is indeed a test of the body itself, as the first priest Sungyun had just come across had said. So far, these tests had seemed very easy. They could be completed in a matter of minutes, but they didn't offer much benefit either. Not this time. He decided to use the same technique because it all reminded him of what he had done before. She hadn't yet fully recognized Sungyun's strength, but she could already tell that this adventurer had a complete aura. It really surprised her, because this was almost the first time she had ever encountered it. Well, if the priestess was able to use it, what was to stop him from doing the same? Sunkyung picked up his weapon and prepared to attack. Jane had said that they, The priests were given this power to use for good. Nevertheless, she was shocked that some guy who didn't even have a hint of divine power would have such a powerful swordsmanship skill. But what she was about to do next was more like a fatal blow that would be even harder to dodge. Jane was serious, so there was only one way out: to attack back. This divine power always achieved its goal, no matter how far away or what it was. According to what the first priest had said to the other, it was not necessary to kill the priest to break through the gate. Sung-yoon now sounded confident enough to believe him. But it was still not enough for Jane. Most likely, this would only be possible if the young man acted as if he were in no way inferior to the deity. After the body check, he would have to undergo many more tests, but Sung-yoon still didn't know how many gates he would have to pass through. The more Jane listened to him, the more he seemed like an arrogant person. Sung-yoon seemed too calm and relaxed, as if he already had victory in his pocket. She told him that he would have the right to ask such questions only after he defeated her in a fair fight. But that turned out to be easier than he had thought. So now he asked her to tell him about the vetting process, as she had promised before. She had already realized that he was not going anywhere, so the only way out was to tell him the ins and outs of the temple's verification process. Of course, he wasn't going to get this information by force, because he wasn't interested in something so horrible, but he still insisted that Jane tell him everything. In general, he thought that no one who had managed to get here would take such a step, although in Jane's opinion, Sung-yoon was too naive. But one way or another, she was not going to go back on her promise, and said that she would tell him everything about the test. The priestess said that now there are 2 body tests left to go through. The test of faith would begin at the 5th gate, and end immediately at the next, and the test of mentality would only be tested at the 7th gate. But before challenging the 7th gate, Jane strongly advised to think at least once about giving up and forgetting about the idea forever. No one has ever managed to pass it. Absolutely all the players who entered the gate went crazy almost immediately, or died in agony, bleeding to death. So that was the end of it. And as a final word, Jane added that for the first time in many years, she enjoyed fighting a challenge. At the same time, Sung-yoon demanded that she tell him if there was a way to enter the gate without killing her. If it were possible, he would have done it. But Jane objected and said that with his current abilities, it was impossible. In any case, if she did die, she would only be near the deity. It would not end her life anyway. The longer he delayed, the worse he would feel. So, without hesitation, the young man took the sword and slashed it across her body. A splash of blood stained the weapon. For some reason, his mood was just terrible. But Sung-yoon decided to go forward again and not stop. He had no other choice. He wanted to become better, to become stronger, so looking back was not in his plan. So, Sung-yoon walked forward for a couple more meters, and then he found himself in front of the big door again. He reached the 3rd gate and opened it without hesitation. Another priest was already standing there, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The man introduced himself as Resilient and said that he would be the sword that the god of verification would wield. The man held the sword forward and added that from now on, he would be the one to test Sung-yoon's fighting ability. Now, he had to prove that he was worthy of moving on to the next gate. The flames around the sword were already burning, so the fight was about to begin. Sung-yoon was not tired yet, but he was really curious to know what else was waiting for him behind this big door and what other tests he would have to pass. It turns out that the 3rd test involves a fire sword. This is already a high level, but it will not be possible to pass it with the help of tricks. Most likely, at this stage of the fight, Sung-yoon will have to risk his life. To be honest, he's already used to this kind of thing. He is almost completely addicted to gambling. The young man had already tried to strike, but something here seemed incredibly strange to him, not like it was at other stages of these tests. Resilient's fortune was not only tied to his physical abilities, there was something else at work here. In addition, even the power that came from the man's sword could not compare to the power he possessed. The difference was obvious and great, but it was his chi energy that was at a disadvantage to this warrior. The boy thought about it. He should have thought of a strategy beforehand to avoid dying here. Even though he was strong, he was still losing in some ways. He had seen Namgun Hyuk use the power of the fire sword before. At the time, Sung-yoon thought that it was a high level of sword skill, but maybe it was just that bastard Namgun Hyuk was too strong. And the so-called flame sword skill could also be in several stages of development, and he was just lucky to have encountered a weaker opponent here. However, there was still one problem. No matter how hard he tried to attack, it was always his chi energy that suffered. The young man saw no progress in his attack. Apparently, it doesn't matter how strong your aura is. He would not be able to break that sword anyway. Only a select few can break this weapon. Resilient said that only those who can see what is invisible to the eye can defeat this sword and break it. This man was weaker than he was, yet he wielded a sword of fire, which made the situation much more difficult. It reminded him of the moment when someone who is worse at studying than he is passes exams with much better results, and it all irritated him a lot. If it was necessary to cope with something that was invisible to the eye, then Sung-yun was ready to show everything he could do and what he had learned throughout the tower's trials. Now he was even more determined to break the sword. At least now he knew exactly how to do it. But only those who know how to handle the invisible can create a sword that can pass through anything. This is how the magic dagger called Aura with Absolute Power was born. The man did not have time to speak because he was in complete shock at what he saw. Before he could even move his eyes, the weapon had already rammed into his face, and there was a lot of blood. This was the main difference between the release of energy and the flaming sword that this man was using. The principle of activating this sword was different. It was willpower, and it was dense enough to be expressed in real physical force. The priest was even pleased by this, because it was not the fire sword that he had borrowed from the deity of verification. Sung-yun was indeed a unique player, and this was his true strength, and it pleased the man greatly. It was strange to realize, but he was more interested in the achievements of the other contenders than his own death. He was supposed to have his own mission, but he did not know whether this was a belief or madness. The thing is that Sung-yun recognized the full power of this sword at once, and was able to master it completely. It was this fact that made his heart clench and tremble even more. This time, the boy had passed the test of his martial arts, and the man now wanted him to move forward only because he saw how much potential he had. So that the man would no longer feel pain and suffering, the young man cut off his head after saying this, and was about to go to the next gate. Now he wondered what ability would be added to his arsenal this time. It was always a big surprise, and each time Sung-yun hoped to win the jackpot, he was lucky, and something new did appear. Now the young man has an additional ability. He had read that, when absorbing the souls of a stronger opponent, a power assessment would be performed, after which he would be able to extract something useful for himself. Every time a necromancer levels up, the new power doesn't let you down or disappoint. Besides, it's only B rank, and an incredibly large number of useful features have already been revealed. Now, Sung-yun was looking forward to rising to the highest ranks and what would be waiting for him there. Even his net worth had reached 3 figures. Not so long ago, when he was studying, hoping to become a hunter, all of this seemed unattainable for him. But all his thoughts and memories were instantly dispelled, because behind him he heard someone's voice, which did not sound particularly happy. Someone who looked like an angel came down from above and said that he already knew everything about the previous priest. The situation was completely different from what was expected. One could tell that he was happy about it, because he hadn't met anyone who went so far and was confidently moving forward for a long time. The guy was already prepared for the fight. He didn't want to waste time on idle chatter, because he wanted to pass all the tests as quickly as possible and finally get to the 7th gate that Jane had mentioned. Since Sung-yun was so impatient, this guy said that they would start the 4th gate trial right away and not delay it. He was called Kairon. He was an apostolic candidate who serves the god of testing, and from now on, following the laws of testing, he would test his body. Sung-yun immediately felt this incredibly powerful energy. What he was facing now could not be compared in any way to the priests he had met before. The young man also noticed that these rays reflected in the mirrors were very annoying and distracting. Now he had to attack Kairon before he could start bombarding him with these rays. If he was allowed to start doing so, it would be even harder to stop him. This time, his opponent was really incredibly strong. Now he could clearly feel the fire sword. Compared to the previous priest, this one could not even come close. He was incredibly strong. Most likely the method Kairon was using now was one that guaranteed him a clear victory over his opponent and outshone him immediately. He was able to attack with a beam from a distance, and even if the opponent dodged the strike itself, the mirrors from which the beams were reflected would still play their role. They are located all around the perimeter and will reflect these rays at an angle that will put them in the enemy's blind spot. And for close combat, he used his wings to create a strong gust of wind and thus disrupt his opponent's balance. And then he used the fire sword as a counterattack. But despite all this short-sightedness of the scheme, it will be very difficult to deal with the mirrors now because there is no time for it at all. If he was distracted, Kairon would immediately use the fatal blow, and that would be the end of it. Of course, he had a thought that he could just break the mirrors, but then he realized that all these little mirror shards would only create more problems for him. In this case, it would be impossible to dodge them all. He wondered how he would die if he really broke a mirror or just got caught in the direct beam of this angel. But he was determined to get this over with as quickly as possible and move on to the next gate. Before continuing his attack, Karen emphasized that this time it would not be easy, and that he would have to work very hard to open the next door to the gate. But after a few seconds, he didn't look so confident. He got hit pretty hard, which was strange, because Karen was sure this guy had nothing to do with magic. There were no marks on him to indicate that he had studied anything like that. He even thought that Sung Yoon was using the power of a deity, because this level of power could only indicate that. But then the boy said that he had no idea what the power of a god was. At the same time, Karen added that he did not run away from the battlefield and did not lose the fight. According to all the laws of verification, he had the right to declare that all physical tests at this stage could be complete. Karen recognized that this player had passed the test with flying colors. It seems that the young man has slowly begun to understand what this divine power means. It was the energy that the local priests used as if it were mana. Sung Yoon suddenly felt some kind of energy penetrate his heart. The only thing was that it did not circulate at all. Apparently, the ways of managing divine power and mana were indeed very different, and he still knew nothing about it. And the possession of this divine power is indeed incredibly significant. Karen was already dead, and then the young man absorbed his spirit and thus increased his own fortune. Without stopping for a moment, Sung Yoon moved on to the next test. Opening another door, he saw the next priest, who immediately called the adventurer one who was mad with martial art. He could not fully understand a single word of this phrase, and he did not know what this madness and martial arts had to do with anything. Then the old man asked him a logical question. Sung Yoon was the kind of person who wins, and wins again. He was obsessed with improving his skills and becoming stronger and stronger. That was his main goal. It was all true. He did want to get stronger by continuing to grow, but it still seemed like the old man was exaggerating a bit when he said that Sung Kyung wanted to become the most powerful. But he said he wasn't exaggerating at all. He was just stating the conclusion that this adventurer would come to if he continued at the same pace. The old man noticed that the boy was in a state of confusion, so he hastened to calm him down and told him not to get so excited. The priest reminded him that this gate does not test his body. It was testing his faith and nothing more. The way this old man moved was driving him crazy. His movements were beyond comprehension, and it was incredibly annoying. It seemed like it was something bigger and worse, as if this old man had managed to penetrate his subconscious and was controlling him from there. The strength left his body. Nothing else could compare to this feeling. It was horrible and unpleasant, and even worse was the realization that there was nothing you could do about it. The old man seemed to be very happy with what he was doing. Even though Sung Kyung was resisting, he didn't seem to care. He didn't have to wait too long, as it was over as quickly as it had begun. As the young man took up the weapon, the old man stepped away from him and said with a slight smile on his face that he had passed the test. There was clearly something unhealthy going on here. The guy had no idea what the old man was talking about. At the same time, the old man repeated that he had successfully passed the 5th gate, but it seemed that the boy still did not believe it. The priest said that the adventurer could now go to the next gate, but now Sung Yun wondered how he had managed to pass it and what was going on here. Then the old man explained that there are completely different laws here, and the very beginning of this test begins with understanding the images that exist in his subconscious. In other words, only those people who have resilience, endurance, and willpower will be able to look into their own world of images. He could feel this willpower in him very well, so without further ado, he was ready to recognize that this applicant had passed the test. The man felt this urge to cut anyone's throat just to become stronger. The old man clearly felt it, and to some extent, he even admired it. He may not realize it yet, but all these thoughts are hidden in his subconscious and will eventually come out. At the same time, the old man added that if he wanted to kill him, such a weak old man, he should do it quickly and not drag it out. Fortunately, he would not be killed either and would be able to find himself in the arms of a deity. But Sung Yoon gave a short answer that he was not going to do that. He had already passed the test, and he saw no point in killing a person for no reason. And he didn't see the point in asking something so obvious. But for the old man, it was indeed a surprising turn of events. He was already ready to face the blade of his sword. He even thought that this adventurer would have been able to handle it even if he had given him an official test of the 5th gate. But he repeated once again that the boy had successfully completed this task and could move on. He just patted him on the shoulder. At that moment, it seemed as if he was his mentor, who was only happy about his achievement. Finally, the old man wished Han Sung-yoon to successfully pass all the tests that would be waiting for him in the future. With that, the young man moved on. The next room he entered was completely different from the others. All surfaces of the mirrors were engulfed in total darkness. Very soon, he found himself in a place where there was not even a single glimmer of light. The young man did not even know in which direction he was moving. He just kept walking forward, hoping to get somewhere. Very unexpectedly for him, he heard the girl's voice right next to his ear. Although it was unexpected, it did not scare him. It was more of an annoyance, or maybe it was the atmosphere of this dark place. As Sung-yoon had thought, he was once again in the world of his subconscious, where different images exist. Only now it was confirmed by the priestess of the test. He didn't see anything, but it was said that the priest Hanir had planted a seed, and that it was done so that he could enter the same subconscious world. Apparently it was about the old man from whom he had recently come. Later on, this darkness dissipated, but it did not make him feel much better. The boy found himself tied to a strange substance from which this whole world was made. The girl added that he shouldn't worry too much. She promised that she would take care of his physical shell while he was here. But the young man noticed that all her words only made him more nervous and did not calm him down. There was always a certain irony in this girl's voice. She didn't know why people were so cruel and spoke to her in such a way. If she wanted to, Sung-yoon's neck would be covered in deep scars that would go all the way through her. Of course, he was not satisfied with this, but now he was curious about how to pass this test of faith. Right after she said that, he became so polite. Everything changed dramatically. Even though Sung-yoon didn't know what words to use in front of her to avoid getting under the knife. At the same time, the girl said that the space he was in now was the world of his subconscious images. Here, he needs to be able to see his own world, and once he has done this, he will be able to move on. It would seem that everything is simple, but how he needs to find this world of subconscious images, Sung-yoon still did not know. Then the priestess also explained that this universe will mostly depend on a person's personal beliefs. The world is created on their basis, but no one is able to see this spectacle. It was like the moment when you close your eyes and see only a black curtain. That is, he now needs to see the essence of this world of the subconscious, in which there is nothing. All this was true. Finally, the girl introduced herself and said her name was Eileen. She was another priestess who served the god of testing. Now she announced the beginning of the 6th test. The young man looked around. It was still dark, and the water beneath his feet was as black as night. Even as the task was beginning, Eileen added that the pain would be very close to real, even though he was in the world of thoughts and images. Now, Sung-yoon has to find a way out of the situation as soon as possible if he doesn't want to be killed. If he couldn't find a way out, he would be drowning without any water around him, and the feeling would drive him crazy. While she watched this boy with admiration and pleasure, he activated the serene subconsciousness skill. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked around. It wasn't so scary here as long as you don't panic, because you can hold your breath underwater. But for a brief moment, he thought he felt a slight tingling sensation in his fingertips. It was just a second, but very distinct. Yahello admitted that his willpower really impressed her. She definitely did not expect the adventurer to be able to break free of the traps and move his own body. If so, it means that he is able to defend himself even when his body itself is unconscious. This was truly impressive. The strength of such people both attracted and frightened her, but she decided to keep the fact that his actions had almost left her without a head on her shoulders a secret. A little more time passed, after which the guy began to feel his body a little bit and could move it more actively and confidently. Hyland was sure that he would not be able to feel his own limbs, but in some 2 hours, he managed to fully regain control of his own body, making the sight even more fascinating. Sung-yoon heard all the girl's words perfectly, and the phrase about 2 hours really impressed him a lot. It seemed like no more than a minute had passed since he'd arrived here. But then Halen added that he shouldn't forget about time, which moves in the real world and the subconscious universe in completely different ways. In the real world, minutes pass much faster than here. Now he had a new problem, because if he spent most of his remaining time in this gate, he would die due to the penalty of not completing the tower's test. With these thoughts in mind, Sung-yoon decided that he would move as fast as he could to get to the exit. If he was already able to feel his body again thanks to his serene subconscious, it meant that activating other skills would also be possible. When the boy walked forward again, he saw something very strange. Perhaps the sight he saw should have been called a sea of blood. Halen was surprised more and more. Her shock simply knew no bounds. She didn't know how this was possible and why the world of the subconscious opened its gates to him. Now she had another question. She was no longer sure that Sung-yoon was a real person, because it was unlikely that people were capable of such thing, especially since he had steel wings behind him. Luckily, he was able to see the entire world of his subconscious thanks to the Fire Dragon Eye skill. Even though he didn't have an exact understanding of what it all meant, he didn't particularly like the whole situation and the tense atmosphere. Everything here looked ominous and alarming. It was strange to realize that it was most likely his handiwork. Sung Yoon was able to change Halen's world, and now it looked completely different. He didn't fully understand it himself, but based on his previous statements, he had passed the test, but it was still unclear what this had to do with faith. Then Halen explained that the test of faith is a way of recognizing oneself. It was all very strange and complicated. Sometimes people didn't even fully understand what they believed. Most of the time, they are not even going to figure it out. They just don't care. And the purpose of this test was to come face to face with the world of their own subconscious and the images from there. He wanted to overcome his miserable past and become stronger. He wanted to become a hero for himself without losing his humanity. That's what Halen read in his subconscious world. Having desires and ideas is one thing. It's much harder to stay true to what you want. Almost blindly, he managed to find his way out of this world. But he hardly needed eyes for that. All Halen could do was wish him luck. He was the first adventurer who resembled a superhuman. A short time later, the door opened wide and let in a new member. Sung Yoon reached the 7th gate. He remembered Jane's words, although he didn't recall them with fear. In the end, he wouldn't even have time to think about whether to enter the door of the 7th gate. But the fact that no one had ever managed to reach this gate really pleased him. It means that he will be able to become a pioneer here too. It seemed that he was in a situation where he was facing something extremely difficult and seemingly invincible. His body was petrified and simply could not move. His muscles disobeyed him, refusing to do anything to survive. But then an eye just appeared in front of him. Sung Yoon couldn't believe that it was actually a deity. It made him angry and irritated, and he felt incredibly angry. Perhaps it was his subconscious that was affected by the ordeal, but he was completely overwhelmed. Taking his weapon, he ran it over his wrist. It was as if he lived to pass all the trials that had fallen on his shoulders. Perhaps this place was built on such principle. Of course, Sung Yoon didn't know if he would be able to cut or even touch that pupil, but since he had already come all the way here, he couldn't just give up. Even if there was an incredibly small chance that he could get even an inch closer to the enemy, he would do anything to achieve it. The blow will be struck. For his part, he would do absolutely everything in his power. Of course, he had his doubts, and he could not be sure that everything would go according to plan, but if he managed to move forward, he would do everything to reach his goal. While he was determined to pass through the gate, he was informed that the god of testing remembered the existence of Han Sung-yoon. This was indeed something new. He was astonished by this news. So, now the god of testing had officially announced the start of the 7th gate test. He already knew that this would be the most difficult stage of the trials, but he did not hesitate to pass it. What surprised him the most was that the so-called god of testing was not something abstract, but a real being. Perhaps, of all the gates, this one was the most surprising. At that moment, a mirror appeared right in front of his eyes. The boy looked at his reflection. At that moment, he did not know what to think. It was all so strange that it was hard to believe in reality, but now he needed to establish a connection with himself from the future or start synchronization. A moment later, he saw a guy kneeling on the ground in complete despair. It was the same priest from the first gate. He even had tears on his face as he recalled his mirror that had been lost. Sung Yoon was now in the role of a spectator. He saw so many different pictures, but no one saw him. The next thing he knew, he was in South Korea at Christmas time. Flying forward, he noticed himself from the future he had seen a few seconds ago. But everything that was happening looked incredibly strange. He did not know what was happening here. Sung Yoon watched himself from the future with some horror, not understanding what he was going to do, although his expression showed that he already knew. His chest was tearing as if the skin was being ripped alive from his flesh. This whirlwind of mixed emotions was keeping him busy. And while he was watching himself, he didn't notice the same priest from the first gate creep up behind him. He touched him lightly on the shoulder, asking him a single question about his mirror. During the test of mentality, where mental defense is especially important, the power of your unyielding subconscious mind was blocked. If Sung Yoon had known about this from the beginning, he would have crossed the line immediately. Watching himself, he realizes that he's doing something incredibly terrible. It's true that he was obsessed with power and wanted to improve, but he was convinced that he would never get that far. Right now, his magic chain was barely working. He was already at the end of his rope and about to break. Then the image disappeared in front of him. The young man moved to a completely different place. It looked like the realm of Murim. The guy who was standing in the middle of the kingdom ordered the head of the Murim Union to be brought to him. In that case, he promised to at least save the lives of those who are here and will not resist his actions. They had already heard that a madman had recently appeared in the Murim universe who was also called the Ghost of the Sword. Seeing him in reality, one could say that he was truly worthy of his nickname. Li Jinhuan immediately appeared right in front of his eyes. He was currently the head of this kingdom and greeted Sung Yun. He immediately asked him his name. But when he looked around and saw what this guy had done, he was speechless. Everything was covered with corpses. The young man had killed absolutely all the members of the Union, even though he had just said he would not move them. He should have been at least a little ashamed of it. But then the guy said that all these people are just unfortunate combat resources that he can profit from. These people were not capable of anything else. They had no value to him. Jinhuan sincerely cursed this killer. He had killed absolutely everyone close to him. The head of the Mirim begged him to stop. He said that you can do whatever you want with him, but don't move all the other subjects as you promised. But Sung Yun didn't care about all these words. The boy did not stop on the Mirim universe and moved on. He had already conquered many places, but now he appeared in this forgotten town where people hoped no killer would enter. If the level of assimilation continues to grow so rapidly, sooner or later, it will come to this result. The boy realized what this feeling was only. It was truly satisfying. Sung Hun could not let it all go down the drain. He intervened in the fight to stop this monster, even though he had hoped it wouldn't come to that. He knew that such a person should be punished, because Sung Yun had already destroyed many innocent lives. Yesterday, Hae Young didn't understand why he was acting like this either. It seemed like he was a completely different person with different principles and views on life. She had heard that he wanted to raise his level even higher, but she could never believe that he would be capable of creating such chaos in the world just for the sake of it. Her face was already in tears, and she couldn't bear to look at the faces of the ordinary people who were being hurt by his weapon just because they didn't like Han Sung-yoon. There was real madness in his eyes, and in his voice as well. He was saying that all of these people were just objects that could help him increase his own strength. Sung Hun was ready to finally finish him off, no matter how much he didn't want to, but he saw how much of a threat this guy was to the world, so he wanted to use his lightning to stop him once and for all. He was really angry at Han Sung-yoon's action, so he told him that he should be careful in this weather because there was no telling what might happen. His anger was really incredibly strong, and he didn't recognize the guy he had known a few years ago. Now Shin Hyun just wanted to get rid of him. The young man agreed that this opponent was really strong and that he had to reckon with him. Or, more accurately, he had to do so when he was Han Sung-yoon. Indeed, one more wrong move and this entity will completely absorb him. And then he would become like that. Now it felt as if even assimilation could consume his subconscious, and before it was too late, he had to find a way out. He couldn't take it anymore. The psychological shock was too much. Sung-yoon sincerely didn't want to believe that this could ever be true, but now he could even tell if it hurt or felt good. Luckily, it was over, and the mental check was finally complete. He stood in front of the mirror only when he stopped seeing these nightmares, and at that moment, it was as if his strength returned. However, only now did Sung-yoon realize that he had been standing there all this time, not even moving. It was only after that that the nightmare started happening again. It seemed to be a forced summons, although he did not know what could happen that would look worse than what he had already seen with his own eye. Once again, everything changed dramatically. The hunter did not recognize the real world and seemed to be lost in these dimensions. Now Sung-yoon found himself in the middle of shallow water, with the blue sky reflected in it. That was all there was in this world, with the sun shining brightly and white clouds floating above. But then he saw an entity approaching him and began to say that he saw and felt divine power in him. This entity was the god of verification. The guy kept looking at the salad, but then the deity said that he didn't have to drill his eyes into it. In any case, he would see nothing but some vague features. But now that they had met in person, the god of inspection was sure that this guy was really underestimated. He even called him a pseudo-deity created by the test tower itself. But in reality, the boy had no idea what he was talking about or what he meant by that term. Then the young man said that he was just an applicant and not even an administrator. He was just climbing up the tower and going floor by floor. At that time, the god of inspection said that this pseudo-deity was indeed different from the others. Han Sung-yoon possessed his own divine power. With each word of this entity, he was only more surprised. He couldn't even believe that this was really happening. The god of testing had not looked into the Tower of Trials for a long time, realizing that there would be no worthy candidates among those who applied, but it turns out that many interesting things happened there. You also added that it's impossible to create something real with the power of a pseudo-deity. But this guy managed to create a real thing. Right after that, it became clear that this player was not a simple person. In fact, now it sounded like he had done something incredibly big and important, but in the end, He just happened to get this divine power after killing Chiron. At that time, the young man decided to ask how significant this divine power was, because he did not realize its scale. And the man explained it to him. It turned out that the Tower of Trials holds out hope for the average applicant. Seeing the anger of the tower itself, we can safely say that this information is strictly forbidden to disseminate. When the guy realized that the god of the test was about to leave, he immediately panicked and said that he still had a lot of questions. His biggest concern was that he would become such a monster in the future, because he didn't want to let that happen in reality. He also did not know what kind of deity he was or what he meant by causality. All these thoughts haunted his mind and never left his mind. He had so many questions, but no one could answer them. Han Shongyun turned to the god of tests one last time and asked if they could talk a little longer. He really had a lot of important questions. The deity only replied that if he managed to get to the Temple of Verification in Aries in the future, he might be able to shed some light on these questions. For the moment, that was all. But the one who came down to him gave him very valuable information. It was even more than anything he had known about himself before. Then the god of verification added that even if his actions were unconscious, the fact that he had obtained the divine power of Chiron for himself was not an accident. He felt that there was a cause and effect relationship. That is, through the will of the tower itself, this divine power passed into his hands. Perhaps this is what this causality is about. In addition, the deity said that the Tower of Trials had high hopes for an ordinary applicant, and the fact that he signed the contracts with the administrators and the Apostolic Covenant, the fact that the divine power was obtained from the spirit of Chiron, perhaps it really all happened by the will of the tower. But Sung Yoon still didn't understand why he was chosen, and what the tower's next intentions were. What would happen next and what exactly was driving it. He didn't understand anything at all, and it was incredibly disturbing because he didn't even know what to expect next. Later, the guy returned to the waiting room, but all that he had recently experienced did not let him go. There was only one fact that could comfort him a little. Even if all these gods are belligerent, they can't touch him even if they want to, while the challenger is under the protection of the tower itself. The situation is simply dire. He could not even trust anyone here, because there could be some kind of setup anywhere. Without wasting any more time, the boy decided to go to the world of Steel Blood to talk to the Lord of Steel Blood. She greeted him almost immediately with words of hope that he was at least not so badly injured. She could tell that she was really worried, but no words came from his mouth. He abruptly took the sword in his hands and swung it at her. Now he really did look like a madman, and he was sure that all these administrators had entered into an agreement with the tower itself and were skillfully using him for their own purpose. You could say that she expected this behavior. It was a side effect of the mentality check that should have dissipated over time. But right now it was really scary, because he was serious about killing her, and now he was even willing to do it again. She was getting a little annoyed, so she tried to talk him down, or he stopped swinging his sword and came to his senses because he was out of it. However, he didn't hear her words at all. His mind was filled with questions that he had no answers to. He didn't know how they were connected, or if there were any other reasons besides this needy desire for him to be tied to a contract. All Sung Yoon could think of now was that the administrators were exploiting the applicants by not telling them all the details of the contract. Realizing that there was no way out, she also took up arms, but still tried to talk to him. The girl wanted to convey to him the fact that everything he had just said was completely absurd. The administrator was still trying to regain control over him, although it seems that all these attempts were in vain. After all she had said, he sounded even more like a psychopath. Sung Yoon had only talked about how they were all in cahoots, and he was just an object to be used, a resource. But now he was incredibly annoyed, especially when she kept telling him to come to his senses. He said that his mind was clearer now than ever before, and that he was perfectly fine, because he was sure that the problem was with other people, not with him. He must have been about to put all his strength into the punch. If that had happened, it would have been a bad thing. What she had feared had happened. This guy was really possessed, and with one punch, he had demolished her house. At that moment, she didn't even have any words. But after a few seconds of shock, she got very angry and told him that he would have to answer for this, and it would be oh so hard. When he looked around and started to walk away, the girl was almost instantly behind him, putting her hand on his shoulder and stopping him. Sung Yoon remained silent for a while longer, but then let out a sigh of relief. He apologized, and then silence fell again. But a moment later, he was screaming and begging for the ropes to be untied, and then added that it would not happen again. Of course, she already knew that it was time to untie Sung Yoon and let him go, but she didn't want to rush into it either. She was afraid that after his next visit to this world, there would be nothing left of the house. The remnants of the void in the form of his future self, which the young man had witnessed during the mental test, had not been completely destroyed and were firmly entrenched in his personality. And even if that entity was severely distorted, it is still his future ego. In other words, the suspicions about the administrator's relationship may have been partially true. She wanted to say all this to clarify the situation. The girl said that no one can read the intentions of the test tower. This fact remains unchanged, even if you are an administrator. But the fact that the tower expects something from him also remains unchanged. And the Lord of Steel Blood even partially confirmed. But as far as she knew, the tower had never revealed its intentions to the applicant. It had always remained a secret. That's why it seems even more insane that the tower would make special requests of any one applicant. But since he already had such thoughts, it means that he heard this information from someone. Then, Seung-yoon told him that he had seen with his own eyes the God Check, who had told him that the Tower of Testing had certain plans for him. Now it was clear where he had all these doubts about the administrator. And as she said before, the administrators are also ordinary wards of the tower. As expected, he would not be able to learn more about the Tower of Trial itself from her, because she herself knew very little. The girl smiled and was glad that he liked the tea. The drink was based on the urine of a black dragon, so it was ready to treat him to this tea for as long as it rained. At that time, Seung-yoon remembered another thing that the god of verification had said. You said that when an administrator contracts with the test tower, they become quasi-deity. As for the status of a pseudo-deity, she wouldn't be able to answer that question right now, but since the sentence was about him, whether he wanted to or not, he would still find out more about it in the near future. Then Seung-yoon had only one last question for her that bothered him just as much. He remembered that long-held wish that all the administrators wished to fulfill. Administrator White Crane's Sword had said that this wish was a right granted by the Tower of Trials itself to the administrator. She also said that the fulfillment of this wish could be achieved through the candidate with whom the apostolic contract would be signed. If she had already spoken about all this, it means that she had told him about this old wish. All this is true, but he wondered why she, who was the first administrator to invite him to her place, did not tell him about all these nuances and her wish. Then the girl said that it was all because of a feeling of fear. She did not go into details and spoke very briefly. The Lord of Steel Blood said that he had been underestimating himself too much until now, and it all resulted in an excessive obsession with his own growth. Then she thought that she could get him to challenge him to a test, and he would agree to it, knowing that he would gain a lot. This test was closely related to desire, and she hoped that Seung-yoon would fly there without having a butterfly's eye on the light. It was worth recognizing that there was no other way than to agree to it. After he said that, he realized that he was a miserable creature who was incapable of doing anything. Of course, she didn't know exactly what he meant by giftedness, but she was sure that soon he would realize his own worth and realize his full potential. She also added that the test on the tower floor would be one of the most difficult. It is a struggle with yourself. There were some qualities that a deity is born with and cannot be changed. In the world of hunters, these qualities are divided into 3 types: gaining skills, increasing wealth, and awakening a unique characteristic. These 3 qualities could be called the main qualities of every hunter. Perhaps he was destined to be born with at least one of these qualities. There was no way he could acquire skills, his fortune did not increase, and his unique characteristic did not appear. The Lord of Steel Blood was definitely wrong somewhere. At least he was sure of that, because she had said that Seung-yoon had talent, but he hadn't noticed it in himself. Back in the waiting room again, all these questions kept running through his mind. Perhaps if he had something like that, he would have been known in the world as one of the best hunters, even without entering the tower. But Seung-yoon kept remembering her words that he would soon realize his true worth. He wasn't sure where she was going with this at the moment, but she sounded so confident that he had less and less doubt. Now, he had to move forward, and behind the next door was another difficult test, where he would have to win a duel with his own clone, created by the tower itself. There was probably no point in sitting and thinking about it. Most likely, this test was created to look at himself from the outside, and he wanted to take it as an opportunity to improve his own fighting skills. After the incident with Namgun Hyuk, the young man received a reward from the Japanese Association. It was a potion that improved his skills. Catherine had given him some of hers, so he now had 3 bottles of it in his inventory. He took one of them to drink right now, and then he thought about the skill he had recently acquired. He had learned this skill during the hunt for the Lord. He was now able to control mana, and now Seung-yoon wanted to invest in it because he believed it was the foundation of future opportunity. Now, The old vampire count's tuxedo was duplicated. He entered the door of the Go floor, where he had to kill the other self created by the God of Darkness. The Lord of Steel Blood told him a little about this test. She said that the clone's abilities would be as close to his own as possible, and that his experience would also be copied. In other words, his clone would know absolutely all the strategies he had used before. Also, the clone challenger will copy all the talents of the original, and if you underestimate your own talent, you can be seriously hurt. So the fight with the clone began. Now he was curious to see how gifted he was, because now he could see all his abilities and talents with his own eyes. Now he's not distracted by anything else. Lately, he had been encountering these beings called deities too often. It had been a bit unsettling. But now his old suit, must he call him a clone too? His copy looked so much like him that it was unnerving. On the recommendation of the Lord of Steel Blood, Sung-Yoon spent one ticket to ask questions and received some more very important information. Then he found out that there was one specific item that a clone could duplicate, and it was the Vampire Count's old tuxedo. It was logical because this item would serve as his armor. If in fact it is an exact copy of himself, this test is an ideal opportunity for the object to evaluate its own capability. In fact, he had the feeling that time had slowed down around him the moment the fight between them began. Perhaps it was the effect of combat concentration. The boy decided to attack the moment his clone picked up the Sword of Steel Blood. Well, the choice was obvious. There was a concentration of mana in his left hand, just like his own. A split second later, a counterattack shield appeared in the clone's hand. The combination of the Steel Blood Sword and the counterattack shield is the only working option for a clone. In fact, in this short time, many strategies had already appeared in Sung-Yoon's mind to defeat himself, but he was very curious to see his capabilities from the outside. He watched his clone for a while longer, and then he saw that it had turned its counterattack shield into swords, which also surprised him. And that was strange. Even though he was the original, he had never used the full sword technique before. And it wasn't that he couldn't use it. It was just that using the modified counterattack shield would require a large amount of spiritual energy and mana. It wasn't profitable for him to use it. And now, Sung-Yoon was seriously wondering why the clone had chosen such an ineffective method that the original had not had in his arsenal. Of course, he had also considered the option of fencing with two swords. But is it right to use this technique in a fight where your life is on the line? The guy sincerely does not understand the thought process of his own clone, who was already fully prepared and decided to attack first. Perhaps he thought it was just a training fight and nothing more, but in reality, it was a life and death struggle. However, now it seemed to him that in terms of pure skills, he was one step behind his clone, even though it seemed almost impossible. Nowadays, in terms of the number of items, it was Sung-Yoon who was several steps ahead of him, which means that the unbridled will skill he had taken from Resilient had been activated. This is probably the explanation for the clone's powers outweighing his own. If things continued like this, the clone would have a good chance of winning, and Sung-Kyung would be at a big disadvantage, so he decided to immediately think of something to balance the difference between them. He was still amazed at the swordplay ability his doppelganger was using. It was also on top of his game. Maybe he was even better with swords than his original. The boy noticed that the basis was the two-sword fencing, but he also saw something else that raised his ability to a higher level. In addition, he was sure of who this sword belonged to. Not wanting to wait any longer, he rushed forward, attacking his opponent. As he approached him and examined the sword more closely, his doubts about the weapon completely left him. Not long ago, he had fought Namgun-hyuk, whose sword was now held by his clone. It had shocked him, because he couldn't understand where his weapon came from. Even though he had only seen this sword once in his life, he still perfectly remembered every detail of this weapon. The skill of this monster was like that of a deity, and it was impressive. It was scary to stand on the other side and realize that you were against him. In front of Namgun-hyuk, all of the boy's skills seemed to become completely useless. However, since Namgun-hyuk's fencing technique was not a skill, he thought he couldn't learn it. It was only at this moment that Seong-yoon remembered the words of the Lord of Steel Blood, who had said that he would soon realize how much he had underestimated himself before. Perhaps this was the talent that this girl was talking about. He couldn't know for sure, but his gut told him that he was right. It turned out that the user faced a strong opponent who was not easy to overcome. After that, he activated the skill of Unwavering Will to make his task at least a little easier. The system itself had already made it clear that he was at a severe disadvantage. It didn't even care that the boy was ahead of his clone and subjects. All of this was both exciting and annoying to him because he didn't understand why it was happening. Sung-yoon had already thought that his clone had suddenly become much stronger and had surpassed the capabilities of his original. Now he wanted to prove that they weren't on the same level and that he was the one who was the strongest. Although, looking at his clone, he knew that he was facing a real monster. Sung-yoon barely hoped to attack the yogi with his sword while he was in a state of shock and fell to the ground. However, he failed because the yogi blocked the attack by sacrificing his arm. It exploded and the clone managed to escape and hide. And Sung-yoon had just about died himself from what happened. However, everything he saw made him more determined to defeat his clone. The boy tried not to forget that it was just a copy and that he was the real Sung-yoon. All these tricks used by the doppelganger irritated the young man, so the hunter decided to act more harshly. The Lord of Steel Blood, as always, watched his test through the portal. She had always been interested in watching this challenger fight any monster, but this fight seemed special. She couldn't watch everything she saw calmly. Everything turned out the same as before. She was not in the best position, and now she could not help her contracted opponent directly. And she didn't want to sit and watch it all from the sideline. The administrator looked around, and then an idea popped into her head. Of course, she didn't know how the tower itself would react to it, but it seemed to her that this plan was just perfect. Now, notifications from administrators were temporarily disabled to prevent messages with recommendations from appearing. There was nothing wrong with that, because she had just sent her player a cup of tea. It seemed that the guy's fingers were not listening to him at all. For some time, he could not understand what was happening to his body. He also did not know how to regain control of his limb. It got to the point where Sung-yoon started hitting himself in the face. The clone watched with pleasure from the sideline, laughing as if one should never let one's guard down during a fight. All the young man could do was scream and try to resist. Sung-yoon ordered him to get out of his body and go far away. He had thought them the confrontation with himself from the future, when Sung-yoon had seen the worst version of himself, had already ended in the last test. But then what the hell was happening now? He said he was only competing for him because of one fact. He was on the verge of death, so he saved him, but now there was no gratitude in this guy's eyes. Sung-yoon responded in the same way. He screamed at the top of his lungs for the bastard to get out of his body forever. But the clone still kept laughing, trying to make him understand the situation he was in, because it seemed that the guy himself could not understand anything until now. He had trained for so long and spent so much time practicing, but even now, after reaching the top floor of the test tower, he was unable to look at himself objectively and evaluate his own ability. With each word, Sung-yoon hated this idiot more and more. It was getting harder to move with each passing second, but he found the strength to move because his desire to end this evil was greater. He was about to touch his body and something would change, but there was a bar in front of his hand, and behind it was he, only from the future. The guy did not give up hope of doing something. Seeing the expression on his face, he could not control himself. Sung-yoon realized that it was all crazy, but he couldn't think straight in this situation. He stopped for a moment only after the man spoke and said that he would tell him something. He said that unless he got rid of the habit of relying only on his own skills, he would never be able to use real art. That monster just said that. Or, the guy sat here for the rest of his life and watched everything that happened. He wouldn't last long here anyway. Besides, since then, he wanted to take control of his body himself. The clone slowly began to disappear from his eyes, and his voice had almost faded. But it seems that he is already beginning to understand what is going on and catch the right wave. Earlier, when the other version of him was struggling, Sung-yoon had felt something very clearly, and it was a feeling that never left his home. He called this feeling release, the release of dependence on the skills that this double was talking about. If the clone is capable of this, it means that he himself will be able to do it. So the guy confidently held his weapon, ready to go forward. But there was a problem. The flow of his thoughts was growing very rapidly, and because of this, he was unable to think soberly. On top of that, his crazy ego, part of which was buried deep inside, was waking up again because of this. But now Sung-yoon himself could feel his own thoughts accelerate. The enlightenment happened in one brief moment that seemed to last an eternity. Sung-yoon knew that now he had to give up all his addictions that he had accumulated. Only then would he be able to move forward. And the only thing he needed to do was to release everything and adapt to something completely new and unfamiliar. It was not an easy task, but Sung-yoon confidently took the first steps, freeing his subconscious from completely unnecessary stubbornness. From that moment on, everything had to change by degrees, and the hardest part was over, because the young man had already managed to pass the first steps. Now, Sung-yoon is able to use the fencing skills of Namgun-hyuk, who had previously been able to crush him with his own power. Afterwards, he used the highest speed, using the wind's mercy, along with instant acceleration. As the battle with the clone continued, it became easier and easier for him to figure out what was going on in his head. Now, Sung-yoon was looking at the fight not from the point of view of skills, but from the point of view of technique. Because of this, he was slowly beginning to understand how to master these techniques, and even began to understand their principles. In addition, all this was happening at an incredible speed, which was very encouraging. The moment he realized the principles of the technique itself, the young man began to realize how ridiculous it was to use two swords. He saw no point in it for himself. And this clone, instead of fully mastering Namgun-hyuk's fencing technique, he just spent time trying to be like him. But it was only outwardly. And in such a situation, thoughts of distrust can weaken the release of chi energy and the fire sword, which can cut through absolutely anything in the world. Now, Sung-yoon himself was practicing the fencing technique he had seen in Namgun-hyuk. So he decided that from now on, he needed to focus on perfecting the fire sword even more, or it was one of the foundations of his technique. Sung-yoon also learned from what he had just seen. During the fight with the clone, he instantly turned his sword into a shield and managed to avert the crisis he seemed to be in. Only a second ago, it was a matter of rough and aggressive swordplay, but now he switched to a soft swordplay, where his movements were smooth and balanced. The soft sword technique is another fighting technique that Namgun-hyuk recently demonstrated. Sung-yoon even wondered how far the clone could go in copying this monster's techniques. Even though he realized that this was his own personal talent, it was still very annoying. However, as he thought, he wouldn't be able to get an easy victory. In order to win, he would have to risk his own life again. Although the young man did not yet fully possess the abilities that finally paved the way to victory, he was confident in himself and his abilities. He noticed that the clone was very surprised. But then the guy repeated the same phrase as before. He said that if the clone could do it, he would definitely be able to do it again. There was no point in delaying any longer, so the guy rushed to attack. Indeed, something had changed. His movements were the same, but his awareness seemed to have changed completely. However, he noticed another difference between himself and the clone. It turned out that the sword of the clone charged faster than his own. Perhaps it wouldn't have been Sung-yoon anymore if he hadn't decided to take a little gamble. On the one hand, he knew he was risking his life, but if he did, he wanted to try anything that would come to mind. And right now, he had a great idea that could put an end to it all. The fight was only gaining momentum, and it would be very interesting to watch this spectacle from the outside. As he fought his clone, the young man continued to realize what the Lord of Steel Blood had said. He watched his doppelganger, and this time he noticed that he had parried his attack with a counterattack sword that had been modified with a counterattack shield. If that was the case, then Sung-yoon decided to charge his counterattack sword once to fight back. But he also knew that under the pressure of such an attack, he would simply break down and it would be difficult to withstand. And if you go by the fact that the clone is himself, then right now it's time to put an end to it. The end has come, because the release of the counterattack energy, which was the most powerful energy they had, simply disappeared. Besides, the doppelganger might have taken this as a chance to win. But now, Sung-yoon had come to a realization. He realized that he himself was incredibly strong, perhaps to the point of madness, but with the realization of his own power, he had no doubt of his own victory. It seemed like it had started a long, long time ago, but sooner or later it had to end, and now was the time. The Sword of Iron Blood had been thrown away early. Perhaps this was the end of his test. As it turned out, the use of these two components created a real explosion and was incredibly effective. Well, now his opponent could be called defenseless, as he stood unarmed in front of Sung-yoon. So the boy moved forward one last time to complete his task. But when the warrior was next to his double, something even stranger began to happen. It was like some kind of devilry. The music was even hard to watch. The guy had no idea what kind of monster it was, and why its tactics and strategies had suddenly changed, completely different from those he had used up to that point. However, fortunately for him, the time for restoring the counterattack shield had come to an end. He just wanted the fight to continue. He didn't want to stop at this point. It turned out that this monster was completely without a sober mind. Seeing that his chances of winning were slim to none, he decided to go all in. Although Sung-yoon had already hoped for this, it was not the end. He began to use his own body explosions to defend himself or harm his opponent. As strange as it may seem, as a spontaneous and unexpected attack in close combat, this technique can be incredibly effective. But because he had literally lost his common sense, he used these explosions all the time and never stopped. It is because of this that the ash blood will absorb too much stamina and will soon come to naught. Accordingly, when the stamina was at 0, this monster's attacks would stop and it would be completely defenseless. So there was no point and no desire to continue. It was a long test and, as the administrator said, one of the most difficult in the history of the tower, but it was also one of the most instructive. This monster was pathetic and very annoying, but Sung Yoon was still grateful to him for such valuable lessons and the opportunity to look at himself from the outside. Now the shield energy that had been stored for the counterattack was filled to its maximum. It was to be a fatal and decisive blow that would put an end to everything, and with that, the test was successfully completed. Everything happened quickly and clearly. Sung Yoon did what he wanted to do. He almost destroyed his opponent with one punch. As expected, the ashen blood never failed. The young man believed until the very end that this skill would cure even all the side effects that he had suffered during the fight. And if he didn't have a cheat recovery skill like Ashen Blood in his arsenal, Sung Yoon definitely wouldn't have gone this far. In fact, the young man was already looking forward to climbing the trial tower. He wanted to be so strong that it wouldn't bring him such difficulties, but now the hunter didn't even know if that was possible. Today he had to see the spirit of a completely different self. It had been both instructive and fun, and he had definitely taken away a lot of useful things from it. He could be thankful for the potion he drank earlier. It also helped him not to die here. He also realized that he had learned one new fact. He hadn't realized it until the Lord of Steel Blood had sent him that potion. It is a product of a black dragon, which was prepared by processing the bodily fluids of the same dragon. Drinking this drink enhanced mental abilities, immunity, and purified the subconscious. So, after all this, Sung Yoon learned that even administrators are subject to sanctions if they interact excessively with their applicants. However, this was not even the most surprising fact. It turned out that he was being watched by a very large number of administrators, which he had only just learned about. Those administrators who had just spoken and then disappeared, had they simply lost interest in him? Maybe they were sending these messages without any purpose at all. He couldn't understand why they all started behaving this way so suddenly, and it began to bother him. It seemed that it would not end well. Of all the people, they had chosen him. Besides, Sung Yoon was already the applicant who had signed a contract with one of the tower's administrators. He was curious to know why they were trying so hard to get his attention. Of course, there was an expansion of the system that gave the administrators the opportunity to address the applicant with their own requests. It seems that as the system expands in the future, administrators who are not bound by a contract will also be able to benefit from it. But Sung Yoon wanted to convey to them that this was a bit wrong in his opinion. They were all at once bombarding him alone with these messages, which seemed to have no end in sight. So the guy suggested doing things a little differently. If they really needed something from him, then let them send some kind of force as support. Then he promised to remember them later, when the system was expanded. However, there was one more small but. Sung Yoon added that this lucrative offer was only for the first 3 admins to sign up. In this way, he would be able to maximize his benefits, as he would receive a lot of support, and he would only benefit in the future. Now, the hunter was also thinking about how he needed to survive, because this time, it turned out that he had not only the same wealth as him, but also skills and strength, which complicated the situation. Now Sung Yoon is even more curious to see what he will get when he absorbs the monster's soul. But transformation and accumulation are all words that are like an empty sound to him. It wasn't something he needed. Moreover, he had nothing to do with it, so it was the worst possible reward. He also wanted to understand the divine power that he had managed to extract from the soul of the priest of one of the gates of the Temple of Testing. However, Sung Yoon still couldn't figure out how to use it, so he soon gave up on it. But the fact that he could feel and use divine power in the future was very comforting to him. And it also turns out that now he will have to face foreigners at the combined tests, not just candidates from his own country. In general, this is a rather pointless and unnecessary expansion of the system, but it will not hinder him in any way. But if such functions continue to be added, nothing good will come of it. Sung Yoon still wanted to make sure that when the system was expanded, it was only features that were really worthwhile. And besides, the very community he was in now would soon be integrated with other dimensions. And now Sung Yoon is one step closer to this goal. At least for the moment, he is the strongest contender on planet Earth. It is said that the test tower has existed for a very long time in dimensions such as Murim, Ares, and Kallian. And the Earth is an extremely small dimension, where just the other day the possibilities for entering the tower were officially registered. And if they do not succeed in increasing their power on Earth in this short period of time, they will soon become a target for other, more powerful universes, as happened on that terrible day. and it doesn't matter when it happens. Right now, he needs that powerful force with which it will be possible to defeat anyone. And since this class is high, the performance seems to be the same, but the explanation was still rather ambiguous. Although the recovery time was up to a whole week, it could not even be called a penalty considering the effectiveness of the skill. In addition to the reward, he managed to draw another lucky ticket and receive additional powers from the administrators during the test. All three of them that he managed to get were very effective for C rank. He also read that the administrator, the first dragon slayer born in 1,000 years, was urging him to not forget his support. Sungyun told him to just leave him alone. In fact, he was getting a little annoyed. Even when this extremely difficult test was over, the young man noticed that the extraction of divinity had become active. It happened very suddenly and really shocked him, and it is obvious that after this skill was activated, the young man felt that the energy was very difficult to settle in his own heart, unlike how it had happened before. Apparently, this is how divine power is felt. This was to be expected. The result was the same as when he had been tested before going to the waiting room. His body was just glowing and there were no special abilities or anything like that. Sungyun was still unable to perform any of the recovery or fortification techniques that the gate guards in the test temple had mastered. Unfortunately, nothing was working, even though the system was telling him that the divine power was already in his possession. However, no matter how hard he tried, all these attempts were in vain, and he could not perform the techniques he saw. This was very disappointing for Sun Yun, because he was full of expectations. He already had so many thoughts and strategies in his head that he could execute with his new abilities, but now he didn't even know if there would be any point in these abilities if none of them had manifested yet. Everything only made him more annoyed, but he tried to keep his cool and not get too nervous. The last thing he wanted was for that horrible personality to come back, so he had to put his negative emotions to the bottom. Sung Yoon reassured himself that he would be able to learn the technique later, but right now, the main task was to control himself, because then he would not be able to work. It was also important for him to do everything on his own and not rely on other people around him. He wanted to be so strong that he would not need the support of others. Thinking about all of this, he realized that the most important thing was not the divine power he had earned, but something else entirely. So he decided to focus on that. He knew that he needed to concentrate on what would make him stronger right now, so that he could defeat Namgun Hyuk and not repeat what had happened before. He still had goosebumps because he was going to face his infernal enemy and not be able to defend himself and the people who would become important in his life. That's why he decided to put aside everything that would distract him from this, at least until he defeats Namgun Hyuk, who is a direct threat to more than one universe. Sungyun was sure that Namgun would definitely return to Earth, and he also realized that it could happen even in the coming weeks. Now he felt like he had turned into a real fighter. His blood was boiling just thinking about meeting him, but this time he wanted to win and bring this fight to an end. Now it was his turn to prove himself, and prove that he was stronger than the man Sung Yoon was now. The boy's dark side was getting the better of him, and sometimes it seemed as if he couldn't resist who he would become in the future. The double from the future couldn't let him do something so interesting on his own. It was interesting to play again while he was in such a furious state. Sungyun looked around, not realizing at first where he was coming from. It seemed that this obsessive personality was manifesting itself more and more in his body. At least this had never happened before, so what was happening now began to confuse him. He also managed to see the blade of his doppelganger, which the latter immediately pointed at him. The guy was in such a state of shock that he did not know what to do. However, he mechanically grabbed his weapon and began to defend himself. In the end, he didn't think it would be lethal, because if Sung Yoon died, this crazy person would die, so he was unlikely to go to such lengths. But he just laughed, saying that he just wanted to get rid of something he could never have. If he could never have what he wanted, he had no intention of leaving it to anyone else. Sung Kyung was sure that he would be able to practice in peace. It seemed that this person would not get to him, but he was so wrong. Now he was in a situation that he hadn't even foreseen, and because of his unexpected appearance, he was completely unprepared to fight. He could barely dodge the attacks that the doppelganger had. Admittedly, it was very difficult, and he was not sure whether he would survive the encounter. This sword absorbed blood energy, which was generated by blood heaven energy. So Sungyun thought it would be a good idea if he tried to feed the bastard some blood energy, after which it would be unable to continue its attacks. As he was trying to figure it out, he logged into his inventory and saw that there was a special slot for blood. Now it became clear that he could lock all these skills into the sword itself, and there would be no additional cost except for the recovery time. It turns out that this is just a gorgeous item that will grow for his abilities to increase. This is something this world has never seen before, so Sung Yoon has a significant advantage over his opponent. Until now, he had only had negative memories of killing and miraculously escaping from situations with combined tests. But right now, the random skill book appeared before his eyes, and when he saw that it had an A+ rating, his mood immediately lifted a bit. It meant that all was not lost. And now, instead of wasting a lot of my time looking for clergy, the best solution would be to just go back to that town and kill absolutely everyone who is still alive. With the capabilities that Sung Yoon currently had in his arsenal, he could destroy at least one city. He was absolutely sure that he could do it, even though it was a really risky move. So, it came to the point where the combined test began again. It turns out that the system was expanded specifically for this. The players greeted each other. Perhaps not everyone was happy to be back for this particular test, but the legendary ninja even said he was glad to see them all here. The wizard of the clock tower was also on the team with the hunter. The old man was holding something in his hand, watching the group with a serious look. Then he lit a cigarette, walking a few steps at a time, and began to say something about the place where they were. When he stopped next to Sung Yoon, who was looking around with some shock, he said that everything here had the smell of blood. There was so much blood that all the objects lying around had the smell of iron. It even seemed as if they had entered a cafeteria of vampires who had recently feasted on several of their victims who had just been killed. While the team was thinking about all this and examining the bodies, they did not realize that they were under the scrutiny of a stranger. After waiting just a few more seconds, they decided to attack. The dessert came to them, and they just had to immobilize them and enjoy the delicacies with great pleasure. Although this was their territory, and these cannibals were not weak, these hunters were stronger. The legendary ninja had a hunch about this, but now he was actually facing a hunter who was the head of a powerful guild. He wasn't going to hide it, so the man simply said his name. It was Andrei Tarkovsky, who headed the Carpe Diem group. So the ninja was right. He immediately introduced himself, saying his name in a rush. His name was Sachio Michimoto. He was an S-class hunter and was a member of the Japanese Hunters Association, something he was very proud of. Means that Michimoto's body will be more expensive. After all, this guy was the only hunter of such high rank in all of Japan, but he asked again to be called Sachio. He didn't want any special treatment because of all this. They need to be prepared for a fight, because vampires can sense the death of their relatives, and that's why they'll come here. Most likely, they will come in a large group, so you should be prepared for anything. However, the wizard from the clock tower, who had suddenly appeared so close, said that there was no need to worry about it. He had set up a barrier here beforehand, so none of the vampires would feel anything. Looking at them all and seeing their expressions, he also introduced himself. His name was David Taylor. He was a humble wizard from the clock tower. This impressed Michimoto, because this tower was the most powerful in their universe, although some people were more negative about the wizard because he should have retired, but for some reason he was drawn to this tower. He could be considered a madman or a simple man who was out of luck. But David had a completely different opinion. He forever believed that his luck had smiled on him in his old age and allowed him to be in this place. Mysterious entities, such as these towers, were incredibly interesting things for wizards to investigate. Well, they had all already said their names, after which Han Sung-yoon also introduced himself to everyone else and said that he was a South Korean C-rank hunter. He had already heard some things about this test on the 10th floor from the administrator. It was hard to believe, but even the skills of a weak vampire could easily surpass those of a C-rank hunter, so it was dangerous for him to be here. And it would get even worse when they got to the vampire count, who had the highest level of skills. His abilities are easily comparable to those of S-rank hunter. And his unique ability is physical regeneration, which makes fighting him even more difficult, because such a creature becomes even harder to defeat. So, as the tower itself said, the key to this test is to rescue the priests who are currently locked in this room. They are hiding in completely different places. Only after the group manages to find them will they be able to get help from these people. It turns out that the vampires themselves are now walking freely throughout the city, and it is still very dangerous to go deep into the city blindly because these creatures will behave very aggressively when they see strangers. First of all, Sachio will be able to use the skill of mystery to lead a small team, and the wizard will put up a barrier to block their presence. After that, they will have to clear the area by conducting a team hunt. In addition, The whole group will leave here no sooner than a day, because that's the minimum time they can pass the test. Sung-yoon was not satisfied with this at all, because he knew that if they moved so slowly, they would not receive an additional reward for the breakthrough. The fact that so much depended on other team members was why he didn't like the combined tests. So Sung-yoon decided to take matters into his own hands. He approached the others and told them that it would be inefficient to complete the task in this way, and that he did not agree to it. David continued to smoke and looked a little unhappy, as if waiting for the boy to suggest some other and more efficient way to pass the test, if he disliked this strategy so much. But the hunter had a plan of his own, and he was sure of it. Of course, Sung-yoon added that this idea could boast of its effectiveness. Andre was also very curious to know what this perfect plan was, and wanted to hear how this strategy was better than the one they had already discussed earlier. But Sachio was ready to believe that the applicant, who was ranked first in the international ranking, had his own secret ideas on how to complete the task. Then the guy said just a few words, hit and take. Then everyone fell silent, and then they asked him questions, because David did not understand what he had just said. Sung-yoon then explained that only if they closed their mouths and just attacked would they be able to kill everyone and pass the test much faster. So it seems that the time had come, because whether they wanted to or not, the vampires were already on their tail, so they had no choice but to start fighting. The night creatures looked at the man who had miraculously appeared in their area with confusion. No one knew where so many people came from, but the vampires were only too happy to drink fresh blood from unwanted guests, so they decided to attack right away. Their arrival was very unexpected, and almost everyone in the team was very frightened by the surprise. They hadn't expected their enemies to arrive so quickly and weren't prepared for a fight, but there was no other way out now. But Sung-yoon, on the other hand, was happy that it had happened. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment, because now his head-on operation could begin. Among all of them, Sung-yoon was the only one who had gotten ready to fight so briskly. Well, there really was no choice. The vampires had already started attacking. There weren't very many of them at the moment, but something told them that they wouldn't be the only ones the group would encounter in these dark and mystical rooms today. The creatures looked very confident, but only until they noticed that these people had the ability to use magic. Because of this factor, they had to stop for a while. It was unexpected. The wizard immediately used his spell to hide the entire group. This is a good way out of the situation, but the problem is that this spell is very difficult to hold for a long period of time. David was very annoyed that during every combined test there would be some player who wanted to ruin everything and create chaos. He was incredibly outraged by this. He even thought that it would be a much better decision to exclude Han Sung-yoon from their team and retreat for the time being to prepare for the attack on the vampire. So far, the young man had been fighting a whole pack of vampires on his own that had attacked the group. And then he noticed that these creatures had an incredibly similar skill to his bloodsucker ability. This is definitely bad news. It was as if they hadn't heard everything the boy had said, and their desire to eat fresh and tasty blood was growing by the minute, so the monsters wanted to catch their prey and savor it as soon as possible. Sachio looked back, not fully understanding why he had done such a rash act. He should have realized earlier that the vampires were on their own territory and already had many advantages, and they were strong enough for his level. However, only a few seconds passed until the vampires stopped with genuine shock on their faces. They had seen that Sung-yoon was able to control and manipulate blood, so it had to mean that he was one of them. However, they also noticed that his abilities far exceeded their own. It even sounded absurd. The other team members were also surprised. They had to face a very strong enemy, but they were lucky enough to have an equally strong fighter in their group. So the strategy of moving according to plan was in place. David could not believe what he was seeing. He didn't know how this young man was using his abilities so skillfully, and then he thought he was the one who was not strong enough. David Taylor was a high-level combat magician and had been on the front lines for quite some time, where he played a very important role. In addition, he was distinguished from others by his intelligence and ingenuity. Thanks to him, many lives were saved. In the Tower of Trials, the wizard passed difficult tests every time with his unique strategies and received decent marks. This is what allowed him to secure his name at the top of the best players. When David found himself on the top floor, he used his intelligence and experience to come up with a new plan and develop a strategy. In his opinion, there was no more effective strategy than the one he proposed to the team. But it seems that everything changed when he heard the words of a young challenger named Han Sung-yoon. Hit and run. It sounded crazy and just as effective. However, David was reluctant to admit that someone else might be better, and he was of the opinion that he should stick to his plan, which he had developed earlier. Planning your actions is the first thing to do to solve a problem, and what this guy was saying sounded like they would get stuck in another problem, which is why the old mage didn't want to trust the hunter from Korea. And the idea that they could defeat everyone as soon as they shut their mouths and acted also sounded pretty ridiculous to him because it didn't feel like a strategy. But then David was approached by other team members. Andrew suggested leaving everything to Han Sung-young, and Sachio fully supported the idea. They had seen how well he used his power and were sure that he would be able to handle the vampires. Only then did the magician recognize that the boy had unearthly power, although it was hard for him to say these words, because they sounded like an admission that he was not the strongest hero. However, he realized that there was no other way out, because the vampire side was the size of a city. There were so many of them that following his plan would be overwhelming, so David recognized that in this case, it was worth listening to Sung-yoon. But the scale that awaited them was not a case that could be handled by one person, even with the rank of C. No matter how strong the guy was, there were too many enemies for him to fight them all at once. Even before the Tower of Trials appeared, there were many hunters whose powers were like monsters. Their strength was not comparable to ordinary human powers, but for some reason, team hunting developed and soon became commonplace. This was due to the fact that this strategy had many advantages. Even strong hunters resorted to the help of others, even though it seemed that their abilities were perfect and they would do a great job alone, but the question was not about strength. Sometimes, a situation arose where the battle was more like chaos. There were no rules, and everyone was playing for survival. In this case, it was the same. It was probably not possible to deal with all of them alone, and that was what David was worried about now, because if there were more vampires, they would easily capture Sung-yoon, and then he would die in their clutches. It seemed like it would come true, because there were even more of these dark creatures. They were coming from everywhere, and there was no end in sight. Vampires were in every corner. This was their city, where only they ruled. Even Sung-yoon hadn't counted on this. He was beginning to panic a little, because at this rate, he would have to use recovery items endlessly. Although the body explosion is a very good and useful skill, it costs a lot of money, and he couldn't afford to waste it. But the vampires were already quite exhausted. Moreover, they hated this guy completely, because he dared to use his own abilities against their power, given by the god of battle. At the same time, the vampires turned their eyes to the apostle. They froze, waiting for the man to speak. In a moment, the creatures became very frightened because they heard that the deity who protects people had sent his apostle here, and he was very angry because the vampires had killed absolutely all the people in the city. After that, they began to beg their god of battle to protect them. Sung-yoon, who heard all this, was really shocked. It seems that these vampires had confused themselves when they began to believe in these apostles sent by the gods. But not all of them were so naive. Some of them were skeptical of what was going on. One of the vampires pointed to Sung-yoon, who was standing nearby. He noticed that the boy was breathing quite heavily now. They had forgotten what they had just discussed, and were overjoyed to see Sung-yoon, who was already losing his strength. So the vampire pack decided that now was the best time to attack. They wanted to take care of him before he was full of energy again, so the leader gave the order to attack. But this time, they were unlucky, because Sung-yoon had a plan for that too, and the fact that he was just standing there for a while was partly a trap to lure these vampires. They saw several small, red-hot balls in his hand. The vampires did not know what they were, but they did not approach the boy. Looking at him, without taking their eyes off him, the creatures saw the young man put all these small balls into his mouth. After that, the real fight started. He gained more strength, and all the vampires around him instantly stopped, wanting to retreat from this beast away from the hot hand. So, the recovery was complete, and now it was time to start the second round, which was to be decisive. The young man was more confident in his own ability. Now, Sachio understood why this player was ranked first in the rankings. It seems that fighting without rules is his main specialty. Andre agrees with him. He could see that Sung-yoon was getting stronger with each punch, not getting exhausted. Andre added that he would go to help, and Sachio, although he prioritized his own safety, thought it was better to take Sung-yoon's side and support his plan. If you just compare the height, it was many times higher than absorbing the clone spirit. His strength now seemed to know no bounds, and this guy could be called a monster. Besides, if he managed to destroy the Vampire Lord, it would be a very productive test, and the prizes would be quite good, so his motivation to get things done quickly was growing. When he heard footsteps behind him, he turned around and saw the other members of his team. Sung-yoon was surprised because he thought they had gone to look for the priests. However, David himself said that they had jointly decided to follow Seung-yoon's instruction. They also admitted that they had questioned the plan at first and were very wrong. But it is good that at least now these people have realized the effectiveness of the hit-and-run technique. But even here they were in for a surprise, for it turned out that the vampire count also possessed higher magic. However, this was only a unique characteristic of their race. It was just so powerful that it was very similar to higher magic. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they died. Now it seemed that the hunters he had once admired had become mere targets for protection. Then he decided that it would be better for everyone else to just leave him and bring all the priests here as soon as possible. Sachio did not trust this request and did not see any need for it at all. Seung-yoon said that they would all only hinder him if they were around. Simply put, he was still able to protect them all on his own. And in order to absorb the vampire count's spirit, he'll have to fight him alone. If the contribution of the other contenders increases, then perhaps Seung-yoon will be able to make these plans a reality. Actually, it was a little unpleasant to hear this. They weren't used to feeling like such a nuisance, but David said for everyone that they would gather the priests and return quickly. When they retreated, Seung-yoon could start fighting to the fullest, because now he was alone on the field with the enemies and would not harm anyone. This made the vampires very angry. They were outraged that some scoundrel dared to resist the power of their great deity. Now, they would have to go to extreme measures, although at first they were going to leave the infrastructure of the cities for further development and use. Now the vampire lord was going to turn this place into a living hell, where no one would live. Of course, none of them thought that Seung-yoon would be able to win the victory only by throwing punches and inflicting pain. In the end, the boy had no choice. He had to hold out at least until the others brought in the priests, and ideally, he wanted to take the vampire's spirit for himself, though now Seung-kyung doubted he would be able to block its attack. His name was Sel Nair, and he was a vampire lord. They were like pawns in the hands of this vampire. He didn't know when it all started, but he just went up and up and up, fighting harder and harder, mixing sweat and blood. This often happened to anyone who wanted to achieve more. But then, when Sel Nair came to, he was standing on top of numerous corpses. All these people had died at his hand. And after that, the greatest desire of their species was the destruction of the 4 inaccessible allied states of humanity. They destroyed 3 states and killed so many people that the fountain of life, which was the root of the 4 allied states, turned red from the shedding of so much blood. And if he managed to conquer the last country, the god of battle would make him a true apostle. This was the beginning of his rise to become the king of the vampires. Only after Sel Nair's reign began did things not go as smoothly and easily as he would have liked. One day, his servants reported a great trouble. He said that the powers with which he had rewarded his subjects had been killed, or rather, destroyed by one man. They brought a large and heavy mirror, intending to show the count what was happening. The eye that was flying nearby was connected to the mirror, so it could transmit everything it saw to him. He was very indignant, because he was sure that he had already destroyed all the candidates who could have become heroes. Sel Nair angrily demanded to know the name of the country that had dared to send these people. His servants did not even know how to justify themselves, because these applicants had appeared literally out of nowhere. His precious subordinates had been killed by someone who had unexpectedly appeared, and this made the Vampire King even angrier. It sounded absurd that this guy had appeared unexpectedly and managed to escape so many eyes without being noticed. If Sel Nair had conquered this city completely, he would have been recognized as a true apostle in a heartbeat. But now all plans had fallen apart because of one fool who dared to oppose the power of the vampire himself. Although he had planned to preserve the city's infrastructure so that he could continue to use it, his plans have changed. Seung-yoon, meanwhile, was still fighting a whole pack of vampires, waiting for his teammates who still hadn't returned. Since things were so bad, he realized that he should forget about the city and everything left in it and think only about how to keep himself and the rest of the group alive. Luckily, they were already back. All the time they were almost moving under the protection of the magician to avoid the monster. Seung-yoon only had to hold out a little longer until they got closer. They started running faster to the boy, who was already lying on the ground, almost exhausted. The 3 of them were all right thanks to Seung-yoon's defense. He managed to take over the attack, which made the shield last longer. The Vampire King was truly shocked that a human had survived such a strong attack. It only meant that it was no mere coincidence that they had killed his men. 1 weak and barely alive guy, and 3 absolutely unharmed fighters next to him. They are the key figure. But despite his terrible condition, the young man refused to let all 3 of them stand back, and he wanted to fight this bastard alone. They decided to retreat for a while, but warned Seung-yoon to give a sign if he needed help. The Count was incredibly angry that these few people were allowing themselves to do such a thing on his territory. Sung-yoon was ready to fight, but the vampire was so fast that it took him a while to realize that something had flown past him. The creature that had been imprisoned in the stones had managed to get behind him. Only when he looked back could he see his enemy. But now, everything he had said before, Sung-yoon was going to give him back. The young man took both swords in his hands while the Count was angry, even though he already realized that this hero would not last long. Without waiting for an answer, the young man rushed toward him. He wanted him to die, being torn to pieces by his weapon. Sung-yoon was able to get him to the ground, telling the others to bring the priests here immediately. But the vampire Count was already dead, and Sachio didn't understand why it was necessary now. But Sung-yoon suspected that this was not the end of the story. The notification about the completion of the test of the first floor should have come long ago, but it still hadn't. But no one could believe that a vampire could regenerate while in this state. However, back to the clerics, the entire city was in ruins. Hardly any of them survived, so it was suggested that the whole team join the battle. But Sung-yoon still stood his ground and said that he would block the vampire Count's attacks alone, and ordered everyone else to go in search of priests or relics. He was ready to do anything to fight the boss alone. Nevertheless, the team members agreed to fulfill Sung-yoon's request, so they set off on a quest. Sachio was good at this, so he promised to find everything as soon as possible. It turned out that the vampire was still able to recover from so many cuts, but this made him even angrier. Selnair had incredible regeneration powers. Obviously, his blood manipulation and regeneration skills are much more effective than those of the young man. But in terms of martial arts, Sung-yoon clearly has the advantage. When he managed to bounce back to a greater distance, the vampire began to attack, skillfully manipulating the blood. The vampire was already satisfied that the boy had distanced himself from him because he considered himself the best at blood control. Sung-yoon recognized this and was able to learn another technique to use this skill. This time, the young man cut the vampire into even smaller pieces, but he already knew that he would regenerate again, and this sight gave him goosebumps. The boy believed more and more that the Count could not be killed without the priest, and then he thought about the fact that this test had been invented from the very beginning as impossible. And now that the whole city is like this, it will be even more surprising if there is at least one priest alive. The vampire was still very confident in his own ability. He laughed at the absurd actions of the boy who still hoped to defeat him. But Sung-yoon still didn't give up. He even wondered how many times he would have to cut this monster before he finally died. However, Selnair did not want to be underestimated. He was going to be the king of vampires, and he had no doubts about his ability. And he wasn't going to give up just because Sung-yoon had hit him so many times. Since he was a human being, he could not escape the laws of his own body. Very soon, the young man would have passed out due to exhaustion. But Sung-yoon did not stop trying to kill the Count, and was ready to cut him once again. Only now did the vampire begin to realize that he was facing the very legendary player about whom so many people had been talking. After that, the vampire realized that he should get away from here as soon as possible to stay alive. But now it was almost impossible, because Sung-yoon had promised him that he would return all the words he had said. So the boy pursued him to the end. He was the one who was talking about the words, "Who gave you the right to decide? I'm not going to let you go just like that." The vampire no longer believed that he was facing a real devil, from whom it was almost impossible to escape, because he began to follow him and really would not let him go. The Count was even ready to ask for a normal conversation instead of a fight. He said that it would be better to negotiate or make a deal, and the vampire promised that he would fulfill the boy's every wish. Selnair could have promised that he would give him fame and fortune and fulfill his wishes. The Count did not consider him a hero. He called the boy a brutal murderer, rotten to the bone, who only wanted to shed blood. The vampire was already crying, shouting that he was giving up and ready to give absolutely everything, but Sung-yoon wanted him to stop trying to restore his body and just die in front of him. Nar was already standing without his arms and part of his skull, but Sung-yoon called him over with a wave of his finger. He suddenly had a plan. The guy said he would give him the blessing of death if he cooperated with him. The vampire was inclined to really agree, so he asked what he had to do it. Then the guy used a modified version of the counterattack sheet. After that, a large cross appeared in the ground, right next to the vampire, and Sung-yoon himself was silent for a brief moment. Soon he spoke up and ordered the vampire to attack the cross until he ordered it to stop. While the Count was still not understanding what was going on, the man was getting nervous and repeated the order again, but in a more angry tone, adding that if the vampire wanted to live, he had better do what he said immediately. Since life was still valuable to him, the vampire decided to attack the cross as the boy had told him to. But all the events that had happened that day still did not fit into his mind. It was as if snow had fallen on his head. So suddenly this madman appeared, destroying the greatest vampire force in history. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand it. Only now did the Count think that this could be a test of the deity that all vampires worship. From the very beginning, it seemed strange to him that a human being possessed a skill that allowed him to control blood. It seemed that the savior of the vampires, who was making real warriors out of the Count's subordinate, was teaching them to be on the alert because they had long been weak. But then Sung-Yoon approached him and added that now it was time for him to die, which made the vampire even more frightened and tried to run away again. The hunter had already come up with a new plan to kill him, since the Count was still recovering from so many injuries. Sung-Yoon came to the conclusion that it would be better to break him down into atoms to the point where not a single piece of his flesh remained. It sounded incredibly horrifying, but Nair was already grateful to the world that he could finally die. It seemed impossible to do it without the help of the clergy, but the boy managed to kill the vampire Count himself. The skill of imprisonment, blood amplification, and the celestial demon sword of true blood were activated. Now, after the death of the vampire himself, the boy had mastered the ability to control blood at a level that could surpass that vampire. You could say that he can call himself the king of vampires to some extent. Actually, that's not so bad, although he may have some difficulties and misunderstandings in the future because of this. At that time, the young man did not know that the condition for attaining divinity was something else. There was a difference between whether a spirit possessed divine power or not. This is the main question. Given that divinity wasn't derived from ordinary vampires, it could only be obtained by those who possessed this power, at least at the same level as Sung-Yoon. There were too many unknowns. Every time something related to divine power came up, he got a terrible headache. This is an enemy that is impossible to fight, or an incredibly strong opponent. The guy did not know by what standards the evaluation was carried out, and whether this process was not biased, but he still had some guesses. Sung-Yoon came to the conclusion that spirits associated with deities or apostles are representatives of high rank. While he was thinking about all this, the other slaves of Komodongda returned to him, and they brought priests with them who were able to protect the townspeople with magic. Now Sung-Yoon was considered a hero, because he was able to defeat the vampire Count himself. The people of this city did not expect a hero with such power to come to them. They considered him an ambassador from the deity and still thanked him for saving them. Now he had a notification that the Harvest of Faith had detected a strong faith in this user. It was indeed a special feeling, because all these people were sending him their faith. And this faith that is sent under the influence of delusion is also counted as normal faith. So Sung-Yoon decided that he needed to make the most of the ability that had spontaneously come his way. Nevertheless, he managed to achieve this without ever lying. All the things people thought about him were invented by him. Under the influence of such strong faith, an even more powerful effect of divine power was activated, and the myth began to be calculated based on real results in comparison with the faith of the believers. After a few minutes, the myth called Vampire Fighter was completed. Means that after breaking the chain of infinite regeneration of the vampire graph, the effect of impossible regeneration was added, and after the mass murder of vampires in the city, the effect of exorcism was added. It seems that now the young man has finally understood what the accumulation of myths is and how it all works. The divine power, in cooperation with the newly acquired Harvest of Faith ability, takes the form of a myth, and within this ability, another new power has been created. Sung-Yoon had already seen the divine power, which he had never used before, steadily flow outward. When the myth was activated, the divine power that was in his heart was absorbed. Now it seemed that the faith that people were sending out was to some extent collected. So this floor was now also safely cleared. Although lives had to be sacrificed, nothing was impossible. After the chaos was over, David approached the young man and spoke to him. He admitted that at first he thought Sung-Yoon was an infantile idiot, but he had missed his ability. The old magician was ashamed of this, so he asked the boy's forgiveness because he had changed his mind about him. Now the god of battle realized that his potential apostle was dead. This message came to Sung-Yoon's mind very suddenly. But what began to happen now resembled hell again. Although the test should have been over by now, the city began to crumble and sink into lava, and one by one, the inhabitants fell into the crevices that had formed in the ground beneath their feet. And now there was fire in front of David's portal as well. Now the young man went to the magician from Britain and asked him to shake hands with him again. It wasn't the best way, and it was rather stupid, but it worked as it was supposed to. David didn't know whether he was a hero or not, but in this harsh world, there were still those heroes who were able to save people's lives. If that was the case, then they had to look exactly like Sung-yoon. David was already at the portal, and some part of the magician's body had already been absorbed by it. The old man only said that he hoped to see the boy alive in their world. The people were still shouting that he would remain a hero to them forever, and the boy urged them to cross the bridge as soon as possible because he would not be able to hold back the lava for long. He had small hopes, but no more great bursts of faith were coming, so the hunter decided that he should return through the portal as well. But for a while longer he stood motionless in front of the bench, letting the people run away from the scene. He had already been told that he had crossed a healthy line. However, Sung-yoon believed that the one who had truly crossed the line was now fighting against him. As long as the guy was under the protection of the tower, he was safe. The god of battle said that he was looking forward to the mortal's imminent end. Even the deities were now treating him with such indifference and disdain. But still, this space was created by the tower, and he did not know if the world before him was false, and now empathy could only be a waste of energy. This creature was called the god of battle. It turns out that Sung-yoon was on bad terms with the deity. In the end, he should have stopped thinking about things that were beyond his control. It was better to concentrate on what he should do. In a few seconds, the young man found himself in the forest, which was the territory of one of the administrators of the Tower of Trial. The girl was already waiting for him. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and she had been watching the applicants' tests closely. The administrator also said that she had heard from that woman about the guy's enemy, and that he was a child of the Namgun family. The situation was really not good. Sung-yoon already knew exactly what level of opponent he would be facing the second time. The girl then suggested that it was because of Namgun Hyuk that the boy used the special points to buy her power. Then the administrator added that this decision was quite correct. In ordinary terms, Sung-yoon is a true Nagius. Even without knowing much about the paths of enlightenment, he was able to instinctively learn sword forms and went beyond expectations, surprising everyone around him. In the test on the 10th floor, the young man mastered the will of the sword and even improved the sword technique itself to a double sword technique. But Sung-yoon thought he was just good at copying and lucky. The very fact that he was able to gain some knowledge of the Namgang family's techniques and improve them showed that he also possessed the qualifications of a great master. Sung-yoon asked for more detail. The girl said that even if a young man founded a sword sect, it would not be surprising to her. The guy was really surprised because he didn't think he was already at such a high level. At the same time, the administrator returned to the power that Sung-yoon had chosen for himself. She thought it was a great choice, and now everything he learns and realizes will turn into abilities that will be recognized by the tower. She also said that she would teach him everything. But first, she had to tell him about one condition. When the boy looked at her, the administrator said that they had to have a mentor-student relationship. She had already finished the conversation and was about to ask him if he agreed, but the young man interrupted her quickly and said that he was ready to be her student. For a moment, she thought she was forcing him to do something, so she immediately told him that this was not the case and that he had the opportunity to refuse or at least think about the offer a little longer. However, the boy refused what she said and repeated once again that he wanted to become her student. The girl accepted his answer, and Sung-yoon was pleased with his choice because the White Crane sword was a contender who had risen above the top floor. He saw no reason to refuse to train such a powerful person. She only said that he shouldn't regret jumping to conclusions, and Sung-yoon thought that the girl would be so cruel to him that he would regret his choice. White Crane Sword explained that Murami can only have one master as a mentor for life. That's why she told him not to regret it later. But at that moment, the boy said that he didn't have to worry about anything like that, especially since it was unlikely that there would be anyone else in Murima who wanted to become his sensei. There was one more thing. The girl said that she would formally introduce herself before Sung-yoon bowed before her. She got to her feet. The girl was the head of the sword masters named Beck. She was also the strongest Murim master of the previous generation. From now on, she, the warrior Beck Solhwa, would be Sung-yoon's official mentor. But at that moment, the boy wondered if the blood heavenly energy was not a spiritual method. And then Sung-yoon had a question for her. He wondered if it would be a problem for him to learn if he had another spiritual method that he had already mastered. At first, Seol-hwa could not believe what she was hearing, because it sounded strange that such a young applicant already knew a spiritual method. She asked him to tell her about it in more detail and quickly. Then the young man explained that when he listened to her talk, he thought he had mastered something similar to the spiritual method. In fact, she was outraged by this, because she thought that he had learned aura growth from the Lord of Steel blood. But the young man immediately denied it. After all, she was not the type to break a promise. But Seol-hwa didn't believe what he said. She wanted to see for herself. So she put her hand on his body to see if Sung-yoon was telling the truth. She did it so quickly that he was confused. He was even more curious about what she was doing to him now. As he lay on the ground, panicking more and more, Seolhwa told him to stop screaming so loudly and calm down. She asked him to sit quietly for a while, because it was bothering her. It turned out that apart from pure mana, Seolhwa saw no signs of any spiritual method. In fact, the blood heavenly energy was the power that was sent to him by the administrator of the fallen descendant of the Blood Demon Church on the 5th floor, and activating this energy enhanced the young man's battle sense, which is why he used this power so often. And it was not a spiritual method, but a force. Of course, this is a form of spiritual practice that is learned through long training and then transformed into great power. But it cannot be considered a spiritual method. Sung-yoon was about to agree to this, but asked her not to sit in such an ambiguous position in front of him. Seolhwa apologized, justifying her actions by saying that she was surprised by Seung-yoon's words, and started testing him in this way. She sat away from him, turning her back on him, and said in a quieter and slower voice that she didn't like the way things were going. The bastard from the bloody church dared to use such a spiritual method as a force, and it made her angry. In fact, Sung-yoon was already thinking about reconsidering his assessment of the White Crane sword. But Seolhwa then thought that it would be better for him not to learn these spiritual methods at all. She explained that Sung-yoon was already capable of accumulating a lot of mana, but if he mastered the spiritual method in the form of power, he would be able to use different spiritual methods interchangeably. But her martial art techniques are not limited to the spiritual method, but this issue was still very important between the priests. So first, Seolhwa suggested that he learn the sword method and told him to watch her closely and then repeat that. He had only seen her soft counting, so he had no idea what kind of Seolhwa he would. But as expected, a warrior is a warrior. Now the girl was going to demonstrate the first technique of her swordplay method. It was called the 7 White Sword Techniques, and the first technique she showed was the White Mia cutting through the sea. The boy might not have been able to see it that well, but Seolhwa explained that this was the minimum speed required for this technique. But he assured me that everything was fine and said he could do it again. It felt like space itself was being pulled and cut apart so that the impact could not be avoided. Sung-yoon tried to reproduce everything exactly as the girl had shown him, and then asked if there were any mistakes. Seolhwa stared at him silently for a while, unable to believe that she had just seen it with her own eyes. Geniuses have existed all along. They achieved much more than others because of their innate aptitude for learning. Geniuses demonstrated the pinnacle of their ability to understand, evaluate, and master objects in a given field. However, even geniuses can only reach their full potential with practice. Sung-yoon still didn't know if her reaction was positive, so he asked her again if he had repeated everything correctly. But Seolhwa still couldn't believe that someone could reproduce the white sword cutting through the sea on the first try. When she calmed down a bit, she said that he had no idea how incredible it was. The 7 White Sword Techniques is a martial art that incorporates more modern techniques than the heavenly sword forms used by Namgun Hayek. The 2 techniques of the famous Namgun family that Yunk recreated earlier, the fire sword and the heavenly sword, are parts of the heavenly sword form. It is also a physical method that goes beyond the basic techniques of speed and destruction to include heavy techniques that shatter space itself. However, Sung-yoon only looked at the recreation of the technique once and demonstrated it at the level of the original. Hearing her say that was as flattering as it was embarrassing. Seolhwa smiled and called him an intuitive genius. She had never heard of anyone who could grasp this so quickly before, but now she was standing in front of him. Despite the master's words, Sung-yoon didn't fully understand what she meant. The girl smiled again and explained that Sung-yoon could master most martial arts in just 1 day. The original martial arts were understood and accepted based on each person's unique path. However, there was no point in him searching for his own path. Sung-yoon could just watch and repeat. But the girl still wanted to tell him about the mana method. It is a physical method of fist fighting, or the art of the weightless body. He had already mastered everything he could think of in the golden grip technique. And among all these varieties, the most effective was the 7 White Sword Technique. These techniques of the sea-splitting sword occupied space itself and cut it, making it impossible to evade a given blow. And the white sword cutting the sky is a powerful key technique that allows you to break through defenses. The white sword creating void is a defensive technique that distorts the space around the sword itself. Later, the training came to an end. Sung-yoon thanked her because he had learned a lot from her. It was the first time Seolhwa had taken on such a role, and she didn't know if she was really good at it, but she was pleased to hear that. Well, it was time for the boy to leave, although Seolhwa was reluctant to let him go so soon. He still had a lot of things to do, but he promised that he would come back to see her later. She looked after him and wished him luck, looking more serious. Sung-yoon had indeed learned a lot. It was a pity that at his current level, he was not proficient in all 7 white sword techniques. Afterwards, he returned to the waiting room and opened the information window. Although this technique was useful, it was no longer enough to cover the forms of the Namgang Heavenly Sword or his mentor's 7 techniques. Skill development can only be created through a system where it recognizes a technique as a skill. And indeed, a new skill was now created. The young man also noticed that there were no corrections made. On the one hand, this was a good thing. And now the hunter opened his reward for completing the first floor. He opened this book and decided to try his luck again, even though his rank was already high. Namgun was already eager to meet the boy. He didn't know how long he would keep him waiting, even after he had killed the monster. But then the man attacked him with a fire sword, which Namgun did not expect. He tried his best to block the blow, but he didn't realize how Sung Yun had mastered this skill. The chaos they had created during the fight reigned again, but this time Sung Yun was more confident in his own ability. Then he added that it was a newly created S-rank swordsmanship skill he had recently created. Perhaps it could be called cheating, but it was still a skill that helped him a lot. The young man noticed the wound on Namgun Hyuk's cheek and then smiled. This small cut would plague him until he died in agony. But it was only a shallow wound that he tried to heal with magic. Namgun Hyuk had already realized that the swordsmanship techniques the enemy was using were clearly from the Mirim world, and he wondered why he was hiding the fact that he was a martial artist. But Sung Yun said that he was not hiding anything. At that time, his heart was beating with fear, and he was trying to save his own life. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Sung Yun remained as arrogant and stubborn as ever, which only added fuel to the conflict. He was really annoyed that the boy was talking nonsense about learning a martial art in one day. Of course, he didn't care if he believed it or not, because the words of another person were an authority. Seol Hua called him a real genius, and he trusted. After these actions, Namgun Hyuk's mind was blown. He was angry that some idiot dared to steal his family's fencing techniques and use them freely. But Sung Young added that he had created it all on his own by training for a very long time. It was not his fault that he could repeat something he had seen only once. Apparently, the problem was that his fencing skills were too primitive. All those fencing techniques and movements and unorthodox attacks were indeed his specialty, but there was something he didn't realize. After all, right now, Namgun Hyuk was giving him a master class. Sung Yoon already had a plan, and that was to memorize everything perfectly, and then hit back with the same coin. Especially since the behavior on the battlefield, shown by the son of the Mirim family, did not look like what a genius should look like. He didn't know how Sung Yoon had done it, but he had indeed managed to master martial arts, and become stronger in such a short period of time. He was a great fighter, even though he was using those tower traps. Namgun recognized that. Even though he showed a higher level, Song Young always had a backup plan, and this was no different. A form of enhanced chi energy was not something to be shown to someone as clumsy as him, so Namgun decided to deal with his septuagenarian quickly. Back when he was with Seol Hua, she had taught him about the use of chi energy. In other words, it is the concept of using mana that is concentrated in a sword. Sword Ki is a technique that adds qualities that contradict the weapon itself, and the fire sword is the stage at which one can add another capability. However, he did not expect to see the enhanced Chi energy so quickly, and when he heard the explanation, he couldn't imagine that the scale would be so great. This is a truly insane skill. The reach of the sword was much longer, which greatly affected the speed of approach, and all these strong but flexible sword movements looked like an abnormal threat. Sometimes it even seemed that the weapon in his hands had become a living dragon. Sung Yun thought he would be only slightly stronger than the vampire cat, but this naivety played a cruel joke. He could feel it when he listened to his mentor's explanations, but he also sensed that Master Mirim was skipping several stages of growth on his path to enlightenment. Sung Yun looked less confident now than he had at the beginning, because he realized that he was facing a monster. He should have dealt with it right away when he put all his strength into his attack. Now he regretted not doing so, and decided to play with it. He only wanted to learn a lesson, and in the end, he only created a headache for himself. Namgun was angry that he was only stealing martial arts, but all these fighting methods would be too weak in the face of the intensified chi energy. When he was about to attack, Sung Yun suddenly found himself behind his enemy. Well, now he was behind him, which gave him an advantage. Besides that, Namgun still didn't realize where he was. Now all he had to do was strike to defeat the one whose technique had adapted to his abilities. Sung Yun had already prepared to attack, but his opponent was also strong, so he managed to turn and strike first, knocking him to the ground. He got hit hard, but miraculously, the guy managed to survive. leaving him with only numerous injuries. To be honest, he was surprised. Namgun couldn't believe that this kid could reach his level so quickly. But now it was time to finally end the fight with him and stop wasting time playing around. But the boy couldn't afford to fall now. He had spent so much energy getting up here that it would be too painful to give up now. Though his whole body ached and his wounds were bleeding, he was not going to give up, so he continued to fight harder. This time, he decided to use the reward he had won on the top floor of the tower. It was a crown, and the young man put it on his head, trying to use everything he had. Only now did his opponent realize that he was an occultist who also practiced necromancy. This strike promised to be much more powerful, so the chances of killing the opponent immediately increased several times. Sung Yoon tried to put all the strength he had left into it. Namgun seemed to be in a trance. His body stopped obeying him, and he felt like he was under hypnosis. Sung Yoon threw him to his knees in front of him, while his opponent's strength was only decreasing. Then the guy reminded him of the wound on his cheek he had mentioned earlier, and a creature with large and sharp teeth appeared behind Namgun. He had recently promised him that this wound would torment him until the end of his life, which turned out to be true, as the enemy had only now realized he was not even able to repeat basic steps. People didn't know how such a misfit could be born into such a great family. The parents did not even want to believe that this was their child, because they had never had such incapacitated people in their family. The point is that before repeating certain fixed movements, a person simply repeats the path of the sword. It was only at the first meeting with his grandfather that Namgun heard the word genius spoken to him. At the time, he did not believe that it could be said to him. From that moment on, his grandfather, who was then considered the best fencer of his time, became the young boy's mentor. At that time, he managed to kill the incognito who broke into their house from the demon church. Namgun Hyuk tried to prove to his father that his son was now truly strong and worthy of the title of warrior, but his father only told him to get rid of this horror. His father was surprised that Namgun Hyuk was so focused on killing lately and wanted him to concentrate more on becoming a perfected soul. The older man wanted his child to become a real hero, but then he chose the path of a monster. After all that Sung Yoon had done to him, Namgun Hyuk wanted nothing more than to die and asked him to end it quickly. It was no surprise. At the very beginning, they weren't supposed to meet at all, but it turned out that two people from completely different dimensions came together in a fight that became the last for one of them. It was very difficult to fight it, but the strangest thing was that one thought came to mind. That if they were friends, not enemies as they are now, it would be fun to share achievements with each other. That was exactly what Sung Yoon was thinking. With his last bit of strength, he said that a person who climbs from floor to floor in the tower couldn't possibly be thinking about something like that. Namgun laughed and said that he would go up and do a very interesting thing with him. There was a reason why Namgun stopped climbing the tower and entered the gate. It wasn't just to enjoy the killing. After attaining something called divinity, he began a feud with the so-called deity. It all happened because Namgun Hyuk felt his life was threatened. The chosen people will encounter divinity anyway, and the moment they accept it, they become enemies of the gods. Soon enough, Sung Yoon will also receive this divine power. But if that happens, and he continues to climb the floors of the tower, then these foolish thoughts should be put aside. Then he won't be able to stop the gods from destroying his earth. But Sung Yoon said with confidence in his voice that this would never happen. He was going to end all those who would try to destroy the foundation of his life. In the past, when applicants from other dimensions died, their bodies would vaporize. But if you take away the fines for trespassing, it turns out that the corpse did not disappear, and he had a good catch waiting for him. Another characteristic was added that can be used with a fire sword, but it was impossible to restore the clothes, which the guy had almost none of. Perhaps the best option now would be to go shopping on Earth. Now, this place really reminded him of the House of Steel Blood. The girl greeted Sung Yoon, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and praised his work. She also handed him a small necklace as a reward or gift for conquering the Great Mountain. But then he was shocked, because the administrator had already told him that she had given him a reservation. Then, the girl explained that if he poured a little magic into the pendant, the armor would instantly appear. She added that Sung Yoon should put the armor on when he left the tower, and he thanked her sincerely for the gift. The next move, the young man went to his mentor, Seol Hwa, although it was still strange for her to be addressed as such. She thought that the applicant would visit her first, but he went to that woman first. Seol Hwa was disappointed, and then she said that she could give him one more thing than the Lord of Steel Blood had given him. Her cheeks turned red, and she said she wanted to fix his hair. This offer surprised him even more. Didn't she know the phrase, "Go buy some medicine at the pharmacy," or "Go to the hairdresser and get a normal haircut"? Besides, she definitely didn't have any tools to do that here. However, Seol Hwa said that the 7 sword techniques were enough for her. She then added that he might get hurt if he moved, so she urged him to sit still. Within a few minutes, it was over. It wasn't as scary as he thought, and Sung-yun even enjoyed it. At the same time, she gave him another pendant and told him to wear it outside the tower. Seol-hwa wished him good luck and waved goodbye, and Seung-yun couldn't understand what was wrong with her. He kept wondering why the administrators were trying to impress him. Could it be that they were trying to get him to send a request for their own quests? He just has a lot to do right now, and needs to think things through a little bit. Previously, abilities such as Vampire Slayer or Exorcism were limited. However, mythic abilities can be used in any battle, so they were more practical. He also liked the Heaven Destroying ability, which contained a high-ranked sword-chi combination. And this sword sense was not just a simple object, but also ensured the growth of the user. With this ability, the young man copied the necessary skills, so he could now learn up to 3 skills, one more than before. And if he succeeds in learning the Heavenly Slash, he will be able to use it even without using the Heavenly Sword, which cuts through space. He also received a request to write when he returns to the tower. Although Sung-yun is not a permanent member of the guild, they are still partners. Hae-young was the one who worried about him the most before he left for Japan, so he decided that next time he would at least leave her a text message. A white lotus flower on the top floor of a building caused a massacre in London. This applicant was a resident of Aries, and these spatial intrusions were already starting to get a little annoying. Before his death, Nam Gun-hyuk assured that the young man would not be able to stop the gods from destroying the Earth if they so desired. This was the second invasion of the Earth, which began to disturb a large number of people. They did not feel safe. The guild members were shown a video of the London incident that had happened just yesterday. It all started when an applicant from another world created a large black sphere over the city. Immediately after the first massacre, the strange magical creatures suddenly disappeared, and the claimant from another universe hid inside the black sphere, and everything has been quiet until now. The unidentified black sphere was rapidly growing in size, and it was a critical situation that could cause a second wave of Reisne at any time, and it took the strength of Korean hunters to prevent that incident. During this time, hunters were banned from traveling to Shinjuku in Japan, but for some reason, the Korean Association has become so active now. Some people suggested that it was all about money, although no one mentioned it. After the incident in that city, South Korea's status rose, and this had a very positive impact on the various projects that the association was implementing. People were always thinking about the Ghost Sword, the hero of Shinjuku. He had a different hairstyle, but he was recognizable. Later, Sung-yun met with Hae-young and apologized for not warning her about his return to the tower. Since he had already realized his mistake, she suggested that they close the subject, but asked him to treat her as a work partner from now on. Then she asked him about his combat uniform, and he said that he kept it inside. Then a guy shouted that if anyone wanted to volunteer for the operation, they had to go to a private plane. They didn't get to talk for long because they had to move on to London. But then Hae-young told him that this time he wouldn't have to get on a plane. She also learned some skills while climbing the tower. She mastered the magic that is connected with space. The process was a bit difficult, but she succeeded. Now she could move in space by simply specifying the coordinate. Hae-young also received permission to use this magic from the association. She decided to demonstrate her new abilities, so she invited Sung-yun to follow her. The magical entities that had appeared yesterday had not disappeared. A second attack had begun, so the order was given to defend the magic tower. The newcomers were told to concentrate all their attention on the portal, because if an object from another world got there, something terrible would happen. This boy was shaking with fear, but he tried to follow the orders of his elders. He did his best to do as he was told, even though he looked rather uncertain. Hae-young and Sung-young had just arrived in London at that moment and saw the magical entity. The rookie boy immediately apologized to them that the barrier preparation was insufficient, but the girl said that it was fine and nothing serious had happened. Hae-young asked when the second attack started, and the young man added that they would do their best to help. The elders thanked them for their support in such a difficult time and hoped that they would not hold a grudge that they had not been able to greet them properly. Then they were told to go to the place where everyone had gathered, and the cleanup would be up to them. They were escorted downstairs, where they went as quickly as possible. Later, they came to a hall where many hunters from different countries had gathered to help deal with the disaster. This time, they were very lucky, because many hunters were willing to help. But for some reason, it seemed that the wizards of the magic tower were behaving too arrogantly. Outside, everyone was working themselves to the bone, while the higher-ups were just negotiating at the table. David recognized Sung-yun and greeted him. He hadn't expected to meet him here, and he was honored to see him again. In fact, he hadn't expected to meet this old man he had rescued on the first floor here either. So, it's time to get to the point. This black sphere is a higher-level barrier, and cannot be overcome even if hundreds of mages unleash their power on it. Although they had almost succeeded in destroying this black sphere when it was still small, the first attack was stopped. No matter what they did, not a single scratch appeared on the sphere. At first, many people were outraged that the Elder had decided to hand over his position to this young man, and they did not even know who he was, but some recognized him as the challenger who had saved Japan. But giving up the leadership position to save the country is nothing. If he had to, David was ready to kneel down. People didn't know anything yet, but the magician was confident in this boy. He knew how strong this young man was, because he had seen everything with his own eyes. At the same time, David asked if Sung Yoon thought there was any way to save the situation and regain control. But the young man only said that he would destroy the black sphere on his own, without any help. David is ready to believe anything he says, even though he didn't believe it was possible at first. Sun Yoon said it so easily that people wondered about the Elder's hasty conclusions. But then the hero of Japan added that he would do it on one condition, which confused them a bit. The guy said that he would do what he said only if all the rewards of each of those present here belonged to him. After that, the real uproar started. None of these people were going to sign up for such strange and horrible conditions. It was too much, and David knew it, so he said he had to talk it over with the other people in charge. Of course, the young man didn't mind waiting a little longer, but at this rate, London could disappear from the face of the earth. If you take it to the extreme, people will move even when there is no reward. David promised that he would achieve this by any means necessary and took full responsibility. So the magician asked Sung Yoon to destroy that sphere. After that, people started arguing, because some people said that they should listen to the Elder, and others had a completely different opinion. However, the boy heard the words he was waiting for, so the request was accepted. He almost immediately jumped out of the tower window, saying that he would be back soon. In a few seconds, he was almost at the target. The others had barely gotten up from their desks and were already doubting that this was human. Well, Sung Yoon already had a plan he was going to follow, so he confidently started to execute. He knew that this skill could destroy even magic itself, so he was curious to see how it would work. But Sung Yoon didn't know if he should consider the inside of the barrier as another dimension. The illusion was incredibly strong, and it was capable of harnessing any magical power. But he also had the advantage that the clothes that the White Crane Sword gave him could be restored with mana. This is a very useful option. Song Yoon's main enemy was genuinely surprised that in such a weak dimension, there was a worthy master who managed to break through the magic zone. It was not a big deal, because the plan was for such a scenario. But this magician refused to believe that there could be a deity or an apostle in this universe, even though he had seen everything with his own eyes. Even if he had a real apostle in front of him, he still could not do whatever he wanted in the magician's domain. The boy had already come close, but he was sure that it was a fake, and the original was hiding somewhere deeper. He had tried to destroy his enemy in the early stages, using all the abilities he had. Now it was more like a plague of self-destructive spirits. There were an incredible number of them. Although the space of this sphere was quite large, it was still a limited space. It might be a bit barbaric, but he could simply destroy the entire interior of the sphere. Now the Black Mage began to panic more. He had not expected to meet such an experienced and strong player here, and had not prepared for this. Soon, Sung Yoon stood in front of the magician and ordered him to destroy the Black Sphere, that is, to cancel the void, but the magician refused. The wizard had invested too much in this creation to get rid of it just like that. After the second order to destroy the sphere, Seung Yoon seemed to go crazy and began to say that in a short time he would become the Archmage of the Empire and no one dared to address him in such a tone. The magician could not destroy the sphere. He was not strong enough to put an end to it, and he swore that this was the truth. Then the young man asked him to describe his dimension, to tell him his name, and the reason he had come to Earth. At first the magician wanted to offer the boy something, but he ordered him to answer his question, after which he finally told his name. It turns out that his name was Sindal, and he came from Ares to this miserable place, and he was here to gain faith. After the Ares man stopped talking, the sleepy young man's face was frozen with surprise. The young man asked what he meant by gaining faith, but Sindal was outraged that he had come here without knowing anything about it. But the hunter just kicked him, ordering him not to talk about empty topics for the second time. The wizard said that in the ancient ruins, he had seen a text that told of strong and powerful wizards and knights who could break through the wall of skill improvement. This happened because of people's faith in the heart, where the ring that accumulates divine power is located. With this, one can reach the rank of Archmage, called the 6th-ring level. But in order to gain this faith, Seung Yoon considered it necessary to save people, not to terrify them. However, Seyendal replied, already lying on the ground, that fear of the apostle is also a kind of faith. Therefore, the magician decided that it would be much faster to sow fear through massacre. But the young man wondered why he chose the earth, and Sandal told him that an ancient message said that the status of a magician cannot be raised by divine power that has the lid of foreign gods. Simply put, the wizard started killing and stabbing people just to improve his skills. Then, Sung Yoon had another question. The hunter asked if the wizard knew the god of testing and the god of battle. But Sindal replied in a low voice that he didn't even know if deities existed at all. Sung Kyung asked this just for fun, because he was sure that this wizard knew a lot about these two gods. The more important the information, the less likely he would share it. Well then, it was time to see how long the murderer could last in agony. Sindal had already begged Sung Yoon to just kill him, but he wasn't going to let him go that easily. He wanted to take revenge in the same way that the magician had done to other people. Through Sindal, the young man was able to get a lot of information about divinity, magic, and the gods of testing and battle. He even managed to get a lot of information about the Ares dimension from him. It had also taken about 7 hours since Sung Kyung had entered the realm, and the long torture of the mage had taken away Sung Kyung's spiritual strength. However, it was worth it, because the young man finally realized what divinity is. First of all, the presence of divinity does not make a being a deity, but when the magical organ, called the core in the center of the abdomen, in Mirama, or the heart ring, in Ares, is opened, one can accumulate this divinity. Divine power is the purest energy of all. It is the purest form of magic that responds easily to any will. By accumulating divine power, one can dramatically increase one's level, and this power responds clearly to all desires, allowing the user to reach a stage that is much higher than his own skill. The only problem was that Sung Yoon still didn't know how to use it properly, but it would be too difficult and time-consuming to disassemble or purify the magical power one by one through the channel. It can be worship or fear. If you have strong faith, the divine power accumulates in the heart of the object. This is all the information Sindal learned in the ancient ruins. At the last minute, the magician said that this was the prophecy. The oracle had said he should never speak on the subject. But a priest who served the god of battle came and passed on the prophecy, and following the traces of the writing, Sindal found these texts about divinity. Sung Yoon had different guesses about the god of battle, but he definitely did not think that he was directly involved in everything. It was forbidden to believe in other gods, because they would consider him an enemy. Everything turned out just as the god of testing had said. Sung Yoon didn't know why the god he had only known through a few short messages had put him on the enemy list, but it was definitely not for the best. The whole Earth could be affected by this strained relationship between them, and if it's not stopped in time, something irreversible may happen that no amount of magic can save. So now the god of battle has become a real enemy for the challenger Han Sung-Yoon. He still needs to reach many peaks before he can even withstand a few blows from the deity, and for that, he needs to increase his divine energy level. The boy had enjoyed his 2-day vacation to the fullest, so now he should have received a notification to return. The reward he had received from this raid was very pleasing to him. He had gotten even more than he had expected. He had gotten skill enhancement potions, random skill books, physical enhancement potions, and many other things during this battle. Although it looks like a lot, it will definitely not be a big loss for Great Britain. On the contrary, the country is in a better position now. If they explore the wormhole, it will be a great achievement for them. So the young man was already thinking of applying for the property. The young man used to think that becoming an A-rank mercenary would be just a big dream. Now he was wondering why he didn't have an S rank. Now he hated the Hunters Association because of all this. After the raid, the British Association requested a press conference to ask if Sung Yoon would like to settle in the UK. But in addition to that, he was made several other offers that were incredibly annoying. Just as in Korea, they tried to lure him with various bait, but now wealth and fame on Earth played almost no role for him. No matter how many things he got, if the Earth itself disappeared, these accumulations would be of no use. He should really think about the growth of skills. He should concentrate his strength in his hands to defeat his #1 enemy. The boy remembered what Sindal had said, that divine power was the result of the decomposition of magic into its purest energy. But no matter how much he practiced and how much force he exerted, the result was still the same. Although he was able to improve his magic power to some extent, there was no way to bring it to the ideal state where it could be transformed into divine energy. And if he didn't have the power of a warrior's defense, then Sung Yoon wouldn't be able to grasp the right direction at all. Fortunately, he was already someone who possessed divine power, so he shouldn't be so disappointed. Even though he tried to do something while in the void, he could not create any magic or sword chi. He didn't want to believe that this was the only way the divine power could be triggered, but it was faith that had become the basis for creating a battle-proof warrior and a vampire fighter. At the moment, the young man could not yet use the divine energy to its fullest, but he knew that as he climbed the tower, he would understand what was going on. Right now, the order was given to kill all the occultists who turned away from the god of darkness, which the wards began to do actively. The people felt incredibly terrible. Even though they were mercenaries, they could not get used to such sights. They looked more like cultists and still did not know why Ms. Raynell had made this decision. While the two of them stood aside, a man confronted the young man and said that he was abdicating his duties. Sung-yoon, who was lying there quietly, didn't understand what was happening around him, and the shouting scared him quite a bit. The order to start the fight had been given long ago, and he was still lying on the bed, but now the young man tried to at least understand what was happening in this strange place. Eventually, he came out of the tent, and the man with the strange look asked him what kind of clothes he was wearing. After all, the holy war was about to begin, and this guy was unarmed. Slowly, Sung-yoon began to realize what was going on, because this was a religious war, and the number of their enemies was several thousand. The soldiers already knew that if the temple won, they would gain fame, respect, and money. Later, the boy and his companion reached Mrs. Raynell, who was the commander of their mercenary force. She was considered to be an unrivaled aura user, which is why she was so highly respected. Within a minute, they were informed that a new wave of occultists had arrived, so they had to get into position and prepare for battle. It was time to show our true strength to the fanatics who worshipped the god of battle. So now Sung-yoon could at least get a little clearer about what was happening here. He's a mercenary who belongs to a cult of people who serve the deity of darkness, and this cult is now at war with those who obey the god of battle. Realizing all of this, he became very motivated and excited. Raynell had a strong desire to learn all the secrets of the sword and became a commander, gaining recognition as a middle-class mercenary. The battlefield was the only place for her to grow, and after going through numerous near-death experiences, she did what she wanted to do. Raynell reached the level of an aura user, which until recently was only available to official officers. Thus, she became the first to break this chain. The girl's actions were limited because she had never been trained to use her aura before. Therefore, Raynell had no choice but to continue wandering the battlefield and risking her own life for the sake of enlightenment. They cut and cut, but there was still no end to the evil one. Even if they counted by eye, they were facing an army of thousands. And as for the number of their allies, they could count about 1,000, if you counted the corpses that the priests had summoned. The picture was very different from what the priests of death had described, and if they made any mistakes, they would be at a disadvantage. Soon after, they received word that Commander Raynell was cut off from the rest of the unit. She was surrounded by enemies on all sides, not allowing her to get out. Now she had absolutely no strength left to fight back, and there were an incredible number of enemies. The thought of such a miserable death disturbed her, because she had not even reached the top yet. If she had known she would die like this, she would never have participated in something like the Holy War. At the same time, Sung-yoon was ready to fight and said that he would block the attack and that she should take the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Here, where everything that happens can be called madness, such a calm voice suddenly appears. Raynell even thought she was dreaming. It was the perfect combination of strength and flexibility. It was as if she was watching a work of art. Melee combat is something that Sung-yoon specialized in because he can endlessly replenish his stamina and mana by absorbing souls or blood. His necromancy skill increased rather slowly, which did not make him particularly happy, even though there were many enemies. But the young man received a good profit in the form of skill, so he did not waste this time. The opponents did not even try to confront him one-on-one, so it was decided to send Golem. However, even this did not save them, because the guy used 7 techniques of the white sword. Immediately when the monsters attacked, the young man used various techniques to dispose of them. He was able to destroy these large monsters with just one blow. These people now began to doubt whether they were facing a human being. It was the same skill he had used when he had saved Raynell. The space around him seemed to distort and slow down. What she was seeing was beyond the realm of swordsmanship. It was strange that this guy had won naked, summoned by a magical entity after just one blow. No one had ever heard of anything like that. Sung-yoon was able to strike fear into the enemy, and because of this, they were quite confused, and the army's confidence plummeted. But their leader ordered them to gather their strength and continue the battle, because there was only one enemy in front of them. The appearance of the war priest Movir encouraged the entire army to return to battle. Now, they were once again in the mood to fight their enemy, so they were already preparing for a joint attack on the enemy. When the spell is completed, its power will be so powerful that it will allow them to capture even the dragon itself for a short time. And once they had captured the bastard, victory over the temple would be just around the corner. But once again, their confidence was shattered before their eyes, and the plot was easily destroyed. They might even have believed that the apostle himself had been there. While he was thinking about it, Sung-yoon was very close to him and grabbed his enemy, even though he didn't even notice any movement. If the guy openly demonstrated his control over blood, it could cause too many unnecessary problems. That's why he came up with a new idea. Right now, the guy wanted to use claymore mines in the form of small blood balls that would attack the opponent. All the other warriors had already guessed that they should call the high priest, for they realized that they could not cope with such a monster on their own, so they wanted to retreat immediately. Then the man who had accompanied Seung-yoon came up to him and sincerely apologized for not recognizing his strength and treating him so rudely, but he just called him an orc and said that he shouldn't worry about it. After the fight, the boy wanted to rest because he was very tired after the events, and he let the man go. The man bowed and walked away, leaving him alone. The young hunter managed to defeat 1,000 people in just one battle. Of course, after that, everyone began to treat him with special respect, and they changed his tent. When the young man was alone, he decided to check the message he had received earlier during the fight. It was about the effect that was created when he reached rank A Necromancer. Now he had an additional skill, and somehow the tie of the god of death began to rise rapidly. But these words about a death god only made him more confused as he began to think about it. Sung-kyung tried to figure out what they meant, because he didn't know anything concrete yet. A short time later, he met up with Commander Raynell, who was incredibly grateful to him for saving her and admired his skills and techniques for a long time. In fact, seeing this girl here was unexpected. She was very lucky that Sung-yun didn't sense the killing intent, but she almost died anyway. At the time, Raynell said that she had only managed to save her life earlier because he had intervened in the fight. Otherwise, she would have met a terrible end. It turns out that she had snuck in like a thief just to thank him for saving her life, but at that moment she began to make excuses. Later, she simply changed the subject and asked him if he was a mercenary for sure. He was in a difficult situation because the commander had already begun to suspect him of something, so it was unlikely that he would be able to convince this girl that he was a real mercenary. Perhaps he did overdo it on the battlefield, but then she said that just looking at the divine power he displayed was enough to make her heart beat faster. The girl knew for sure that this was not the kind of power an ordinary mercenary could display. Like many others, she wondered who this guy was, because there was no longer any reason to believe in fairy tales. Raynell was now certain that he was the one sent to help her by the god of darkness. Now she looked as if she was hypnotized, and the whole thing was really annoying, but he knew he had to say something quickly, or she wouldn't suspect him. Raynell could barely contain her laughter when the boy started to say something. He even thought that she had stolen his lie. But instead she began to bow to him, continuing to call him God's apostle. Now the girl began to blame herself for daring to doubt his abilities and sincerely apologized for it. The boy began to feel uncomfortable with this behavior, so he told her that she did not have to apologize in this way. He helped her to her feet, then smiled and asked her to keep the information a secret for now, explaining that the situation could get out of hand if there were any leaks through spies in their ranks. Raynell was already worried that the so-called apostle had shared this information with her, but he assured her that everything was fine. The young man added that true comrades see each other from afar, hinting that he trusts her with this secret. After completing this special assignment called the Way of the Leader, the young man was worried about how he would carry out the command, but the situation was better than he had imagined. Now it seemed that this test would be easier than he thought, which made him very happy. After successfully completing the test, all of his residuals reached a value of 3 digits. This is much more than he expected. During this battle, the guy managed to absorb a lot of skills. He didn't even have time to sort them out, because almost every new kill brought a new skill. All this was good, because they will never be superfluous, but the guy still did not have the abilities that could really come in handy in the future. Therefore, the hunter decided to switch to the method he had used in similar cases before. Namely, he decided to synthesize the skills he needed. Right now, Sung-yoon decided to do it. Very unexpectedly, another notification appeared that his luck had increased dramatically for a certain period of time. The warrior's defense is the same power that was activated the first time the demon sword was synthesized, so the fact that it happened a second time was to his advantage. If you think about it, he had a few tricks in his pocket that he could have used, but once used, the skill would be gone forever. Perhaps in this trial, the blood feast will sparkle with new colors. The grant to the ego of the soul meant only that it would give the object a personality that could sustain it, and it was not about one-time use. Sungyun decided that the right decision would be to choose a True-Blood Heavenly Demon Sword, which was a growth-type item that would be easy to improve. After he finished, the young man heard an unfamiliar voice from the subject. He said that he had already spent enough years in the darkness. It seems that the guy managed to put some kind of madman in here, but that's even better. After waiting a little longer, the young man saw monsters in front of him. This was probably what the technique of mixing corpses looked like. This creature looked as if a human skeleton and an insect body had been joined together. When the young man came closer, all the people in front of him looked back at him and instantly fell silent. And they understood everything correctly. The young man who was approaching them was a real killer. So young and already a butcher. He was creating real terror on the battlefield, and despite the fact that he had killed 1,000 people, not a single muscle moved on his face. All of them, led by this strange creature, wanted to leave the place because they felt uncomfortable around this man. Without waiting for long, they started walking back. Sungyun continued on his way. It was a quiet and peaceful night, just walking under the moonlight, but his mind was a mess, as thoughts of what to do next were racing through his mind. Everything was indeed calm, but only until the strange spirit that the young man had placed in the sword spoke to him in a rather rude manner. He was annoyed that this boy would not listen to everything he had said earlier, even though everyone in the Blood Demon Church was lining up to talk to him. The spirit considered this behavior to be incredibly terrible. He was Dam Changwu's celestial demon, the one who had spoken to him first, and he was so abruptly and impolitely refusing to engage in a dialogue. Changwu had hoped that he had escaped from hell, but he realized that things were not so happy when this boy became his master. Only now the young man spoke up and briefly said that he wasn't boring, he just didn't see the point of having an unnecessary conversation. But the demon was glad that the boy had at least said something to his words, and the boy himself was incredibly happy that there were no more eyes watching him, watching his actions all the time. And when the demon spoke about the technique of communicating through thoughts, Sungyun said he hadn't heard anything about it, and then asked if the spirit was also a contender for life. Then he asked him to tell him what floor he managed to reach. If all of this information is true, it could be quite valuable. It was possible that Sungyun would benefit greatly from communicating with it. Then the demon answered his question, and when he heard the number, the boy thought about it and then stopped abruptly, because he knew what awaited those applicants who had made it that far. The young man told us what he knew about the rules of the tower. He knew that those players who died after the top floor could be rewarded with the title of administrator, and now he wondered why Changwu hadn't come back to life with that title. Sungyun had already realized that he had been a great warrior in his lifetime, but now he was just a spirit who was locked in a sword. Qianwu spoke again and managed to calm him down a bit. He said that he would definitely be able to help the boy in the fight, so he didn't have to worry. The spirit had already noticed Sungyun's intentions to create a leader-subordinate relationship, but had also noticed that the boy was stronger than he appeared at first glance. Even without that power, Changwu was a martial arts genius and a master of magic, and he could help his master achieve his own goals. Sungyun also saw that he had good support data, but he only knew the word for tools, and then it became clear that they were from different dimensions. The young man said that he was from the Earth dimension. He had heard of Earth, but not much, and too much time had passed to judge this universe. Qianwu said that they should end the conversation for now, and that Sungyun could call him whenever he needed to. He stopped talking just in time because a minute later, a tired Raynell came up to the young man, looking for him. Sungyun thought something serious had happened if she was looking for him in the middle of the night. And indeed, something bad had happened. She apologized for interrupting their training, but they had been suddenly attacked by the enemy, and now the elite groups of the Battle God's warriors were converging from all sides. Well, this situation was gaining momentum and becoming more and more interesting. I have to hand it to the Tower of Trials. You can't get bored in this place. There's always something interesting going on. With a smile on his face, he asked Raynell to tell him more about the teams that were coming at their army from all sides. Before she could say anything, he quickly stepped forward and said with excitement in his eyes that he would immediately join the fight against the enemy. The fight was already in full swing, and all the priests were ordered to protect them, because if the enemy managed to kill them, all the magic of necromancy would dissipate and they would become powerless. They managed to get here unnoticed only under the cover of night, the darkness of which protected them from prying eyes. Compared to the last time, there were not so many enemies. In total, there were about 100 of them, so the task was much easier. But it was clear that these people were of a much higher level than the ones Sungyun had already fought. First of all, these opponents used powers based on divine energy, and this time, They all looked more confident, so they attacked more vigorously and sharply. It was then that the young man turned to Ms. Raynell and asked the commander for a single favor. No matter how strong the opponents were, no matter how hopeless the situation looked, Sung-yoon wished they would just trust him and let him take all the responsibility. After all, the boy had also trusted her when he told her what no one else should know, so he hoped she wouldn't mind, because that was the only way to get things done. After these words, the young man rushed forward as quickly as possible and was going to help protect the priests, who were the basis of the strength of the entire army, and the temple could only be built with their help, so all the forces were concentrated around them. Raynell did what he asked. She trusted him, then wished him good luck, and then added that if they survived and met again, she would definitely treat him to a delicious drink. This was the nicest thing he had ever heard here, and he was only too happy to have a good meal after a great battle where he had won. In his mind, he cursed his enemies and wished to take revenge for daring to attack their camp at night and surprise the troop. The soldiers took up their position, even though they were being actively torn apart by enemies who were breaking into their territory. They were very close, and the threat to life was only getting worse. One of the leaders ordered all the others to close ranks to protect the most important people for the position. Meanwhile, the enemy attacked their positions faster and more actively like madmen. Although there were fewer of them than that time, they were definitely not inferior in strength. They were absolutely ruthless in killing everyone who got in their way. There was already a lot of blood on the grass, and the enemies still weren't going to stop until they had captured the army completely. Raynell walked past this man, ironically asking him if he was going to act wounded just because he was hit by the enemy, to which he replied that he hadn't even felt anything at all. She ordered her men to line up in position, adding that only the tanks would remain in the vanguard, and that everyone else should fall back. All the tanks immediately took up a defensive position, standing in front of everyone else, and the fighting spirit of the whole team seemed to return. The next move was to be made by the archers. They were to be the main fire attack for the enemy, and those who stood closer to the front line and specialized in close combat should protect the healers who stood a little behind them. The enemies were still very confident in their own strength and called them all nasty and annoying insects, and then added that their dying efforts were completely inept and looked pathetic. With the only slogan that they must glorify their temple, these fools rushed forward, continuing to storm the defensive positions of their enemies, who were already barely holding out. Of course, the first target for them all was Raynell, as commander, because they hoped to crush the morale of their enemies in this way. Many of the troops warned her that they would not be able to keep up the pace for long, and asked her to let everyone join the battle, but she forbade them, ordering them to keep the line. Their main goal now was to protect the priests, and she sincerely wanted to believe that they would achieve their goal with the belief in victory in their heart, especially since Raynell still trusted this man and knew that everything would work out if they stuck to the original plan. She knew it would be hard, but she still believed in Sung-yoon's words. The demon that Sung-yoon had slain with his sword was simply at a loss for words. He resented the fact that such a strong spirit was being used not in a fight, but in the background. And he really did not like being an accomplice to the ruthless murders that his new master was committing. In fact, Cheon-woo would like to continue doing so now. It was then that the demon spoke a phrase that really struck a chord with Sung-yoon. The spirit said that Sung-yoon could have become a great swordsman if he had come from the Murim universe, not from the miserable earth. This is exactly how the thought transfer technique worked. All you have to do is transmit your voice using magical power, not the way it was used to be. However, Cheon-woo was even a little scared that this guy was able to master this technique so quickly because he had only learned about its existence today. Sung-yoon generally thought that anyone with at least some mana would be able to do it. However, the demon said that if he followed his master's logic, then half of the martial artists born in Murim would not be able to be called masters at all. At the same time, the demon began to sleep again and would have to leave him for a while to regain at least some of his strength, and the boy added that he would call him if he needed help. When the conversation between the two of them was over, he noticed a very young man behind him, who asked Sung-yoon to follow him somewhere. Then he added that the senior priest wanted to see him. He did not panic at all. On the contrary, he was curious about what the older priest wanted him to do. In a few short minutes, the younger man led him to the right place, and Sung-yoon met with the high priest, where he thanked the killer for accepting his invitation and asked him to sit down. But before he did so, the young man said that he shouldn't be called by such a respectful and loud title as assassin, and then told him to simply not even call him by his first name. The priest smiled and said that the god of darkness would definitely like him, and Sung-yoon thanked him for his high praise. Later, The old man asked if the nameless man knew that he had been summoned here to discuss the reward for everything he had done. The young man replied that he had been told very briefly why he had been brought here, and the older man decided to get to the point. At first, the hunter asked the boy himself what kind of reward he was expecting, and his voice sounded more and more serious, but the Korean hunter was in no hurry to answer. First, he decided to ask him a counter question, but before doing so, he paused in the conversation for a short while. Sung-yoon immediately asked what kind of reward he was willing to give him. The young man looked him straight in the eye, and his voice faded with each word. In fact, the old man was a little embarrassed by the words, so he continued their tense and brief dialogue without much courage and moved on to the maximum reward he could offer. And it was a holy relic of the highest quality from the Church of the God of Darkness. But the priest immediately heard negative comments from the younger one, who said that they had no right to simply hand over such important relics to outsiders. But he was confident in his words and actions. The priest believed that he was making the right choice, because he knew that before them stood the man who would lead the entire army to victory during the Holy War. For a brief and very insignificant moment, the old man felt a terrifying and powerful energy in this man's eyes. This energy was something unearthly. To be honest, for a brief moment, he thought he had made eye contact with the dragon himself. Although at first some were against it, they took out the relics on the orders of the elder. These are miraculous objects that contain the power of a deity. Soon after, 2 priests came up to Seong-yun and showed him the relic, and the priest told him to handle them very carefully and keep them safe. Judging by the addition that the young man read with the help of the fire dragon's eye, it seems that he will not be able to raise these items above the first floor, and this was really disappointing. But the hunter couldn't help but be happy about the fact that this had happened, because he remembered that there are no accidents in the Tower of Trial. It doesn't give anything for nothing, so it was a big plus to get items of such a high rank that he had never seen before. This could only mean that in the future, he would have to face serious and difficult tasks that would require such high-ranked items. He was both confused and curious, and Sung Kyung couldn't help but think about what was to come in the next few weeks. He addressed the nameless boy again, adding that this holy war had just begun. Therefore, the old man hoped that the boy would demonstrate great strength by receiving such reward. Only in the end, he wanted to warn that if the young man wanted to run away, the divine power of darkness would punish him. Especially since a person who has received holy relics has nowhere to run. It is completely unnecessary. After that, he turned around and said that he had already passed, so he had to leave the place. The elder priest still looked at him in confusion and then nodded his head slightly. Raynell was already waiting for the hunter outside as soon as she saw him, and she immediately asked him on what note their conversation had ended, hoping that everything had gone well. Sung-yoon walked over to her and smiled, saying that everything was fine. He assumed that the girl had been standing there long enough to wait for him, but when he asked her directly what she was waiting for some reason the commander was embarrassed by the word. Raynell looked away from him and then rather timidly began to speak. She quickly remembered that she had actually promised to buy him a drink after their battle, so she was waiting for him here. After a pause, the girl said just as quietly that she had one request for him. Only after that did Raynell look at Sung-yoon again. So it wasn't long before they sat down at the table and had something to drink. It actually tasted pretty good, and Raynell seemed to have had enough to drink, as her shyness immediately disappeared. However, the guy was no longer sure that it was strong alcohol. After drinking quite a bit, he was still completely sober, unlike Raynell. If there was any alcohol in this world that could make him drunk, then the drink would be on the level of a lethal cannonball. It was simple. Sung-yoon's body had long since surpassed human capabilities, so these factors had no effect on him. The girl, who couldn't even stand up from the table, asked him how he managed to stay completely sober afterwards. Her voice sounded tired, and her words were not always clear. Without raising her head, she turned her gaze somewhere to the side, repeating the same phrase again, that the man sitting in front of her was a real monster. There was simply no other explanation for everything she had already seen. But the most important thing here was that this drink tasted great. It was indeed very tasty, but the young man decided to finally ask her about the request the commander had mentioned when she met him. Her expression showed that all this time she had not put this request out of her mind. But her cheeks turned red again when he mentioned their conversation, and she fell silent again. In fact, there were memories from her childhood right in front of the actor, and it was not a happy or easy childhood. When she was still a small child, they were visited by knights who took their last food supplies without asking. Her father tried to talk to them and persuade them to leave at least something, because if they did, they would go completely hungry. However, they only hit the man after he said that, and threw him away. The little girl was very frightened of her father, and then immediately ran to him. She was very angry with the knight who had hit her father. Even as a little girl, she was ready to fight with him to show him that even though he had become a knight, he was still not allowed to treat other people so arrogantly. But the knight said only one thing to her at that moment. He said that if she was jealous of this power, she should become a knight herself. All these words are still in her head to this day. Even then, she was very annoyed by this behavior, and it could be said that this is the reason for who she is now, because Raynell was becoming stronger and stronger because of the motivation to take revenge on all those bastards who allowed themselves to behave in such a way. The effects of the alcohol were gone when she finally came to the subject and made her request. She wanted Sung-Yoon to be her teacher. Raynell wanted him to teach her the swordsmanship he was so good at. In fact, everything she said sounded quite strange to the boy himself, and these words took his breath away for a moment. Secretly, he hoped that this request would be a win-win for him as well, but here it was a simple, personal request that had nothing to do with the next special assignment. At the moment, he had completed this special task, become an object of admiration, and thus received everything he wanted from Raynell, and now there was no point in doing anything else, especially since the guy didn't know how good an idea it would be to pay too much attention to the characters from here. He didn't know what exactly it would lead to, and whether this kindness would be something that would be useful to him in the future. And something told him that agreeing to this wasn't the best decision. When he stood up from the table, Sung-Kyung immediately refused Raynell's help. He took a few steps away from her, finally saying that it was better for them all to get some rest now. The night had been surprisingly hard and long, and tomorrow the army would face another difficult battle. Exhaling loudly, he walked in the opposite direction from the girl. I can't tell you how ashamed and hurt Raynell was at that moment. She had pinned a lot of hopes on Sung-Yoon, and had already thought that she would be able to learn a lot of new things thanks to this person. But things turned out differently, so the young lady decided that she definitely needed to grow up and improve her skills. She had no other choice but to become a strong warrior, and the one who could teach her such important things now refused to help. Perhaps she was out of her mind and emotionally driven at the time, but she knelt down, continuing to beg him to fulfill this request. After a pause, the young man finally stopped, and then thought that spending time for fun once would not be such a bad idea. Sung-Yoon quickly walked over to the girl again, helping her to her feet, and then told her that she didn't need to strain so much. His face already looked more joyful and cheerful, and he decided to agree to help her. They started training right away. Sung-Yoon appreciated that Raynell was trying to do her best and do everything as accurately and efficiently as possible, but he added that she shouldn't put so much effort into her grip, because if she did, her hands would become wooden and lose their flexibility. Something similar happens in any field, not just fencing. Sung-Yoon approached Raynell and explained that she needed to increase her magical power, not participate in real wrestling. Here, it's called getting your aura back. With his hands on her back, Sung-Yoon showed Raynell the path of magical power to follow. This was the first time she had ever experienced something like this, and it would be difficult to describe the feeling in words. In fact, Sung-Yoon was doing almost exactly what she was doing, but the feeling was completely different now. Now, it was as if she was feeling a great surge of strength that was growing rapidly. The teacher explained that this is an individual method that allows you to control magical power and can be used to analyze the usual techniques of mana management. Therefore, Sung-Yoon advised her to practice Aura Return, using this method every day without fail. And now it was time to do the math. The guy sat down in a spacious place, finding himself alone. Now the player was talking about the rewards he had received from the London Association for killing Seendal. There was an incredible amount of this good here, and each thing was different from the last. He had indeed managed to get quite a few items, and it would be worthwhile to sort through all of them. But despite this mountain of supposedly important items, there was nothing of value to it, and it was frustrating, because it turned out that his efforts were in vain. That's why the guy decided to turn to the last of the 3 skills that are synthesized in this test. It was time to use the ability that the hunter had synthesized from Wolf's Step and Absolute Allure, and had gotten Steel Jaw. He was so surprised the moment the structure suddenly flew in his direction. It was unexpected, but leaving all thoughts behind, the young man decided to get down to business. However, this time he was less lucky and did not get exactly what he wanted. Looking at his hand, he saw a dirty energy that came from nowhere. Surprisingly, he also suddenly began to feel light in his body. Perhaps this is the effect of the body improvement mentioned earlier. This mask did look powerful on the outside, which is why the player was worried about what was coming next, but given the insane performance, it was impossible not to fall in love with this skill. Sung-Yoon never thought that he would ever absorb a skill with such great pleasure, but now it was truly enjoyable. Of course, he could only absorb 8 items at a time, and that was the only thing that was a little disappointing, but he saw many more advantages, especially since, compared to the growth rate that could be gained by eating steel, it was hardly even a disadvantage. And recently, he had become interested in another thing. Sungkyung picked up the figure lying next to him. If there was an S-ranked item on the body, there was a good chance that it would remain in his hands even after he left the stage on the first floor. Even though he didn't particularly like imprinting something on his body, this item was valuable and exceptional enough to test it. The guy currently had the Seal of Exaltation. Its exclusive effect was elevation itself, and it was engraved on the back of his hand. Until now, it was still quiet, but as soon as it happened, messages from the system came flooding in, and this flow could not be stopped. The reaction of the administrators was quite strange, so the applicant assumed that this was the one item he would not be able to use. This had never happened before, but the test tower gave him something that it was not supposed to show. Perhaps it was not so simple, and there was a greater secret than he could imagine, and it was a secret that Sung-yoon wanted to uncover, now that he had such a thing in his hand. And he could only find out something after he used the seal himself, and learned its true and grandiose power. After the applicant activated the seal, he received a message about the offerings to the gods. He was not satisfied with the offer, because it was not a good idea to take such a step towards deities who could be potential enemies in the future. But Sung-yoon still wanted to see and test the function with his own eyes. After all, he already had enough things in his arsenal that he wouldn't mind chewing on, so it wouldn't be a big loss. To begin with, the young man decided to give this deity the worst and most disgusting object he had ever kept with him. It would never be useful, so it would not be difficult to say goodbye to such a thing. But the whole process turned out to be quite strange. It turned out that Sung-yoon was doing the elevation to himself. Now he had little understanding of what was going on, but he was sure of one thing. He was now able to develop his divinity, which had been quite difficult to perfect before. The only problem was that there was no place where he could use this divine power. Well, the more myths he created himself, the more divine energy he would need. So the hunter decided to just buy it so it wouldn't be so difficult. But he didn't think the Tower of Trial had given it to him for nothing. The young man was sure that someday the time would come when he would have to use it, and this power would be very useful in the task. He had already managed to lead more than one battle to victory, so his trust and respect among the allied mercenaries and priests was growing significantly. The enemies had no doubt now that the servants of the God of Darkness had summoned the devil himself to their side. But apart from Sung-yoon himself, their side was still in great danger, even though so far, nothing had predicted disaster and their defeat. If things continue at this rate, he will be able to pass this test without any obstacles in his way. Looking up into the sky, the people noticed something in the distance, and it confused them a little. Sung-yoon flew high, flying so fast that it was quite difficult to catch him with the naked eye. But skillfully approaching the opponents, the young man was going to use a wide-area counterattack shield. However, his plans were interrupted because an angel appeared on the way and brought him very good news. It all happened very spontaneously, and after the angel's words, the merciful god of battle appeared in front of the boy. It was a great honor because he decided to punish this criminal personally. So it happened. In addition to the warnings about possible enmity with the deities, the young man now had a direct fight with the god of battle, and it happened faster than he would have liked. The feeling was exactly the same as it had been then, but Sung-yoon still wondered if he was strong enough for an opponent like this. But such events still brought a smile to the hunter's face. Its excitement and adrenaline. And besides, now is a brilliant opportunity to test his own abilities by using his skills to the fullest. Of course, the situation is not as simple as it could be, and if Sung-yoon doesn't put all the strength he has into this fight, he will be in great danger. I didn't have to wait and endure much. After a few pathetic attempts to confront the god of battle, the young man was killed by his own hand. He ruthlessly rammed the boy's body, collecting the last moments of his life. Before he died, all the moments from the time he climbed the Tower of Trials flew through his mind, so relentlessly and confidently. The young man had thought that nothing would stop him, and that sooner or later, he would reach the very top, having reached the maximum. He clearly remembered the events that had taken place during that time. Indeed, so much had happened, even though not many months had passed. Until now, he had done very well with all the tasks and had already passed many floors, overcome so many strong enemies that came along the way, but now he had allowed himself to make a mistake, which caused something that could not be reversed. And all these ties that fate itself had led to would be cut off here and now, along with his own death. It was incredibly difficult to recognize all this as true. Unfortunately, both victories and defeats are just a part of life. There is no escaping it. But it all ended so quickly and sadly, so spontaneously, even though the guy had been moving forward confidently, despite all possible obstacles. Now he had a smile on his face. It was sad, but he tried to calm himself down and accept the fact of his death, because nothing could be changed. When the young man closed his eyes, as if to finally accept that he was dead, he heard a voice from the darkness. A woman standing there in the same dark robe called herself a friend and said she did not want to harm him. Even though it was just a situation created in her imagination, she felt a little bad that Sung-yoon didn't recognize her. He didn't recognize her, the one he had joined the holy war for. It was only from her words that he realized that he was looking at the goddess of darkness, even though he was extremely skeptical. He managed to find the answer faster than she thought. The girl said in an ironic tone that he was very guessing and pointed at him with her finger. But before she could touch him, Sung-yoon abruptly pulled away and told her not to touch him with distrust in his voice. The goddess didn't say anything to that. She only said that since the trial tower had started all of this, he should continue to move forward. And since she had already decided to share her power with him, she asked him to have fun with her. Sung-yoon was barely aware of what was happening around him as he listened to the girl's calm voice. She continued to speak quite quietly, but every word she said sounded very confident. And right now, everything around him would change dramatically. The guy looked around, seeing many swords hanging in the air next to him. In a moment, the player was lying on the ground, and the girl said that this was the price that a person who dared to challenge the position of the god of darkness deserved. In contrast to the dimension where Sung-yoon was now, things were not so calm in reality. The warriors, seeing that the assassin was dead, realized that they were all doomed to die. And this time, the enemy promised to kill them all at once, so that he could watch his own rivals die with pleasure. As expected, the body of the future apostle could not withstand what was about to happen. And this is what the full power of the god of battle really looks like. If the arrival had been delayed, even a second longer, and he would have died of a broken heart. However, thanks to this, he managed to receive God's grace, and his divine power became much stronger than before. Now, the most powerful being in the world is under this very sky. As he shouted these words, the boy laughed out loud. The battle god came down closer to the ground, telling the others that they should not worry so much. Now that they had dealt with the assassin, the religion of darkness would no longer matter much. However, immediately after making such loud statements, the angel noticed that something strange was happening below. A little frightened, he flew up higher. In the midst of the dust, the angel saw a fuzzy silhouette of a person, and Sung-yoon was revived and opened his eyes. At that moment, the apostolization was successfully completed. Now he was truly frightened, for he had just witnessed the appearance of the god of darkness, even though there had been no apostle on this side before. But his fear immediately dissipated, and he just wanted to tear to pieces the person who dared to ruin his plan and prevent him from winning a second time. Well, Sung-yoon had to admit, this was a lot better than the pathetic, pointless technique Namgun Hyuk had. After killing that idiot, his condition had stabilized at least a little. His strength was slowly recovering, and as he came to, he realized that the fight had only just begun. The young man approached the dismembered body of the angel lying on the ground and silently examined it. It was the arrival of the god of battle that was the problem, but Zircon was now at the same level where the young man could have killed him without any apostolization. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Well, since the body was already split in half, there was nothing more to worry about. We can say that there are no more problems because the entire enemy army poses almost no threat after what we have seen. And even if they were to attack again, Sung-yoon would be able to deal with them as quickly as he dealt with their commander. For now, it's all over, as both camps have split up for fear of becoming unnecessary fodder in the bloody battle between the two titans. But now Sung-yoon must find the people and join them as soon as possible. If the rest of his strength was completely gone, he would have to sweat it out in the next inevitable fight to fight back. The young man was calm enough for now, as there was no direct threat, but he had been too naive to believe that this was the end of the matter. Looking back, the young man saw a creature rapidly approaching him, firing a weapon at him. Earlier, he had died because of just one spear, but now there were several. It would be much harder to dodge, but Sung-yoon was not going to die again. He came at the new apostle from behind, holding his arms tightly behind him, and the fight was picking up again. There was only one lucky one among them, for Qian-woo was incredibly happy that he would finally have the opportunity to prove himself and join the fight again. Now the god had turned into a real monster, and Changwu still didn't understand what kind of deity he was, appearing only in the second tenth of the Tower of Trial. For some reason, the difficulty level of this task had risen very sharply to the heavens, which made the demon understand nothing. But it would take too long to explain everything, so Sung Yun promised to do so later, when they had already dealt with the threat. He also asked him to use all the support skills he had in his arsenal. This is the only way to have a chance to win. However, it turns out that this is not a problem that can be solved with support skills alone, so the demon tried its best to stop its master. Changwu was even more surprised to ask the boy about the apostolization procedure, because that was the only way he could put what was happening down to that. But the young man shouted loudly that there was no time for unnecessary talk now, and without listening to any more warnings, he rushed forward, raising his sword above his head. After these words, Qian Wu listened to Seung Yoon and agreed to do everything he asked and promised to give him all the strength he could. It was a different conversation, because the guy already thought that he could only talk about empty topics. It turns out that both the buffs and their ranks were at a pretty good level. The player flew higher to get as far away from his enemy as possible. Unfortunately, fighting face to face with him is still an unattainable task for him, and at this rate, he will eventually lead himself to the grave. This time, his master decided to think a little and made the right choice. In this way, he will be able to buy some time and then enter the fight more prepared. The deity. This coming, Sung Yoon asked the demon to tell him absolutely everything that could help him in this situation, but before that, he added that Qian Wu should only tell him the most necessary information. The demon was frightened by these words and began to stammer, saying that he needed at least a little time to think and would not remember anything now. The guy fell silent, and a few seconds later the demon tried to squeeze out at least a few words, but it turned out that he was just talking to himself. Changwu went through all the possible ways that came to mind in his head, but he still hadn't come up with anything that would work. But they had less and less time to think about it, because the enemy was almost upon them, and the fact that the boy had halved his body a short time ago had not affected the strength of this monster. The situation seems to be dire. Sung Kyung was about to say goodbye to his life for the second time today, but Hongwu suddenly said that he had figured it out. After processing the information with his brilliant brain, he finally came to the right conclusion. This might have sounded quite positive and encouraging at the time, but the demon revealed that there was no way that Sung Yoon could handle this deity at his current level. This only made Sung Yoon more irritated, but then the spirit emphasized that the current Sung Yoon would not be able to win. Hongwu told him to use his divinity. Although this energy was still limited, he could use it in the state of an apostle. The demon said that he would give his master a signal when it was necessary, but he reiterated that no matter what happened, he had to take the enemy by surprise with his sword techniques, which would control space. The young man listened to the demon, doing whatever he said, and the god of battle only laughed in his heart that this naive man was still trying to defeat his forces with such banal swordsmanship. But only later did he realize that space itself had enveloped his swords, preventing them from moving, and that this was indeed an unexpected move. He was able to copy the idea of the 7 white sword techniques, which he had seen only once in his life. Although he was now in a terrible position with danger on all sides, he did not want to put his own body in harm's way so easily. Mentally, the master continued to communicate with the demon and suggested that he could escape by balancing the position with the white sword that creates emptiness. But Changwu replied that this was not worthwhile. And then the spirit said something that he was only waiting for as a last resort. The demon told Sung Yoon not to dodge the blow and to accept the attack. At the moment, it seemed that he was not in his right mind at all. Despite the fact that he didn't understand what was going on, he stood there as if frozen and listened to what Jongwoo was saying. The demon wanted the master to use divine power at the very moment when the enemy was attacking him. The demon went on to say that this bloody energy was not used to stop the enemy. The purpose of this energy was to take the enemy by surprise and tie him up for a moment, while the main attack would be something else entirely. It was because of apostolization that the use of divine energy would be extremely large. Now, there were some advantages, but the guy would only be able to use divinity once or twice at most. The sword was completely imbued with death, which could not be avoided in any case. Meanwhile, the god of battle was almost close to his target and was about to attack the guy again, but when the opponent was almost there, Sung Yun used his power to tear the deity apart for the second time. At this point, the player was ready to believe that it was really over and that this hell was finally over. Trying to breathe in more air, Sung Yoon heard a voice behind him and realized that it wasn't just him. There was a girl sitting on the rocks behind him, sounding rather tired. She didn't even introduce herself, but she was fascinated by the fact that this challenger had gotten into a fight with the god who had started the parish. Luckily, it was not a full-blown apparition, because otherwise they would both have had to face death. At the same time, her expression changed to a more angry one, and she told him not to even try to recognize the one who had peeked in the Blood Demon Church, solely because of Paul's sign. The guy was visibly nervous, but then the girl continued the conversation and said that she didn't understand what was going on here herself. She could only say that Han Sung-yoon possessed divine energy without any trace of God, and apparently, this had somehow affected her. She also added that she would not be able to keep this record for a long time, so it would be better to get down to business right now. The girl said that the blood feast was used by her in her original character, and also, now the effectiveness of this skill should be even higher. In general, in the future, he should definitely tell her and explain this whole situation and why he started fighting with God in the first place. Right now, because so much had happened, she wanted to get some sleep because it had taken a lot of energy. In the past, Sung-yoon had seen a notice in which the god of testing had paid a substantial amount of divine power just for the opportunity to speak with a challenger in private. The god of battle had come down to earth, paying the test tower a huge amount of divine power, or so the young man assumed, but it was beyond his capabilities to continue to fight him. However, this time it was not so easy. It was still not over. And after becoming an apostle, the hunter realized one thing, thanks to his instinct. He was the one who had managed to gain divine power without the help of any other gods. This means that the reason why the god of battle is so hostile to him is that he is very much alarmed by the possibility of a new deity being born, i.e., he already perceives him as his competitor. Now, realizing all this, everything has become at least a little clearer to him, because before that there was no explanation. It had come to the point where the god of battle had come down to earth just to kill him and prevent what he was so worried about. If he considered him an enemy, then there was only one end for the god of battle. Sung-yoon killed anyone who was not on his side and tried to be an enemy. He had already guessed that he would receive the spirit of the man who played the role of mediator, and so it happened. Afterwards, the young man instantly moved to the point that was needed. It took only a few milliseconds and required a small amount of mana. By the time it was over, the boy saw his classmate, who looked very happy, and called his friend to follow him. They were playing soccer, and the team was winning, scoring goal after goal. But their fun game was interrupted by a monster that appeared out of nowhere. This giant moved rather slowly, but it had already managed to kill several people by crushing them with its paws. In a cold sweat, the guy woke up and got out of bed. He didn't even notice the moment when he passed out, and he had an incredibly horrible dream and didn't even manage to rest properly. It was only later that Sung-yoon gathered his thoughts after these visions and decided to go outside, where the entire army, led by Raynell, was already waiting for him. You could tell from their faces that they were very worried. But after they saw their hero, each of them smiled, and the whole army started shouting words of praise and gratitude. They considered Sung-yoon to be their savior, who had saved the Church of the God of Darkness. The man who had once been quite skeptical of him approached the assassin, laughing awkwardly, and then began to apologize for allowing himself to be spoken to informally until now, and then added that Commander Raynell had already told them everything. This conversation came to an end rather quickly, for they both heard the familiar voice of the elder priest, who could barely move, but had come to meet the savior of the Church of the God of Darkness in person. He fell to his knees, addressing the deity and asking in desperation why she had not extended a helping hand to them there when they had been persecuted for so long and were all in danger. But then the young man approached the old man and said, "There was no other choice but to have you there as apostles of the church from another temple." Sung-yoon took him by the shoulders, which made him stand still. The man sounded really convincing and wanted to convey to the elder that they had managed to win. So the killer told him to stop shedding tears. The main goal, which was to defend the temple of the God of Darkness, had been accomplished. Then the boy stood up and added that it was all the will of the God of Darkness, and he was just following what he was told and obediently doing. After this little talk, the boy turned to everyone else with a smile, and his voice sounded quite joyful. All of this came to a head when it was time for them to say goodbye, but the young man had a few last words to add. After saying goodbye to the entire army, he went on an important mission. Using his ability to fly, he set out to find a place, though he couldn't find what he wanted for a long time, wandering around until he fainted. While Sung-yoon was searching for something, he thought about the fact that this was the first time something like this had happened to him. Never before had a test lasted so long, and now he was even more curious to find out what would happen on the next floors. Finally, the young man found himself in the waiting room, where he could breathe out calmly. Now he was too tired to talk to anyone, so he promised to do so later. Sitting on the bed, he began to think about using the divine power. This energy that had accumulated in his heart was a simple concept of price that could be applied in myths or other powers. From that moment on, a lot of changes happened. During these few days, he managed to experience a state of pseudo-divinity, that is, apostolization. But the hunter was very happy that he could now directly use the divine power that was previously out of his reach. At some point, this energy had turned black. Now he turned his gaze to the wall of the waiting room, which had always been instantly restored after damage. But this time it was different. The crack that was there still hadn't disappeared. To be more precise, the regeneration of the wall was incredibly delayed. Although, to be honest, he didn't care that much. Especially since he had obtained both SS-ranked items, he was sure that they could not be bad and would definitely come in handy at some point. However, compared to the incredible and hard work he had done these days, the fortune was indeed too small. In the future, it would be better to simply make sacrifices to replenish his divine energy. He was also cheered by the fact that his divine power had increased significantly since the last time. When the applicant decided to check the requests he had received, he was really surprised, because there were so many of them and he did not know what to do with them. He should have thought about it, but since he had already abused the soul ego skill during the last fight, he was curious to see how quickly he could restore the stability of the heavenly demon Trueblood sword. Soon after, he set off on his next task, but woke up there almost in excruciating pain that he couldn't bear. It was so painful that he could not even move. Hearing his screams, a girl came to him, who had been waiting for him to wake up for some time. The young man sat down on the grass as the stranger approached. Sungyun did not understand anything at all and did not know what was happening around him. Looking around, he noticed a puddle near where he was sitting, and then asked the girl to explain something to him. At the same time, the elf said that he shouldn't worry too much, and that she would go and call the other friends here. The girl promised that she would be back very soon, and she said this phrase quietly and seriously, looking at the boy in front of her. Turning his head to the small puddle, he looked at his reflection. It was crystal clear, and immediately after that, he received a notification that the administrator of the Hero of the Destroyed World was watching him closely. In this test, or rather quest, called The Savior of the End, the guy became a character named Neil. He didn't know what had happened, and why his physical condition was the way it was. But the worst part was that the main items, i.e. the celestial demonic true blood match, and absolutely all armor, were forbidden for use in this test. Of course, the pain was still making itself felt, and he could hardly move, but he realized that he had to play the role of Neil properly first. He immediately rejected the option of suddenly being healed with the Ashblood skill. For now, the function to finding an opponent with the help of this eye patch, which was now on his eye, was very useful. The girl was right, and in a matter of minutes there were several other people next to the guy who greeted him with joy because they had been waiting for him to finally open his eyes. It was such a relief, even though they did not expect anything else from the apostle chosen by the goddess. The boy stood up, waving to them. Sungyun, or Neil, tried to act as natural as possible so as not to arouse any suspicion. However, he wasn't doing so well, especially when his eye patch informed him that several enemies had been detected and were actively approaching. Of course, he hadn't expected the item to activate so quickly, much less that the danger would be immediate. The young man turned his head, trying to find these enemies, but he could not see anyone near him. When the company saw the boy's behavior, they thought he was still sick and suggested that he rest and lie down a little longer to avoid fainting again. But the guy was still silent, looking with a glassy gaze at his comrades, about whom the bandage said something else, and of course, it would be better to trust the magic object than strangers. The young man began to worry seriously, but now everything became a little clearer. All the settings of the quest were focused on psychological difficulty. Despite the fact that the object warned him, Neil followed his friends to the tent, because it didn't look like something bad would happen here. Luckily, most of Sungyun's skills were still in working order, and he could use them at any time. At the same time, one of the group started their conversation. He was the oldest and asked the young man anxiously if he remembered anything, because it looked like he had lost his memory. Neil said that he really could not remember anything. He even said he didn't know who he was or why he was lying here. The elf sighed. The consequences were much worse than she had thought, if things had gone so far that the young man could not remember anything about himself. But now they didn't have much time, so she decided to explain everything to him very briefly. The girl said that Neil was a warrior and the only apostle of the Church of the Dragon God, who was on a mission to save the world. She drove the carriage as they traveled through the night, and the other two told a little more about how they had all gone on this journey together to defeat the Demon King. Neil was very seriously injured during the battle with the great evil that met them there. That's why he lost his memory. The girl looked worried as she continued to speak thoughtfully. The elf told me that the Demon King serves the Demon God, and they plan to call the incarnation of the Demon God to this world. If their plan suddenly becomes a reality, the world will suffer greatly. And in this dimension, only a warrior who is protected by a god can kill the Demon King. That's why they had to force Sung-yoon, who was beaten up quite badly in the fight, to join the campaign. He will have to face all kinds of enemies until he gets to the Demon King himself. In the meantime, the boy needs to restore his skills as quickly as possible to continue the fight. Now Neil had come to his senses, and she had also told him about all the important nuances at the moment, so the elf said that they would discuss everything else on the way to the demon. The group rode in silence for some of the way, sometimes looking at the scenery they encountered on the way. But then one of the men spoke to the young man when he reluctantly answered him. The man asked him, a little timidly, if he even remembered his name, even though he already knew the answer. Again, Neil replied briefly that due to the severe consequences of the fight, he had no idea who the man was, and the young man just laughed awkwardly. The man's name was Alan Nix, but he told Neil to just call him Alan and to finally stop using these formal titles in their conversation. The older man then suggested that it was also due to memory loss, because he was acting much calmer than before. At the same time, the young man turned to him and asked his name. He told him his name was Zerp Denier, and then added that the boy should not address him officially either. Moreover, for an old magician like him, titles did not carry much meaning. Alain tried his best to lighten the mood, and even when the whole world was on the verge of destruction, he found room for jokes. But right after a few awkward sentences, he suggested that we go hunting to kill time. The road ahead was still long. Especially since they had lost all their food and were already hungry, the group left Neil alone to rest while they went to get dinner. They didn't stay long hunting. It wasn't that hard to catch some animals, so the group brought the food back to their carriage, where Sung-yoon was waiting for them. They lit a fire to cook the meat and sat around the fire, enjoying the not-so-delicious meal. They discussed what had happened to Neil. He was so broken that he could not act as a warrior of salvation, and perhaps some might even point fingers at them and say that they had chosen the path of traitors. However, they were sure that they had not made a mistake in choosing this path. As despicable as it was the only way to save the world. While the three greedily ate the cooked rat carcasses, they further thought over their plan and said that they should be careful not to let the man die, and then they would take him to him. The elf agreed, saying that this would be quite enough. That was their role. There was nothing to be done about it. Especially since the boy was no longer a warrior or anything like that. Now he was just a tool to save this world. Sung-yoon himself watched them silently from a distance, pretending not to hear anything, but he was thinking about just ending them all at once before it got worse. But something was holding him back. Don't forget that certain conditions must be met to complete this quest. If you act in a hurry and something goes wrong, the situation can only get worse. With the level of these three, Sung-yoon was confident that he could kill them all one by one, even in his weak state. Even after that, his teammates continued to go hunting whenever they had the opportunity. They themselves would go out to get food, and they gave almost nothing to the sick body. And immediately after this company left, the guy had some personal time, which he was very happy about and used to his advantage every time. He finally landed somewhere in the thicket and tried to go far away to avoid being seen by the three. This place seemed to be perfect. He was about to start practicing because there was a nice and spacious clearing, but something in the trees distracted Sung-yoon from his work. Behind him, he met a large animal that was ready to eat delicious and fresh meat. Apparently, the boy had gone too deep into the forest. Even though it was a big beast and the boy was still not feeling well, it was not difficult to kill the giant, and soon it was lying dead on the ground at Sung-yoon's feet. Since he hadn't eaten enough earlier, he decided to try the carnivore, and surprisingly, it tasted incredibly like chicken. Nowadays, his body had no problems with physical activity. Even if he did not eat or sleep, eating only rat meat for several days was not an easy task for him, and food was not the only problem. At night, he was also hit with pots and pans, although Neil said it was all childish and that he could still tolerate such trick. But now it was time to gradually take the initiative into his own hands. The young man went for a walk for a while, and the hunt of this company ended a little faster than usual. And when they returned and noticed the boy's absence, the elf was very indignant, explaining that Neil was still too weak to act alone and could get sick again. In his mind, The young man was quite happy that he was able to get her to such an emotion, because it was obvious that she was very nervous because he was out of her control. But in front of them, he behaved differently and made up a story that he was just bored because he hadn't done anything special in the last few days. But Zerp didn't believe him because it was too suspicious for Neil to get better like that overnight. But the young man didn't have anything to say except that he was just well rested and felt better. But then Sungyun decided to pull the blanket over himself and remembered what the old man had said about not being a magician who specialized in healing, but then suddenly being able to notice the changes in his body so quickly. Only real and experienced healers could do this. But then Alan spoke up and said that enough of their idle chatter. The demon realm was a short walk away, so they should hurry. Zerp even asked, with some hope, if the young man's memories had suddenly returned, because he had noticed a drastic change in his behavior. However, Neil said that his memory had not yet returned to him. From the very beginning, there were no memories that could return, although the guy kept the last sentence to himself. Despite all this, the four of them had gone to the demon realm, and it was from this place that its territories were spread out. The elf approached Neil, telling him that they would no longer be able to travel in the carriage, and added that they could not worry about him from that moment on. However, at the same moment, a strange smile appeared on the hunter's face, and he said with satisfaction that he liked this option even more than the previous one. Is a place where demonic energy reigns, which can drive most living beings crazy with a single breath. The atmosphere in the realm is completely different from everything else. It's like another dimension, cut off from the rest of the world. In addition, the realm was full of monsters and strange creatures that could easily slaughter thousands of people. Even those fighters who had gone through numerous trials shouted in unison that no matter how powerful you were, you would never be able to survive in the demon realm. Aelon walked past the boy, asking with some surprise if he really didn't even remember this place. But when he heard the boy's answer, he realized that his memory was still strong. At the same time, Zerp handed him one thing, telling him to take it. Although his memories had not yet been restored, it was a weapon that he cherished and valued. After walking for about a kilometer, the whole company came across a large pack of strong monsters coming right at them. In fact, the young man thought that everything would be fine, because it had been a long time, but it was very difficult for him to resist these creatures, as the other players had warned. Even just thinking about that time was so painful that he couldn't take it anymore. It seemed that at the moment when he really needed this strength, Sungyun was weaker than ever before, and the monsters were still coming towards them, and it was unknown how long this nightmare was going to last. To be completely honest, he really needed his comrades' trust and support at that moment, and all the others noticed was that even after the loss of memory, their friend's impatient nature remained with him. But Alan already realized that it would be too hard for Neil to cope with all this alone. He was still too weak for that. Then the guy suggested that everyone pretend to support him, and they would give Neil a chance to escape. In other words, they were going to do what he wanted. The three of them decided that it would be better for them to make their friend even more desperate and then do whatever they wanted. Sungyun, meanwhile, was still fighting the dark creatures of the demon realm alone, trying not to show that he was having a hard time fighting. Holding his sword, which he knew absolutely nothing about, he realized that this thing had incredible power. In a fight like this, it's exactly what you need. Then Sungyun thought that during this test, he would be able to acquire many more abilities that he had never even dreamed of before. Neil had completely forgotten who the three of them were, so the team was sure that most of his skills would be useless too, because he would simply not remember them. But they didn't have to consider such nuances. Their choice was still the same. But now something else was happening before their eyes. Neil was showing good fighting ability. It seemed that he had devoted absolutely everything to the dragon god, his memories and his strength. Even if this boy hadn't lost his memory, it would have been a very strange sight. Zerp realized that he was haunted by the feeling that this young man had spent decades on the battlefield. Alain did not know how to interpret all this. For some reason, it was at that moment that he became so strong. He showed even more power than anyone had expected. Then there was an awkward silence. Despite the fact that the warrior who fights for the world had become stronger and defeated all the monsters, none of his comrades were happy about it. Rather, there were even other feelings. It was a feeling of rejection. They wanted to reject everything they saw. They were tense, they felt anxious and guilty, and it did not leave them. Each of the three of them had only negative emotions when they thought about Neil. It was another night. Everyone had eaten and was getting ready for bed. entering the tents that had been set up in a spacious clearing in the forest. The fire was left burning, and Sungyun waited until they were sleeping and left them once again, hoping that his disappearance would go unnoticed. The young man didn't know where he could run to that would be farther away from them, and decided that the mountain ahead would be a good option. When he was closer to this mountain, he opened the screen with information and realized that in a very short moment, he had managed to cover a distance of more than a kilometer. The ability to move so quickly was simply amazing. And this ability really came in handy a lot, since it was a point of movement within the field of view. If there was an obstacle such as a wall, he would not be able to jump over it. This was a disadvantage, but this power was incredibly useful for choosing the right moment during a fight, so you could attack an opponent who was not expecting it. And this ability could also come in handy when something unexpected happened. For example, during an emergency situation in which it would be necessary to leave the place as soon as possible. The good news was that he had managed to master a power of incredible proportions, and that this power was improving almost daily. But it was nothing more than a limited time item and could only be used on this test floor. Therefore, he decided to use the sword sense to absorb all the abilities of the holy sword beforehand. While still in the sky, Sungyun used his blood-searching skill and moved forward again. The blood led him to a place where many different creatures had gathered. It was also in the middle of a forest, but they were all standing in a large clearing. They did not have to wait long for their death, because with one blow the boy managed to ram their bodies through, and the monsters fell to the already bloody ground. In a few seconds, the same creatures slowly got back on their feet, which meant that his subjects were under control, and he could begin to act. The Holy Sword had 3 exclusive effects, and with the Sword Sense, he could only break 2 exclusive effects into a skill, and the young man already knew the best ability to choose. Of course, it was somewhat reckless to use a unique ability like Sword Sense so quickly and recklessly, but the abilities of this sword were too valuable to be missed. And the most valuable of all, Sungyun thought, was the Holy Light effect. The power of the Holy Light was far more powerful than a fully charged counterattack shield, and most importantly, just like a counterattack shield, it could be used immediately without having to think about recharging. Well, this skill was activated, and now, having absorbed the exclusive effect as an ability, Sungyun was able to use it without the Holy Sword. After that, the Ashblood skill was activated, but for some reason it failed to direct and immediately exploded. When he used the Holy Sword, everything worked as it should, but now for some reason, everything changed. Sungyun tried a few tricks, thinking that it would help him somehow, and tried to take control again. As expected, the answer to all his problems was divine power. Now he was able to use this skill freely. Nothing else stood in his way. When the hunter looked at the screen with the information, he saw how much more efficient it was. This ability was incredible, and once again he was lucky to have it in his arsenal. But it seemed now that this god had an incredibly cranky temper, the Dragon God. If we look back at the history of the god, it was supposed to be about the deity who protects this world. To be honest, it was this god that made the best impression on him of all the others. An entity that left even the warriors who tried their best to save this world from the evil of demons, and an entity that never gave a warrior the power he needed to prevent the horror in this world. He didn't like all this because the boy wanted to deal with it. So, in order to avoid paying much attention to him, he used the exclusive prayer effect that came with this holy sword. He refrained from doing anything that could get him into any kind of trouble. When he returned to his company, he was met by Alan. He had already realized that there was a top-ranked demon training in that area, and that almost no one had ever been able to defeat him. Last night, he said he had seen a small beam of light originating from a distant mountain, but Neil said he was probably just imagining things. But the man assured him that he had indeed seen something, despite the fact that the boy tried his best to convince him otherwise. At the same time, Zerp came up to them and said that he had once seen an article in the Magic Tower that said that a lot of strange things could happen on the outskirts of the demon realm because of the presence of demonic energy. It would be more correct to think of all this as a natural phenomenon created by demonic energy. And common sense told the elf that there was no way a high-ranking demon would train in such a horrible place. Elaine couldn't argue with her there. But all these competitions, which were repeated against the wall often, became incredibly boring. But at least in the process, the guy could try out completely different possibilities that would come in handy in a real and difficult fight. It seemed to him that salvation would be activated much faster if he saved the weak, but the search for truth would not be activated if there were no consequences. Everything went smoothly and calmly, and his comrades never got under his feet or interfered with his fight against the enemy, all because he was able to defeat them all on his own without any help. Once again, When the boy defeated a few more monsters and walked to the big door, he looked back at the whole team, who stood there as if frozen. Now that the one who stood before the Demon King was defeated, they could not safely go inside. Of course, he had tried not to give himself away so far, but the more Neil demonstrated his abilities and showed his power, the more frustrated his teammates became. When they walked forward, Alen even suggested that this guy had never lost his memory, because he couldn't explain such high abilities of a guy who recently couldn't even remember the names of his strangers. Sung-yoon was already behaving much bolder around them, and he turned to him, slyly asking how Alen was thinking himself. At the same time, Zerp intervened in the conversation. He said that right now they needed to concentrate only on the battle ahead. It would be the most difficult one, which was why he was worried, so he tried to convince the guy not to act so emotionally and in a hurry. And right after that, the man handed him a rather large bottle of purple liquid and told him to drink it before they went inside. The old magician said that this was an incredibly rare potion of power, and that it would help him in his difficult fight against the demon. Very soon, he would have to fight the last battle with the Demon King, and he would need a lot of strength, so the wizard tried to convince the younger boy that he should drink it. Although the boy took it in his hands, he was in no hurry to do what the magician said. But this time, the young man decided not to hide anything and turned his scrutinizing gaze on the whole trio, telling them exactly what he thought. He was sure that some kind of poison had been added to the potion, although all the eaters were very outraged by Neil's reaction. They were most annoyed that their teammate would doubt their honesty. Their faces showed that they were quite nervous, but the girl tried to justify them in his eyes. It was at this point that the guy said he was disappointed that he hadn't gotten any help yet. Something like that. But more like the fact that he had just received something so valuable and was even a little touched. A moment later, he opened the bottle and began to drink its contents. It was not surprising that at the same moment, the guy spat out the liquid and fell to his knees in horror. He also received a notification that in a few minutes, all the poison would be all over his body, which would prevent him from using mana in the future. The three men came up behind him, telling him not to hold it against them because they had no other choice. However, the smile still remained on the young man's face, and he jokingly said that he would never have thought that all his comrades would betray their warrior. Seeing the boy's reaction, Zerp said that he had been able to lock up the holy sword forever, and now Neil would never be able to use it again. All of them stood a little behind the boy, holding their weapons ready, and then the young man asked why they had thoughts of betraying the warrior himself. The elf began to shout again that they didn't want to do this. They just had no other choice. They just had to do it if they wanted to save the world. Sung-yoon still hadn't gotten up from his knees and was still looking off to the side, saying the same words the girl had said. But at that moment, everything would have to end, because a satisfied voice came from there, saying that nothing would change. The Demon King replied with a smile on his face that the three of them were only fulfilling the contract they had made with him in good faith. That was all. Sung-yoon, on his knees, looked up to see that the Demon King was standing in front of him. Then the creature said that they had met once before, and that day, Niall was able to defeat the great evil. Only then did the boy find the strength to stand up and say that the last time in this battle, the warrior had fainted, and the demon had taken advantage of the opportunity to get close to his companion. The Demon King was not pleased with his behavior. It sounded as if the young man was talking about someone else, but the Demon King confirmed that everything he said was true. So now Sung-yoon knew the whole story of this demon, and he knew that he had taken advantage of the situation when he was in this way. He had turned the rest of the squad into traitors like himself. Dripping with sweat, Neil asked why the demon didn't kill the warrior right away, but started playing this game. And then the Fire Dragon's Eye skill revealed that there was no lie in the opponent's words, but it still irritated Sun Yu. But the boy said this was far from the end of their fight, while the demon watched him silently, looking down on Neil. And the demon added a few more words at that moment. He said that this whole situation was just to show his respect to the demon god. Just like the young man had gone through a lot of suffering to be recognized as a warrior of the dragon god, the demon added that he was also going through trials to become an official apostle. Like his comrades, Neil has been able to find this far by struggling through the difficulty of hunger, cold, and loneliness. And the last thing that now remains is to be sacrificed to the demon god and die. Only then will this demon's journey be successfully completed. Before that, however, he was very curious to know what the boy was thinking and feeling now. He must have been desperate, angry with his companions, but perhaps he should have been more careful about his companions. Neil said that he had always believed in them, but he still didn't understand the choice. And he was really angry, because he knew the real reason why this was happening. The only thing was that he believed in himself too much, but no matter how many times he watched the scene, his blood still boiled. The demon itself didn't care about any of this anymore. He had already packed for the moment when he would finally become an official apostle by sacrificing the boy. But at that moment, something fell from the sky. The young man jumped down, as if about to accept his own death, but he kept looking at the demon. At the same time, these knives fell directly on Neil, ramming into his body, and then everything was covered in pools of blood. The demon was incredibly happy and appealed to the demon god, to whom he had sacrificed the warrior's blood, as he had asked. He was about to receive his new title. But at the same time, a message came that the demon god was looking at the wretched demon king who had sacrificed the contaminated and horrible blood to him. At the same time, the young man came out from behind him. He was already well, and even laughed when he saw the demon's foolish effort. Neil spat out the poisoned blood, which he sacrificed. In fact, the young man really wanted to do the best he could, but he was still thinking only about what had happened. It may be sad to admit, but this world has lost hope of salvation, and it was time to accept that. All three of them watched from a distance, but they saw that Neil was easily using a sword that should be closed. Zerp was very shocked to see him using the holy sword by himself. Then the demon himself began to get nervous. He didn't remember the holy light being so bright and was already doubting that this was the same warrior he knew. Then the creature added that Neil had better not think about resisting, because the demon god would simply destroy the whole world at once in that case. But he had even more complaints against those with whom he had made a contract. It was they who gave him such a sacrifice. They gave him a man who was the apostle of the dragon god, and if he died, the whole world would be doomed to perish. Every word of this demon irritated Sun Myung Moon, so he said that he would briefly state three main things that were not true. First, he was not a man named Neil. Even at that moment, the light grew even brighter, and everyone else was watching what was happening. Second, the guy was not the so-called warrior they were talking. And thirdly, and most importantly, he didn't care about whether this world would live on. The demon tried to stop the boy, emphasizing that he shouldn't go too far. But just as Sung Yoon said, he didn't care about this universe. And if the demon wanted to kill the warrior, it should have been done a long time ago. He got even angrier, saying that it was all completely wrong. He made a deal with his companions, but they gave him a completely different person, and all he wanted was to save the dimension. But if the Demon King died, the consequences for the world would be the same, wouldn't they? But he became even more enraged. The demon said that in any case, it would be as he wished, because he had made sure that this was the case anyway. If the Demon King died, the demon god would come to this place, and there were also many of his apostles in this world. The background of this test was really scary and dark, but there were never situations from which it was impossible to get out. The demon kept shouting that the deity would come here and that he would have enough reasons to appear on Earth. It was as if he was fighting and agonizing, saying that there was nothing in life that could not be erased. The demon flew higher than this madman, who once again repeated that he was not at all interested in the further history of this world. But it seemed that only now did the demon realize that the boy was not really a warrior, even though Sung Yun had said so many times before. But what was even more curious was that a person who was not an apostle of the dragon god could use such a terrible power. The demon couldn't even tell himself who this guy was. The hunter wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible, no matter how hard he tried to ask him to stop because of some misunderstanding. Chaos ensued, and only then did the demon retreat, realizing that he would really die at this rate. But the young man was not going to let him go so quickly, so he flew after him. But at that moment, Zerp intervened in the fight and cast a spell that stopped the hunter for a moment. The magician wanted him to die with honor. Then the old man added that if he remained alive, this world would definitely come to an end. The elves started shooting at him when they heard that he was not a warrior. After that, they realized that this guy was not who they thought he was. Alan immediately rushed at the boy with his spear to finish him off right there and then. Sung Yoon was in a terrible situation now because he couldn't get out, and he had more than one enemy behind him trying to kill him. Alan called him a selfish bastard who didn't care about the world. Letting him live would be tantamount to signing a death contract with absolutely everyone. Then the young man said a phrase that stopped Alan for a moment. The young man said that no one here could sacrifice their own life, and that was the only reason they were trying to get someone else to sacrifice, which was not very noble either. Sung Yoon was silent for a moment and turned an angry glare at the man, and then said with the same seriousness and certainty that none of them were worthy of fighting him in the same arena. The Demon King, who had already managed to fly quite far, only looked back, thinking that he had already managed to survive. But it was not as easy as he thought. In a moment, the young man was able to grab him by the hair, thus preventing him from flying any further. At that moment, A serious fight broke out between them, but this time it did not last long, because the boy simply cut the demon into pieces and the demon's head flew away from the rest of his body. Although at that moment Neil was extremely badly injured, and it could have led to death, but in the end, he managed to leave the battlefield and survive. As a result of all this, the world was really under threat, and in a matter of minutes, it was destroyed. Those days when the guy just climbed the test tower just because he had nowhere to go back to. He thought back to that and realized that those days were indeed better than that terrible period of his life. Sung-yoon had made a choice he would never regret, and there was one more piece of good news, which was that another test had been completed. The elf was incredibly shocked by what was happening. She looked up and then looked around. Her home, her friend's home, the whole world was falling apart right before her eyes. The boy finally said only that they did not deserve to die a simple death, and hoped that each of them would die slowly, feeling the same pain as this world. After all this, the young man left them and found himself in a completely different place. He could not say for sure, but it resembled the same temple for the worship of the dragon god. But as he walked a few more meters, he heard a voice not far behind him saying that he had taken a slightly wrong path. When Sung-yoon looked over, he noticed another guy sitting on what looked like a throne. The two of them spoke for a moment before a dialogue took place between them, though it was more like a one-way message than a conversation between two people. The man could not but agree with this, but he had already realized that this young man liked to argue, even about such unnecessary things, and called him boring to the point of impossibility. But that's not the point now. Since he had already been able to come this far and meet him, Neil allowed him to ask him any questions that came up. And the first thing Sung-kyung wanted to know was about the quest itself. He asked why he had sent a request to him to complete this quest. This guy could make his cherished wish come true through the candidate he supported. From his expression, it was clear that this question really surprised him. But the guy didn't get an answer right away. He simply said that he now understood why so many gods were interested in him at once. The thing was that not all applicants were monsters like this one. Not many people were possessed by the thought of climbing to the very top. Most applicants don't have the perfect abilities of this hunter, and their motivation or desire to climb the tower is not as strong. Although, even if their will is really that strong, it doesn't really change anything. Regardless of how high these applicants climb, the administrators in most of them do not see the potential to reach the very end. And instead of wishing that the tower could somehow fix the past, this guy lived his life looking at possibilities he never wanted to even see before. Of course, he wanted to deny the answer, but the hunter called it like it was. Normally, other administrators never gave such high reward, but it was customary to have at least some gratitude, so it could be considered that he had made this one out of his own generosity. But Sung-yoon didn't let him finish and said that in any case, everyone had achieved what they wanted, so there was no need for gratitude. When the hunter was about to open the gate to go back, he stopped him and added that he would give him one more thing as a bonus. And when Sung-yoon entered the portal, he said, because he never had any doubts about the tower. All of them had experienced failure in achieving their goals, but it seemed that Han Sung-yoon was different. He's one of the candidates that the Tower of Trial itself was watching. The achievement he managed to make on the second floor is the successor of the Dragon God, but the young man thought at the beginning that the test tower and the deities were at odds with each other. But then why is it that such an achievement was created here in the first place? Then he tried to look back. The tower was not blindly set against all the gods. For example, in the case of the god of verification, the guy had never felt any animosity. There are even those deities with whom the tower not only cooperates, but also creates achievements in their name. Even though the young man had already returned, the words he had heard from Neil were still running through his mind. Perhaps he was underestimating himself, even though the tower itself was so good to him. He also knew that he was an important candidate. To be the candidate that the test tower itself was paying attention to was indeed quite an honor, but he also saw a deeper meaning in it. In general, it was not an opinion that was based on his guesswork. It was through the trials that he managed to gain the divine power that not everyone is given. In addition to all this, it was here that he encountered more than one deity. With some people he managed to build good relationships, with others he became enemies. And all these moments that he experienced in the Tower of Trials formed one single puzzle. Competition, rewards, height, and that's why the young man began to suspect that he was not an easy candidate. Of course, he recognized that the Tower's trials are a process of selecting candidates who can raise their level of power to divinity. If a player passes this procedure, he will be recognized as a candidate and given the opportunity to become a deity. All of this was just his hypothesis, but Sung-yoon knew that as he grew stronger, the exact intentions of the tower would only reveal themselves more. But first, He wanted to take a look at his newfound power. While he was in the waiting room, he wanted to get some rest. And when he opened the information screen, he wanted to learn as much as he could about the Dragon Incarnation skill. During the fight, he wasn't sure what exactly this skill meant. He had only guesses. But Dragon Incarnation is precisely dragonization. Using this ability, a costume appeared on his body that made him look like a lizard man. But this costume was also endowed with more than one useful ability. Although the guy was very confused by all this, and often thought about the unexpected transformation, it was really incredible. Not only his body had undergone great changes, but absolutely all his senses had become much stronger than he could have imagined. Now those words that he was a monster were true, even from the outside. Now the player could see absolutely everything around him, even without using the Fire Dragon's Eye, and he seemed to have a lot of abilities that allowed him to control magical power. And now, when he says that he can set absolutely everything on fire here by spewing fire, his words will be far from a joke. The special power of the Dragon Incarnation had been deactivated, and now it was impossible to use it for the next 8 hours. Of course, the fact that after a minute's use, an 8-hour recharge was required was not good. After all, he would be able to use this skill no more than once during a fight. Immediately after he turned into a normal human, the same girl from one of the tower's floors appeared behind him. She began their conversation by saying that she had a very bad headache, and the guy now realized that something was clearly wrong with this waiting room. Despite this, he asked her if she was feeling at least a little better, and she replied that the sword had kept her spirit in check much more, which made her feel better. Although there was more to it than that, now there shouldn't be a single unpleasant thing she couldn't handle. The girl did not know what he had done or how it had happened, but her condition had improved significantly. At the same time, the young man told her that he had locked the ability of absolute protection from destruction in the sword. Every time he said something like that, she became less and less convinced that he was a real person. There was no point in asking such things of someone who fought deities. At least she still knew that this guy was even crazier than she had thought. The only information she had gleaned about him through word of mouth was that this hunter was the challenger who was in the process of rising between the US and the US floors. She also knew that he came from a rather small minor dimension. However, for an applicant from the lower world, Sung Yun was much stronger than one would think at first glance, and more connected to divine beings than was necessary. That's why this girl was able to understand something. She said that this young man was one of the crazy candidates chosen by the tower itself. This was the only way she could explain his strong connection to the divine being. She mistook the phoenix for a small and innocent sparrow, and the girl recognized that it was her grave mistake. Neil said the same thing to her. Perhaps he should have taken this opportunity to answer most of his questions about the tower and the gods, and she knew he had a lot of questions now. He had a lot of questions, but many of the gods were putting spokes in his wheels. Of course, the girl agreed to help, but she said that she could hardly live up to his expectation. The young man suspected that it was all because of the sanctions of the Tower of Trial itself, and she confirmed it. Even though she had died after failing the test, she did not want her soul to disappear as well. It turns out that not only the administrators, but also Dam Chung-woo, who is in the Heavenly Demon Sword, was bound by information control. Although this was predictable, he was still disappointed. But she could still tell him one thing, namely, that both now and in the future, the test tower expected only one thing from him. Qian Wu said that he should become stronger endlessly and repeatedly, and one day there would be no opponent left on the battlefield. And in fact, this was the only wish of the Tower of Trials from all the candidates of different ranks. Although the young man took the first step following the tower's choice, his ascent was his own initiative, but it would be more correct to say that he just thought so. But he knew this very well. But the girl repeated that he had come so far not only because of his own efforts. All this happened also because the tower did not give him a lot of opportunities. He was well aware of this, especially since he had never done anything here. Well, he did catch on to the bushy thing very quickly, although it was not surprising that he became a candidate who was between the M&M floors. He simply had no choice but to understand everything on the fly. That's why the guy said he wouldn't ask her anything now. The answers to the questions he was so interested in could be found after he became stronger. The more she looked at him, the more she wished he was a child of her own country. If Sung Yun were from the Miram dimension, you would have become the strongest person in the Tang dynasty. And then she made her final decision. A red smoke appeared around them, enveloping the entire waiting room. And then Qian Wu asked him to become her disciple. The absolutely divine arts of her cult, the divine arts of the blood demons, were exactly what she would be able to teach him in this case. At some point, she began to get bored. And that's why it all worked out this way. She thought that teaching her student would at least give her a little bit of fun. However, her hopes were dashed by a single, "I don't want to," from Sung-Yoon, and she almost fell over in shock. She couldn't understand why he would turn down such a perfect offer. If he learned the divine blood demon art, he would become much stronger. By reaching that level, he should have already realized how outstanding the techniques of the Mirim dimension were. Compared to their dimension, the techniques of any other worlds were not as significant, and the boy recognized that as well. But she still didn't understand one thing. Why, after answering yes, was he still refusing her offer? Sung-Yoon said that he knew this because he had learned martial arts from the administrator. But if you develop a certain internal chi energy through a spiritual method, you can also achieve greatness. Moreover, in this case, there will be no restrictions on learning other techniques. At the same time, the guy added that he already had a teacher and said that he and one of the administrators had a teacher-student relationship. For the first time in a long time, she wanted to have a student of her own, but because of such obstacles, Chang-woo missed the opportunity. The guy also said that he suddenly remembered the situation when he learned a spiritual method called Blood Heavenly Energy. If you think about it, the administrator of the fallen descendant church of blood demons was also once a member of that church, and he was showing support for him in the form of this energy. Chang-woo didn't really understand what he was getting at, because this technique can only be learned by those who follow this church. Although she had a lot of questions, the guy didn't really want to answer them all. Then she noticed a gift from this girl from the Beck family, but she recognized that it suited him and called him her student. However, only halfway. To summarize, the divine art of blood demons is not a true martial art based on chi energy. It is a technique that is closer to some kind of magic than to a martial art. The divine art of blood demons has the extraordinary ability to replace mana with blood. This means that there is no longer any need to disfigure your own body to get more blood. In addition to Dam Chang-woo talking about another possibility of the blood demon divine art, she said that it was possible to create restoration with blood and create completely different manipulations with this school. The only problem was that this art repeated the function of the blood pump and ash blood that he already had in his arsenal. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain all these abilities that are so close to the true divine blood demon art? After all the stories, she said, or he could show us what he's learned? But when he began to show her, she felt the power of incredible strength. She even thought that this young man's strength was already beyond the power of the divine art. She said that this level was quite enough, and that he had fully grasped the essence, and added that she would not find another monster. She then asked what the hunter was going to do next, but he had only one answer. He was going to continue climbing the tower right now, even though he had just completed the previous test. They insisted that he rest at least a little bit, but he said, now. He needs to get stronger as soon as possible and not waste time. He needed to become so strong that nothing else in this world would scare him or make him despair. But when he finally went to the next test, he saw absolutely nothing there. There was only darkness, which paralyzed not only his senses, but also his energy. Chang-woo, already with his sword, said that he had to be very careful here, because he didn't know where and when he would be attacked. But it was time to act. Even though the topic of the massacre was indeed quite dangerous, it was attractive. The boy managed to light up everything around him and realized that they were in a cave. He could have used the holy light now, but in that case, he would have gotten himself into big trouble. Later on, they saw the Hwasan Shaolin sect of the Blood Demon Church in front of them, and a member of the Triad was also there. It all looked like a bad team. If he were to encounter the Mirimians, he should always remain alert, especially since the topic of the test is so dangerous now. Any attacks should be avoided, but then the hunter told them that if they wanted to fight, they should attack him right away, and that made Chang-woo want to hit him on the head. He was confident because he knew that he would kill them all himself anyway. The company was not in a hurry to attack him, because they noticed that he was also an occultist, and offered to solve the problem without a fight. Although the guy himself had a completely different opinion. If people are destined to die, then let them die now. He had dealt with them all very quickly, but now he did not know when this test would end, and whether he needed to do anything else. He had been expecting something like this, so it was not a surprise. Later on, the door opened, because he fulfilled absolutely all the conditions for passing the test. The most important thing now is to get a decent reward for all his effort. But at that moment, the girl's spirit told him that she remembered a place where he should go. She frightened him incredibly much at that moment when she suddenly appeared behind him in the form of a man, although she did not understand this reaction. At the same time, the young man said that if she was going to appear in the form of a person, she should warn him in advance, because in this way, one can die of. But now it turned out that she could also shrink in size, because now this girl looked more like a small child. Although, Whether it was a child's body or her appearance, it was up to her to decide what to do and when to do it. Although the hunter was still a little unhappy about all this, he looked at her closely. One way or another, he was now curious to know what kind of place the girl was talking about. In fact, it was very simple. Changwu knew where the place was and knew why the martial artists had come here. Sometimes the Tower of Trials can create real events, and this could be one of those times, as Sungyun suggested. He was right, because this was the Palace of the Heavenly Arts. Several hundred years ago, the Emperor of the Sword of Light, who was called the strongest in his time, left a large number of martial arts techniques in a secret library. This was the basis of the test on the second floor. That's why everyone who wanted to master this technique and all these martial arts techniques of the Emperor came here. Since there have always been those who wanted to acquire the martial arts of the strongest, the blood wind could blow at any time, especially when these martial arts belonged to someone who became the greatest warrior of his time. That's why so many powerful people are hiding in this palace. That's why it's better to be careful and look around at all times. All of these people were dangerous, but the girl knew that among them was someone who was called a genius, and she still remembered this genius whose clothes smelled of blood. Xiangwu was sure that he was everywhere in this palace, and the smell of blood that was approaching them said the same thing. But what surprised the hunters was that she didn't remember who the warrior was. However, the girl said that all these events happened so long ago that she could not remember everything. The demon did not even know who was stronger of the two of them, so she emphasized safety. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the Great Stone Gate. It was from here that the smell of blood came. The smell was rather faint, but she could smell it clearly. Without hesitation, Sungkyung decided to quickly deal with it and tried to open the gate. Although sense control didn't work on the parasitic poison path, the penalty was even more severe on the Heavenly Dark Path. The hunter hadn't expected a B+ class item to be so effective and be able to override one of the restrictions of the Heavenly Dark Path. And here, the space was much larger than that cave, and there were also more people than in the last stage. He had dealt with the darkness, but now he didn't know where to go next. But it seemed that the line led to the exit. The boy was sure that by following it, he would be the first to get there. This space needs to be overcome with certain conditions when many things are blocked, including me. The young man walked a few more steps, and only then asked Dame Changwu if she was sure that this genius was here. She couldn't say anything at the moment, but her lack of wine was also quite good news. He couldn't be sure that this was the one they were looking for, but he kept moving forward. The guy just knew he was going to kill everyone in here. It turned out that he was not the only one who had come to this secret library left behind by the most powerful sword emperor of all time. This man has spent the last years of his life trying to become stronger, and he has finally succeeded. If he could master these martial arts, and if he could become stronger, he was willing to do anything. In fact, this man has not even given up on using meanness, deceit, or hypocrisy. He was ready to use anything that would lead to what he wanted. For the sake of such power, one could sacrifice almost everything. He is a man. And a man is capable of killing everyone in his path if he sees what he has been searching for all his life behind the mountains of corpses. He wanted to obtain a secret martial art that was hidden within the walls of this palace. His cheeks were already stained with blood, and his body was shaking in strange convulsion, but he didn't know who the idiot in front of him was. Sungyun had already fought his opponents, skillfully using all the skills he had. Another challenger could not allow anyone else to take over the martial arts of the great master and emperor of the Sword of Light. Still, the hunter had not found the genius that Changwu had spoken of, and this man was not him either. In the end, he and the old man were left alone. The old man looked with horror into the eyes of his young rival, who had cut up a man before his eyes. Before his own eyes, a complete mess was happening. After seeing the murder, this old man no longer wanted to fight this guy so much, fearing to be in the place of his victim, and obviously, he would not be the hunter, especially since he already had more than one victim behind him. He had slaughtered all the famous masters of Murimu. After all his years of being on the edge of death more than once, his intuition has developed to its maximum. And right now this intuition was screaming that he was going to die here at the hands of this guy. He was no match for such a strong opponent. Forgetting all dignity, he fell to his knees before the young master and begged for mercy, calling himself a weak creature. Therefore, without the martial art of the Emperor of the Sword of Light, he could not survive in such a cruel world. But if the warrior did not kill him, the old man promised to give up this martial art and quietly return to his home. And of course, it was all a lie. And he prepared to kill the boy as soon as he wasn't concentrating on him. But Sungyun knew all about it. He said all of the old man's thoughts out loud to the exact word. Moreover, Sung Yoon had seen how vile the man could be when killing his opponent. They were both obsessed with becoming stronger, but the difference between the two was enormous. Although Sung Yoon himself was once weak and could withstand even the weakest of enemies, he had not stooped to such a low level. Despite the fact that he could not become stronger, no matter how hard he tried, everything this man was saying now was so pathetic that he was disgusted. It would be better to be left with nothing than to gain great power in such a ridiculous way. So, the young man killed him and continued to follow the same green line. He still believed that he would reach the end faster than everyone else. However, when he looked at his own performance, he realized that it was because of his many kills that his skills had increased so much, and he hadn't found the genius that Dam Chang-woo had called him. However, the girl had already forgotten about that genius. She couldn't even remember the last time she drank so much blood. It was an incredible feeling. Indeed, that genius is not important at all now. It was the increase in the power of the heavenly demon True Blood sword that was really worth seeing. As the guy turned his attention to the characterization screen, he thought about how Qianwu was a great help to him, but she was also very convenient to use as a useful tool. Very suddenly, the girl looked away from her incredible blood and looked at Sung Yoon with a scrutinizing gaze, repeating his words, which made him really feel embarrassed. She read his mind, and it angered her greatly, because she wasn't going to tolerate that kind of treatment. Qianwu added that if he wanted to continue to receive her help, he had better show more respect for her. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending. After making all her claims, the demon looked ahead and changed the subject. Sung Yoon saw a portal from the Murim dimension that could be a shortcut for them. She said that it was also the first time she had seen something like that, and that it was most likely opened during the test. But none of that mattered at all right now. Qianwu flew away from him again, some distance away. Then she raised her tone again and told him not to treat her like a tool anymore, even though he was her partner. But Sung Young told her not to get offended by such language. It was better for them to move forward now than to think about such trivial things, but she was offended by his words as well. But Sung Yoon shouted that he had chosen this path because she herself had said that she could smell blood there. But at this rate, it would not be a shortcut, but a road to the afterlife. But this sight pleased her eyes. This is how he will be punished for calling her a convenient tool. He almost died, but in this place was mesmerizing. No matter how long he walked, there was no end. There was no opponent who could attack him by surprise. Qiang Wu then explained that this was a sacred area. The Sword of Light Emperor had created the Heavenly Arts Palace and secretly added this place as well, pouring divine power into. The reason why he is attacked by light is because it is the shortest way that is processed by the strongest trap. Now the boy realized that behind the man was this Sword Emperor of Light. Sung Yoon had used up all the charges of the counterattack shield, so he couldn't use it anymore. If this was the case, then there was only one single way to get him out of this terrible situation. He asked Dam Chang-woo to activate all of her support skill, though he didn't explain what he was going to do about it. There were no people here to compete with, and the guy had no way to attack. No matter how long you walk, there is no end to this space, and the way he left it was the only way we had any hope. But it would destroy the entire space around them, so he told Qianwu to get ready. Well, she agreed to do as he asked, but before she did, she added that she had something to say. Namely, that he didn't treat her like a tool, but rather a partner. It seemed like he didn't respect her at all. Sung Yoon was beginning to panic a little, because now was definitely not the time for such talk. They were about to die. If he were to be hit by a beam of light right now, it would be the end for both of them. Realizing that there was no way out, Sung Yoon quickly apologized for his word and said that he would always look at her as a partner, and his gaze would be full of respect, and he would never treat her the way he did that day. It was only as an exception that Qian Wu was willing to forgive his behavior. It seems like it was a success. At least, it looked like it. Later, the two of them stopped, and the demon didn't understand what he was doing to make such a fuss, although he asked everyone to leave them. She had a lot of questions about this, but Sung Yoon tried to make an excuse and said that it was time to go to the next location. He opened the portal where the two of them flew into, but he didn't feel like continuing their conversation. Later, Sung Yoon and Qian Wu found themselves in a new place. It turned out to be very calm, and the girl added that here they could at least relax a little. However, there was not complete peace here either. It turned out that they were not alone. The guy had gone through many difficulties to get here. This woman introduced herself as the Emperor of the Sword of Light, who had just created the Palace of Heavenly Arts. She also said that he had just passed through a hidden gate. This means that only a minute ago, this dome was a gate. The Empress confirmed his words, again praising him for his good work. If so, then the test should be completed and he would be rewarded right away. But the girl told him that there was one more thing to do. but then he wondered why she had called him to her. The Empress immediately told him not to be angry. She wanted to look at Song Yang's face once, so she called him here. He could not imagine how much she had to go through, because the other gods were so interested in him. But then she would add that she wanted to talk to him a little longer. He now had one last test to pass to become a follower, so if he passed, the Empress promised to pass on her martial arts and provide homework. Although she immediately promised that the process would be much harder, she was confident that the hunter would be able to handle this test. Without even asking for his consent, she started the process, while you were just trying to find out more about what was going on. After that, he was transported to a new location, which was again different from all the others. Sung Yoon asked the demon if she knew what the location was, but she just told him to look ahead. Before his eyes, he saw two people actively fighting with each other. Being completely involved in the fight, they didn't even notice the prying eyes around them. But then Qian Wu said that there was a strong smell of blood coming from those people. It turns out that this girl is the genius the demon was talking about. He tried to walk forward, but some incredible sensation slowed down all his movement. Because of this part, it was difficult for him to take a single step. And it was not the same energy as ordinary people, so Chang Wu warned him to stay away from it, because even one slightest mistake could lead him to his death. But that whole plan was destroyed when that girl saw him and took a few steps forward. Here was a battlefield where he had tried to kill her hundreds of times, but each of them had ended in victory for the girl. There was only one reason why people came here. They were looking for the martial arts of the Sword of Light Emperor. And since he hadn't answered any of their questions, she could only assume that the second option was true. The hunter prepared himself for the fight, although all the sensations of gravity still remained in his body, and even lifting his sword was quite a task. It was a strong blow, and he managed to survive only thanks to the protective bracelet of the nameless god. It was actually surprising that he remained unharmed after such a strong attack. For the first time in a long time, there was a person here who was able to resist her fierce power, and this girl was very happy about it. And with the same curiosity, she approached him, asking who he was, since it was the first time she had ever met a player as outstanding as this one here in the Murim realm. In the process, quite unexpectedly, some force protected him from the attack of this madwoman. According to the rules of etiquette, one should introduce oneself before asking for someone else's name. If this was about etiquette, she could tell that his behavior was far from the best. Sung Yoon acted as if he didn't even know her name, even though he didn't want to give his name to a creature who was out to kill everyone in his path. Indeed, this argument for refusal sounded quite convincing, and she recognized. Then the girl said she would introduce herself. She was the world's best demonic occultist, and in the future, she already had a plan to become the greatest person of all time, who would sweep away all those who would stand in her way. And this girl was also a heavenly demon. Now the boy understood why Chang Wu had always said that this girl always smelled of blood. The killing energy of incredible power was now in front of them, but Qian Wu urged him not to worry too much and promised that she would do her best to help him. However, the girl said that she liked Sung Yoon. He was strong enough to make her laugh. Moreover, he was very similar to her arrogant father. The long-haired woman smiled as she began to swing her sword again. In order to become stronger, she had killed her father and usurped the position of sect leader. It was incredibly fun, because the only one who fought with her on equal terms was her father. After his death, the girl did not meet a single worthy opponent, and in this boundless world of martial arts, there was no one who could compete with her. However, before she could be disappointed, she met Sung Yoon. She knew full well that this young man had entered the Heavenly Martial Arts Palace for strength. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to see if he was ready to accept such a powerful force. The murder of his parents, the betrayal of his friends, or a massacre that would leave only the chopped meat of the combatant. She was ecstatic at the thought. And since the guy was already as strong as she was, it meant that he had a lot of murders on his conscience. And he really was obsessed with power as much as this girl. He could still see his old room and the bloody picture of his parents, covered in their own blood. And there was still a line that could not be crossed. She had done terrible things, and the story of her murdered father caused the hunter the most pain. This girl justified all her actions by saying that she wanted to become stronger, but for him, it could not sound like an excuse. It would have been better to just die. The fire around him was incredible, and the girl only smiled harder, feeling his emotion. The flames were wonderful, but they did not leave even a slight burn on her. A few seconds later, the boy took over the dragon's account. He had only 10 minutes in which to kill this madwoman, who seemed to be unkillable by anything, and nothing had changed for her. She didn't care who she killed or how she killed them. She just wanted to become stronger. He still had many interesting abilities in his arsenal. He breathed flames like a dragon, and then demonstrated the ability to dodge the attack's intended target. She only hoped that the fight would continue to be as interesting and fun as it was. This Sword of the Heart was incredibly annoying. With it, she could have cut the guy to pieces. Both his strength and speed were balanced. He only had time to raise the sword once and strike. But if he mastered this technique, he would definitely become stronger. But to do so, you need to determine what exactly is the main power of the heart. Qian Wu said that as faith deepens, divine power accumulates. Thanks to this, one can reach a higher level. Sung Yun was only guessing, because he could not know for sure. But these thoughts turned out to be true. This girl killed her father and took over as leader, thus striking fear into the hearts of many people. And the divinity she possesses is supported by the fear of thousands of people. In other words, this divine energy is stored in the heart. Qian Wu guided him and told him to look closely at her heart, and then he would see the path of the sword. If he followed it, he would wield the sword of the heart using his own divine power. The hunter concentrated, and then saw the path of the sword that Qian Wu was talking about. Without taking his eyes off it, he would have to dodge her many strikes. Now he could understand exactly what it felt like, and it became easier to dodge the sword of the heart. Of course, she hadn't expected her opponent to master this skill so quickly, but it made her expect even more from him. However, she had nothing more to expect. Now he had everything he needed to defeat this monster. Sung Yun gathered all his strength to quickly finish her off before he turned back. Well, now he just needs to take a few hard steps to wipe the evil out of sight. A young man decided to enhance the abilities of the Heart Sword with the help of a dragon incarnation. However, when he tried to do so, he noticed that this demon would not block the attack. For a moment, he thought that the girl's body had suddenly hardened. Perhaps this was another hidden art. He had already succeeded in wielding the Heart Sword, but the boy had put all his energy into an attack that was so insignificant, and this time, she was even a little disappointed in him. Now, he would have to try his best to please the demon, because otherwise it would not be a good end. She would just kill him by accident. At that moment, the flow of chi energy changed dramatically, indicating danger. If you think about it, he had made good use of the relics the Empress had given him, but it seemed that Sung Yun was capable of more. It was given to him for passing through the secret gate, even though the Empress had not warned him that she had rewarded him with this gift. But she was still confident that Sung Yun would use it in the right way. However, the boy's fighting spirit abruptly disappeared after a few more blows from the demon. She was no longer interested in him after that, and he had no idea what to do. He couldn't even see which side the demon was attacking from. The fire dragon's eye was also unable to recognize her. This had seemed completely impossible to him before. And for some reason, the thing kept appearing right in front of his eyes. The hunter could hardly see anything. Even when he wanted to point at this energy, he still couldn't do it, no matter how hard he tried. But Qian Wu advised him to close his eyes. After all, if you can't see something, you should concentrate only on your own feeling. Even though he was at the level of a beginner as a Murimu warrior, as a contender, Sung Yun was one of the strongest. Qian Wu told him to just believe in his abilities, and she was right. As soon as he concentrated, his sixth sense skill was activated. That's when he was able to see the demon in the darkness, and Sung Yun learned her name. The killer's name was Jung Yuseol, and after receiving this information, he saw and realized a new relic in his arsenal, even though it had not been there before. If the user names the enemy, the sword will automatically start following the opponent.